Good morning. As we begin our celebration of the graduates today, let us take a moment to reflect on everything that has happened to bring us to this point in time. We're grateful for the guidance that brought our graduates to the doorstep of Landmark College, for the faith they had to take that first step forward towards this moment of achievement, and for the perseverance they have shown between that first moment and today. We are thankful for the faculty and staff of Landmark College who have walked beside our graduates along their journey, providing the kinds of guidance and perspective that have enlightened in the moment and will be understood deeper with the passage of time. And we're humbled to know our graduates do not just look forward, but to the left and to the right, to see themselves as individuals who are part of a diverse community committed to respect and understanding. And we hope that the voice that they have found here will resonate and reverberate throughout our world. Let us remember that every day, every challenge, every hard choice, every experience gives us the chance to all grow and move forward together. May all of this remain as our truth. May we always find knowledge and peace on our path. And may everything that binds us together today always be with us. It is now my honor to introduce to you Dr. Peter Eden, President of Landmark College.
Thanks, Michael. Nice job. Thank you, Michael. Can you hear me? All right. Welcome to the December graduation. Faculty and staff, family, friends, it's wonderful to have you here. We know you were part of this process with these wonderful graduates. You know that we all worked together to help them. I hope, graduates, you're grateful for all that your family and friends have done for you in this journey. I remember, it's funny the things you remember. I remember being a young kid, maybe 12, and I think I was in a waiting room of a doctor's office, and my mother was in there, and it was taking forever, and people know how patient I am and calm I am. I was writhing around, and I was visibly annoyed at how long it took, and a woman was I remember this vividly, she was in the waiting room as well, and she might have asked me what my problem was, or, somehow we talked with one another, and I said, my mother's taking forever, and I've been waiting a long time. And I remember she said, I'll bet you she's waited for you many times. And I thought, I had no response, She was absolutely right. And for some reason, that stuck with me. That's right. My mom waited for me many, many times. And, I was a little more grateful of all the sacrifices she made. So I hope you're grateful for everything that your friends, you better be. Now, we always ask at these events for parents to raise your hand if this is your first child graduating from college. Yeah? Okay. How about if it's your last child? Oh, you know what that means, right? However, how many have a graduate today who's staying at Landmark College for a baccalaureate degree? There you go. Wonderful. We have about 12 or so of our associate degree graduates staying for a baccalaureate. And it's wonderful to see as we grow all of our programs here that they recognize that this is the ideal environment for academic success and also success in many other realms. So I'm lucky because I get to come up here and say a few words. And in the past, one time I asked some students, what should I say? And I got some great advice. And this time at President's Council, the President's Council is a fancy name for a group of vice presidents, myself, directors charged with running the college. We're often wrong, but we're never in doubt. That should be our motto. We talked about things that I might say, and we had a really great conversation. And most of it focused around the fact that graduates, you've shown that challenges are not unbridgeable. You've shown that you can succeed here at college. You've shown that, and you have all these core competencies now, many of them, listening, hard work, everything. But at President's Council, we talked about the skills and strategies you're learning as related to handling the differences, the disagreements, diversity in our world. And we talked a little bit about, you're not perfect. You're not perfect, so don't expect perfection out of others, okay? We live in this culture, and again, this was straight from PC, the cancel culture, the call-out culture. And it made me think of an academic course that is offered at another institution. The name of it is From Bigots to Snowflakes, Living in a World Where Everyone is Wrong. And I thought, what a great course. We should offer it. We should offer that course. And the conversation we had was that we know you've gained skills and strategies to succeed today, okay? And you're not perfect, but you're learning ways to bridge these differences and these disagreements. When you're in an echo chamber and you only listen to people who agree with you politically or whatever, you're not really learning. You're not really changing the world. And if you feel virtuous because you called someone out who doesn't align with you, that's a hollow victory. So we need you. We need you to continue to get better, to understand that people are not perfect. Everything's a process. And these differences in the world, they have to be bridged. And you're the generation that has to do it. I don't know how well my generation is faring in that regard. We're counting on you. Now, we also talked a bit at President's Council about success. What does success mean for you all? It doesn't mean that if you make a lot of money, necessarily. Success, first of all, is however you define it, okay? But it doesn't mean if you make a lot of money, that's success. We feel that success is being comfortable with who you are, with your neurodiversity, your LD, and sharing that with others, helping others who need some assistance. That's success, okay? Helping enlighten others when it comes to differences writ large. You know the journey you've taken, and look at the success today, just sitting on stage. But the challenges will never stop. The changes will never stop. We did not educate you with specific levers to pull for specific crises. We hopefully educated you to have a foundation and a baseline of competencies and understanding that diversity and differences are pretty much baked into who we are as human beings. But you have to be intentional about bridging them, and we want to see that from you. That is the greatest evidence of success, perhaps. Now, we all work together. Mark Thurman, director of the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion, he's resolute in his vision that we must work together. We must work together. And I was thinking this morning when I was trying not to slip on the ice that, and this is a little corny, but bear with me. It's a little corny. Maybe I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to say it. It's videotaped. Is that wouldn't the world be a better place, honestly, if it operated more like Landmark College, right? We've all worked together. We cooperate. We're not perfect at all. We're not perfect, but we work together better than any other institution. We work together, and we try to understand differences. So wouldn't this world be better if it could operate a little bit like Landmark College? We were happy to help you. A lot of credit goes to the family, friends, faculty, and staff. Fantastic. But most of the credit goes to you all for working hard, living up to your potential, and now we want to see you succeed in other ways to help change the world. Okay? Congratulations.
The Community Service Award is given to a student or students who unselfishly gives of themselves to the activities of Landmark College or the greater area community. Today, I am honored to present this award to Emily McGuire. Take it all in. Emily just asked me, so I just stand here now? It's an important question because Emily does not stand still at Landmark College. Emily, as I thought about the words to put together to explain why you're receiving this award today, and heard from others on campus who know and respect the work you have done, a couple of quotes came to mind. One by Coretta Scott King, where she said, "The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate action of its members." And the second by Felicia Johnson, where she said, "Speak up and speak clearly. I want to hear what you have to say because it matters. Let's listen to each other and respect one another's opinion." Emily, you're being recognized today for the work you have done for our community and through the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion to help students understand that each one of us is a gift to the community and that this is a home to all of us. To express it best, I have one more quote from a student, admittedly paraphrased. It's about the pose party that was your brainchild and you spearheaded, that very famous pose party. And the student sentiment was this: the pose party was amazing. It was probably the best part of the semester where everyone felt like they belonged. Congratulations, Emily, and thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Gail Gibson-Sheffield, Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Good morning. At each graduation ceremony, I have the opportunity, on behalf of the faculty, to present the Academic Dean's Award. This award is given to students who have best demonstrated the qualities that define academic success at Landmark College. Academic success can be defined by those measurable achievements such as grades, but it also includes those intangible characteristics such as creativity and scholarly engagement, honest self-awareness and mutual respect for others, leadership and resiliency, hard work, intellectual development, and responsible citizenship. Our two award winners exemplify all these values. At the associate's level, the Academic Dean's Award is given to Sarah Lennox. Sarah is graduating today with an Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. She has been described by her art faculty as an outstanding and talented young artist. But in the true liberal arts tradition, what really makes Sarah stand out is the depth of her intellectual engagement in all that she does. As I read through the comments provided by her faculty, over and over again, Sarah is described as exceeding expectations with great enthusiasm and insight. Faculty are also impressed by her work ethic, her memory for details, and her great sense of humor. One faculty member wrote, "Sarah epitomizes what we hope for when we think about a student being able to think in an interdisciplinary way, and then exercise a high degree of discipline to realize her vision for her work. Sarah is also someone who serves as a steady source of support to those around her, in and out of the class. Like many of our students, Sarah has had to deal with exceptional challenges to get this far, but has done so with courage, humility, and care. A member of Phi Theta Kappa, Sarah is graduating summa cum laude today with a GPA of 4.0. Congratulations. At the bachelor's level, the Academic Dean's Award is given to Christopher Bollier. Christopher is graduating today with a BA in Liberal Studies. At Landmark College, this degree emphasizes interdisciplinary understanding and civic engagement. It is our hope to graduate individuals who will take what they learn here and go on to be ethically responsible global citizens. And Christopher exemplifies those ideals. He inspires his faculty with his commitment, curiosity, and willingness to dive into experiences that are integral to his education. His final capstone project, which I had the privilege to see, was titled Red, Blue, and Shades of Purple, Voter Behavior Among the Disabled and Neurodivergent Communities. I was not alone in considering the project to be thought-provoking. It demonstrated his affinity for public service. A faculty member commented that Christopher has a fierce intellect that could be used to dominate, but instead he uses it to care about people in the room, and to care about justice and voice for people who are different. Several of his fellow students have said that he could be president someday. Well, well, Christopher, whatever your path leads you, we know that you are going to make us proud. A member of Golden Key, Christopher is graduating summa cum laude with a GPA of 4.0. It's my honor to present the Bachelor Level Academic Dean's Award to Christopher Bollier. Congratulations. Now, please welcome back to the podium President Peter Eden.
Thank you, Gail. Thanks very much. Okay, 2 awards. First is the Charles Drake Award. The Charles Drake Award is awarded to a student who has inspired the Landmark College community by his or her personal qualities. This student is not a quitter, but rather one who lives in the tradition of Dr. Charles Drake, whose lifetime of vision and courage helped to found this college. This is a student who gives 100%, who goes the extra mile, and who perseveres in the pursuit of his or her goals. This student helps the rest of us realize that we have more resources to draw upon than we may think. This person helps us keep going when we feel discouraged. The recipient of the Charles Drake Award is Ryan Gonzalez. Okay, Ryan was unable to make it to the ceremony today, but he may be watching. I don't think he feels well. He may be watching. I think his family's watching as we tape this. So I wanted to say that Ryan, you're a tremendous young man, absolutely tremendous young man, and you may not think about it or believe it, but you do inspire others. We are inspired by your perseverance. You've earned this award, and we think you're terrific. Now, a couple years ago, Ryan and we decided to have a special handshake, and he tried it, and I was so bad on it, he eventually gave up. And he won't even do it with me now because I'm so bad. So you don't get to see that, fortunately, but we're so proud of you, Ryan. Now, President's Award. The President's Award is given to the student who has best exemplified the principles we believe in here at Landmark College. This student is talented and energetic, meets difficulties head-on, works hard, is dedicated to his or her studies. On the other hand, this student also finds time to contribute to the well-being of other persons and to the life of the Landmark College community as a whole. President's Award winner is Rhiannon Gray-Wolf. Way to go, Rhiannon. I don't know if you recognize how good you are, honestly. I'm not sure you realize it, how good you are as a person, a scholar, a student. The other day we were talking, and you said how sad you are to leave Landmark College, right? And I said, go to graduate school, get a graduate degree, and come back and join the faculty. Gail, do not put that in your budget already, but I wasn't kidding, okay? I wasn't kidding. I won't tell the frog story that we shared. That's just, you want me to tell the frog story? I'll tell the frog story if you want. Okay. So about 4 years ago, I'm in my office having an important meeting, and there's a student standing right outside one of my windows. I get distracted. It's Rhiannon looking down, and I'm just like, what is that kid doing? And I open the window, say, what's going on? And she says, there's a frog fell in the well. I said, oh, no. So I went out. We looked down there, right? We saw this really beautiful frog, and it's like down deep. We had to remove the grate, and of course, I did the only thing I had to do, which is I pushed Rhiannon into the well to get the frog. I jumped into the well, right, didn't I? I jumped into the well, we got the frog, and then we didn't know what to do with it, right? There's no metaphor for this, it's just a story, okay? And we took the beautiful frog, and what did? We brought it behind the Click Center and near some water. We put it in the creek. I don't know, she's starting to embellish. I don't remember going, remember we talked about the frog is going to be this big by the third time we tell the story? Anyways, we worked together, we saved the frog, and that's it. It was wonderful. That is how we met, but I'm going to remember you for more than just saving the frog, Rhiannon. You're absolutely fantastic. Congratulations. All right. Now, I have something interesting and new to present to you today. Before Dr. Gibson Sheffield comes up to present the diplomas to our graduates, we have other graduates, or at least one, maybe others in the audience today. These are graduates of our post-baccalaureate certificate program. So, yeah, we offer associate degree programs, baccalaureate, college courses for students in high school for dual enrollment. We also have a post-baccalaureate grad certificate, and we've had that for about 5 years or so, and we're going to recognize the recipients. And so what I'd like for those recipients, or at least that one recipient today, is to stand up and be recognized. Anybody else? All right. Excellent. Wonderful. Nice job. Now, Gail Gibson Sheffield will come up and start to confer the academic degrees.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. Devin Blanchard, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude.
So I was recently at my cousin's graduation at UVM, and a speaker told me that I should thank people for this graduation. So I would like to thank my family for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself. Thank you.
Inez Bourbon-Bors, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude. Sunny Ionowski, cum laude.
Okay. I believe that we keep our greatest memories with us forever, and we should start something new and build a new memory that we will never expect in the future. When I first knew about Landmark, I learned big meanings and understandings about what this school really does for these students and how they can learn differently. When I started my first semester, I didn't feel like I was in the right spot at first, but in the later semesters, I felt as if I had a deep connection with the college and the people involved. I love the school because these hardworking and outstanding professors understand of how we go through academic challenges at different paces. And they teach us ways how we can understand and learn from each other in a fun and creative way. I want to thank all the professors that I have had and known in the past that I've gotten along with very well, and will never forget them for how they taught me, because most importantly, it helped me grow as a student. I guess this what I'm trying to say about starting something new, like Landmark, which will become a new memory for what I have accomplished and how I came to the stage with a diploma in my hands. I want to thank my mom and dad for being there for me, and everybody that has been there for me and my side. Thank you so much, and have a great 2020.
Jenna Farnad. Ethan Ilkert. Clark Geegan.
Over the past 2 years, more and more, I've been thinking about what my past self would think if they saw me today. Right now, I'm graduating with my associates, and while I'm staying at Landmark for one more semester, I'm eventually going to be transferring to study some variant of astrophysics and planetary science. I'm looking out into an auditorium filled with incredibly supportive professors and faculty who have helped me figure out how to learn the best way I can, and strengths that I didn't even know I had. An incredibly supportive mom, and some amazing friends who I've had some wonderful adventures with. And in particular, one person, Gil, who I started talking The Last Airbender with last September, and who's since become my partner and best friend. In the past year, I have read my poetry out loud in front of an audience. I have climbed a mountain range, and I have followed an academic and career path that I never thought I would. I've even found the name Clark, that means me. So being at Landmark helped me learn how to learn better, and that helped everything else fall into place. I learned that I am capable, and that it is worth trying, and that I never want to watch life go by from the sidelines again. So to everybody who helped me learn those things, and to everyone I've had the pleasure of spending time with along the way, thank you.
Carter Griffith.
I would like to thank everyone who came to support me, especially my parents and my aunt who couldn't be there, but I know she's there with me in good spirit. I'd like to thank my professors who have been there for me for my journey at Landmark, then my other advisor at the previous college I was at who told me that Landmark would be a good fit for me, and I know she believed in me. That's why I'm here, so I'd just like to thank everyone who believed in me. Thank you.
Alexandra Jassen.
School has always been difficult for me. Late nights finishing homework in elementary school to the dark days in high school. My own high school didn't believe in me. Thank you to my parents who were always around and for me and believing in me when I was not able to believe in myself. My parents are my biggest supporters, and I am forever grateful for them. Finding Landmark was a godsend. I feel blessed for the constant love and support I received from my professors and the endless encouragement of my advisor, Eve. To my friends who are students here, you have been a source of inspiration, confidence, and you have showed me it was possible and worth it, and thank you. You have helped me grow in more ways than I could have imagined. Thank you.
Evan Lane, cum laude. Sarah Lennox, Phi Theta Kappa, summa cum laude.
I'll keep this short. I'm leaving the big one for my bachelor's. First, thank you, Mom and Dad, for forcing me and my sister to practice and perform Reader's Theater with you. It's really helping this public speaking thing. Jokes aside, I really want to thank my parents for all that they've done. A part of growing up is realizing that your parents are not infallible, but I'd say that mine are pretty amazing nonetheless. I'd also like to thank the Landmark faculty and staff. You guys are phenomenal. Christy Herbert, Jen Morris, Adrian Major, Ellen Wood, where do I stop? It's a sign of how incredible Landmark is that I cannot list everyone here that I wish to thank without lengthening my speech considerably. So thank you all again for everything that you do. And a final thank you to my fellow classmates, to my friends. You make me strive to improve myself every day.
Cara McCarthy.
I would not only like to thank my mom, but my family for encouraging me to come out here, because I have now not only a family in Landmark College, but I also have more confidence, clearly because I am sitting up here talking to a whole crowd that I never thought I would.
Emily McGuire.
Hello. Can you? Oh, there it goes. So yeah, I'm graduating. That's awesome. Thank you. To everybody, I want to thank my parents, my dad, Mike, my mom, Patty, and my stepdad, William, and my stepmom, Kim. You guys are really, really awesome. All four of you are amazing parents. I don't think I'd make it through this world without you. You know, I really want to thank Landmark College because I'm a first-generation college student. I have two brothers and two sets of step-siblings. So that's 7 of us. And I'm the first one graduating college, first out of my parents. And it was really challenging, you know. I was told in elementary school that college was never going to happen. And then I was told that in middle school, and then again in high school. And I believed everybody. I believed that I couldn't do anything better than being a hairdresser in a strip mall. Till I found Landmark College, and they said, you know what? You got dyslexia. We all have dyslexia. Welcome. So, yeah. I want to thank all my professors, Todd Miller, oh my God, Rebecca Maddie, Jim Bockham, Meg Baronian, oh, I love you, Matt Gander, John Rose, somebody please give him back his classroom in the EAB auditorium. I'm not kidding. Oh, sorry, the admin auditorium, but that's where he should teach. Please give it back to him. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all so much. Oh, I really want to thank Student Affairs Office, the Res Life, Sarah Jane, Michael Luciani, you're amazing. I see you working really hard every day. And I really, really want to thank Kelly O'Ryan, who is an amazing human being. She works so hard, and she's a full-time mom of 3. She's a badass. She is amazing. Thank you, Kelly O'Ryan. And I really, really, really want to thank Mark Thurman, a man who literally saw me at my absolute worst and still believed in me fully, believed that I can do something amazing. And he saw my leadership potentials, and he gave me this opportunity to win an award. Thank you. That's awesome. I have an award. But thank you. Thank you so much, Mark Thurman. You are the most amazing person on this planet, and you give somebody like me an opportunity to show that I can do something. So thank you very much.
John Munt. Neil Norby.
Right. I got here and I hadn't originally planned on a speech, but I heard 5 minutes before I marched up on stage that giving a speech is the thing to do nowadays, so here I am. As per usual, I would like to thank the professors here at Landmark College, and especially Stephen Glover. Hello there. He's been I've been in one of his classes every semester, so he's kept me on the musical path. That's good. I'd like to thank my advisors, Mickey Cronin, the most recent one, and apart from, of course, the most importantly, my family, who's here in the audience. Hello. I'd also like to thank the support staff here at Landmark College, without whom I fear my grades would be vastly diminished. I was homeschooled, and so I have a tendency of feeling that I can do everything myself and that I don't need any help. And whenever that turned out not to be the case, slightly more often than I would like to admit, the support staff is always there to help me out and get me back on track. So thank you.
Madison Party. Kenneth Pepper.
I just want to thank my family and especially my sister and brother-in-law coming from Dallas. And I also wanted to thank all my faculty and advisors for helping me get here today. Thank you.
Hayden Sauceville, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude. Benjamin Schiebel. Adam Sherman.
There have been so many people who have expected this moment. And I think if I tried to list them, it would be a disservice to them. And there's only, of all the people I know, I think there was only one exception to that rule I mentioned. And he is speaking to you right now at this podium. I have never been more happy to be wrong.
Sarah Silvestro.
Hi. To all the people that told me this wasn't gonna happen, I just proved you wrong. Also, I like to thank the trustees, the Karen and Pass, for making this happen. So thank you. Also, thank you to Annie Goldberg, Sarah Rabbit, Stephen Vitt, and all the Res Life for hearing me rant about things, overthinking it. Also, thank you to my sister and my brother for not making it easy growing up, because you guys don't have LDs, so you made me push so much harder because I wanted to be like you. So thank you so much.
Fitzy Spring.
First, I would like to thank all my friends for putting up with my weirdness and crazy ways. Next, I would like to thank the faculty and staff for not failing me. And shout out to my girlfriend, Erin, even though she unfortunately couldn't make it today. She's the greatest for putting up with me and my sarcastic ways. And finally, I would like to thank my family, who I am making eye contact with as we speak, for supporting me. And thank you to my sister, Riley, who just came back from the other side of the country in Arizona. Thank you.
Alexa Thomas. Victor Tomildon. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual has met the requirements for the Associate of Science in Life Sciences. Natalie Nussbaum, Phi Theta Kappa, summa cum laude.
I'll be honest, I didn't think I'd be making it up here. And the fact, when I first came here, I was a nervous wreck. I didn't know what I was doing. And the fact that I'm on track to study biology is that's entirely due to the love and support of my family over there, and to my professors who were able to put up with and channel my enthusiasm, often at really awful early hours in the morning. And my advisor, Kathy, who was able to talk me down when I was having a panic attack in her office. on a weekly basis. And I've experienced things that I didn't think I would ever experience. I've gotten to study abroad in the Netherlands and Botswana. I've made friendships that are going to last a lifetime. And I've made memories that I'm going to carry with me forever. And I'm going to take the lessons I've learned here, and I'm going to carry them on as I continue pursuing a scientific career. Thank you guys so much, everybody.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for a Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies. Christopher Bollier, Golden Key, summa cum laude.
Well, I've officially become that guy. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the graduates of Landmark College here today, this beautiful December day. So a round of applause for that. I'd also like to thank President Eden and the Board of Trustees for allowing all of us, the opportunity to speak here as graduates. And furthermore, I'd like to thank my family. I see them up there. My friends, family, friends, professors, support staff, advisor, everyone. Again, it's just everyone here has been incredibly supportive. It hasn't been easy. And I know it probably sounds like, oh, you're just saying that because you're graduating with a 4.0. No, it's more difficult than it looks. I mean it. It's been a long journey for, I'm sure, basically all of us on stage today. For me personally, this day has actually been over a decade in the making. I graduated valedictorian of my high school class 10 years ago back in June, and did what everyone's, kind of supposed to do, quote unquote, which is, go to college right after high school. At first, I adjusted surprisingly well, perhaps too surprisingly well, what with being several hours away from home, just in a new, unfamiliar setting with new people around that I, don't know about, not an easy feat for someone who's neurotypical, and even more difficult when you factor in that I have Asperger's syndrome, which is on the autism spectrum, which makes socializing just nigh on impossible. And also on top of that, depression and anxiety. Woo. So yeah, it was interesting. Nevertheless, I did persevere, at least for a while. I had been involved with the college newspaper, class council. I got good grades when I was there as well at my last college. Even managed to make a few friends along the way. However, as I was there, things kind of changed and the climate of the campus just kind of shifted away from what I was kind of led to believe and what I was comfortable with. And this, kind of snowballed, and I eventually suffered a nervous breakdown. And I actually looked at the calendar, and it was apparently 7 years ago yesterday. Not that I've been keeping track. Not intentionally, anyway. No, but I did just happen to see the date, and I was like, oh, my God. But even though it wasn't a severe enough one to require hospitalization or anything like that, it did cause me to reassess, my life goals and what I wanted, out of schooling and out of life. And so it was 7 years ago today that I filed the paperwork to leave my last college, a little over a semester shy of getting my bachelor's degree then. So, So over the next few years, I attended therapy, worked, saved some money, got in a bad car accident, not my fault. Attended more therapy as a result of that. And, just all the while kept, wondering if I'd ever get the chance to finally complete my bachelor's degree. Again, just as a little footnote, I'm actually save for one of my stepsisters and my brother-in-law, I'm otherwise the first person in my family to attend a four-year college, so let alone graduate from one. So this was kind of a big deal for us as well. But to make a long story short, I came here to Landmark 2.5 years ago, in the fall of 2017. And at the risk of sounding like some sort of, ad hoc college recruiter, this place has really, helped me to rediscover, who I am, what I am, how I am. I'm currently, I guess now formally, since I'm getting the diploma, but I've been involved on campus. I've been in, student government. I've been, I've been, Phi Theta Kappa, Golden Key. Apparently I have a posse. But being here, I have kind of, I guess, rediscovered my intellectual mojo, so to speak. Also made new and I hope lasting friendships. Some on stage, some are in the audience, some are watching the live stream. Hello. And again, I know you want me to keep this short, so I'll wrap it up. So a year and a half ago when I walked with my associate's degree here, I noted in my speech then about how Landmark's motto, "Take a Different Path," basically sums up how my path, to and through Landmark has been kind of a circuitous path, I guess you can say. Different in any case. That said, I just want to, impart this little piece of wisdom. Everyone's life path kind of goes in a different direction. Just, remember that. Don't, feel ashamed. Again, here I am, 29 years old and finally getting a bachelor's. But again, everyone moves at their own pace. And I believe, as Dr. Eden has said numerous times, sharks always move forward. So just remember to keep swimming, and now I sound like Dory. But seriously, just remember, go at your own pace. Don't feel pressure from, outside forces saying, oh, you have to do things X, Y, or Z way. Just, stay the course and, keep chugging away. And I wish, may all of today's graduates, be, on the path to success and happiness. Thank you, and congratulations again to the graduates.
Camden Chilkoff.
was going to see all you today. So, today's a good day. Today's where we all come together and celebrate for an amazing accomplishment. I'd just like to give a special shout outs to Mr. Brian Cohen, Sylvegi Schlemsky, and Jim Cabral for passing me on my capstone. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But I also have a couple more shout outs to my lovely girlfriend over there, Michaela Wodowski. My number one best friend, Spencer Berger. Oh, yeah, there we go, yeah. Everyone that's graduating as well, and all the friends that came out here to support me in my process. And of course, my lovely family. And I have one more, and it's not a special one, let's say that. It's to my high school principal who said I can never graduate college or even handle college in general. Thank you.
Sarah Rabbit.
Hello, everyone. Let me just pull up my speech really quick. I wrote my speech at like midnight, so it might not be the best, but we're going to try. I just want to start off with congratulating everyone on graduating. When I first came to Landmark 4.5 years ago, I did not know it was going to change my life as much as it did. The very first person that I want to thank is Brian Cohen. 4.5 years ago, I remember my first semester, and I was sitting outside of the Drake Center, and I was looking at my grades, and I saw that I was failing an English class. And just so happened you'd be walking towards me, and you said, "My office is always open. Whenever you need me, I'm here, whether it be to talk or to get help with any classes, like I'm here." And I was like, okay, why is he saying this to me? He doesn't know I'm struggling. He wasn't looking at my grades. And I just want to tell you that you were the first person that's ever allowed me to advocate for myself, and you were that stepping stone for me to know that it is okay to struggle and it is okay to not do well, because then you're going to be able to do better just by that struggle. So I just want to say thank you. To Adrian Major, Sylvegi Schmolsky, Jeff Burgess, Jim Cabral, I just want to say thank you, because your office was always open. Even if I emailed you every single day, wanting to meet 3 times a week, you were always open to it. To Eric Moschella, you have been my rock this semester. You have seen me literally at my worst and at my best. You taught me that it is okay to be vulnerable and to feel. You have pushed me, challenged me, and had me step out of my comfort zone because you believed in me, even when I didn't believe in myself. You have impacted my life in more ways than I can tell you. And I don't know how to thank you enough. You inspire me, and thank you for being someone that I can count on. To my family, thank you for all that you do for me. You are appreciated more than I can ever tell you. And to the most important person in my life, my mom. The semester before I came to Landmark, my mom had a stroke, and I was thinking about dropping out of school to take care of her. She encouraged me to stay in school and that she would be okay. On Christmas of 2016, I texted my mom to wish her a Merry Christmas and asked if she was going to be in New York with my family the next day. She said she had to stay home because someone could not watch the pets at home, which I knew was a total lie because she plans everything ahead. So I called her, and she said she was being rushed to the emergency room because she thinks something's wrong and she's not going to make it. Come to find out, she was having a massive internal bleed. The doctors weren't doing everything that they could to save my mom, so I prayed every day that I wouldn't lose her and that miraculously she would get better. I rushed to New York when doctors gave her the okay to fly. When I walked into my grandparents' house after getting off a 6-hour plane ride from Cali, I walked into the bedroom and my mom wasn't there. I stood there confused, wondering where she went and what happened. In that instant, I thought I lost my mom. She ended up coming out of the bathroom, struggling to walk and talk. I prayed again and again that she would get better, and God answered my prayers and she got better. That following year, I was getting my associate's degree, and 2 weeks before I was supposed to get my degree, I got a call from my mom saying that she was having another internal bleed. I was confused, I was angry, and I didn't know why my mom had to go through all this, and I couldn't be there for her. I had such a big day, and that was the one person I needed to be there, and she wasn't there. My mom is my motivator, my supporter, and I didn't know if I could get through this day without her. I started praying time and time again that she would get better, and she did. My mom is here today, watching me walk across this day. Getting my bachelor's degree. Mom, I am so beyond grateful that you are here today. You are my best friend. You are everything to me. I never want to imagine a day without you because that is never going to happen. I know I don't say this enough, but I will say it a million times today. Thank you for all that you do, and I love you so much. And congratulations to everyone graduating today.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Studio Art. Andrew Barnick.
I first started here at Landmark College 10 years ago in the fall of 2009. And that back then they didn't even have a baccalaureate program, let alone a studio art program. A lot has happened since then, and I don't want to regale you with my whole life story, but in general, I think that the college has changed for the better, and I've changed for the better. I would like to thank all the people who helped me get here. I can't thank them all individually. There's too many. But I'd like to thank my professors, my advisors, my counselors, the friends I've made here, especially my fellow art students. I would like to thank my family, especially my sister Sky, who I wouldn't have made it this far without. Thank you.
Annie Goldberg.
I've been going to Landmark for 5 years, or 5.5, 11 semesters. There. Just do it that way. That's how we do it at Landmark. We count by semesters, not years. And there have been a lot of people who have helped me along the way. There are two important people here. My mentor, Andy Donahue, who couldn't be here today because he's in Japan. Lucky him. But he was there from the beginning, my first day, my interview, everything. He's been my rock the entire time I've been here. The second person I'd like to thank is Christy Herbert for believing in me and making it so I can be an artist and showing me that I can do this. The other people I'd like to thank is my mom for taking my calls 6 or 7 or 8 times a day and being there no matter what I need. And my dad for driving me 5-6 hours a day in one day, doing it back from Philly and back here. And then my siblings, who have always been there for me no matter what. Whenever I need them, they're right there. And my grandparents, who are the biggest supports in my life. And the one very special person I'd like to thank is my best friend, Sarah Silvestra. She's there for me no matter what. If I'm having a bad day, or if I just need somebody to watch Grey's Anatomy with, she'll be there for me. Congrats on your associates, by the way. But this has been like the biggest thing I've done ever, and I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm really proud of myself, and I'm glad that I did this. Turtle down. Thank you so much.
Rhiannon Greywolf, Golden Key, summa cum laude.
For once, I have not planned something in advance with 5 revisions, and that's because no matter what I write, it will never fully and truly represent how much Landmark has given me. I want so badly to put my feelings into words, but I can't. It was my one seemingly unattainable dream to go to Japan since I was 5. And Landmark gave me that and so much more. Sorry. Landmark gave me the tools. Tears, man, they're hard to see through. Landmark gave me the tools to prove to those that don't understand that I am capable, smart, and able to learn. Landmark gave me the opportunity to meet the most caring, loving, most interesting, and accomplished people I have ever met. And I have had the privilege of calling these people my professors. Landmark allowed me to prove that, yes, you can get a degree in environmental science. And yes, you can get a bachelor's in studio art as well. And yes, you can pursue both. And they both relate, and they both inform, and I can pursue these passions, not separate, but as one. Both with dyslexia, dyscalculia, and dysgraphia. Science and art mean the world to me, but Landmark means just as much, if not more. The relationships I've made at Landmark with faculty, friends, are far from anything I dreamed of experiencing as a very introverted child growing up in rural Vermont. This speech probably doesn't make much sense. This is because I am just so sad that I'm leaving such an accepting place that I feel so rooted in, and I can never thank you enough. Thank you to the art department. Thank you to the science department. Thank you to my moms, and thank you to my loving and supportive boyfriend. Thank you to the friends I've made here. Just all of you, thank you so much.
Timothy Williams.
Meryl. For those who don't know, that's an inside joke between me and my friend Ellen. First, I would like to congratulate my fellow graduates today. We've all worked hard and proved our naysayers wrong. There are so many people that I would have supported me on my journey to this milestone, but if I've thanked every one of them, we will be here all day, and I'm sure we all have celebrations to attend later today. But I would like to thank some landmark people. Firstly, my mother, Lori. Your love and support are the sustenance to my soul. My Aunt Mara, who has been not just a great family member, but a major support, and both emotionally and financially. And so I thank you for allowing me to be here at this wonderful institution that is like a second home. I would like to thank Christy Herbert and Humberto Ramirez, who guided me through my capstone, which was a hard process, but they got me through it. To Samuel Rowlett and Jen Morris, who through our talks have given me inspiration and guidance into being a better artist. And to Joyce Rogers, a person who I feel is a like-minded spirit and inspiration as a student. And Kelly O'Ryan, a great person to know. I would like to thank President Eden for being a great president and an inspiration. Thank you for attending this graduation ceremony.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual meets the requirements for the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science: Brian Ramsor.
I'd just like to do a few thank yous. I'd like to thank Professor Russo for being my advisor and helping me guide me through this degree program and pointing out my shenanigans. I'd like to thank Professor Astor for helping me teach me with AI and assist me with my capstone. I'd like to thank Professor Keith for helping guide me through my capstone. I'd also like to thank Professor Bauer for helping me set up a job and for my future. And actually, I already got a job interview with a large company down in Philadelphia this Monday. Thank you. I'd also like to thank all my other professors and my family for pointing out my bad jokes and shenanigans, and thank you.
By the power vested in me by the Board of Trustees, I hereby confer upon you the Associate of Arts degrees in Liberal Studies, Associate of Science degrees in Life Sciences, Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies and in Studio Art, and Bachelor of Science in Computer Science on this day, December 14th, 2019. I hereby present the December 2019 class of graduates who are now also officially welcomed into the Landmark College Alumni Association. Grads, flip your tassels. I think we're going to have the class gift now. Yes?
On behalf of the graduating class of 2019, it is our pleasure to present Landmark College with a check for $2,020.19. Designated for scholarship support in memory of alumnus Peter Greenberg. From the class of 2016, Peter was our classmate, for many of us our orientation leader. Other areas the graduating class is supporting is the growth of the STEM lab, library, and the art department. This total is a collective effort of donations and services and fundraising from the December 2019 class and the Young Alumni Committee. We are honored to provide this support and have an impact on Landmark's future. Please accept this gift to Landmark College with our sincere appreciations for all that you do, the faculty and staff do for us.
Right there. This is yours, right? Nice job. Thank you all for this gift of scholarship and academic support. We will gladly accept it, and it'll directly help our college and our students. So thank you and nice job. All right. It's my pleasure to introduce Tricia Stanley for the alumni welcome.
Well, hello, everybody. Alumni. Well, on behalf of Landmark College and the Office of Alumni Relations, we are proud to now officially welcome you as alumni. While being a Landmark student is only a few years' commitment, being a Landmark alum is for life. As you move through your future education, career, and life paths, we will be here to support you. Now, I have a little theory that I came up recently. My 3-year-old daughter recently became obsessed with The Wizard of Oz. We have read it every night, and in good ADHD fashion, I have hyper-focused on it. Landmark feels like The Wizard of Oz. That these 2, 4, and if you're anything like me, 5 years earning your undergraduate degree have felt like a dream. As well as being a wonderful adventure, The Wizard of Oz shows that each traveler already possessed the skills that they thought that they lacked. Think about it, that for somewhere in the midst of this tornado of life that we have with LDs, you have found a place in the middle of nowhere that's filled with such unique characters, adventures, that you were able to find yourself and your talents. Maybe you wished upon a star and you woke up with the clouds behind you. Maybe that wicked witch was a school system or a teacher that didn't believe in you. Who is your Galinda? The good witch, the mentor that dispensed wisdom and advice along the way, the professor that unlocked the love of learning, the resident dean that pushed you to find leadership. Who were your trusty friends, the companions that will last a lifetime, that bridged a genuine sense of belonging while you were here? The friend that was your scarecrow that sat next to you in LD Sem that unlocked your learning disability strengths? The Tin Man that found their heart and compassion through student leadership? The cowardly lion that desperately found courage in themselves by an internship? Maybe you even found Toto, the trusty emotional support animal that was always by your side. And we still don't know about the Lollipop Guild. Don't worry. Maybe you'll find them. But in the end, you have learned that this has been home all along, that there is no place like Landmark. And my job is to ensure that you always find Landmark to be your home, and that all you need to do is follow that yellow brick road back to Putney. So thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. We have 2 members of the Landmark College Board of Trustees here on stage with us. One is an alumnus as well, Bratt Hemsworth. And we also have on stage the chair of the Landmark College Board of Trustees, Bob Lewis, and he will deliver the closing remarks. Bob.
Hello, everyone. Got to get something out of my pocket. It's hard to get to pockets when you have these things on. So, dear graduates, let me be among the first to congratulate you on achieving your degree at Landmark College. Your diploma represents the recognition of your achievements by your professors, the president, and the board of trustees. You have met or even exceeded the high standards set by the faculty of this institution and affirmed by our accrediting body, the New England Commission of Higher Education. This is a great moment, and you should be proud of it. As many of you have stated today, to all of us, your road to success has not always been easy. People charged with helping you along the way have not always been supportive, encouraging, or even competent. And you have not always given yourself the best shot at success all the time either. However, you all found Landmark College, where every day we live out our mission to transform the way students learn, teachers teach, and the public thinks about education. Here you found your unique path to becoming an effective lifelong learner. You found out how you learn, what you need to succeed, that nothing this great comes without hard work, slips and falls, and a desire to always get back up, and then a growing confidence in your interests and your capabilities. You have achieved success through mature, rigorous, and persistent effort. Congratulations to you. So today, I, along with my fellow trustee, Bratt here on stage, we represent the Board of Trustees of Landmark College. Some of you may wonder what the Board of Trustees does anyway, and why do we get to stand up here and shake your hand and congratulate you when you graduate? Well, our roles at the college are few, but very important. We are entrusted with the duty of care and loyalty to this college, to ensure that this institution continues forever, providing quality higher education to those who learn differently. Ultimately, we approve the strategic direction of the college. We work closely with the president to determine priorities and direction, and we are fiduciaries of the financial health of the institution. We care deeply for the college, and we provide support in many dimensions, including financial. The most exciting outcome of all of this effort is to see you students reach this goal today. And so we get the privilege of shaking your hands at graduation. My parting request to you as you go forward from today, pursuing your next challenge, is to take us with you. You will obviously take what you've learned with you. You will also take with you the knowledge you have gained here about how you learn, what you need to succeed, how to self-advocate, and how to achieve success. And remember that life and lifelong learning is a team effort. Working together in a team, offering your skills and knowledge to the effort, recognizing your limitations, and then being able and ready to accept them from others. These are not weaknesses. This is what life is all about. We humans found out quite a long time ago that our ability to join efforts to achieve common goals is a strength and should be encouraged. No one achieves their best results insisting that they go it alone. Think about the many individuals that have contributed to your success, both before you got here and all those who helped you here. What character and strength did they have? Recognize it and emulate it. Figuratively, take them with you. Think about what you have done to help you, and then reach out to others in the future and help them when they need it. Most of all, take our RUSH principles with you. At Landmark, the society strives to embrace the principles of respect, understanding, safety, and honesty. The environment created by these principles provided possibly the most inclusive, diverse, understanding, and respectful environment that you may ever encounter. But one thing today is becoming even more clear. The way we do things matters, and the way we treat our fellow human beings is what establishes us as members of a global society. From maintaining peace to ensuring our environment is conducive to human health and to the future, we need respect, understanding, safety, and honesty to achieve these global necessities. At convocation, way back when, whatever it was, when you arrived here, you entered into a pact with the college to embrace these principles. Remember these coins? When you were here, you got a coin like this to establish your pact about these principles. Find yours, dust it off, and keep it with you. It will never disappoint. So now, I wish you all the very best as you pursue your future goals and achieve your aspirations. Congratulations.
know, this isn't my first time to Brownsville, and I've come through here many, many times, stopped here at the library because I did the point-to-point bike ride for a number of years. So this was the last stop before the end. There's about a 105-mile ride, so we'd stop there before the climb up over the hill. So we always had some great people there meeting us, and great people that were involved in that charitable ride. So the point-to-point was for the Vermont Food Bank, which was so important, and hundreds of riders. So it was great to see this again. But I've never been in this store, and this is truly, truly spectacular and makes it all worthwhile. So thank you very much for that. This is a great time for us all to get together as we recognize the Brownsville Butcher and Pantry's inspiring transformation. This morning we'll hear more about the power of people coming together with a common vision from a local leader who rallied support to purchase and renovate this store, as well as to the current store manager. We'll also have a chance to hear a couple of members of my team who helped provide financial and technical support to upgrade the wastewater system and access tax credits to make this all work together. This project was truly a joint effort amongst many. And so I'm pleased to have so many of our partners here together in order to talk about the success of this store. Now, as I have been told, the Brownsville General Store was opened in 1967, but it hit some tough times. And in the summer of 2017, the store was forced to close. This left a void in this community, in this village. And while some might see a store as just a place to get a cup of coffee, it was much more than that. It had been a gathering spot for neighbors and visitors alike, and it brought the whole town together. So as governor, I'm on the road a lot, and I've had the opportunity to visit many communities, as well as many stores along the way, and I see firsthand the economic realities that exist across the state in all 251 towns, cities, and villages. Unfortunately, along with many farms, we're seeing far too many general stores struggle to stay open. This puts a spotlight on the incredible pressures our villages and small towns are facing. From aging infrastructure to fewer young families buying homes and fewer kids in our schools. But this community chose to tackle the challenges head on by developing new creative approaches to age-old problems. Creating vibrant and welcoming downtowns and villages is critical to keeping young Vermonters here and attracting new families and businesses to Vermont. That's one of the reasons I wanted to join you today to celebrate in this venture. Together, this community has proven that solutions start from the ground up at the local level, and you've shown how that vision can and should be reinforced with help from us at the state. This type of community spirit and drive, a commitment to lifting yourselves up, is exactly what we need to see in our rural communities across the state. So I want to give a special thanks to those committed community leaders who understood the importance of this Vermont General Store, as well as the store managers who roll up their sleeves and come to work every day to serve their customers, the town officials who realize a strong infrastructure means strong communities, and to our state agencies who provide financial and technical support to this town's redevelopment efforts. I thank you all for your dedication, your investment, your energy in making sure our general stores continue to be the pillar of our communities. So I'm pleased at this point to welcome Chris Nesbitt, the board chair from Friends of the Brownsville General Store.
Thank you, Governor Scott. On behalf of the Brownsville Butcher and Pantry, the Scotty Outdoors, the town of West Windsor, those joining us today from the Albert Bridge School, you're amazing, and so is Governor Scott. So thank you all for turning out today. This official visit recognizes, and we really appreciate what it offers us the opportunity to do, is to show how when government and citizens, as you've said, come together with a common purpose to improve a community, not only like Brownsville, but any Vermont town. If we can do it here, anybody can do it. In fact, we're sharing the story of our journey with stores in Albany, Calais, and Tassville. While we're gathered here to celebrate the Brownsville Butcher and Pantry, I'm going to share briefly two related town success stories. In 2012, Brownsville lost its skiing mountain to mismanagement and bankruptcy. In 2016, 2017, our general store failed and was closed. Together, they represented two of our town's most fundamental economic and social anchors. Today, with the support from state, local government, private enterprise, and Brownsville residents, we have successfully reestablished both, albeit in very different forms from their predecessors, and that's the key. In 2015, Scuttney Outdoors, or AO as we refer to it, was founded as a nonprofit with the intent of creating a simple rope tow. But the community was prepared to fund and support much more. Today, AO is a vibrant four-season hub and center for lovers of nature and the outdoors. Visitors can enjoy public access to our trails, forests, and fields for biking and hiking, trail running, alpine skiing, snow tubing, snowshoeing, backcountry, and equestrian recreation. The Scuttney Outdoor Center, just on the shoulder of the mountain, is a brand new building at the base of the mountain, and it has become an important gathering place for a wide variety of activities, both large and small. The shuttering of the Brownsville General Store in 2017, just as AO was beginning to have a positive impact, was a blow to the whole community. Like most general stores, it was a social hub, as the governor has referred to it, a place where you would always run into your neighbors and friends. But the store's owners at that time had an increasingly difficult time making the store work with an outdated business model. So it was not a surprise when the doors closed, but nonetheless a shock. Within a year, a group in town had formed to see if we could find a way to create a new and better Brownsville store. Just as in the case of AO, the community stepped up, not only in terms of the money, which was augmented by the state of Vermont village tax credits with an award of $54,000, but the community came together with the money required to rebuild the store, but also with volunteers ready to help in the refurbishment efforts. Of course, the biggest challenge was going to be to find someone with the knowledge, the energy, and a viable business plan to create a successful general store for today's challenging market conditions. And then along came Peter Veranconi and Lauren Stevens. From the start, Peter and Lauren had a clear vision of what they wanted to offer as an alternative model for a general store. A store with a cafe that would provide uniquely flavorful foods, and I hope you will all partake of some of their wonderful baked goods before you leave today. Sourced from local ingredients, a deli with fresh cut meats and poultry, as well as seafood, shipped directly from New England purveyors multiple times a week. There would be ready-made meals, local cheeses, artisanal breads. They wanted to offer wine, local craft beers from Vermont breweries, staple and dry goods, alongside vegetables and things that you wouldn't normally find in a general store, spices, cumin. So I hope you'll all, as you're here today, gather, look, and maybe even shop a little bit. We'd love to sell something today. So thank you all for coming. And Governor Scott, on behalf of the Brownsville community, we're proud of the transformation that so many have contributed to and that you have, and your administration have helped us with, and over these past several years. So we're proud to have you here today as a leader of a state government who has a genuine, heartfelt focus on supporting small towns. So we thank you. We'd like to give you a couple of remembrances, not to have the students outshine us, but we do have a book about the general store, and we have a sweatshirt for you here from the Brownsville Butcher and Pantry.
Oh, really nice.
Yeah, and so you can put that on one of your bike rides and show it off with pride.
Thank you very much. See the back?
Look at that.
Yeah.
And then for the Scotty Outdoors.
To add to that, we have one of our hats as well as a long sleeve t-shirt for your next point-to-point ride.
Very nice.
Underneath. No, my wife did that, but you're welcome to take it off. She insisted.
Thank you so much.
Oh, well, I gotta show this. There it is. And we invite everyone to the mountain.
Here, here. Make it easy for you. So at this point, I'd like to really bring up the star of the show today, Peter and Lauren Stevens, our dear friends and store operators.
Governor Scott, thank you again for visiting the Village of Brownsville, town of West Windsor today. Your time here shows a sincere commitment to our region and community's well-being. We've now celebrated 1 year of business here in Brownsville. In that year, we have gathered along the way what seems a lifetime of stories, from being embraced by a community of once strangers to now dear friends, building a network of partners, vendors, farmers, craftsmen that all continually support and shape our marketplace. Our goal when this project began was not to ignore the history, but embrace the importance of a town's general store, and with the purpose of relevance, and to first identify its community's needs, nourishment, procurement of necessity and amenities, and lastly, a place of gathering. Quality, value, and locality are characteristics that make us unique in terms of both our products and services, and additional, an investment in the growth and development of our entrepreneurs in our region. We intend to continually collaborate and invest in our region's farmers, tradesmen, and businesses. What makes our services unique is the familiarity to attention to detail. We continue to encourage our staff to greet every guest as though they're welcoming them to their own home, and treat every request as though it is of the paramount importance. Our staff is unique in the sense of enthusiasm for their careers and knowing their sense of place in the community. We believe that this is the future key to motivating and staying behind our mission. Living, let alone starting a business in a rural setting, such as Vermont, can have its limitations and challenges. Some of the challenges we faced in building and opening a business in Vermont were related to local and state regulations, and the fact that many of these regulations are one size fits all. We view this as an area of improvement that could lead to more opportunity and growth for small business in Vermont, with more of a system that was tailored to a diverse business such as ours. We've created a great amount of momentum in these past years. However, it is important in the years to come that we're able to find new areas of development and progress while retaining our town's core values. We attribute this success to an immense amount of support we have received from our community, our friends, families, and dedicated staff, and a lot of hard work. We're thankful for all the support, enthusiasm, and hunger that Brownsville has. The town we call home, what we hope in the future are the resources that shape us, and the region and state that we hope to prove a new blueprint for rural living. We thank everyone for coming, and today we support Brownsville and the state of Vermont. I'd now like to introduce our for Natural Resources Secretary Julie Moore.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. In the world of natural resources, it's often the case that what's underground supports what's above ground. From deep roots holding up Vermont's trademark maples to underground aquifers that provide drinking water to Vermonters. The things we can't see are essential to the things we can. And village water and wastewater systems are no different. That below ground infrastructure can make or break our villages. Wastewater infrastructure tends to be both out of sight and out of mind, but investing in this infrastructure is essential to supporting the growth of existing businesses and community centers, as well as opportunities like the one we are here in today, for new businesses and organizations to sustainably take shape. But in Vermont, more than 200 of our downtowns and village centers lack community wastewater disposal systems, creating a barrier to infill development and revitalization projects. As state government, we are providing communities with technical assistance and help accessing grants and low-interest loans for these sorts of core infrastructure investments, which in turn support exciting revitalization projects like the Brownsville Butcher and Pantry. Here in Brownsville, the Agency of Natural Resources and the Agency of Commerce and Community Development partnered with the town of West Windsor to help the community transition its wastewater infrastructure after Tropical Storm Irene badly damaged 2 systems here in the village, including the one at the fire department next door, and the pipe connecting the Brownsville General Store to the Ascutney Mountain Resort sewer system. The town of West Windsor prioritized village wastewater by making wastewater system upgrades the highest priority in its town plan. And this prioritization helped the town receive $2.4 million in grants and loans to purchase the sewer system that had served the resort and extend the system to the village, providing sewer service for all in 2016. Today we're standing in this beautiful, lively space that is possible due in part to what lies beneath the surface. And in combination with a strong community vision, entrepreneurial store managers, and a creative business model, core infrastructure investments in a village wastewater system help revive this store, and we know that these sorts of investments can and will help other places looking to do similar work across Vermont. And with that, I'm pleased to turn it over to Josh Hanford from the Agency of Commerce.
Thank you. Josh Hanford, Department of Housing and Community Development. I guess I'm the closer, but probably more like the end of the bench since all the success has been celebrated already. You know, what I really want to highlight is the efforts that the town, the success that's come about from all the great effort that's come to bear here. The tax credits is one of the pieces that our department put into this project, $50,000 that leveraged another $450,000. And Caitlin Corkins over there really deserves the credit for managing that program statewide, so thank you, Caitlin. As well as Nathan Cleveland over there manages the CDBG program, which had some disaster money involved in that sewer project, which just struck me that when at the time that Irene hit this town, the school didn't have ability to serve hot lunch because there was no septic system. And after this investment, they can enjoy hot lunch these days. But you know, this town is really showing a lot of resiliency. If you look back to, you know, the resort closing, the lodge burning down, Irene wiping out the septics along here. What has happened since? You know, you've had an emerging outdoor recreation economy with the trails. There's over 100 miles of single track mountain bike trails just up the road there. There's rope tow, this beautiful store. It's really about that village revitalization that we need more of all across Vermont. And I'm just happy to be a very small part of this. I think the tax credits, the village and downtown tax credits are a key part of this. And thank the governor and thank the legislators here for continuing to support that program. It really does make a difference and leverages lots of private investment and really breeds success. So thanks for having us. Thank you.
So at this point in time, we'd love to take some questions from anyone here about this project and some of the provisions that we've been able to provide from the state.
I think
if there are. And if there aren't, that's okay. That's okay. You really do have a wonderful community here, and I can't say enough about how grassroots support is so necessary in developing who you want to be, because once you do that, then we can assist you. It can't be from the top down, it has to be from the bottom up. And you've proven here, with so many people coming out for this, is just a sign of the strength of this community and the resilience of this community and what you can become. And I'm looking forward to coming back and seeing all the other things that you have in mind for this community as well. So thank you very much for inviting me.
There is one question.
Sure.
He has a question over here.
Is it stressful being the governor?
The question is it stressful being governor? Some days it's more stressful than others. But I can say we all have stress in our lives in different ways. When Irene hit this community, I'm sure there was a lot of stress amongst the community members. When you were developing, when you were trying to decide to do this and then took that step and moved forward, I'm sure there's been a bit of stress in your lives as well. And there's stress every morning when you open up about what you need to do. So we all have it. It's how we deal with it. And how we prioritize that, and I've looked for times in my life when I start feeling sorry for myself, the long days, the somewhat challenging, I guess, social media that is so negative at times, and what we're seeing across our country, the polarization that exists, and so I try and reflect and look at the good, and when I see good, I try and focus on that, and I see good here. And this is something we have to remind ourselves each and every day. There's far more that unites us than divides us, and we have to look for the good in the world and not stress out about the bad, because the good will outweigh the bad. Yeah. Any other questions? Well, again, thank you so much, and I do look forward to seeing everything you have to offer here. I can already tell this is going to be a favorite stop for me. Having seen some of the, some of my weakness is the baked goods. So, thank you again. Nice to see you. All right. Thank you very much.
point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week.
Welcome.
With George Harvey and the absolutely astonishing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
Today is the 12th of December that we're recording this, so the week that, I'm sorry, it's 19th. So the week we're doing is...
the week of the 12th.
It's the week from the 12th to the 18th. And the 18th, by the way, was the day that Donald Trump got impeached.
Amazing.
Amazing. For, not for, I don't think he got impeached because he broke any laws. I think he got impeached because he's grossly incompetent and he didn't understand that he broke any laws.
Well, we'll buy that.
Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be doing that. I should keep us on the energy business. Every day I get up and do my thing, going to the internet and find everything I can about energy and climate change, and I put together for each item that I find interesting a synopsis, short synopsis, 50 words to 55 words, with a link to the original article. I package 10 to 15 of those together and put them up on a blog entry, and they get gathered up and put into our show, about 20, 21 of them. This, by the way, is Energy Week number 350, our 350th edition. Huh?
We've been doing it for a while.
We've been doing this for a while, that's right. And I have to appeal. I probably will continue doing this for forever.
Until we get enough to pay for it.
No, I think I'll just keep on going. BCTV will
we'll take a trip
find
to Florida.
things. I don't think so. BCTV will find things to do with any excess that comes in, and there has been no excess. If you donate to BCTV, which you can do at brattleboro.tv.org, and you use PayPal or a credit card, or even if you send in a check and write a note with a check. But when
I think you'll even take cash if you drop it off at the office.
I have been told that that is the case. In the place where you put the amount of money, you go down a little bit and you can leave a note, and you say in the note that it's for Energy Week if you want to donate for Energy Week. And that money gets credited to the money that we have to raise for the show. So, should we get going, Tom?
Might as well. Can't dance.
Okay. I can't dance either. Is that something that happens when you get old? I think it is.
Well, what I will say here is that I obviously have to read these things in order to do the show.
Poor Tom.
Hey, it takes a long time.
I know it does.
And some of my notice are really well worth looking at.
Some of them are.
One of them this week, I think, is almost mandatory.
Yeah.
We'll get to it later.
Some of them are amazing.
If it's a really good one, I'll try and mention it, because you might want to look at it.
You know, there was one that I didn't use because I knew that you'd be reading it all afternoon. And it was not.
Well, the last one I read, I cheated. I didn't read every word.
Okay. I will forgive you. Okay, we are starting on the 12th of December, which is a Thursday.
We're going to start with a picture.
If you go to, if you hear something that you think is interesting enough to go online, go to geoharvey.org, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. Click on the date on the calendar and you'll find the 10 or 15 items for that date. That way you don't have to wade through everything. So this is December 12th, and the article is from CNN.
And we're going to start off with a picture.
We start off with a picture.
Which I got here.
Which you've got there.
Got here. And
there you go.
Picture.
Who is that woman? Young woman.
Well, that's the Time Person of the Year.
Wow.
Climate crisis activist Greta Thunberg, Thunberg, or whatever you want.
Thunberg. Actually, if you hear her pronounce it, it sounds like...
It sounds very strange.
Thunberg.
Thunberg, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like, Brattleboro used to be spelled...
Brattleboro.
O-U-G-H.
Yeah.
And that GH came because of that kind of pronunciation. That, you know, that Scandinavian borough, which is the same as the German Berg.
Yeah.
And you know, but in kind of offhanded English, it becomes Oro. So this would be Toonborough.
Toonborough.
But it's Toonberg. Anyway, you've read the title, and
I have read the title.
I will read the blurb. Time magazine has chosen Greta Thunberg. The Swedish climate activist is the person of the year. Thunberg, 16, is the youngest person ever chosen. Quote, Thunberg has become the biggest voice on the biggest issue facing the planet.
Say that again.
Thunberg has become the biggest voice on the biggest issue facing the planet. Time editor-in-chief Edward Felsenthal wrote. Now, you know, I've said this before. I feel like writing an article for Clean Technica, Green Energy Times, for whatever, that has a picture of Greta and next to it a picture of Donald Trump. And the picture of Greta would say, world leader, Greta Thunberg, world leader. The picture of Donald Trump, not world leader. And if you think about it, what has Donald Trump done? Think about, just think about the Paris Accord. The United States is the only country of any size that has not signed, that is withdrawing from the Paris Accord. Yeah. All of them signed it. The United States is withdrawing.
I mean, big ones, small ones, in between.
Why is Saudi Arabia not withdrawing? Why is Russia not withdrawing? They want a place at the table.
Yeah.
Donald Trump wants to withdraw.
He's just turn his back on it.
Yeah, he wants to pretend that it doesn't exist. Yeah. And he did the same thing with the Iran nuclear agreement. He withdrew from that. Instead of maintaining a place at the table where he could influence things, he withdraws. Yeah. And, you know, here is Greta Thunberg, who is 16 years old. What has she done? She stepped up to the plate at an age when a lot of people don't even know there's a plate. So, you know, my hat's off to her.
Well, a little quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
I mean, it just explains what's going on. Each year, Time features the most influential person, group, movement, or idea of the previous 12 months.
Yep.
Okay? Thunberg gained international attention for excoriating world leaders for their inaction on climate crisis.
Yeah.
That's not my word. I don't use that word.
That she does not hold back.
No, she made the limelight. I mean, people stood up and paid attention.
Absolutely. Okay. Is that enough?
That's enough for that one. Yep.
Okay. We've got an item now from VT Digger.
We're coming back closer to home.
Closer to home.
Renewable developers raise eyebrows over Green Mountain Power green energy trading application.
And you know, we talked about this last week.
Yeah.
That trading application where a person could have solar panels and sell the electricity to a business.
To a business, yep.
Okay.
Not a bad idea.
No. An effort by Vermont's largest electric utility to make it easier for business customers to buy green power is meeting with resistance from some renewable energy proponents. This is because the app allows trades from already established renewable energy systems.
Well, the problem isn't that they think it will lessen or could lessen the need to build new installations.
And, you know, I got news for you. I don't think it's going to make any difference at all.
No.
I don't, and I think I don't know what this is, but I don't like the fact this is a pilot program. It only involves 200 customers.
Yeah.
People are not going to build systems to take advantage of this to begin with.
200 customers. Good point.
You know,
it's an interesting picture on this website.
Yeah.
It's called a power flower.
Yes.
It's built in Vermont. It's a solar tracker.
Yeah.
And it looks like about a 20-foot wide flower.
Yeah.
And each of the petals is a solar panel.
Is that All Earth Renewables doing that? I think it is.
What's the guy's name? Blittersdorf?
Blittersdorf.
Yeah, that's
David
the guy.
Blittersdorf.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. You know, and one of the nice things about Vermont is everybody is accessible. The governor of the state is accessible, and people know each other. You know, so it's if I wanted to talk to the head of the Department of Natural Resources.
You just walk into his office. I've walked around the state capitol building and just been amazed at the lack of, I'll call it security.
Yeah.
You know, there's nobody there telling you what to do and where to go.
Well, the way I look at it is that people are available. I've heard that you could talk to every legislator in Vermont in 1 year if you'd set out to do that, which is...
I don't think that'd be too difficult.
I don't think it would be difficult at all. And that would be just as an ordinary person. I want to talk with you. You know, knock on the door. I want to talk with you. Okay. We've got an item here with a picture.
Another picture coming up.
And that picture is local, by the way. This is from
right down the road.
Yeah, this is from Biomass Magazine.
Well, that's Vanguard Renewable situation in Deerfield.
Right.
And if you ever been to Deerfield, it's interesting. They built it as a farming community, you know, back in the 17th or century or so.
Yeah.
And all of the farms have frontage on the highway.
Yes.
And they're all narrow and thin.
Yes.
They go back for about a mile. And then, you know, there's another farm.
Yeah.
There's a technical reason behind that, too, though.
Yeah.
Because back in those days, they farmed using oxen.
Yes.
Oxen don't like to turn around.
Well, there you go.
So they take them a mile before they made them turn around.
Oh, dear. Okay. What do you got for a title?
Dominion Energy and Vanguard Renewables partner on dairy renewable gas. And let's look at that picture there.
Yes.
You can see the blue vats there is where they're generating hydrogen, or, well,
methane.
It's natural gas,
Yeah.
methane gas. And it's being stored in that red building
Yes.
with the balloons on the roof.
Yes.
Okay. So they're collecting methane, they're storing it. They bring it somewhere else where it's collected again, purified, and dumped into the gas grid.
Yep.
So basically, it's a good idea.
Yeah. Let me read this. Dominion Energy and Vanguard Renewables announced a nationwide strategic partnership of over $200 million to convert methane from U.S. dairy farms to produce renewable natural gas to heat homes, power businesses, and fuel vehicles. I want to point out they are converting methane. They're not talking about creating methane, which in fact they're doing.
Well, the cows are creating.
The cows are going to create the methane, and you know what they're dealing with in these digesters would be producing a certain amount of methane in nature anyway. So they're actually reducing the methane load by composting it. And
well, one of the things they're doing is individually these farms would not be able to generate enough methane to make it worth collecting.
Yeah.
And they got a whole bunch of farms all strung out where they
Yep.
got contracts with them.
Right.
And they're making it worthwhile.
Right. Although
financially, you know, doable.
There are over 1 million methane generators in China at people's homes where they're just converting household waste into methane.
They use it themselves.
Yeah, that's right. They use their own methane. They use the methane for cooking.
And refrigeration.
Do they?
Yeah.
I suppose they could.
Well,
Why
they could,
not?
Yeah.
That we should do a show about absorption cooling, because the whole idea is
it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, but if you go
heat
through it
to make cold.
That's right. If you go through it one step at a time, all of a sudden you start saying, "Wait a minute, that really works." And then you go back, and you know who got the latest patent on that method? The guy who really kind of topped it off.
Who?
Albert Einstein.
Was it Einstein?
I sat there looking at that and saying to myself, whoever did this was an absolute genius.
He's an Einstein.
It's Albert Einstein. Okay, should we move on?
There's a takeaway
Oh,
here.
go ahead.
Multiple projects are under development nationwide,
Yep.
which will substantially reduce methane emissions. And methane is a greenhouse gas approximately 25 times more
Powerful,
than
yeah.
carbon dioxide.
Right.
And they mentioned later in an article, sulfur hexafluoride, widely used in the electrical industry, is 23,500 times more warming than CO2.
Yeah.
So they got to stop using that stuff.
They've got
That's
a
what they
bunch,
put in transformers.
whole bunch of stuff that they've
Oh,
got to
yeah.
stop using. Okay, we are up to Friday,
And we got a
December
picture coming up
23rd. We
here.
have a picture here of young activists.
Looks like, what is it? They're singing, I think.
Well, they may be singing or just screaming their heads off. I wouldn't blame them if they were doing the latter.
Well, it's a picture of young activists storming the COP25 stage.
Yeah, this is from Echo Watch. Young activists took over and occupied the main stage at the COP25 climate conference in Madrid. They demanded world leaders commit to a far more ambitious action to address the ecological emergency. Quote, world leaders have left us no choice, end quote, said 14-year-old Alexandria Villaseñor of New York.
Well, the action took place after a plenary session that included speeches from youth climate activist Greta Thunberg of Sweden and Hilda Flavia Nakabuye. I think that's how you say it. Of Uganda.
How do these people in Uganda get names like that?
Well, translated, her real name is Smith.
I was going to say, why can't I have a name like Nakabuye? Maybe I should change my name. Okay. You got more on that one?
No, we got a pretty. I covered that one.
Okay. Our next item is from Utility Dive.
Natural gas plant replacing the Los Angeles coal power, which is going to be 100% hydrogen by 2045.
Fascinating.
This is a good idea.
This is fascinating. They're actually doing this. Los Angeles Municipal Utility is planning to convert a Utah Power operation from coal,
which is not in Los Angeles.
No, it's not, to natural gas, and then from natural gas to 100% hydrogen by 2045.
Little by little.
Little by little. They're actually starting at 30% natural gas. The gas-fired generation is replacing an 1,800 megawatt coal plant, which will cease operations one way or the other in 2025.
I didn't get from the article whether they bought that plant or they just contracted to use it.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
But you know,
it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't that much. But the idea that they're taking this coal burning plant and converting it to natural gas, which is happening a lot, but then they're replacing the natural gas with hydrogen. And they're starting at 30% and adding little by little, as you said, until 2045. Now, the hydrogen is going to replace where does the hydrogen come from?
From hydrolysis of water.
Yeah, which is powered by
electricity.
Electricity from wind or solar. It doesn't
economically. It doesn't make sense, but it's a huge battery.
It's like one of those things, you know, the old business of Yankee ingenuity. You lose money on each individual sale, but you make it up on the volume.
well, yeah, and there's something that you got to dig through the article to find out. This plant sits above an underground salt dome.
Yes, that's the
big
other
enough
thing.
To store high pressure hydrogen for years.
Yes.
So that when they're generating electricity and not going to use it, they generate hydrogen and put it in the ground.
Absolutely. And you know what?
Pull it up later when they need it.
You know what happens when the grid has got too much electricity and you've got solar plants and wind plants pumping it in?
They curtail it.
They get curtailed.
Yeah.
And what do you do with this? Nothing is done with that electricity that they would be making.
If you can save it, you're ahead of the game.
Exactly. You can make it into hydrogen. It doesn't cost anything because it would have been curtailed otherwise.
It's free energy. Yeah,
it's basically free energy.
It's costing you, but it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we are up to another picture. This is why do we have so many pictures of Block Island?
Because it's the only thing going on the East Coast.
It's the only thing going in the United States.
Yeah, right.
Okay, this is from UN Environment. That's UN as in United Nations.
United Nations. New report envisages a 10-fold increase in global wind power by 2050. That's 10 times, folks.
Yeah, an International Renewable Energy Agency report says deep electrification, accelerated deployment of renewables, and greater energy efficiency can together achieve over 90% of energy-related CO2 emission reductions needed by 2050 to meet the Paris climate targets. This is interesting to me because they're saying they can do this with just wind power.
Just wind power, yep.
And you know, this is like, can we make it to this place we want to go?
Well, certainly I've read more than once that there's more than enough wind power potential in the Atlantic shelf off the East Coast to power the entire country.
And there's more than enough solar power in whatever,
Texas,
whatever you want to power the entire country. And, you can put batteries by the way, big article today, we'll talk about it next week. Vermont is getting 65 megawatts of storage.
Good.
Yeah. And guess what kind of storage?
Batteries?
Compressed air.
Compressed air? No
Yes.
kidding.
Yeah.
No, that's the first time I've heard of that one.
It's going to be the first big compressed air place in the United States.
Where's it going to be?
They're going to liquid. They're compressing it all the way to liquid.
All the way down to liquid.
It's going to be in the northern part of the state, and the reason they're putting it in is because of transmission. It's cheaper than putting in new transmission lines.
That's an interesting concept, isn't it? Well, that's good, because they're building transmission lines now that they're not going to need in 20 years.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay.
It's a different model that's developing.
Okay.
Well, I got a little takeaway here. The pace of development of offshore wind technologies is faster than most people would have expected.
Yep.
Okay, so it's happening. Larger wind turbines, which we've talked about, are enabling more efficient energy production and lower electricity costs. And they're getting big now.
They're getting big.
Floating wind farms, this is something that just popping up, can effectively exploit abundant wind potential in deeper waters.
Yes.
Okay, they don't have to rest on the bottom. They can float.
Yep.
And wind power could cover more than a third of global power needs, becoming the world's foremost generation source.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So burning coal is out of style, guys.
Burning coal is out of style. Natural gas is next. Okay, we are up to Saturday, the 14th of December, with an article from Utility Dive.
And we got an interesting one here. Massachusetts Attorney General Healy stokes grassroots effort for clean energy market rules in the ISO. That's the independent grid operator.
Yeah. Okay, Massachusetts Attorney General Maura Healey launched an online effort to educate ratepayers about the region's grid operator, ISO New England. Included in the effort is a petition for market rules that promote clean energy. I found it interesting that the Attorney General is doing this.
Well, in this particular case, the Attorney General in Massachusetts is the state's rate power advocate.
Yes.
We have a rate power advocate here in Vermont.
But it is not the Attorney General.
No. The Attorney General himself is the boss man. But we
Okay.
got a separate group that's what they do.
Yes.
Public service, I don't know, there's two public service.
Yes, I know, it's very confusing.
We got Public Service Board.
Yep.
And a Public Service what?
Commission?
Commission, I guess. Yeah, it's a commission and a board. I'm not sure which one is which, but one of them represents the ratepayers.
Yes.
And the other one sets the rates.
But here, in Massachusetts, it's the Attorney General. And
Well,
that's
this was
why she does it.
this was a confusing article, and what it appears is Vineyard Wind missed a deadline and was not able to participate in a power auction.
Yeah.
So they're suing the state. And they said it could have resulted in higher rates, and the independent service operator disagreed, and that's what this is all about.
Well, yeah, okay.
Kind of confusing.
It is a confusing situation.
Oh, we got another picture coming up here, and it's interesting here.
This is a woman who's growing her own vegetables. How
Which
remarkable.
I think, if you can do it, is a good idea.
I think, have you ever heard of a town in New Jersey called Victory Gardens?
No, I haven't.
Well, there is a town in New Jersey called Victory Gardens.
Yeah.
During the Second World War, when everything was
we had Victory Gardens.
We had Victory Gardens, and here we need Victory Gardens for energy. We're not trying to beat the Axis powers. We're trying to keep the world alive.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
It really does make sense.
This is
Can
from-
kitchen gardens combat climate change?
This is from the BBC. Growing fruit and vegetables in the garden is already seen as environmentally friendly, but it could also be a weapon in the fight against climate change. That has been the experience of a community in Bangladesh whose rice crop was ruined when seasonal rains came up early.
This is dependent on rice crops.
Yeah,
let me
this is
tell
a
you.
little confusing too. Basically what happened here was they had their rice crop destroyed. That meant they had no income and not enough food.
Yeah.
And in order to make up for that, they had to grow crops that they could eat. And
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, a seasonal rain should have come 2 months earlier. Or
Yep.
2 months later, I mean.
Yep.
Health and climate experts have begun educating the community to grow their own food on higher ground, which is just what you said.
Yes.
Where they could grow a more nutritionally varied crop of fruits and
They're going to
vegetables.
be better off for for growing
yeah. Oh, sure they will.
these foods. Yeah.
I mean, the world around, people subsist on rice. And
These
it's easy. They've been doing it for centuries.
I
but
forget
there's
what
better ways to do things.
Yeah, I forget what the percentage was, but it was given in the article, and it was high. It was like 75% of their calories come from rice.
Yeah.
Okay, our next item is from CNBC.
This is an interesting and informative article.
Oh boy,
this is a good one. This is I would say it's a must see if you
read.
can.
Yeah, absolutely.
U.S. has only one offshore energy wind farm,
which we've seen already in this show.
But a $70 billion market is on the way, and there's a very good video in it.
Yes.
About 7 minutes, worth watching.
Yep. Today, from Maine to Virginia, states are poised to join a renewable energy revolution that will provide abundant, clean energy, create tens of thousands of jobs, revitalize port cities, and spur economic growth in dozens of coastal communities.
It's starting to happen already.
It is, absolutely. It's going on. This is not somebody
Right here in
saying,
Massachusetts.
maybe someday in the future, we'll have pie in the sky by and by.
It's happening in New Bedford right now.
It's happening
You used to live there, didn't
all
you?
up and down. No, I lived in Plymouth.
Plymouth, okay.
In Plymouth.
Well, that's pretty close.
Yeah. We had that video of what was her name? Jessica Kilroy, up on a wind turbine repairing it.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
A cute young woman who flies all over the United States, climbing wind turbines.
Making good money.
Making good money. And who is also a musician. And when I saw the video, I thought, that place looks awfully familiar to me. And if you had no trees on the ground, you would have been able to see the house that I lived in the video because it was right there.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, offshore wind has the potential to generate more than 2,000 gigawatts. And you've heard me say gigawatts means bigawatts.
Big. Yes, that's right. This is 2 terawatts.
2,000
This is
gigawatts
the equivalent
capacity
of
per year.
Yeah.
Nearly double the nation's current electricity use. The whole nation.
Double the use. This is like 2,000 large nuclear reactors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, okay, let's account for
Large,
capacity
but that's
factors.
okay.
This is like 2,000 small nuclear reactors or 1,000 large nuclear reactors because offshore wind has about half the capacity factor of nuclear.
Well, costs have come down.
Costs have come down.
Technology has gone up.
Yep.
And states have mandated ambitious renewable energy goals.
And those Haliade turbines, one of them would power Brattleboro.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're big.
They are big. Yeah.
Public sentiment is also high to reduce dependence on fossil fuels.
Yeah.
It's a win-win situation.
It absolutely is.
It is estimated there will be a $70 billion offshore wind business pipeline in the U.S. by 2030. And it's starting already.
This is huge. This is going to employ more people than, well, it's going to, renewable energy is one of the reasons why jobs in the United States keep being created.
Well, it's one of the growth areas in the U.S.
Big
right
growth,
now.
although it has suffered under Donald Trump.
Well, it's a hoax.
Yeah, right. Okay.
But we got another
We are
picture
up to
coming
Sunday,
here.
December 15th, and we have a picture of a science class. And one of the things I find interesting about this is that this is in an area of Colorado that has historically been dependent on coal.
Exactly.
What do you got for
How
a title?
coal country becomes solar country.
Yeah. This is from the Atlantic. In Colorado's North Fork Valley, solar energy, along with strong organic farm economy and recreation dollars, is helping fill the economic hole left by the dying coal industry, which sustained the area for more than 120 years. 2 of Delta County's 3 mines have already closed. The other one is clearly in trouble.
Well, that's what's going on. It's an area which has historically relied on coal mines.
Yeah.
And the market isn't there.
Yep.
They've closed two of the mines, I guess the mining company's going bankrupt.
Well, the mining companies are going bankrupt, and
solar and renewables are getting cheaper.
Yep.
And a local high school now offers a solar energy training class,
Isn't
which
that
is what we're
interesting?
looking at right
yes,
there.
Yes, that's right.
Which trains students for careers in solar energy.
Yep. Okay, our next one is from Clean Technica.
It certainly is. And I guess I'll put you up there.
Put me up?
70% of Americans support solar mandate on new homes.
This is interesting.
Interesting story.
CITE Research recently conducted a survey for Vivint Solar and found 70% of Americans said they would support a nationwide mandate that required solar panels be installed on all newly built homes. The survey was conducted online, and 2,000 U.S. adults aged 25 and up participated.
Well, with nearly 1 million new homes built annually, this would be equivalent to driving 12 billion fewer miles a year.
12 billion is a lot.
Yeah.
That's 12 gigamiles. 12 bigamiles.
Never thought of it that way. It is.
Bigamiles. Reminds me of an old joke. Do you know what a bigamist is?
A bigamist.
A bigamist is a large Italian fog.
Oh, okay. I knew it had something to do with the weather. Now,
how do you do it? How do you do what you want to do? Okay, we're up to an item from ABC News.
I've got a picture here.
And ABC News is not American Broadcasting Company.
No,
it's Australian Broadcasting Company.
And that's a picture from COP25.
Yep.
And the headline is, UN COP25 summit ends with anger.
Yeah.
Ends in anger, with global warming's window of escape getting harder.
Major
You could
economies.
explain what that means.
Yeah. Major economies have resisted calls for bolder commitments as a UN summit in Madrid limped toward a delayed conclusion, dimming any hopes that national governments would act in time to mitigate the impacts of climate change. What this means is these kids are getting angry, and they're getting angrier, and they're getting angrier. And basically, what we're seeing is old fuddy-duddy politicians and people who have a lot of money blocking their future from being one that they can be happy in.
Well, that's one of their gripes. That's their biggest gripe. What are you doing to my future?
The farther we go down the road, the closer we get to rebellion. And when I'm talking about rebellion here, I'm talking about, okay, you've been blocking climate change. You know, you could point at Donald Trump or Mitch McConnell or whatever. Now it's time for you to go to jail.
Well, what it seems is in this COP25, the big countries like us and Australia, India, they've bullied the little countries.
Yes.
Okay, so that what they come out with is beneficial to the big countries. They really don't seem to want to do much.
They don't want to do much. And I got news for you. The chickens are going to come home to roost. And it doesn't have to be rebellion. Maybe I'm way off about that. But climate change is happening. And if we don't do something about it, it's just going to get worse faster.
It's going to come back and bite us, guys.
It's already doing it.
Biting us already.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we're up to Monday, December 16th here.
We are indeed.
And we got Georgia Power. Inaction on renewables may lead to the loss of a large industrial customer.
Yeah.
Interesting story.
Energy and Policy Institute produced this. Last April, Georgia Power filed a complaint with the Georgia Public Service Commission to block a competing utility from providing Nestle Purina with renewable electricity at a lower price than its own. This, of course, is people who are saying we need to have the free market at work. The case is now being considered by the Public Service Commission.
Well, what's going on here is Georgia Power, like a lot of large companies in a lot of states, has an exclusive monopoly.
Yeah.
Okay. And the monopoly forbids Nestle from buying electricity from a competitor. But there's a loophole. Okay. If you have previously purchased electricity from somebody else, you can continue to.
Yes.
And what they're saying is the previous owner of the building did, but that doesn't count.
Well,
and that's what it's all about.
I got news for you.
They want to get the cheaper power.
Yes.
From, which just happens to be all renewable.
Right.
From an alternative source. And Georgia Power is saying, you can't do it, guys. We got a monopoly.
I got news for you. Nestle Purina doesn't need to buy power from Georgia Power. They can put the solar panels on the roofs.
I was
put
just
in
going to say,
batteries.
why don't they just do it themselves?
They don't have to, and the utilities who are fighting so hard against this are they're going to be washed away in the tide. It's just, I don't know.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, why doesn't Nestle, as you said, just turn around and say, okay, guys,
Well, it's
I'm gonna
cheaper
take my
for
foot
them.
and go home.
Yeah, it's cheaper for them to
buy the power.
Buy
than
the
to
power
make it themselves.
For right now. They'd rather make it themselves, and rather do that than make it themselves. So they're gonna fight this. And as a matter of fact, if you look at things that happen, like with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission or whatnot, companies are getting extensions on their licenses from the NRC that go now to 80 years. And why are they doing that? They should know that those reactors are not going to be running after 60 years because the economic conditions are just not going
to make sense.
However, if they act on that and it turns out that that's wrong, then they've got a problem. They've got to scramble. So that's why they do it. It's not very expensive to get the license, even though you're pretty sure that it's not going to be useful in the future. So they do that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a picture of Greta Thunberg.
Coming up here. Is that who that is?
That certainly looks like Greta
Looks
Thunberg.
like her.
This is from the Christian Science Monitor.
Why Madrid Climate Summit fell short of global expectations.
COP25 climate negotiations, the longest in 25 such gatherings, ended with major polluters resisting calls to ramp up efforts to keep global warming at bay. Here is a look at the major issues involved and the sticking points for future negotiations.
Well, what the article is saying is major players who needed to deliver in Madrid did not live up to expectations. Now, the major players is the big guys.
Yeah,
okay?
hopes.
But thanks to a progressive alliance of small island states,
yes,
European, Asian, and Latin American countries, they obtained the best possible outcome.
Well, yeah, that's something we should point out, is that they
didn't get everything they wanted, but they got
They didn't
a little
even
bit more
come
than
close
they were.
to getting everything they wanted, but at least things weren't a complete tragedy.
Well, there's a takeaway here.
Yeah.
Emissions, this is reality, need to be cut in half by 2030.
Yeah.
And net zero emissions need to be a reality by 2050.
Yep.
Okay?
That's
Achieving this is possible with existing technologies in our current economy.
Yes.
Market mechanisms can speed up this shift by putting a price on CO2.
There are a lot of ways you can speed up this shift. The thing that I'm afraid of is that we are going to have a president of the United States who says, by the way, everything is being rationed, and that includes cars. And you are not allowed to buy new cars with internal combustion. Yeah, I mean, in 1942,
Yeah, I was just
the
gonna say,
federal
back in
government
World
went.
War II, they did exactly that.
You were not allowed. Gasoline was rationed. It was limited to 3 to 4 gallons per household per week, and in order to get that ration, you had to have a certificate saying that you needed a car. And you had to have a certificate saying that your household had no more than 5 tires.
No more than 5 tires?
No more than 5 tires.
Including the ones on your car.
Yeah. Which means, okay, if you had 2 people going to 2 different destinations, maybe you could get by with 2 different motorcycles, but and one of them could have a sidecar. But, you know, this is, and that happened in this country, and they went to the automotive industry and they said, you're not allowed to sell cars anymore, including the ones on the dealers' lots.
Yeah.
So,
that's
okay.
what happened.
Clean Technica is next.
All the good, quote, or not quote, parentheses, under the radar news about renewable energy.
The National Renewable Energy Laboratory came out with 3 reports last week that should give stakeholders in fossil fuels the willies. Big solar arrays and wind farms make big headlines, but these reports deal with behind-the-scenes research that carries more weight.
The first report was wind energy.
Yeah.
And they said we've barely scratched the surface
of
the
wind
wind potential,
yeah.
which we've said on this show.
Yes, absolutely.
Second report covers what happens when a wind or solar farm produces too much electricity for the grid to absorb.
And this is fun.
And we'll touch base on this one again in this show. And the third model is, and this is they're promoting their own thing here, a free online photovoltaic system performance and cost calculator, which enables you to figure out what's going on or what the potential is.
I had
for
forgotten
your
that
PV.
third one. I had forgotten the third.
It almost doesn't make sense. It almost doesn't fit in
But
with
you know,
the other two.
if your power is being curtailed, you can use it for something else locally, like
That's
charging
the
a
whole
battery.
point. You can sell. If you're going to have surplus power, you can figure out how to sell it.
Yeah.
And they didn't even spell it out that easily. How to read between the lines.
Okay.
But we got a nice picture coming up.
We
here,
are
Rob.
up to Tuesday, December 17th, and we have a picture of
put the picture up.
Disco Bay. You know, Disco
I
Bay
can hear
is
the
in
music now.
Greenland. Disco is the name of...
It's the name of a town. It's in the southwest corner of Greenland.
Yeah, but it was also a name of a character named after that town in Captain's Courageous. That's what it was. You
I don't know that
Rudyard Kipling wrote the book. It was about a boy who fell overboard from an ocean liner, and he was picked up by a fisherman.
Oh.
And Disco was one of the fishermen on the fishing boat.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Disco Bay.
That's Disco Bay.
Yes.
And I'll leave it up there for a while.
Okay.
Greenland ice melt matches worst IPCC predictions.
This is from KJZZ.
Not good news.
No, it's not. But we're hitting this over and over and over and over again. New findings by an international team of researchers show that melting of Greenland's ice sheet over the last 26 years are close to the most pessimistic predictions of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. The research paper appears in the journal Nature.
Yeah,
and
it does.
Basically what they're saying is, you know, when all these people at the various organizations put together their models and their projections and so forth of what would happen with climate change, they had a best case scenario, a worst case scenario, and a middle scenario. And it looks like we're heading for the worst case scenario.
Unfortunately.
And which brings me to the point about Donald Trump being the anointed one.
Yeah.
Anointed for what?
Well,
maybe to show us that there's something wrong with worshiping Mammon.
Well, satellite measurements found that Greenland lost 4 trillion tons of ice since 1992.
Wow.
That's a lot, folks.
Yeah.
Raising, and it didn't raise the sea level much, but it's a measurable amount.
Yeah.
About a half an inch.
Yeah.
Okay? It doesn't sound like much. There's a lot of big oceans there.
There's a
And
lot
it's
of...
all of the
this
sea
is
levels. Some of them went up more than that.
Yeah. This
Some of
is
them went up less.
just Greenland also. There's other areas
Oh, yeah.
that are melting and similarly.
Well, parts of Antarctica.
Yeah.
And parts of the extreme southern tip of South America.
And the
which is
glaciers
covered-
in
the
the
glaciers.
Himalayas and things like that. All that water is going to go someplace.
Well, the island's ice sheets contain enough water, they're talking about Greenland here, to raise the mean global sea level by 20 to 24 feet.
20 to 24 feet is...
And just what's happened if all of the ice in Greenland melted.
Yeah. And that's
Wow.
just Greenland.
Just Greenland.
And there's not much going on that will prevent that melting from happening, which means that Mar-a-Lago is going to be on ocean bed.
Well, we've talked about that one before.
We have. Okay, our next item is from The Guardian.
It is that. World demand for coal falls despite growth in Asia.
Global demand for coal has fallen this year for the first time in 2 years as Europe and the United States turn their back on coal-fired power plants in favor of cheap gas and renewable energy, an International Energy Agency report found. The future of coal now rests largely in China. About half the coal being burned in the world is in China.
Well, that's just what I was going to say. Coal remains the world's largest single source of energy generation, half of which is produced in China.
Yeah.
Okay? The decline in the use of coal was led by steep cuts in coal demand from Europe and the U.S.,
Yes.
which we've talked about, which is due to abundant, cheaper alternatives such as renewable energy and gas.
Yep.
It's economics, guys.
It is.
Okay?
It is economics.
Coal is disappearing in many advanced economies, but it remains resilient as even continuing to grow in developing Asia.
Yeah, and that will not last very long, I'm pretty sure.
Well, the economics aren't there.
The economics are not there, and the people in these countries are going to realize that pretty quickly. Okay, here is a depressing
Yeah,
photograph.
we got a picture coming up, and I'll start with the picture.
This is from BBC.
That's an artisanal mine.
Artisanal mine.
Artisanal mine, whatever.
I didn't know that word. I knew of artisanal cheeses, but I didn't know
I never heard
exactly
it this
what
way.
it meant.
It means that guy there
Is
by
doing it-
himself
is-
is his own coal mine.
Yeah, doing it by hand. He's
Cobalt mine in this particular
He's doing
case.
cobalt mining.
Top tech firms sued over Democratic Republic of Congo cobalt mining deaths.
This is from BBC. I think I said that, but I apologize for saying it twice. Apple.
Well, it is from BBC. So.
Yeah, Apple, Google, Tesla, and Microsoft are among the firms named in a lawsuit seeking damages over deaths and injuries of child miners in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where 60% of the world's supply of cobalt is produced. Cobalt is an important material for lithium-ion batteries. And by the way,
it's been linked to child labor, which of course the country denies, but it's happening.
yeah, well, some lithium batteries, lithium phosphate, or what they call LiFePO4, lithium phosphate, lithium LIFE, LiFePO, lithium iron phosphate batteries don't use cobalt. And IBM just today announced that it's got a new battery. That,
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
We will not talk about that in the next show because the next show that we record will be 2 weeks from now, and I've got to limit the number of items. So it's not it's already out.
Well,
but
we'll get to it eventually.
we will. But this is yeah. Okay, what do you got? Nothing?
Top tech firms sued over Democratic
Yeah.
Republic of Congo cobalt mining deaths.
We've
So what they've complained about is kids
dying.
Children. Kids aren't supposed to be doing it.
That's
They're
right.
doing it, and they're dying.
And they're dying. Okay, we're up to Wednesday, December 18th, and we have a picture here.
You got a picture here.
This is a
and we'll get the
picture of a
picture up.
Chinese hoax happening on a global scale.
Amazing. It's a
isn't it?
Chinese hoax, isn't it?
Yes, it
All that
is.
red
How
stuff.
did they get all that red stuff all over that chart?
Well, Australia has been, it says that. Australia has been getting warmer. Australian heat wave. Nation endures the hottest day on record.
And this, interestingly, well, we talked about it. All right, let me just read this. Australia has experienced its hottest day on record with a national average for the high temperature reaching 40.9 degrees Celsius, which is 105.6 degrees Fahrenheit. The Bureau of Meteorology said heat on 17 December exceeded the previous record of 40.3 degrees set on the 7th of January 2013. In some places, high temperatures were up at 45 degrees Celsius. And by the way,
Well, Australia's upside down. So
yes,
it's
it
summer
is.
for them.
Yes, that's right. This heat that they had was exceeded today, yesterday, and it was in today's news. The record that was set the day before yesterday was 40.9. Today it was 41.9 degrees Celsius, so it was over 107 degrees. Tom, this is the average hot temperature for all weather stations in a country that's as big as the United States almost.
Pretty close to it.
It's the average high temperature.
So everybody's getting hot.
The whole country is overheating. And
Well, it's worse than that, because the record comes as the nation battles a severe drought and bushfire crisis, which we've talked about.
yes, and summer isn't even here.
Summer's just starting.
It's just about to start, and they're really worried. I mean, we talked last week about a fire that had a front 37 miles long.
Yeah, we did.
And it was just outside of Sydney, and they don't think they can stop it. What does
That's
this
what
mean?
we said, yep.
And people look at this and say this is a hoax. Why don't you put
Well,
that?
Australia's been in a drought for as much as 7 years.
Yeah, why don't you put that graph back up?
I think I can.
This is a graph of the high temperatures for
Well, it's the graph of all of the temperatures.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
they're all high on this.
No, this is the average. What is this?
Annual mean temperature.
Oh, it's the annual.
This is the difference above or below average.
Right. This is a difference
so the
above or
black
below.
line in the middle and 0 is the average.
It's the average. And what are we seeing here? Sometime around 1950, the temperatures started going up. And they have been going up, and they're continuing to go up. And, you know, we haven't had a...
And it just gets worse.
It just gets worse. And this year, it's going to get even worse. Where are we going?
Well, heat waves are Australia's deadliest natural disaster.
Yeah.
Okay? And they've killed thousands more people than bushfires or floods. Just a heat wave alone.
Yep.
So Australia's in trouble.
They go out, people go out and they die. That's what they're saying.
That's what's happening.
Yeah. Okay. We have an item here from Inside Climate News.
Earth's hottest decade on record, capped by years of extreme storms and deadly wildfires. That's all over the place.
That's all over the place. This is for the entire world. Deadly heat waves, wildfires, and pervasive flooding in 2019 punctuated a decade of climate extremes that may show global warming kicking into overdrive. Scientists say 2019 was the Earth's second warmest year on record, or at least it may prove to be. And if it is, then that means that the 6 hottest years on record are the last 6 years.
Are the last 6 years.
How did the Chinese do that? I
They didn't. It's a hoax.
No, that's what I mean. How did they do this? I know what it is. They've got so many people in China that they can hire thousands of them to go around and mess with weather reading stuff at weather stations.
That's what's happening. They're warming up the thermometers.
You know,
well, this is a particularly informative article.
Yes,
it's
it
a
is.
Long one, and I would say this one is well worth reading.
Yeah.
A lot of pictures in it. Most of those pictures are graphs. So if you like graphs.
Yes. Yeah. That's actually why I didn't include a picture on this one because there were so many graphs and there were not very. But the graphs show what's going on. And again, this is it's global warming is a complicated thing where the fact that the climate is changing to the warmer side means that the oceans are warmer.
That's what's happening.
So the oceans find it easier to evaporate. They're warm the air, but also evaporate to put.
So there's more moisture.
There's more moisture in the air. As the oceans warm, there is more moisture in the air above them, but the air above them can hold more moisture.
So they're spawning tropical storms.
They're making tropical storms, but in other places, such as Australia.
They're just raising the temperature.
They're just raising the temperature, and a lot of that is because of the way what do they call the air movement that increases or decreases speed of planes? The jet stream. The Australian jet stream is not carrying that water into the country, and also. One of the things they're finding in Australia is that the clouds that go over them, first of all, don't produce rain necessarily, but second of all, are very likely to hold the heat in.
Okay.
And they don't produce rain because the air below them is so hot that they don't hit cold air that cools them off to have the water condense. On the other hand...
We didn't talk about this on a show, but the article mentions that a huge section of the U.S. breadbasket region was swamped by floodwater.
That's the flip side of the climate problem, is you've either got high temperatures producing drought, or you've got bad weather producing floods.
And we got wildfires starting in weird places like the UK.
And Greenland.
In Greenland, yeah. Wildfires in Greenland?
What
I didn't know there was enough trees.
Well, you don't need trees for wildfires.
No.
Just the brush that's on the ground is enough for that. Okay, should we go to the United States and complain about the U.S. Capitol?
We've got a picture here now.
Yeah.
I bet I can find it. There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
This is from
You'll recognize that picture, don't you?
Yeah. This is from Green Tech Media.
U.S. lawmakers stiff solar. Wind gets a modest victory in a tax deal.
After months of lobbying, the clean energy industry secured minimal tax credit extensions in the $1.37 trillion end-of-year deal. This is a budget deal. It included $250 million for programs to aid advanced nuclear reactors.
Oh, we need that.
But solar power and electric vehicles were left out. So the decreases in the tax credits for solar and electric vehicles have...
They didn't happen.
Well, they haven't been stalled. They were built into a schedule, and the schedule is moving ahead without them. They did get an advantage with wind power, though.
Wind benefited, well, offshore wind anyhow.
Yeah. And so, you know, it's an interesting thing to see this along with other news for the day that came up. For example, there was an article that came up about, or was this was earlier in, no, this is a different article that I've got in mind, but it was one that we talked about earlier, where there were people in a county in Colorado where the coal-based economy.
We just talked about it.
We just talked about it. But in Appalachia, there are places where coal miners are out of work, and it's bad. And so they've been looking for ways to get new jobs, and the new jobs are appearing in the solar industry. But guess what? The solar industry is under siege by the Trump tariffs.
Yeah.
So, you know, the federal government is not helping people in this country.
Well, they're trying to, Trump particularly is trying to renew coal, and he's lost it. He's lost that war.
He had more coal
Stop
plants.
talking about it.
Yeah, he had more coal plants closed in the first 2 years of his reign than were closed in the first 4 years that Obama was in office.
Yeah.
This is Trump saving coal. Again, you know,
I think he was just misinformed from the beginning. You know, you say he was going to put his money on coal, and
but he's misinformed by everything, about everything. I mean, I think when I was 12 years old, I knew that the President of the United States could not be saved from an impeachment by the Supreme Court. But Trump was saying that he wanted the Supreme Court to save him from being impeached, as though he expected. This is a man who doesn't know what's going on, and yet he's President of the United States, and the Republican Party is supporting him.
Well, one of the fears is he's going to declare a state of emergency and stay in office forever.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think he'll get away with it, but he sure as hell could try it.
No. He can declare a state of emergency, but you cannot shut down the Congress by declaring a state of emergency. It can't.
No, that's not going to happen.
State of emergency, you can go to the country and say, state of emergency, we're not going to allow you to drive your car anymore. That's one thing. But saying that there's a state of emergency, the Congress is not allowed to...
That doesn't mean he wouldn't say it.
It doesn't. You know, unfortunately, I think he's a man who would do anything.
I think so.
He said, you know, that his voters were so loyal he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't lose a vote. And I actually looked that up today because that stuff was going up in the news. And, you know...
No, he said something almost exactly like that. Shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue.
Yeah,
get away with it.
He could get away with it because people are in favor of Donald Trump. Well, I think that's probably right. And people are in denial about the situation that they're in. And the reason why this whole thing is working together is because of the ways that con artists work, where a con artist finds out what you desperately want and then he offers it to you. And that's what's happened. And people have, you know, and the reason I never favored Donald Trump, in fact, I was really kind of violently against him, was because I could see he was a con artist. There was no way he was going to deliver on his promises.
Well, all you got to do is look at his history.
Yeah.
That's just what he's done all his life.
Trump University. Well, it's
well,
playing out.
How many times did he go bankrupt?
6.
He stiffed people 6 times.
That's
big
right.
Time.
Yeah, and it's playing out in our climate, and that's unfortunate. Okay,
well, I think we've
time to
run through everything we
escape.
were going to touch base on.
Yep, time to retreat. Have a perfectly lovely week, everybody.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
So we will call this meeting to order at 5:30. Any adjustments to the agenda?
No.
Okay. Approval of minutes of December 4th.
So moved.
Yeah, seconded. It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of December 4th as presented. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Public comment on items not on the agenda. Neither of you are general public, so I'm guessing any public comments other than what's on the agenda?
Not for me.
Okay.
Good cookies.
Yeah. So on to select board items. Nutter, do you want to wait for Mike to show up, or?
It might be best. He's probably not here.
So why don't we go, Bob? Are you ready to?
I'm here.
Do your thing. Okay. So Bob Spencer from Wyndham Solid Waste Management, informational report, and Dan, thanks for coming also. So do you want to report to us, or do you want questions, or how do you want to do this?
I leave it up to you. I did send a letter to the board this afternoon. Karen got it to you.
Yeah.
So this is new in the packet. So I requested Bob to come speak on behalf of Wyndham Solid Waste Management District.
Yeah.
And Dan, of course, is our representative in town of Putney. So I think that's my destination. And the purpose of Bob being here is for the annual assessment, but also we had the conversation about recycling.
Yeah.
So, and you have information in your packet from 2017 with some figures.
From our research from 2017.
Yes.
This is
Correct.
mostly the work that Chip did, I'm
Yes.
guessing.
Yep.
Josh, the last time I was here was just before the recycling plant shut down, and we were trying to figure out what to do with your boxes. Can we continue them?
Yeah.
And with the fire station, and and it was a tough transition for the district.
Yeah.
And tough transition for the towns. So we've all kind of been evolving this new approach, and unfortunately small towns that don't have their own transfer station like Putney and Dummerston, and you go down the list, Brookline, have not had any real recycling options for their residents. Brookline did opt to put a box on, they keep their box out there on the grassy Brook Lane, and Marlboro has boxes at the highway garage. Halifax has their boxes at the highway garage.
And you don't service any of those, or do you?
We don't go out and collect them. They're all private.
They're all private.
Right.
Right, yeah.
And because we basically got out of the business.
Yeah.
So I think the biggest challenge for a town like Putney is if you do want boxes, where do you put them that they're secure, because you got hit hard by other users. And actually Brookline gets pretty hard hit, and so does Marlboro.
Yeah.
They're on Route 9. And so I would be glad to help the town evaluate some other options. I have, expertise in this business. I have staff time I can put to it. We have a recycling programs coordinator. She started a year ago when Kristen Benoit left after 10 years, and she's really good. She works with businesses so that we can do that one-on-one technical assistance. We work with the schools, work with the haulers. So there's a wide range of things that we can do to help you out. And I just helped the town of Vernon write a request for proposals for curbside trash and recycling. I mean, it's a big job to get an RFP out and get all your information in it. And not that you're ready to do that, but if that was something you wanted.
Yeah.
Are there town residents that are asking about this still?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because I'd like to know about that.
I mean, I would say, the problem, and actually I was going to ask Bob about this, is, I certainly hear from people that they would like to have recycling. Do you have a sense, Bob, of how the towns that decided to keep boxes in town came to that decision? I mean, did they have forums? Did they vote?
It varied. There was a lot of residents, like Dummerston didn't keep them, but a lot of people advocated for it.
Yeah.
Brookline was relatively low key. The select board just said, we feel we should do this for our residents.
So Newfane does not have containers either.
No. The only towns with
Brookline's, no.
Yes, yeah. The only towns with curbside collection are Westminster, Brattleboro, and Vernon.
Yeah.
Because it's actually a luxury if you look at what it costs.
Yeah.
But it sure provides service.
Yeah.
And typically it doesn't deal with the business sector because it's a residential tax supporting program. But I would say that most of the towns that had the boxes, that kept them, there was a strong local, component that advocated for it. And it's very expensive. They're finding that, it's costing quite a bit of money. There's surcharges now for the trash that gets into them, which was an ongoing problem.
Because it decreases the value of the recycling.
Yeah, it does, and they actually have surcharges that the contractors put into it.
For percentages,
Wilmington they have a transfer station, but they elected to keep the drop-off boxes right there in the town center. It was called the tennis courts over near the old school, and they just abandoned that this summer. It just was problematic with trash and a lot of out-of-town users, and the budget was exceeded. And they have a transfer station, so it's not like there wasn't an option for the residents.
And do you said it's expensive. Do you have any sense, like Brookline is smaller certainly, but
I believe, Dan, you were there when David Jones last week. I think he said it's around 12,000 a year.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
For a little town to have and they're served by Triple T Trucking.
Right.
And they come up and they replace the box. They grab and it's now single stream, the mixed materials.
Right.
The other company that's serving the towns is TAM, which is out of Bennington, Shaftesbury, and they were just purchased by Casella Waste. They still run a dual stream processing plant in Pownell. Casella has the single stream, but now they purchased a company. So they've been able to offer lower price recycling to their towns because 3 years ago they were paying for the paper and it offset the cost of now it's gotten less financially viable, but it's still less expensive than the single stream process.
Right.
We're spending right now at Wyndham Solid Waste, our transfer station, which my report shows me you have over 300 access stickers from your residents that use it, so it's very well used by Putney. We're spending now to get rid of the recyclables $180 a ton, and our trash is $102 a ton. We still don't charge for recycling.
So why do you do that as opposed to just turning it into trash? I mean,
it's mandatory. We don't have a choice. We don't have a choice in Vermont doing
So
not that I would advocate that, but
yeah, no, I'm just surprised. I mean,
Act 148, Universal
Right.
Recycling.
Yeah.
2012 says thou shalt recycle, and that's the law.
And do you have any sense that it's actually getting recycled, or somewhere down the pipeline is it turning into trash?
I think because this stuff ultimately gets shipped overseas, and my own feeling is, we could get into a long discussion, and I can see things from both sides. Whether it's really China, they stopped it. That was 2 years ago, and I think some of it has ended up in India and Vietnam, places like that. But even folks there are beginning to say no, in part because there's so much contaminant in it. And I think one of my concerns about we had issues with contaminant when we had when we were separating paper. We had different we had 3 different containers, and we had challenges then. But statistics would show you that with single stream recycling, as anybody would expect, the contaminant rate is a lot higher than it is, because it looks like garbage, and so that would be one of my big concerns about bringing it back here. I think we run into that problem again. In addition to, I mean, my own feeling is that wherever we put it in town, it was out here for a while, then at the fire station, and then we talked about putting it at the town at the highway department, which of course Brian was dead set against, even though in his gentlemanly manner he wasn't outspoken about being against it. But that's I understand that. Yeah. I mean, I think we have the advantage over a lot of these other towns in that we're close to Brattleboro, and not every person goes into Brattleboro once a week, but I think many of us do, and so it's just as easy to go in when you're doing errands and drop it off there, and I think ultimately might be more cost effective. But that's my
for the next year, I would say, because it's going to take time to evaluate if the town really wants to come up with a new approach, that what we could do is do more promotion of the existing services. And in my little report, where the 300 and some residents, I point out that it's a very cost-effective outlet, because you buy a $36 sticker and you pay $3 a bag, and if you do 1 bag of trash a week, which many ardent recyclers can do, or even less, you could do all of your solid waste and recycling for under $200 a year. And private haulers, they're great service. Again, maybe it's more of a luxury. You're going to be $30, $40 a month, typically.
At least, yeah.
And so I always say we have quite a bit of options available. I mean, we have a district with you can get rid of just about anything at Wyndham Solid Waste. Yeah. I mean, recycling, 76% of everything that comes through that gate is recycled. The only thing we can't is pure trash and demolition debris. But that means 76% of everything that comes through is a recyclable. Right. And so it's right down the road, it's not far to get to it. And then you also have these new state laws that are actually really helpful to residents, that subsidize the cost of paints and electronic materials and batteries and light bulbs. And they're called extended producer responsibility laws, where when you buy that gallon of paint, you're paying an extra $3 or $4, and then it goes into a fund, and then you can recycle it no charge. So we have pretty good options available compared to many places in the country. And it's not as convenient as having it right across the street, but it would be probably fairly expensive for Putney. I'll bet you it would be $20,000 a year.
Oh, it was the estimates we got were higher than that.
Or higher. That's right, you did get some estimates. Based on our tonnages, that's right.
Exactly. That was one of the problems, was that, our production rate was so high that it was very hard for us to come up with an accurate assessment of what our
No, you actually had some budgets. Did you
Yeah.
actually take it to town meeting, or?
We discussed it at town meeting. We didn't take it for a vote. We opted not to. It was going to be 40 grand and at plus. I mean, that would, I want to say that was the service estimated.
That would have included the disposal.
I don't think it was all of the tonnage. I think that was the one thing that they sort of said. I think they figured that was going to be a pretty accurate representation of trucking and
the costs have gone up.
I'm sure it has. Yeah.
So, If you want, I'd be glad to just hit the highlights of what's in this.
Yeah.
And then if there were questions, because I've actually been doing this quite a bit, going out to towns because they're saying, hey, you closed the MRF, what do we get for being in Wyndham Solid Waste? And I always encourage towns, look into it, you know, if you can do something better. We did, oh yeah, you want to get it?
Mike, you want to?
I'll keep it.
Oh, sorry.
Just about all the towns that have done a detailed evaluation of their membership decide it's worthwhile to stay in, just mainly because of all the mandates that they'd have to take on. Not that we're doing such a great job, it's just pure, you know, costs of doing these yourself.
There are two towns that have left in the past couple of years. One Wyndham County and one Bennington County. We don't know what's going to happen to them, but we suspect that the Wyndham County community might be re-entering the district at some point, simply because it's going to be very expensive for them to fulfill all of the expectations of the SWIP.
That would be Whitingham.
And were they considering doing a transfer station of their own? Is that?
I don't think they thought that far ahead, to be honest.
Well, actually, Whitingham has their own transfer station.
Oh, they do?
Yes, and they were in the district. We have 7 towns with transfer stations, you know, like Jamaica, Reesboro, Wardsboro, Dover, and Wilmington, and have transfer stations.
And is that a viable, I mean?
Transfer stations are very viable.
Yeah.
But again, you're gonna have a capital cost, you gotta have a piece of land, you gotta get it permitted, you gotta have an engineering plan, and...
But then if we stay within the district, if we still stay with you guys, we don't have to have a district plan or
No,
whatever.
so,
Yeah.
but it's, traditionally, it was the more remote hill towns that put the transfer stations in, just because they weren't, I mean, the Brattleboro landfill was the regional dump, you know, 30 years ago or whatever, so that was the model, and the transfer stations were, well, that's too far for everyone to drive their car down. So, well, anyways, there are options. I was talking to Karen before the meeting. There are options for the town, and we could spend the next year or so looking at them, and I'd be glad to help you. But in the meantime, I think you're just because you're in the current budget cycle that you're going to be locked in for 2 years.
Yeah.
So it gives us some time. I just, you know, you obviously know Dan, but I acknowledge that he's a major player in our district and very active, and chairs our policy personnel committee, and that as a committee chairs on our executive board, and so we do appreciate Dan.
As do we. Dan has
so,
with us through things today.
Yeah, he's taken on some big projects.
Yeah.
Like he wrote a manual for new supervisors. You know, he can write. You know, and, he's done some other special projects. So, but I like to acknowledge that Dan's.
You're in trouble now, Dan.
Yeah. So don't let him resign. All right.
There's no one to replace me. So.
Yeah.
Exactly. He tried that at one point, and then I think he talked himself out of it.
So what triggered this, I sent out the budget, our board approved this budget, the assessment, which for the town is coming in at $17,781 in fiscal year 21, which starts next, just like your fiscal budget. But I also wanted to show that what's happened since the MRF closed, we've almost cut your assessment in half in all the towns. It's around 42%. And that's just because the MRF was a huge, huge expense. And the money is still being spent by somewhere. It's just been a cost shift.
Right.
You know, so, but anyway, so that makes our life politically easier, because if I had to come here and explain $60,000 of assessment to you tonight, even though it wasn't my fault. So you guys, you know, I think when you look at the whole packet, have a fairly extensive service from the district. the annual sticker sales for $36. We already talked about that. But I looked at our records today that residents brought over 123 tons of material and spent over $53,000 in fees just to handle that. So it's a significant part of your solid waste program, but it's the private sector. I mean, the homeowners in.
Yeah.
The solar project has really been a game changer at our facility. We have both Putney Central School through the supervisory union and Landmark College as off-takers. The town of Putney was well served with your own solar array system. But this is a huge financial swing for the district. We're getting $120,000 a year in lease payments for this array. Plus, we get 50% of the renewable energy credits, which are a commodity, and right now it's looking like they might even generate another $100,000 a year. You know, our budget's about $1 million, so if you're up around 200,000, it's a 20%. And also, we're a net meter customer of the district, so we're getting reduced energy costs. So that's been a significant financial gain.
We get paid in quarterly installments.
Yeah, we get quarterly installments, and the checks come, and we don't really do much on a piece of land that we couldn't do anything with.
Yeah.
So that's been a great project. When towns say, what do we get out of being in a district, it usually comes down to household hazardous waste collection, and it's very, very expensive. And we keep track of when we do a collection, and I just did Stratton in November 1st, and we had the event down in Brattleboro the same day, and you know, we take a survey when they come in, what town are you from, and how'd you hear about it? But so we know how many households from each town, and you know, you guys are very active in the hazardous waste collection, with over 271 people or households. But as I pointed out, the last event cost us about $163 per car that drove in.
Wow.
It's just very expensive. So, and it would have been higher if we didn't have the paint care. The paint care, it's called by the state, to drop off, because paint used to be half of some of this. My first year at the district in 2011, I started in that May. We had an event right here at Putney, and it was my first event for the district. And at that time, the district would actually run the whole thing themselves, not use a contractor. And I have training in that. It's called a 40-hour HAZWOPER certification, and I have another. And we're permitted to, you know, say, well, that's a flammable and that's a corrosive. Anyhow, we packed them all at the garage, at the fire station. It was probably 85 degrees, humid. Kristen, who was working with me, got sunstroke and was laying under the tree. And we'd been in Brookline that morning. We came over the mountain to get here on time and set up. And I'm driving down Route 5, driving a pickup truck, pulling a flatbed with these gaylords of all this stuff. And I said, this is crazy. Why are we putting ourselves at this kind of risk? And I went to the board and I said, you know, I know you've been doing this, but I think we should use a contractor. Because if I'd gotten side swiped or flat tire, and we'd have it really concerned me. And as the director, you have to look out for the best interests of our district. So we, at that point, switched to contracted services, and it is expensive. I also point out here that the state has recognized how expensive these mandates are on hazardous waste, so they've recently issued a request for proposals to fund permanent facilities, and we applied for that, and we actually just got word that we passed the staff review, and they're I think recommending it. And we would take the Murph building that we're only using a portion now for cardboard baling, and put in a permanent facility. It would be open a certain number of hours per month. That would obviate the requirement for events, and it would be available all the time. So I think
give us something to use the building for.
Yeah, and we make productive use of the building. We're still we still bale cardboard in it, but so we're trying to cut that cost down. And then the other part of what we do, and Athena Bradley, who couldn't be here tonight, is our outreach, and she co-authored this with me, is provide a lot of technical assistance and outreach. And Putney's very, they want help on things, so we're up here. And Athena's been up to the farmer's market, did workshops there on composting. Of course, the market's very well attended, and the co-op, and also she did work with the farmer's market and the co-op. And now we're helping Landmark College setting up food scraps. We also are working with Joe Ruggiero. He's working with the Putney School on setting up composting. They used to have it on site, but it's difficult to manage. So we're very available for businesses and schools to come out implement programs. And again, that would be required that the town do this sort of work. There's literally metrics. You have to hit so many % of all businesses per year. Right. And most towns don't have staff to do what they already do. So then the other thing we offer are these event recycling containers. I don't know if you've been to Strolling in the Heifers, but for years we've staffed that and put them out. And so when you get done eating your little lunch, you put your recyclables in one and trash in your compostables. And we've gotten Strolling in the Heifers up to about 65% overall recycling rate, which is pretty amazing for an event of assorted people.
I manage it for Empty Bowls here at Landmark for the second year. And it's been
we did Empty Bowls and the summer solstice, and then an event at Landmark this year. So those are the services. But I would be glad to help this town do more. And Athena is awesome. And she's got a lot of energy and expertise. So feel free to ask us.
Good. Thank you. Questions? Comments?
A couple of quick questions. I'm curious, you talk about education. How much is that on reducing and reusing?
That is the number one. Okay. And we have alternatives for all sorts of products that we recommend. It's not an easy thing. You know, if you're looking at a homeowner, then that's really their buying habits. Mm-hmm. You look at a school district, they've got procurement policies, and so there are many tools out there to do this, to do better.
A lot of it. There's a lot of information on the district website, and which is always being updated. And I think it's a good educational resource that I'd like to see people use more often.
Yeah, we just updated it with a new software package and new information, and trying to make it more useful.
How do you try and capture people to get them to that website?
I mean, how do we get them there? Well,
sometimes when somebody will call with a question, they'll be given the question, so there's more information.
We have calls. We staff that office. You will get a person. I make sure of that.
Yeah, that's every time I've ever called.
Yeah, well, I think that's important because when they look, you got something, and say our website has a list. It's called A to Z Recycling. Just about anything you can think of is on there, and it tells what you can do with it. Of course, the reuse consignment shops are big. And there's many of them around, and they're great stuff.
Yeah. No, I agree.
But we don't have any metrics. How well is reuse working?
Not very well if we're
I don't think so.
as much as we are. And I say that with a bottle sitting in front of me that I bought. But my other question is, I hear you talking about recycling costing more to dispose of than trash currently. Do you foresee at some point that you'll be charging for recycling the way you're charging for trash?
That would be a decision of my board.
Okay.
They set the fees on an annual basis. We review our fees, and right now the board's saying recycling is part of our mission, probably more than trash disposal.
Okay.
Let's keep it free. Again, but now, you know, there's a... So our fees, just so you know, at our transfer station for trash are set high enough to cover the recycling costs. So we are covering our costs. Our transfer station is a profit center. Basically, all of the fees offset the costs. Our composting facility, which is now the second largest food waste composting facility in Vermont, is also a profit center. The program areas that are not are hazardous waste and our G&A and our office admin and the programs coordinator to go out and just do education. There's really not funding there. We are applying, we do apply for grants and do get grants. In fact, I was working on a grant to the USDA, which is due the 31st of this month, which would provide a lot more outreach to the towns.
So if you were to end up with this hazmat center, would that become profitable for you?
No, there's no way that's ever going to be profitable.
Even if the state were underwriting it?
They do provide some grant funding.
Yeah.
That helps, but it's still...
We get about 35 to 40,000 a year that we put to that, and for the last, since I've been there, that has covered our hazardous waste costs, but those costs have now exceeded. In fact, I put in there, it cost $43,000 for the 2 events we ran this fall. If I get 39,000, we're already behind. I think what the board will do is look at a user fee. Last 2 years ago, we set a fee at $5 a car. This year, it went to $10 a car. They might say, you want to drive in to use our site in Brattleboro, it'll be $20. Keene, New Hampshire, we have an great arrangement with them. Residents can use their facility, and also they have a permanent, and Rutland, Vermont Solid Waste has a permanent facility, but the fees they charge for out of district and out of city are very high. So in theory, you can use it, but you would be spending a lot. It's just one of those programs that is very expensive.
I think maybe we could do more to advocate, speaking about reduction of use of household hazardous waste when there's so many safer alternatives.
And we do have alternative materials and handouts on cleaning agents and actually Vermont, and I can speak to our legislators, is looking at an extended producer responsibility that would apply to household hazardous waste. So when you bought a can of Raid, there would be a fee, and then they'd have a collection. But those are tough in Vermont because we're surrounded by states that don't have them. Right. You know.
Do you think it's interesting to look at these numbers from 2012 to 2019 on the household hazardous waste? That, I mean, they go up a little bit, they go down a little bit, there's some variation, but from 2013, 82 households, and 2019, 19 households. Is there any, do you think that that's actually people are buying less hazardous?
No, that's where we held them.
Oh, this was when it was in Putney into 59?
Well, I'm sure that 2013 was in Putney.
Okay, that makes sense.
That was the nightmare I had. And then, you know, like last year, let's see, Townsend, this year Townsend and Vernon, and last year Jamaica and Reedsboro. So, you know, Brattleboro's the only one that's consistently close.
Okay.
But you know, one thing we have noticed is that people, the folks that use these, are actually kind of getting their basements cleaned out.
I was going to say that.
So
I've
it
seen
seems to be
that.
working, you know.
Yeah.
We also serve, they're called small quantity generators, and you can register for that. So, you know, if you're a business and have some barrels of things, we can, they pay for it, but.
Yeah.
And that's what the permanent site would help. I mean, people need and this is a public safety issue.
Yeah, no, I mean, that, you know, the reality of having it available, or it just goes in the trash.
Or in your basement and you have a fire. Or
Exactly,
garage.
a number of different.
I mean, when we did Brookline, the year we did.
Yeah, exactly.
The year we did Putney in 2013, I guess, and we came up, we were in Brookline that morning, a guy who had just bought an old farm, he came in with like a carload of just old herbicides and pesticides, without even labels, just like, we took it, and, you know, but, so there's a need for it.
Well, it might also be an opportunity there to educate, and I don't know that we've done this before, but I'm just thinking at these events, or, you know, if we move it to the Murph building, giving out printed information on alternatives. And certainly Athena would be behind that, I think.
I mean, alternatives to the house, the hazardous waste things, yeah. Actually, you know, there are more and more alternatives. There's a real demand for this. I mean, just thinking about ticks and the stuff you gotta buy, I found one this summer, because my wife's into making sure we don't poison ourselves. And now that I have a granddaughter, I don't want to poison the granddaughter. There's a product called Cedar Side, and it's made from a cedar, and it actually really works. And you know, they're natural, non-hazardous compounds. So they're out there. I think we can do a better job at that.
You asked about how you're attracting people to your site. I mean, do we have a link on our site to Wyndham Solid Waste?
I
Because
don't
we
think we do.
certainly could.
Josh, Athena and I were looking tonight. The websites the towns run for solid waste and recycling are really not that good, because it isn't really your core mission.
No.
And so our grant
would make sense.
Our USDA grant, which I'm working on right now, includes working with towns to update their websites. Because people, that's where they go. They go, hey, you know, especially if you have a transfer station, and then the transfer station websites are not that good.
Yeah.
But people do call and will refer them to their site.
Yeah, no,
you know?
I'm sure, but we, you know, anything we can do to promote that is a good thing.
So one of the areas that you could probably promote more would be the food waste recycling, because it literally, July of this year, ratchets down to residents.
Right. Yeah.
And you know, there's no policing of this. It's just, you know, like, you should not put food waste in the trash.
Right.
But what we're fortunate in this area, we have a large composting facility.
Right.
Any transfer station has to have food waste receptacles. Your businesses, I mean, are pretty much are tuned into organics recycling. Your restaurants and your co-op, you know, they've been a pioneer in it, and they're on a route. We get it. It's beautiful stuff. But that's an area that we could help promote, and we do a lot with backyard composting. Athena's been promoting community compost, where like a community garden would also have a bin. You could bring your food scraps, and that's the heavy part of your waste. I like to say the only recyclable item of all the things out there, the plastics, the metals, the papers, cardboard, and food, that stays local is food waste. Because we're not gonna sell it or anywhere else. And you know, I've got 8 distributors for our compost now. People love it. I would love to have town highway departments and parks and recreation start to use compost more, just because it would be nice to have that return to the communities. And there is a whole initiative in the state to increased use of compost as a means of soil erosion control.
Right.
And there's stormwater permits that you have to get when you disturb more than an acre of land in Vermont. And now the state says you should amend the soil with some organic matter because it absorbs
More water.
water.
Yeah.
So it's growing, this industry, but
I think education is important
Yeah.
and getting the material out into the community.
Yeah, distribution of
Yeah.
material. I mean,
Yeah.
I think we could all be better at that.
But I gotta tell you, Putney is probably the number one recycling
Yeah.
town.
Yeah.
You know, your people are very educated in recycling.
Do you table at town meetings ever, or?
We have, but it really
It's not
doesn't work.
productive.
You know, the people are inundated with all the.
Right.
I've done it, and you sit there with it, and they kind of go, okay.
Well, if nothing else, we could certainly have that material available. I mean,
Right.
we
Oh, yeah.
Not ask one of you to be there, but have that
Yeah.
material available at town meeting would make sense.
Look.
Mike had a question or comment.
Yes, this is certainly something I hear from people about.
Sure.
One of the concerns, I think especially that's a little daunting on how to address is hearing from elders who want to compost, but can't get to the recycling. And yesterday I met with some 8th graders and put it out to them. Maybe that's something they could help with, but it's a problem. It's not intractable, but people who want to compost, especially those who don't have easy access, that's something to put in the hopper for what we have.
To make it more accessible to elderly people?
Yeah, I don't know if we can create some kind of local pickup for them.
Well,
people can't.
You're right, actually, because there are some small companies now that are providing subscription collection for food waste. There's one out of Keene called Elm City Compost. They come to our site. I don't know what their fees are exactly, but you know, especially in New Hampshire, they don't have as many programs available. But there's the desire. So I don't know, you know, it wouldn't be the town, it wouldn't be the district, but a private entity could set up a route. But then they'd have to charge.
Right.
But,
Some of the educational institutions in town might be, I mean, I would imagine maybe Bucky School or Landmark College may be willing to.
Yeah, that'd be a good 8th grade
Senior day or
project.
something, you know, or Putney Central.
So are curbside contractors picking up food waste too now or not?
They are not required to
Okay.
for residential. For commercial, curbside isn't normally thought of as commercial, it's residential.
Right,
So
right.
it's not required. It was required initially, but the legislature this last session amended that because it just was prohibitively expensive to run a truck just to pick up organics. I mean, the big waste companies lobbied and got it removed. It was a nice ideal goal, but I thought it was not going to work.
And we are going to look at Act 148 again because, as you were saying, with China pulling out of the markets, the whole landscape has changed.
I mean, even like glass, you know, that's the heaviest component. There is zero market for glass. There hasn't been for years. Remember back in the old days, we had the green and
Separated
the
all.
white and
Right.
the brown,
Yeah.
and we had our igloos. I mean, I didn't work for the district, but there were the igloos, and those were these round-shaped containers for different kinds of glass. And, that's something the legislature might entertain, is take glass out of that equation. So, I mean, that's, right now, glass, when you have single stream recycling, as we do at Wyndham Solid Waste, the glass is the heaviest piece. So I made a deal, I noticed that you have been a member of NRRA, we are too, and we use a program where they broker the glass. We haul it to Keene. We ask residents using our transfer station, it's just voluntarily, please put your glass in this bin. You can put it in the single stream, but it's gonna save us a lot of money. And we pay about $70 a ton by the time we haul it there versus 170 or 180. And that is being transferred in large trailers to Quebec, to a high-tech processing plant that sorts it by type and converts it to, you know, new glass. So someone asked, you know, do you see in the future the market's improving? And I do. I think the U.S. economy and entrepreneurs will come up with
ways of using them effectively.
I mean, the Chinese are building paper mills that take recycled mill in the U.S. right now. They're buying older mills in Maine. It's called Nine Dragons. It's a company. You know, they're seeing an opportunity.
The sign in Norfolk says ND. It doesn't say Nine Dragons.
Is it?
Yes, it's they don't want the you're not going to hear people in Rumford speaking Mandarin anytime. But it's just clever advertising.
Yeah. So there's never a dull moment in our world. A lot of people get bored with trash and recycling, but it's really an interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's a huge issue for everybody.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you both.
And any last words for them before you walk out the door? Or, I mean, is there anything the state, from your perspective, Dan or Bob?
Did I ask you to ask that question?
But it was the wink and the nod that did it.
Well, there has not been funding when they passed Act 148. I was there. I was testifying, and you know, because I've been in the composting industry for a long time, so I was brought in to talk about organics, and the House Natural Resources Committee at the time finally voted it out. Tony Klein was the chair then, and once it came out of there with bipartisan support, it sailed through the House, it sailed through the Senate. I believe it was a unanimous bill, a law. And then, but people always say, but there was no funding.
Right.
You know, and that still remains pretty true. There have been a few bills that have helped. One helped us buy a screen for our compost. And now this bill with the hazardous waste. So the state's trying, but they have such limited resources, right? I mean, your fees and just don't have much, the solid waste fee. But that would really help if we had significantly more grant money. But it's a tough ask.
That's a request.
Generally, our legislature has been fantastic. I mean, they do their homework. No, they do their homework. They're leading the country. It's sometimes painful, isn't it? But
you know what I can say too is our hope is that another federal administration might see that these are needs that can be addressed with federal funds as well.
Yeah.
That's
probably
very timely.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that exact same thing.
Yeah, the US EPA used to have a lot more programs. The USDA. I mean, there was a US Department of Energy. I mean, there's just been a plethora of funding from the government that's pretty much dried up.
Yeah, the landscape has shifted a lot.
Yeah, so.
Well, it's the fact that there's no money in it.
Well, we were all kind of fat, dumb, and happy when they were buying all the recyclables. And
yeah.
I was on the district before I worked there for the town of Vernon where I live in, back 12 years ago or 10 years. And they were flush with, you know, revenue.
No problems.
It was like, you know, and they were lowering the assessments every year, you know. And the times were good.
That was that.
It's not going to be back for a while.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming in.
Again, thank you, Dan,
Yes.
for your commitment to Putney, and it's
Very
ongoing.
much appreciated.
All right.
And green update.
And green.
Yes.
Oh, good, green update.
Our green update.
I have something to. This is if anyone likes hazelnuts.
Santa's early.
We grow
Oh my goodness.
Putney Central School.
Wow.
produced,
My kids class did this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, we're selling them now for $7 a pound, and if you get them at the we sold some to the Yeah, we harvested an amazing 36 pounds this year.
Holy smokes.
And the profits from it go back into the school garden. So if anyone wants to buy any from me, I can give them to you at market cost for $7 a pound. You pay more than that at the co-op, and if you pay more than that if you eat the desserts at the
So it isn't.
We're keeping it local.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is some. I want
A sample?
Yeah, if you want to.
Cool.
Put your hand.
Yeah.
Most of these.
You did lovely, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, they're delicious.
Yeah,
Thank you. I don't think I've ever brought hazelnuts on their own. I've had it in coffee.
They're not as strong flavored as I
Right.
think, yeah. But
Right.
very good.
$7 a pound?
Yes.
And get in touch with you, Dan, or get in touch, who does that?
You can get them at the I would get them over them.
Who?
Well, the fifth grade teacher at Bunny Center.
Audrey.
Audrey, okay. Cool. Thank you, Dan.
Yep.
Want to sit up in?
Yeah.
I don't know that you would have, had you known that was going to be as long a discussion it was, you might not have said they can go ahead.
It's okay. I learned a lot.
I'm sure.
You never know.
Useful information.
One year we were waiting to talk at Dummerston Town Meeting, and they got to talking about buying a new gravel crusher, and that went on for quite a while. Then they passed the school budget in 5 minutes. But this came up. We've met with Dummerston, we've met with Westminster, and Westminster was certainly talking about what they're doing that you're well aware of. And,
Yes, yeah.
I think they're pretty happy with what they're doing up there right now.
It's not cheap, though.
Not cheap.
Yeah. No, I think the thing that's hard to know, and how many people are already paying for private service.
Yeah.
Right.
And, you know, I mean, we can mostly rest assured, I would think, that most of the people for whom paying their taxes is the most challenging, they're not paying for a private service. So, you know, what would be the balance in that? It would be a regressive tax for all practical purposes in that sense, and that's too bad. And that's my big reservation about it, because those who can afford it are already doing it,
Yeah,
you know?
and I agree with your comment.
But,
I do.
you know, I mean, as far as the value of having townwide pickup service, I think it would be tremendous. I mean, I think that, you know, we'd see less waste on the side of the road. You know, there would be a lot of upside to it. But it ain't cheap, so.
It's gotten better though, the roadside dumping.
It's not bad, yeah, no,
it's
I mean,
gotten better. I mean,
I know, that was people's biggest concern
Yeah.
when we lost the recycling bins, and I haven't heard of that having caused the increase that people were concerned about, but it may well be happening, I don't know. So how do either of you want to approach this?
Well, you know, there's no real set agenda that we created. You know, we were talking a while back and figured, you know, it would be best if we visited all the town select boards. We've done Dummerston, Westminster, and now we're on Putney. And, you know, a little bit of what we heard is that there's kind of a slight disconnect between select boards and legislators. And, you know, we just want to bridge that gap and make sure that communication is still open and, you know, we can hear from you. I mean, we can also provide some idea of what you'll be seeing this upcoming session. Normally, you know, we're both good at getting information out. I like to think we're both good at getting information out to our constituents. But, you know, we're here to listen and to hear if there's anything that you want us to have on our radars that we may not have at the forefront. And we can also provide you with some ideas of what we'll be starting the session off with as well. Does that sound?
Yeah, we especially want to hear what's happening here. I know you're probably deep in the budget right now.
yes, we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
No, I would say the thing that pops into my mind right away is sheriff's contract and animal control. And I know we've had that conversation in the past, probably just about every year. Now that we have a new sheriff, it seems like we might have, different opportunities, just different ways of looking at things. Sheriff Clark was great for Putney, but Sheriff Anderson seems just like he's willing and interested in looking at things a little bit differently. And I asked him specifically when he was here what the state could be doing for them, and I think that there's no question in my mind that policing across the state is a problem, but animal control across the state, I would have to guess, is also a problem. And
the whole coordination seems to, or the lack of coordination, that we don't have a system, and that the sheriff's departments don't really seem to be coordinated as well as they could be.
Yeah.
And it's something Jeanette White could talk to, because they are trying to create a system.
Yeah.
As big as that, though, is the staffing problems.
Absolutely.
How many did they just lose at Westminster?
In Westminster, so this week alone, 2 veteran troopers resigned to go to Massachusetts, and this was, we talked about this in Westminster, at the Westminster Select Board as well. There were some issues happening around there, and the recruitment and retention is extremely difficult, and it's not just a Vermont problem. When it's a countrywide problem, because people are looking at the profession and saying, they're seeing what's on the media and they're saying, I'll find something else to do.
I'd rather be a legislator, right? That's what
right. They run for office sometimes. And so, the Vermont State Police are struggling. Every agency is struggling. And, when we're bordering Massachusetts, where officers are coming out of the academy and making 6 figures right off the bat, versus Vermont, they're going to pick Massachusetts.
Yeah.
And that's why the Westminster barracks just lost 2. And so, I'm not sure that the answer is necessarily throwing more money at the problem. That could help, but you also have to think about the quality of the people who you're bringing into the profession. And so that's something that I've been thinking a lot about, as well as Mark Anderson, Sheriff Anderson.
Yeah.
He's a younger, more energetic sheriff who really wants to change things up a bit. And, he's got big hopes for the sheriff's office down here. And I'm happy to work with him and see how we can develop that. But there were also some communication issues that were evidenced by an incident that happened in Westminster / in New Hampshire as well. You may have heard about the car chase that happened with Zach McAllister.
Yeah.
There was, in any incident like that, there's going to be a communication failure somewhere along the line. Some information is not going to get passed. And that's what happened in Westminster, and it made a lot of people
heard
unhappy.
about it.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you think that a cultural shift in policing might attract more potential candidates that might stay on if the culture was right for them?
Absolutely. I think that, that's one of the biggest challenges, is how do you change the culture in something, and you can't change the culture in anything overnight. It's something that requires, it involves your upbringing, your experiences, your education, and it involves so many things to change the culture in an agency. But you have to start somewhere, and so I do think that it would help.
There's a part of that that's true for the whole job market, though.
Yeah.
We're in this dilemma right now where there's really more jobs and good jobs than we have workers, and where we look for them. Historically, this country has opened our doors to immigrants at a time when we needed labor, and this is the dilemma being we're not doing that right now. Talking to some state legislators from Canada, they're targeting international recruiting for.
And my understanding is they're doing quite well.
They are, and I think that's probably a next step, but there needs to be leadership right from the top to do that.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I would think compounding that problem is just the demographics of Vermont as far as immigrant population in general is concerned, you know, unless we had real incentives if you were choosing to go to Massachusetts or New York versus Vermont as an immigrant laborer, why would you
And that
choose
brings up
Vermont?
some of the other barriers, housing being one of them.
Yeah.
You know, workforce housing continues to be a challenge right across the state. And, you know, the amenities such as broadband, you know, that's a challenge that's for workers, for keeping and maintaining younger people here. Kids go away to college and they're used to having broadband everywhere, and then they come home and they're in the desert. So to that end, what we've been reminding all the select boards here, Wyndham Regional is helping spearhead those efforts to create CUDs and maybe create some more municipal utilities like EC Fiber up there, which is now I think serving 20 towns. And I think that may be the only way we're going to get to the last mile. Chesterfield just did something interesting where they bonded to have Consolidated come in and go to the last mile, but I don't know how viable that is in Vermont, but it's certainly something that we're hoping that the towns will come together on, because there's a model that works up in Norwich with EC Fiber, and I don't think it's going to happen we've been waiting 20 years now, and I think the companies that are here have done what they're going to do. You know, Southern Vermont Cable has been piecing together when the state throws some money, they'll add another road.
Right.
But other than that, to get to the last mile, which is what we want, I think that's what's the next step.
No, and I mean, like that group, the West Hill group that coordinated and motivated Southern Vermont to do that, but my recollection is he needed 65 people to sign up for it before it was viable. When you're talking last mile, we don't have many roads that the last mile has 65 people on, so not likely to happen then.
No, we just got some money, and they did Great Meadows Ridge in that area there in the last year, and they had been waiting and pushing for years, and you know that you can keep cobbing it together like that, but really a concerted effort's what's needed, and this is a barrier. I know we've talked about that where some of your colleagues in your age range have looked at Vermont.
And, you know, one of the things I keep seeing headlines about our demographics changing and how we're not going in a great direction. And you know, I keep on putting the plug into my friends from college and got people I grew up with to get them to come here. And the number one question is always, you know, what the internet is like, and housing is the other part. So
we'll keep pushing on that.
Those are hard questions to answer.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, realtors now are starting to have that listing in there, and they have to be upfront with people because it's a question that comes up, and it can sometimes make a difference between a sale and not.
I do try to lean on the value of the Vermont lifestyle, because it really does beat living in a city. You know, it's you know, yes, my internet is slow, but when I go to Boston to see family, one of the first things I want to do is come back and just be in Vermont. You know, so I just tell people, you know, visit Vermont and just, you know, don't worry about the internet for an hour or so, and just explore the mountains and all that, and you'll fall in love with the state. That's what happened for me.
You know, looking ahead to the next month when we reconvene, the headline issues, I think, are not going to be a surprise. That there's a lot of push to do something about climate. Healthcare and healthcare costs are huge, especially prescription drugs. But we did pass a bill to look at Canada, but right now the challenge is we're not able to negotiate Canada again because of what's happening federally. But that is a plan, and you know, recently there was a Vermont edition at noon had a historian talking about the War of 1812 and how there was actually a lot of smuggling going on, or just regular trade that had always happened, which was now illegal because of the War of 1812. And who knows? Maybe that's the only way we're gonna make this happen. But the idea that prescription drugs are being a barrier because of the costs really needs to change. And we'll do what we can on the state level, but it's one of those things. Again, it has to happen at the federal level.
Are we going to start smuggling? Is that what you're?
You can't answer.
Well, for
you heard it here first.
For some families,
I didn't hear start. I didn't hear the word start.
What happened back then? Families were just continuing to do the trade they did all the time.
Right, that's what I heard.
And they call it what you will. There's been a lot of pushes. We've been, yeah. It's an old family tradition. I did have one of my grandfathers when he first came here was a coal miner in West Virginia, and that there was trouble there after a while, and he came back to New Jersey. He was a bootlegger, but that was an honored profession at the time during Prohibition.
Quite lucrative, I'm sure.
Quite lucrative. Anyway, one of the things we've been hearing just about everywhere we go is about Act 250. And there are challenges looking at it in its 50th year that we have to make it work better. We met with people at the hospital who went through this process. In 2017, they started a permit.
For their addition.
For their addition.
Yeah.
They just got their permit. And what they realized with it took so long, their budget's now obsolete. So they're going to have to go back to the Green Mountain Care Board to get approval for this budget. It's got to work better than that. Similarly, Kindle Farm has been involved in a legal problem for over a year now. They've spent over $100,000 in legal fees.
On an Act 250 issue?
On an Act 250 issue because a neighbor didn't like that they were doing outdoor education. And then brought up the idea that they put some yurts up where they permitted. It's got to work better than that. The idea of having signs here in town, we met with local businesses here. They want to be able to tell people who get off the interstate that there's a village here. We're working on that, but it shouldn't be such a hard thing. We're not talking about billboards that'll blind you with their video, but it's got to be easier to do. We're not talking about degrading the environment at all, but the balance has got to make it easier for people to make a living and to get some things done, like hospitals and schools too. That is something we're going to be taking a look at. My guess is you've probably heard from people locally when something comes up, and we're hearing and looking to do that, especially this county delegation.
Yeah, I would just, one comment I would have on that is, as Nader said, when you go to Boston, you just want to get back. I think we want to be really cautious about that too. I mean, I know that Act 250 is cumbersome and has been for a long time, but boy, when you look at our neighboring states and the destruction they have wrought upon themselves.
We don't want to be New Hampshire, we don't want to be New Jersey, but
we don't want to be pretty much any of them as far as that's concerned. So that's a real delicate balance. It's dangerous.
That is something that I balance in my head too.
Yeah.
I on the one hand, I think about the businesses in the area. I think about JD McClymonds that's leaving us shortly.
Yeah.
And I also think about the Vermont lifestyle that we love so much, and finding that
reasonable balance.
Exactly, because people do need to make a living, and it's starting to feel like some folks are feeling crushed by the red tape.
Yeah.
It's hard enough, and our farmers as well. It's hard enough to make a living farming, and with the new required agricultural practices, it's a little harder, but they're trying to do the right thing, and we don't need to make it harder for them.
Yeah, certainly. Having sat on the VHCB and being very familiar with those issues, that it feels harder to them all the time, regardless. And I totally understand that. And it is harder, but it's also part of keeping an environment that we can all survive in. And Yeah, both sides of the argument, it's a tough balance, you know.
Will Rogers said, take care of your land, they ain't making no more.
Yeah. Yep.
Another thing that we're hearing about, and it may come up for action in the committee I sit on, across the state, fire departments and first responders are really being challenged to fill their rosters. There's a bill that would allow towns to give our firefighters and first responders a break on their property taxes. At some point in time, I think we need to look at how our volunteers are helped. The costs of equipment now, costs of training are really prohibitive, and they're keeping people away. And this may be something that's done on a town-by-town basis, but I think it's a good discussion to have because, as you well know, we're sorely understaffed here in Putney.
And as I assume you know, we're paying people.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not paying a lot, but
No.
we're paying.
Yeah.
We're paying some just to keep people on the trucks, and
You
even
bet.
that, you know, I mean, that's
Yep.
helped, but it's only helped. It hasn't
Right.
solved anything.
No, it hasn't. So that's something that may come up and something for you all to think about and talk about, whether it's something that fits in with what you want to do. It'll probably be something that gets talked a lot about. You'll probably hear from VLCT when it comes up, that this is something that comes up, and just giving you a heads up that this may be something that gets some attention, and it'll be something that'll be put on your desks. So if you have discussions, if you have ideas about how to proceed on that, we want to hear.
So how are property taxes going to be supplemented for those people that are on a budget right now?
Well, the reality is, what it means is just like anything else, the rest of the property taxpayers will have to
I
kick
get
in.
that, but that becomes a problem for somebody who's on a budget
I-
already.
I get that, and these are part of discussions.
Yeah.
You know, on the other hand, what happens when we don't have enough volunteers to put the fire truck out on the road?
Seems like solving a problem to create another problem instead of solving a problem.
And that's the Rubik's Cube that we
Right.
deal with all the
Yeah,
time.
it's that, you know, I know so many people who are from here who can't afford to live here anymore, are still living here.
Yeah.
And you know, they come into my shop all the time going, how come my taxes are going up? I hear it every day. So.
You know, one thing that I learned about, I went to a gathering recently with Rescue down in Brattleboro, and you know, volunteerism in this state isn't dead, but it is cost prohibitive. And one of the issues is the classes that are being held. You know, it's you have to drive hours to a class, and the volunteer has to foot the bill oftentimes. And so what Drew Hazelton, I think that's the chief of rescue, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Name escaped it for a second. He put on a free class, and he got a ton of interest, and a whole bunch of students as well.
Yeah.
And I think,
well, actually, the state put money out for that,
Yeah.
so it would be free to.
yeah. And so you know, things like that I think will also help to offset the shortfall in having bodies in rescue and firefighters.
And I hear the piece about taxes, and local property taxes are what people see. The reality is, though, there's a lot of money in this country, and we have a federal tax structure now where there's a large cohort of corporations and individuals who pay no taxes. And so what used to trickle down, what built the old firehouse here, what built the gym has dried up, and that money needs to flow again to the towns.
You can't help but wonder too if the crisis of youth is attached to the volunteerism issue. If we don't have any young people to volunteer, we are going to age out. And
well, to one degree, I don't know that we're going to be attractive to people in their 20s until they're ready to raise a family. But that's where I think we're going to start doing our focusing, this is the place to raise a family. It's not the place where you're going to find Las Vegas kind of nightlife, but this is the place to raise a family.
You can just convince them this isn't where we're gonna find broadband either.
Yeah. Again, there's another twist on the roof.
Yes. What can I say? You know?
No, but I would think, I mean, if you were considering legislation that would supplement, you know, firefighting education, for example, or other expenses that are gonna bring up, or reduce taxes, mandate reducing taxes for those who do that, there would have to be some component of the HSA program or something that would compensate for that for those that are
Could be another
that can't do it. You know?
Right.
How does that? How does the state?
But I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah.
Because those discussions are going to happen, and
Yeah.
what's the pleasure? What's the pleasure of the town?
Yeah.
It's a values check.
Yeah.
Are we changing something? Are we doing something different? And what do we value?
Right. No, and I think one of you sort of accurately said that volunteerism isn't dead, but it's unaffordable.
Yeah.
How do you make it more affordable?
Yeah.
I mean, it's expensive no matter, I was on rescue and cutting here for a long time. And it's expensive to do that, definitely. I mean, it's great. I loved every minute of it, but every time the thing goes off, you're going, can I afford to leave my job for the next 2 hours? That's hard. That's a choice. And how to shift that a little bit. I also, I mean, I obviously you're thinking this way, but as far as those services are concerned, regionalization has to be part of that component. I mean, certainly sheriff's offices, and I wish, I've often thought that the sheriff, it's shocking to me how little the state really does for the sheriff's department, and how they should be more involved in that, in my opinion. And I'm sure there are those who would argue for any number of valid reasons they shouldn't be more involved in that. But, when we're not getting the services we need and the state isn't mandating it or having statute related to it, then that's so much. I mean, for me, animal control is a big part of that. I mean, we were just talking the other day about, the 20 different towns all having different animal control ordinances. It's like the state needs to step up on that and just say, these are universal. Because then that, Mark was saying, that's a huge problem for us, because we would like to be able to do something, but every town wants us to do it different. Well, that's an opportunity for the state to say, these are the minimums, and if you want to do more, that's up to you, but this is what needs to be done. And I think that could be true with the sheriff's department.
It's something I've been looking at for a few years. To get that to rise to the top is a heavy lift right now because of other issues. And I don't want to wait till we have a tragedy.
Well, that's exactly
I mean,
it.
we had just had another bad incident up here with.
And they add up.
They lost a lot of money in that situation. And,
No, I know, and as you well know, these things are so cyclical. I mean, we can have a year go by where almost nothing happens, and then bang, bang, bang. And that's
one of the pieces to that, and it's again something I've shared with the other select boards that you might want to talk with your town lawyer about is changing to strict liability around this that really holds people accountable for their dogs. And
which, I mean, we've talked about that too. The biggest problem for us in that reality is enforcement.
Enforcement.
We have no ability to enforce, and that's the conversation we had with Mark Anderson.
But with strict liability, individuals
it goes to the courts.
That's
right. Yeah.
And
how well does that work? I'm not disagreeing with you, Mike.
No. Then there's all the expense of somebody becoming a witness for it. They're doing their job.
It could be significant.
Right.
If somebody can bring, and it would, I think, the old saying, for some people, their most sensitive part of their anatomy is the pocketbook.
Yeah. No, that's definitely true. And I mean, I think that one of the big things we talked about with them was the educational component of it, and that's where you're going to save in that department. It's like, register your dog, chain your dog up, and then you're not going to end up going to court for it. And that's a huge
Westminster's having a very similar problem, and the next step too, because they changed some laws, and then to enforce it, people are really being scofflaws, and there's no follow up there.
And we can.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to send parents to break legs.
Yeah.
You might like to.
Some days I would probably be able to.
Now we're smuggling and breaking legs?
That ought to
I'm not sure
keep
I'm
you
in
on
the
a
right
little
meeting anymore.
Today's world, right?
You know, there are those big issues here, but these other things at the ground level are just as important if this is what's happening in your town.
Well, that's the thing. Those are the things that sort of repetitively come back to us.
And that's why we're here, and we want to push for what you want up there and hear what you do or don't want here as well.
We're both also, as you know, very open to communication, and usually what comes to me will also come to Mike if it's an issue that affects the entire district, and vice versa. So, don't hesitate to reach out to both of us or one of us, and we work together. We're not floating independently when we're up there, so we're constantly bringing our minds together. And if there's any issues, you can definitely let us know.
And this is the point where I can tell everybody what a good job he's doing and what a great guy he's been to work with. I think we're a good team. He's been a quick study. He's a hard worker, and people are being well served by him. So
Thanks.
Thanks.
And he has been a great mentor, so I have to throw that out there too. So I'd be a bit lost if I didn't have him with however, well over a decade experience up there. So it's good.
And we're ready to get back to work again.
Yeah. I'm pretty excited. I definitely
All right, well, good. Well, thank you both so much for coming.
And thank you. I know the time you folks put into this. Sometimes I bet it doesn't feel like it stops, especially
Like we
now.
don't get paid enough,
Yeah.
We get paid?
Yeah.
Really?
Don't spend it all in one place.
Well, you're gonna have to make sure it's enough then.
All right, thanks, you guys.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Happy holidays.
Same to you. Sorry I missed the potluck today.
That's,
I did too, I was bummed.
I know.
We had good food.
Yeah, it's great food today.
They say these damn day jobs get in the way.
I know.
Take care.
See ya.
Thanks.
John just asked if we were released. Yeah. Don't forget your jacket, Michael.
If we were what?
It's already, leave it Saturday.
Are you aware that I leave at 7?
Guess we talk to you next time.
Yeah. I just told him to come in.
You told me to come in?
Yeah. We have 5 minutes.
I leave at 7.
That's right. You have 5.
Talk fast.
5. Preferably 2 or 3.
Okay, so Karen thought it would be a good idea to give you an update on town meeting. Now that we don't have a joint town school meeting.
Right.
We'll still meet at the school. Herb has said we can have the space.
Good.
That day we actually have 3 elections, because there's the floor vote, there's the local races, and the presidential primary. So I'm thinking attendance might be higher than normal. 4 local officers, select board, a lister, a cemetery commissioner, and we need to re-elect the moderator. There'll also be there'll be some number of school directors on the ballot. That's being decided tonight at the school board meeting. The election is going to be somewhat weird because by federal law, by federal law, you have to have 45 days of early voting in the presidential primary, which starts January 17th. The petitions for local officers are not due until 10 days later on the 27th. So I already have 1 military request, and he's going to get 2 ballots in 2 different envelopes that will have to be returned separately. So it's going to be a little bit wonky. The notice and warning for town meeting must be posted not later than February 2nd. Early voting for local races will start February 12th. Any questions on that? The only other thing I have is we continue to encourage Putney residents to participate in the 2020 census. Karen and I went to the Putney Community Cares lunch last week. If any of you want flyers like this, I get those periodically from the census folks. Laura, you may have that. And then 2020 hunting and fishing licenses went on sale yesterday. We've already sold one. Good. I'll give you one guess who it was.
Have to be here today anyway.
Yep.
Right. Streamline that. One thing that I don't know whether we want to talk about or not, but the fact that we aren't going to have the school might give us leeway to set the time of our town meeting a little differently. I mean, that's a discussion we've sort of touched on here and there, but never
I was planning on
really
opening the
changed
polls
things.
from 10 to 7
Right.
at the
I
school.
mean, you have to, right?
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
they must be open by 10 and they have to stay open until 7.
I don't know whether there's any clear data available to us whether 2 to 7 would work better than 10 to 3, or, you know, I'm not sure.
Are you planning on leaving on vacation right after town meeting?
Not in the same way, but I'm going to start making plans, so I'll keep that in mind. Yeah.
We'll need your help to count the votes. 800 people
It'll
voted
be a
in
busy.
2016
It'll be a
in the
busy.
primary. So,
Well, we still have tables, right? Everyone will bring their tables, there'll be a food table and all that, right? As
that
far
I
as
don't
we
know.
know.
I've never organized that before.
Yeah.
And I don't know about childcare, and I don't know about, you know, typically the school does something with lunch.
Right.
I haven't heard whether that's happening. So there's some little logistical things that
that we should,
I was going to propose we start at 10 and hopefully be done by lunch.
yeah.
I don't know, I just think that's something I assume we have the leeway to make that decision. I don't know what the time frame would be for, you know, presumably we would have to do that 30 or 45 days in advance or something.
I would think that
And depending on the articles.
I would
too.
think that you would want to have that not later than February 2nd. So probably at your next meeting, you should decide that, if we're going to change the time. Because that should be in the warning.
I'm not necessarily advocating for that, I just wonder whether.
It's been brought up many times to me by various folks that the time is not easy for them to get to.
I hear that too.
For folks that are working. And,
So people are thinking like afternoon?
I think, well, what most people have said is they'd like it in an evening. So
I've heard evening or weekend.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
So that can be a petition though, right, Jonathan, for the following year, if they want to change it?
What do other towns do? Do other towns do evenings? Who does?
Westminster does
Yeah,
Saturday.
that makes so
New
much
Britain
more
does
sense.
Tuesday?
And some, but
Same day
what,
we
in
do
the evening,
ours.
some people do
No.
an evening, the problem.
During the
You
day.
know, well, that's also why I'm saying, now that it's the town and not the school, we might have more, I mean,
Right.
you know,
That
we
makes a
can
lot of
sort
sense.
of reasonably assume that it's not gonna be a whole lot more than 4 to 5 hours. You know, what time can you start and have that be a reasonable outcome, you know? I don't know. And does it help anybody if we start at 3 instead of at 10?
Right.
Or if you're looking at evenings, does it have to go, I know some towns have them truly in the evening.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
starting at 5:30 or
Right,
something,
right.
so.
Every part of the contingent that I say to, how come you don't come to town meeting? They go, I have to work.
Right.
And they all say that. They're
Yeah.
like, well, your voice is missed, believe me.
Last
You
year was the
need to
first
come,
town meeting
and
ever.
we all want that participation.
Yeah,
And I think
the
so,
9 to 5,
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, I've never been to a town meeting, except for last year.
I can't go to New
Last year was the
Things
first one
because
I've been
I'm
to in
working.
20 years, I think.
But it's important too, when you have a floor vote on the budget, that
Right.
you have people there.
Yes.
Because when you
No.
only have 100 people, it doesn't work, you know?
But you know, the school budget meeting approved a $50 million school budget.
How many of us were there?
With
26 voters were there. And that was a meeting that started at 7 p.m.
Right, exactly. And how long did it take to approve that budget? I
Too
mean,
long.
It did.
Laura was there.
That ran till what, 9:30? I don't remember.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, you know, there's no way we could start at 7 because.
7's too late.
Yeah, because any one
But
topic
5.
can take
Yeah,
us,
5.
maybe.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
people
Or-
can work.
Or
You
even-
try it
or
for
even
1 year, and if
4,
it didn't
yeah,
work, go back
you
to
know.
a daytime.
So
Yeah.
if I'm remembering correctly, didn't Putney do town meeting on Saturday? This is what I've heard from, I think Jeanette White has told me this, that Putney tried it on Saturdays at one point and found the turnout to be just about the same and reverted.
Which is, I was going to say, this is strictly anecdotal, but I have certainly heard that it tends not to matter that much.
Right.
And I don't know who could verify that for us. VLCT might be able to, just out of interest. Does it dramatically change it? I mean, the problem is, like, you go to evenings and yeah, you might get more younger people who are voters, but they're going home after a long day, they're feeding kids, so on and so forth.
Right.
And you're nixing a bunch of the senior crowd who just isn't going to go out at 7 o'clock at night to be at the meetings. So, I have no idea. I just, the first part of driving my mother gave up was driving at night. Right, of course, exactly.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, just because it's happened too doesn't mean we shouldn't try it again, but.
No, I don't remember it happening in Putney, but that may have been.
And I may be misrecalling, but I am fairly certain Jeanette and I have had a conversation where she told me that.
I would believe it.
There's a clerks network where you can ask questions and people reply. So what I'm going to suggest is you guys start thinking about that. Put me on the agenda for the next meeting, and before then I will ask it on MuniNet.
You could ask of your managers too, because is that the same one you would ask, Karen, MuniNet, or do you, because you asked?
I do, but he's on there quite a bit, so.
So Westminster has a Saturday meeting, they get a better turnout? What percentage of people come to other town meetings?
We'll just call up Fletcher Proctor and ask him, or call the Valley.
Well, I'll tell you a new thing. I've been to one, and there's not a whole lot of people there.
I mean, the reality is we get, I think, a pretty surprisingly good turnout.
Right.
200 people checked in last year.
Which is
But the year before, it was
1,800
more, right?
households and 2,800 people.
Yeah.
I say we invite the Whetstone
That's
to
not
set up
great
their
turnout.
truck.
Say, what did you say, Laura?
I think we should invite the Whetstone to set up their truck.
Absolutely, right.
You can bring your brandy.
I'm ready. You have free draft beer and we will
Sorry.
get the voters here.
I do believe too, it depends on the articles.
Yeah.
It definitely does.
That's what brings the voters out.
Yeah.
Because if you have something contentious, they're gonna be there.
But it doesn't necessarily, floor articles don't do that as much as you would assume. It tends to be, and again, anecdotal, I would say the Australian ballot articles,
Correct.
you see the lines for voting for those.
Yeah.
And people come because they can come and they can vote and they don't have to sit through the floor part of it.
Exactly.
And that's the part that
And
a lot
that's-
of people just
right.
can't even stomach is the floor part.
Yeah.
And they've had the time to educate themselves about the vote that they care about.
In advance.
In advance,
Right.
right, exactly.
Right.
And
No,
we're not gonna know about all the rest of it, it's just our
Right.
time.
No,
Childcare and all that.
and I mean, frustratingly, we almost without exception have a pre-town meeting, which we get, typically 12 people at, maybe.
I was gonna say 10, but 12 is a good guess.
Well, somewhere in
It's
that
gonna be
range.
different.
So, what's that?
I'm hoping it's gonna be different this year.
Put something controversial on there.
The budget.
No, it's hard, it's really hard getting people to come. I mean, I
No, it's educating people ahead of time, and then, then they might come out, and just have further discussion about it. Because once they can think about it, then they have more questions, and then.
Right.
So I think getting them ready, like a pre-town meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's just surprising to me how ineffective I'm not arguing
Right,
against
right.
it, but, I think it's a great thing to do.
Right.
It's just frustrating that.
Yeah,
it
but
goes.
then we can say, we tried.
We had this. Oh, yeah.
We tried.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
No, and I think one of the tough things is the number of people, and certainly this would be some of the contingent you hear from, who feel so disenfranchised by the people that are at town meeting. They don't want to be part of the discussion. They're happy to come and vote on an Australian ballot issue, but they don't want to come and sit there and listen to the
Talk about high-powered dump trucks.
It's even deeper than that, and I can speak to this better than anybody here because I have the least amount of experience and the least amount of knowledge of what happens and what it takes to run this town. And for me, it was really simple. Everything costs too much.
Right.
And I don't have the money for this.
Right.
And why?
Yep.
And frankly, everybody needs to start wanting to know why.
Yeah.
Right.
And show up,
Yeah.
because then we know
Yep.
that they know why,
Yeah.
and then we can hear their opinion, because I'm still learning. There's so much
Right.
for me to learn.
I mean,
And-
I can state why in some parts of this, but you know, when you throw in a bigger, you know, like a piece of equipment, you know, and
I have
then
already
you have
heard
to
about the fire
justify,
truck
you know?
a dozen
Yeah,
times,
yeah,
okay?
Yep.
And I'm like, what are you
Yeah.
gonna do if your house
I'm
is
with
on
you
fire?
though.
Yeah.
I agree with you. That's, you know, that's what it takes. It takes the entire community. It's not this table
Right.
that
No.
makes the
So
decision.
what do we do to
But
get them
that's
to
the,
come?
that's the frustrating
Right,
part.
right.
And if you
Yeah.
don't want your taxes to go up, what are you willing to sacrifice?
Right,
Because
exactly.
that's the only way
That's
your
it.
taxes are ever gonna go
Yeah.
down,
But
is
the-
if we have less services.
The problem is, I think that the contingent I hear from would be glad to have their services go down if their
Yeah.
taxes went down.
Right.
The problem is they're not the majority of the people in the town anymore, and they don't want to show up and have their voice heard.
Right.
So I
Although-
want them to show up so that people
Yeah.
will hear them.
And they
Okay.
they may be happy to have their services go down so their taxes go down, but when they realize the impact of their services going down, that may be a completely different story.
That's right, and that education is important. They're not going to get
Right.
that if they don't
Yeah.
show up.
I agree.
I agree with
Right.
that,
Yeah,
okay? I
but
agree
how
with
do we
that.
get them to show up?
Right, so one of the ways, hopefully we get them to show up is that they listen to this, okay?
No,
So-
and, I mean, you say they're not the majority, I'm not sure that's true.
Maybe
They're-
they are, I don't
They're
know.
never the majority at town meeting,
Okay.
and I bring that
I
up.
should, you're
almost-
absolutely right, I misspoke. They feel like they're not the majority.
And,
That's
well,
it.
and if they don't come to town meeting,
They're not the majority.
definitely not the
Thank you.
majority.
You-
But
Everyone
I
needs
try,
to hear
I
this.
try and say that at town meeting every
Right.
year. Remember, folks, just because you're here, you
Right.
don't represent everybody who lives in this town.
Exactly.
And that's a huge
Exactly.
frustration to
It's
me.
huge, yes, right.
But we get pretty good turnout, right? So
Yeah.
what do you want? I mean, there's some towns that get, you know,
I'm willing to
60
do the
people.
research to see and ask.
If there's a
question.
better way,
Do
yeah.
more people come up if it's on a Saturday?
Yeah.
And what about an evening meeting
Evening, yeah.
or an afternoon meeting as opposed to starting at 10 in the morning?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be there from 10 in the morning until 10 at night anyway,
Either
so it
way,
doesn't matter
yeah,
to me.
yeah.
I also think one of the other questions we could ask other towns is, have you done anything differently that, aside from location and
yes,
timing,
yes.
have you done anything differently to capture people, to bring them in, to interest them? Has there been any kind of like social engagement piece
Right.
that has worked?
You talked about surveys. I thought that was a great idea, but the surveys are cumbersome, and even if people respond to them or we get a certain percentage, we
Right.
still don't really get a feel of them, and they didn't
The
show up to
entire
do that. They just
community.
responded to the
Right.
survey.
Yeah.
It's anything.
Yeah.
The other thing I keep hearing is if we can't make the expense go down and people aren't willing to, live with lesser services, then how do we generate more money? How do we generate more money? Like
Right.
we were talking about the library. Does the library generate any of its own money?
Right.
And how? And how can we increase that so the burden to the taxpayer is less?
Right.
And then what does it really mean? $25 to a tax bill or $50 to a tax bill, and to lose what? And everybody needs to understand that. I don't understand that enough, but I understand it a lot more than I did a year ago. So,
You have to be exposed
right.
and ask questions.
Well, and I mean, the other thing that was at one time, and we voted to eliminate it, and I can't remember exactly the proper terminology for it, but there are taxes that towns can levy on businesses. I would not advocate for that because
God, I hope
we're
not.
chasing.
No, we don't have
But
it.
you, for example,
Yeah.
we used to.
Right.
Well, you essentially pay on the equipment that you own. So you, for example, would have an assessment on all your tools and your lift and so on, and you just pay. And I can't remember what that tax is called, but we used to have it and we eliminated it.
It's personal property tax.
Yes,
Something,
yeah.
but
And then the
but
other
they're business
Right,
related.
right.
Yeah.
And then Brattleboro enacted a local sales
Yeah.
tax,
Right.
Yeah,
Right,
the-
which was
the
not
1
very
cent
well
tax.
received by the business
Right.
community.
No.
And they lost
Right.
businesses.
Well, that's the problem.
I'm paying that on
But the-
every
the
part.
lost businesses,
every
I
part
think
I buy out of
that's-
Brattleboro,
there
I'm
may be
paying
some
1%
false
more.
equivalency there.
Right.
Yeah, that's hard, that would be hard to interpret, but, you know, you've talked, I think very rightfully, how do we get more businesses in this town?
Right.
But that doesn't, businesses don't generate income for the town.
Right.
I mean, we don't have any way, other than the real estate taxes and or sewer and water, we don't tax businesses.
Right.
So more business in town doesn't alleviate our tax problem. It's good for town, I think, for any number of different reasons.
Yeah, and
but-
that helps the more people
Just
making
bring
more
more money.
money, have more money to spend,
Yeah,
support
yeah,
more businesses.
totally. Yeah.
Right, it all goes in the right direction. Right, yeah.
But it doesn't bring money into town hall.
Right.
So, or not directly, but
Yeah.
yeah, more money people
We
have.
should have asked our legislators about local control with marijuana, if they legalize it.
I thought about it and then I was like, well, wait.
Legalize it for business purposes,
Yeah.
I mean.
Anything else for me?
No, but thank you very much for.
Thank you for staying late.
May the rest of your meeting be brief.
It's the nicest thing anyone said to me.
Wow, what a meaningful thing to say. Okay, Stephen Dotson, appointment as Wyndham Regional Commission Town Representative. As you all remember, we saw him last week when he was here. Did he, and we have,
Oh, yeah, I didn't give you the email, I don't believe.
It's right here.
I have it.
Oh, you got it?
I have it.
You all have it.
we have, yeah. And that is just a written request. Hi Karen, yes, please do consider this my official written request to be considered as a representative of Putney's to the Wyndham Regional Commission. However, if I am selected as the Brattleboro Sustainability Coordinator, Peter said that they may ask me to eventually shift into a citizen interest position when one becomes available, so that there is no possible perception of a conflict of interest. Okay, that's fine.
And we don't know what's gonna happen, so.
Would somebody like to move that we appoint Stephen Dotson to the Wyndham, as our representative to the Wyndham Regional Commission?
So moved.
And seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Stephen Dotson to the Wyndham Regional Commission as our Putney representative. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Josh,
Great.
can you sign that, please?
Thank you, Stephen. That's great.
Below the date, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, sewer and water draft budget discussion.
They're small.
I know, I lied. Sorry.
No budget on what?
I thought there was no budget on the agenda. I missed that somehow.
I don't think it was a lie.
It was, yeah.
It was a, what was it? You say for yourself.
It was an oversight, yes. No, an unintentional oversight. Or maybe I was just blocking it out.
So we might as well start with the water.
So what do you got?
So the water budget draft changed by 1.99%, so insignificant. I did adjust some line items because they were over budget for the last 2 years, so I just brought them in line with what we've been spending. But there's really nothing large, no big changes for the water department. Chris Hayes was in my office this week too, and we sat down and we talked about different things and what we should be looking at in the future. But for 21, for the water department, other than just maintenance, you know, to some of the buildings, it's insignificant. The sewer department.
Sorry, operation supplies over budget last 2 years, so we weren't budgeting enough the last 2 years,
Correct.
is what you're saying? Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's, you know, there's several line items like that. So they're unanticipated expenses, especially like for operational supplies. Of course, we're still paying on the bond, so that won't end until fiscal year 41 for the water department. 41. 2041.
Was that a 50 years? Why is that? Because we refinanced it?
Yes, that
Because
was.
we refinanced it and that was the longest.
Yeah. So again, the water department, I'm not too concerned about that one. Sewer department, on the other hand. So again, some line items like testing and chemicals, like we've been over budget, so I increased those a little bit. I talked to Chris about competitive bids. And
For operations?
yeah, for like, you know, testing and for chemicals, because they seem to be like, just keep going up and up.
Right.
And he said, there's not many vendors out there.
Yeah.
So we're kind of stuck with what we have, which.
No, I mean, and we talked sometime not too long ago about that concept with Simon's Operating Service too. Whether
Correct.
we should put that out to bid at some point.
And it's another 3% with Simon's.
Which we have agreed to all along.
Right.
I think, and I think I may have said this before, that there's probably a very limited number of people, of operations that would be interested in bidding on something like that. But that shouldn't prevent us from doing that at some point if we feel that's the right thing. I mean, it's good business practice, certainly, so.
Well,
but
I mean,
it may be that.
You know, the sewer contract for 2021, you know, you're looking at 108,000, almost 109,000 just for a sewer department.
Right.
And I mean, they're good because if we have an issue, they're right there. We have Joe right here in town.
Right.
They have a young guy, Anthony, who is really good with technology.
Yeah.
So, you know, and.
No, I mean, I certainly don't feel like I have, and I don't think we have any sort of global complaints about Simon's.
No.
But again, as far as good business practice is
Right.
concerned, should we be putting it out to bid at some point?
Yeah. No, I think we should anyway, just to.
See what's happening out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we might get 6 bidders, or we might get Simon's.
Right.
I don't know.
You know, the water department too, their contracted services will be, you know, $20,550, you know, just for water. So, you know,
Always good.
30,000 right there, you know? But, again, you know, we still have the bond payment that is, we'll be paying on that till 2037.
On the sewer.
Yeah, for the sewer. In this particular budget though, Tom came to me regarding generators. One for the sewer plant, and then another one for the Sandhill pump station. I did not put the generator in the water budget, only because the generator for the wastewater treatment plant is $39,500.
Surprised.
So, when I put that in the budget, it does increase the budget by 13.25%. Now, what happens with that is the users will pay for that increase. Right. And I figured out it's gonna be about just below $16 a quarter per user for sewer.
Increase.
Increase, yeah.
And what's a typical currently? I mean, what's a monthly bill for somebody with a single ERU?
It's $164 a quarter.
So it would go up by 10%.
Yeah.
I mean, we just raised it 23% when we did away with the 40,000. So I want to be careful, and you know, but That generator's been on the list for several years. It keeps getting pushed back. Now, if that treatment plant goes down, it probably only lasts 2 days and then we'll run into problems.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike the pump station on Sand Hill, that can stay down about a week because it's gravity fed, and we have the well at Landmark, the reserve,
Right.
the storage tank.
He was telling us about that.
Yeah.
When he came in.
Yeah.
Remind me that there's other consequences.
It would
I can't.
only,
I didn't remember it being a week. I remember it being less than that, but yeah, a couple of them.
No, Chris told me about a week, so, but that's pushing it too.
Of supply up
Yes,
there?
of supply.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't second guess Chris on that, but I would say that's probably sort of a best case scenario.
Right.
I mean, you know, we have a structure fire at the same time, and boom, there goes.
Right, there goes the water. Yep.
You know, who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, depending on the sort of event that we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
so
very little security for it.
So if we have no power,
Right.
you know, we wouldn't probably be down a week, but, you know, maybe in the wintertime, you know, who knows?
Yeah.
You get a winter storm, ice storm, you
Right,
know.
exactly.
Could be 5 days, you
Yeah.
don't know that.
Right.
So, to protect the utilities, the generators were recommended.
And did you didn't get a price on the water one, on the pump
We
station
did,
one?
we did. Let me see if I have.
And I think I asked this when Tom was here, but I'll ask it again. Any chance there's any grant money out there for this kind of thing?
I have never seen it.
We might want to look into it.
I mean,
I think there might be.
We were talking about the
USDA,
exhaust for the
but-
trucks, and there was no grant money for that.
For that,
I can't remember
yeah.
about the generators.
So I only have one quote. It's King's Electric. So for the water treatment building, the generator is $25,735. So you gotta add $1,500 for the cement pad that needs to be laid down, and then a 500-gallon LP gas tank. So, and I did 500 times $3 a gallon, so another 1,500. But, so the total for the water treatment building would be $27,235. So, and for the sewer, the 39,500 includes the 1,500 for the cement pad and the gas. Okay? But, and that's only one quote, so I would go out to bid on that.
Yeah.
Are all the people on water on septic too, or is there a different amount of
No,
people?
no, that's.
Many more people on water on septic? Or
So-
Like McClements is on septic but not water.
Yeah, but that's a relatively rare exception. There used to be a lot of those, but they've disappeared over time.
So what
it's
I, yeah.
Just sort of a handful, I think. but-
Okay.
So I figured out there's about
Because does it make
155 sewer users and 130 water.
So does it make any sense to have a generator on one and not the other? I mean,
Well, I mean, I think that point of it being a week versus 2 days.
Right.
The other question, I would assume if our sewer system is down at a certain point, we start overflowing essentially into the Connecticut, I would have to guess. I mean, I don't know. And then what are the fine
Right.
implications of that, et cetera?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
but
Yeah.
can it operate without water too? And doesn't it need,
I see what you're saying.
right.
Yeah.
So doesn't it need
Well, you got
supply?
water up at the reserve, right? And it,
I guess I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around a week's worth of gravity-fed water up there for the town, but maybe that's right.
Yeah, I would tend to disagree with that, but I know, Chris knows
I don't know.
what he's
Yeah.
talking about, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I mean, I don't wanna find out,
Right.
honestly.
Yeah.
But,
well, I mean, it's a
Yeah.
pretty simple equation. That's how many
Yeah.
gallons we have stored and
right,
how many we use in a day, and
Yeah.
then we know.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I mean, we could certainly appeal to people on the water system
Right.
to reduce their
Concerns.
usage if that.
Yes, yeah.
But if I don't know, for example, if there isn't flow, does it freeze up at a certain point? I don't know how that system is
Right.
protected from freeze up. I'm not sure.
yeah.
You know, I mean, if
That'd
we're
be a
in the
question
midst
for
of it.
Joe.
God, that would be
Joe might
expensive.
be-
Yeah, well, I don't think
Right.
the whole thing would freeze up, but does it stop water from, you know, I don't know, I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I mean, it's never been a problem that I've been aware of,
Yeah,
but part of that, I think, is because it's
Constantly
constantly moving,
Yeah.
really, so.
yeah.
I have no idea. But I think it would make sense to get somebody else to look at this.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, certainly an easy person would be somebody like Powers Generator, because that's all they do is generators.
Yeah.
You know, and then we could probably ask a few others. I'm guessing this is, you know, right in line with X percentage. I don't know what X percentage is. But
Yeah.
I wonder what the electrical demands of that little station are, and that seems like, you know, seems like a lot of money.
It's just for the pump station.
Yeah.
Well, they're looking water treatment building, wastewater treatment. For the wastewater treatment, it's a 48 kilowatt 3-phase.
And Chris said that's plenty big enough for down there.
Yeah, is it bigger than we need? I mean, that would be the other question, is what could we get?
Right.
You know, if we had to limp by, what could we get away with? Because
Right.
this is your question, supply and install a 25 kilowatt 3-phase. I mean, it may just be that they have to be, you know, as soon as you get into 3-phase, then
Maybe that's
you're looking
it.
at big systems anyway. So yeah, I don't know. But, you know, yeah, I think getting different quotes and also seeing whether there are,
Yeah.
and how much power does it take just to get it to limp along for a week?
Yeah, and how often are we gonna use it? You know,
Right.
can you buy a good used one? And can you get a used one for $5,000 and set it up?
Right.
And I mean,
'cause-
I know guys that have sugaring operations that have
Absolutely.
3-phase generators
Big
like
old
that.
diesel generators,
And they
yeah.
have the Cummins on it, and they
Right.
bought it for $5,000, and it works fantastic for
Yes.
that 3 days a year the
Yeah.
power
Yeah.
goes out.
Yeah.
$25,000, I mean,
Yeah, no, I think that's what, and that actually is, I can't remember who it is, but there's a, you know, municipal buying
Yes.
group that
Yep.
you can look at that kind of,
Yeah.
and we've
Right.
gotten
Yeah.
some stuff through them in the past.
Building grounds.
But that might be worth exploring
Yeah.
with that. I mean, you're right, for the usage, you would think you could buy one of those.
sure.
units.
Right, you know,
Somebody
I
just
mean,
upgraded and they got one that's serviced every 250 hours and there's nothing wrong with it and buy it for a
Yeah.
quarter the price.
Yeah,
well, yeah, you put $39,500 into a generator, and how many times are you gonna use it?
Right.
hopefully never. I
Right,
mean,
right, right.
It'd be
unfortunately.
nice to put
Yeah,
$20,000
but that's a lot of
into
money
it and
to
hopefully use it
spare,
never.
you know?
Yeah,
Right.
security.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing with it, it's just, it's an
Alright.
unfortunate, it's an insurance policy, that's all it is, you know.
So what I'll do is, I'll get some other quotes, and then we can decide.
And maybe put a feeler out for Brian, I know Brian keeps track at least reasonably of used equipment, you know. If
Right.
nothing else, I think he looks at it just because he's interested in it,
Right,
so it
right.
might be worth saying,
Yeah.
you know, if one was looking for a big old used generator, where would you find it? No, I
But,
agree, I have plenty of people who that's the case for.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be nice to like try to level fund both of these budgets, just for a couple more years or so.
You know, the other thing that would be a possibility, and I don't know how realistic a possibility this is, but, you know, chances are you're gonna be able to move back and forth. You know, I mean, the water system, if we've got a week's worth of water at any given time, you fire that thing up for 24 hours and
And
you're
then
good
take
for a
it
week.
back down there.
Exactly,
Right.
so, you know, one of those portable units.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I
Just
think
have the
there's a
hookups
bunch
the
of
same in
different
both
possibilities.
places.
Alright.
Plug the cables in and
Right.
fire it up.
Portable, huh?
And what, is that easy? I have no idea. I mean, in theory, I would think it would be, but it may not be. You know.
Portable generator. Okay. All right, so I'll look at that and come back to you guys in January.
Okay. So we're good on that discussion for the moment.
Yep,
Appreciation letters.
they're in your packets. So basically, they're social service agency appropriations.
Yeah.
And I like it when they send letters. So it makes, you know, shows they appreciate appropriation. So, let's SEVCA, you have AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, Brattleboro Area Hospice, Wyndham County Humane Society, all sending in thank you letters to the select board. Oh, and one more, I get a card here too. Oh, and Putney Community Cares sent this lovely card. It's pretty, yeah.
Good. Well, thank you to all of them for the work that they do for us. All right. Well, we're gonna have a Citizen of the Year discussion, but we're gonna do that in an executive session, and we're gonna have executive session for other reasons, so we'll table that for the moment.
Thank you.
Do you have anything for your town manager's report, or have we pretty much covered all we were looking to
Yeah, I
cover?
think we're pretty much good. I did put in your packets the town meeting prep for 2020. Of course, Jonathan went over some important dates, and they're gonna be on this schedule as well.
I didn't have that, so are you sure I have that?
Yeah,
On the back of,
Maybe you don't.
on the back of the Humane Society.
No. You got it?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. You
I
were
don't.
good, Alyssa.
I didn't get it.
Well, the funny thing is I don't have everything you have, and I made it from my packet, so go figure that one out.
It's on this one because you gave me your packet earlier.
Dare to be different.
Town meeting.
Anyways, you'll get another one.
And then,
Well, I didn't know. I didn't
But
know.
this is mostly not really
No, here, Josh.
applicable to us, it's more applicable to you.
It's just a resource.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's really, I think we kind of went over
It's a very
everything.
nice card.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only other thing I want to say is, I want to say thank you to the highway department for doing a good job with the storms. The
Well done.
roads, they're taking really good care of the roads. The sidewalks have been awesome. And they're getting out there early. And I mean, this morning I was out here shoveling a little bit, and then Tyler showed up and he finished the rest. And so they've been really good. They've been busy, and you know, some guys have been, you know, taking a day off here or a day off there, and they've been covering. They've been covering the town. They've been doing a good job. So I want to just say thank you.
I'll second that on Windmill Hill Road.
Yep.
Great job.
Well done, thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I think everything's held up well. Since it got brought up, one exception, I think, and it's not because they're not doing a good job, but problems that we have. You and I talked about this before winter came in. I can't remember which one. It's either Frost Place or Phineas White, or maybe
Phineas White.
both of them
The water.
are spilling water onto
Alright.
both the sidewalk and the road.
Okay.
And that's a problem. Also, the drop basin that's near the bottom of Signal Pine seems to need cleaning out, so.
Yeah, I've asked, I talked to Brian about that one several times, but I'll have a chat with him to see what we can do in the spring, because that's a problem area.
Right, no, I know.
So
No, and whether there's a culvert that could be added or something, I'm
Right.
not sure there is. I'm a little fearful that Phineas White and Frost Street are,
Ledge.
well,
Yeah.
I don't know how much it's ledge and how much it's too late to do anything.
Right.
But, you know, those are things we talked about anyway earlier in the season, and I think some preventive maintenance would have helped, and I don't, you know, that
Might be
didn't
too
get done
late,
for,
yeah.
exactly, but I think, you know, Phineas White is,
Yep.
it's dumping on the sidewalk also, which
Right.
poses, you know, an
liability,
increased
yeah.
problem there,
Yep.
so I think we really.
All right,
need to
I
look at that.
will talk to Brian and just keep him posted with that.
Yeah,
Do we salt the sidewalks?
we did, I noticed
Sand
Just
and
in that
salt,
last little
yeah.
storm, that it was, that
They
it
tend
was
to put
melting off.
sand on them. Okay.
They
But-
try not to salt any more than they have to, I
Right,
think is what it
yeah.
boils down to.
Yeah.
Dogs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I
environment,
understand,
you know,
yeah.
Right,
all
because
sorts of
that, yeah,
reasons.
that salt is not animal friendly.
No.
So I think the sand
Just
is,
sand them?
yeah.
That's good.
But,
All right, warrants, excuse me.
oh, we have those too.
I'll move to accept and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
And I second that.
Been moved to accept and execute the warrants as presented with the completion of review. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The payroll warrant dated December 13th, 2019, in the amount of $9,701.47. That includes the library.
There's an extra I in Australian on here. There's an extra I in Australian.
It's Excel, it doesn't pick up.
Australian police.
Payroll warrant dated December 20th, 2019, in the amount of $6,893.72. That's highway and office. Accounts payable dated December 7th through December 20th, 2019, in the amount of $90,612.28. And, yeah. There's your breakout right there for your departments. So 101 is highway, 402 is library. No, excuse me, 402 is water, sewer. 100 is general fund, 102 is library. And then 408 is your water department.
What are these breakouts of?
Yeah, I'm really confused.
Yeah. So this is your highway department at 30,000.
Oh, the number.
Yeah,
This is
okay.
how much each department
Yes.
spent in this.
And-
I see. What
And the general fund, you
Okay.
spent
Pointed that out
40,000.
No.
I did.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. She's trying to trick us.
Yeah.
No, she's just being
It's distracting us
going
from
slow.
something.
She
What's in
goes way
here?
slow.
I know.
Give us too much at once.
I don't remember if there was anything large in there or not.
Nothing strange. I mean.
No, nothing like out of
There was
the
just a lot of them.
abnormal. It did add up though. Oh, you know what is in there though, Basin Brothers?
Yeah.
For
Oh,
$14,525 for the
Plastic.
crushing.
For crushing.
Crushing, yep. So that is not a normal bill, but that's out of the way now. Oh, and all the salt we've been purchasing lately.
And there's 3,000 to budget in here, so that's one we don't
Yep.
owe us pay.
Yeah, Cargill is the salt, so we have like
Yeah.
three,
Oh, a lot of them, like
three
$10,000.
invoices. There'll be more.
William County Sheriff's chunk.
How did that crushing, did Dummerston get a bill too, or?
Yeah, Dummerston got a bill for their half,
Okay.
and we got a bill for our half. I saw that, and I'm like, But I knew how many yards we were crushing for our town, 3,500.
And we coordinate that with them, so.
And what, did we not split even on
No,
the
I think they
crushing?
just
They got
built
their
them
own
at the mill.
invoice.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So it was
Right.
7,000 yards and they ended up with 3,500 in their own invoice. And then we got our 3,500 yards in our own invoice. But- So crushing
And
is,
had we already paid some on that?
no,
Just that.
because remember it went out to
500
bid.
times 4. Sorry, I was
Yeah.
doing the math
Yeah.
backwards. I
Yeah.
couldn't figure out how that worked. But
It
no,
went
that
out
makes
to
sense.
bid and we
It
just
was for
got,
roughly $4 a yard is what it,
yes,
or a ton.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Any other business?
I heard from a resident on Vinegar Lane that they're very unhappy with the lights. That they went from being too bright to being just about right, and now they're back to being too bright.
Interesting.
And
Nobody's changed anything.
Yeah.
It's just darker out now, so it seems
She's-
Well, there's snow. So
And
it's
there's snow reflecting.
Yeah.
She's fairly certain that they're back to the same brightness that they were when they started, and we could really do without two of them.
I have to
This is
say,
just the feedback.
I didn't pick up on it in the process of when it was being bid on, and if I lived there, I'd be disappointed too. They're bright.
She's
and
really frustrated.
They need to be bright, but as we have proven in the parking area out here, bright doesn't mean bright everywhere.
Right.
It can mean bright and down, and that was a missed opportunity on somebody's part, and I didn't catch it, so I'll.
They are
Thank you for
downcast
that.
and there are shields in there, so, and they have been lowered. And if we wanna lower them anymore, it's gonna cost a lot more money.
The shields.
Do they stay on all night?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know, I would
Why?
think, you
That's-
know,
who's-
Liability, probably.
Isn't there curfew at the school?
no,
No?
they're not even in right now, they're on Christmas break, so they're.
So can we talk
Yeah.
about?
We could talk to
using-
them
talk
about that.
shutting the
listen.
lights off at a certain
Timer.
time? Yeah.
There is a timer on those lights up there, so we have that whole control panel and we can regulate it. So,
I would be concerned, I don't necessarily agree with it. My guess would be liability would be the reason we would want to do that, because if we have lights and they're not on and something happens,
Right.
then we're definitely liable. So,
Right.
but I think we should explore what better shields. Those things are obnoxious. I mean, I would be really bummed if I lived right near there. And I don't know how we missed that. We didn't have Daniel Hovis here keeping us in line, when she's the one that kept us in line over there, and it's a huge difference.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even tell those lights are on when you drive by.
I think what happened too is because those plans were pretty much finalized.
Yeah.
And it took so long to get the right-of-way easements. So you had that last. And then when it started up, nobody was really like paying attention. Everybody thought, okay, these are the plans, this is what we're gonna go with.
Well, I also think nobody, I mean, not surprisingly, myself included, it's not something that hit my
Right.
radar.
Right.
You know, but,
The fence too. So the fence on Vinegar Lane
yeah,
is broken at this point. So from snow plowing.
Oh, wow.
So,
on Vinegar Lane.
yeah, so when you come up the sidewalk and you know how
Yeah,
to
yeah.
access
Yeah.
Vinegar Lane, so those two rails right there on the very end are broken.
The
The
two,
fence on the sidewalk or the fence on the lane, I'm sorry?
yeah, no, that's what
On
I was
sidewalk.
referring to.
On the sidewalk,
Yeah.
okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Well, no, it turns. It comes up the sidewalk and turns
Yeah.
onto Vinegar Lane with one section.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's right there.
okay.
And I did stop and check those things out, and you're right, they do have some flex for them. I have no question that they're secure.
Okay.
But they aren't snowplow proof, and
No.
whoever is contracted out to do that snow plowing should be able to
Well-
not break the fence, I would think.
So there's two vehicles on that road. So we have the right of way,
Right.
so we plow the right of way. And then the homeowner on Vinegar Lane has a private contractor
Right.
that cleans up around the house.
So who broke the fence?
And I was informed it was broken, and I'm like, do we know who did it? I don't know. I'm like, so.
I mean, that's a plowing challenge that
Right.
somebody who's plowing should be able to rise to. So I mean, you know, we should fix that, but I would say that shouldn't have to happen, would be my guess.
Yeah.
And so I think we need to
I
figure out
can
why that happens.
research
Yeah.
more.
Yeah. Because if it's a private contractor who broke them, a private contractor is responsible for
Right.
it. If it's us who broke them, we need to figure out why and make sure it doesn't happen.
Right.
What's the actual, what piece is actually broken?
The rail, the wooden
rail,
rails.
and
The
what is it?
rails,
It's a
yeah,
two
the
by
two.
four?
Yeah, they're-
2 by 6.
Yeah.
A 2x6.
Yeah.
But
But,
PT 2x6 that's 12 feet long.
The
something like
thing
that.
too, in the
Yeah,
wintertime, maybe we take those two pieces off,
Maybe, I mean, that might be the
Right.
solution.
Right.
but then it opens up that, you know, hillside, so is it a liability?
Well, what, you know, I guess, again, my question is, why did they get broken? I mean,
Is snow building up in that spot because
That's what
they
I'm-
need
that's
to
what I'm-
dump
that's
snow
what I'm
there?
wondering.
And if they do, then we need to have some way for them to get rid of the snow.
Right,
And maybe
exactly.
that needs to be a steel 2x6
trash
with on a hinge and they get it
Well,
up.
in the past, the snow was always pushed right there.
Right, and
on
so
the
they're
corner.
probably pushing it right there, and it's
Yeah.
gonna freeze, and you're gonna hit it
Yeah.
next time, and it's gonna break.
Yeah. The other thing too is by pushing that snow there, is it blocking the entrance to that sidewalk? You know, access to the sidewalk, on and off. That would be a concern of mine, because
Yeah,
the sidewalk was built
right.
for people to use.
Got it.
If snow is being pushed there and they're climbing over it,
And then
it's
that's
still
not
our
a
liability.
liability, right,
So-
unless it's a
And so-
private contractor who's doing that, and
Right.
that's their liability. But
Right.
on that end, I would guess the private contractor is not necessarily involved in it, so.
I'll find out
Yeah.
more.
Where are they going with the snow if they're
Yeah.
not pushing it there? Are they carrying it all the way up
Is there
Vinegar Lane
someone-
and then down River Road?
And, because there is a fence all the way along Vinegar Lane now
Right.
too, right?
Yeah. There's a split rail, I thought.
No, there's posts, there's
Something.
little
Oh, it's just-
posts.
Oh, it is just posts.
But
you're
it
right.
is all
Yeah.
open, so
So they could, so snow could dump there.
yeah, they could
That's the issue.
plow it to the
Right.
side.
I don't know whether that's the issue or not.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm suspecting that
Yes.
snow gets pushed up against and then it freezes, and the next time you hit it, it breaks the rail.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And,
What are you gonna do with that?
I mean,
So we
fortunately,
take it
it's,
down in the winter, maybe.
yeah, or we figure out somewhere else to go with the snow.
Jersey barriers.
There
Put
you
Jersey
go.
barriers in front of it. That works.
You Jersey
There you go.
people, you're all
Problem
the same.
solved. Nothing concrete can't fix.
No, or, you know, maybe a couple chains.
Something
Yeah,
flexible
right.
would be
But-
better.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Or the snow goes somewhere else and then it's not an issue.
Depending on what
Yeah.
you're using to plow it with. If you can't angle it the other way because
Yeah.
it's a wind plow, then what are you gonna do?
Right.
Plow it in the other direction?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, but it's not a
Bring it
big
out.
truck, it's not a big truck going through there, so,
It's like
but we should
one
look and see what it is
Yeah.
being plowed, so we can
Yes.
figure that out.
yeah.
Okay then.
All right then. Should we go on a little longer?
No.
Okay, so we are going to have an executive session. You want to move that?
So moved.
And second.
Would be, okay, so
Oh,
it
yeah,
would
I need
be
to do
under
that.
Title
Yep.
1 VSA 313, the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, provided that the public body shall make a final decision to hire or appoint a public official or employee in an open meeting and shall explain the reasons for its final decision during the open meeting. So are we likely to make any sort of decision during this meeting?
I would like you to.
Okay, but we can notify you of that. I don't think you probably need to stay for it, but it's up to you.
I think I'll stay.
Okay, sounds good.
Stay in the office.
I'm going to.
Okay.
Yes,
It's
I
cold
already-
out there, or the bathroom. The
The
bathroom
bathroom
seems to be
is
the warmest
warm, yeah.
room.
So you moved it,
I moved it.
you seconded it.
Yes.
Unless there's any further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and we would like to invite Karen to join us. So we have exited executive session. The nature of our discussion was realignment of salaries for highway department employees and employment of a new employee. And we are going to realign those salaries, and we are going to encourage Brian to hire a new half-time employee as recommended by Brian or as discussed with Brian. So
Yep. I move to increase and realign the highway salary as discussed in executive session.
and that would be, okay.
And I second it.
Okay, and that would be to a total number for the budget of $258,849. So that's been moved.
And seconded.
And seconded. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And motion to adjourn,
So moved.
Seconded.
all in favor?
Aye.
And I also would just like to thank Karen for working with Brian on this and getting it figured out in a way that makes sense.
No, it was a good,
Representation.
it was a very good exercise, and I got a lot out of Brian.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
started in just a minute. Do you want to explain?
So,
We have one thing before we start.
starting at 7 o'clock is Pooja Meyer Hour, and Pooja was recently killed in a car accident this past weekend. She was a recent graduate from the UHS, and so it's a student-centered hour to honor Pooja and support her family. That you are supposed to have chips and guacamole and wear a face mask, like a cosmetic face mask. We will not be wearing a cosmetic face mask, I have to say, but as a way our school board could honor Pooja, I have brought chips and guacamole for us all to share, so we could take a Facebook picture before we really get rolling and share it on the Pooja Meyer Facebook page. So come up, help us.
Come grab a chip and
we'll
do an audience photo.
Yeah, please do it. She's a great kid.
A giant selfie. Yeah, a giant selfie would be great.
Well, we could do that too, yeah.
Great.
So glad you did this. So glad you did this.
What's that? I wasn't going to comment.
I need some.
Yeah, we've done it a couple times. Oh, listen. Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, do you want it on your phone or on your phone? I think the selfie is it. Who has the longest arm, I think is the real question.
Sorry, I didn't make the guacamole. I know, this is so, I know. Well, I found out about last week.
That's right away. Now, all right, hold up.
Did you get a chip?
Got it. I got a few. And keep eating.
No double dipping.
Yeah.
Emily, can you hear us now? Okay, I have to turn it up somehow.
Okay. All right, so I'll call us to order at 7:02. We've got Emily, who is technically the chair, on the phone, but since that's not quite going to work with an audience, I said I would take over. So I'm Carrie Amadon. We've got David Scholes, Christina Naylor. I do have a sign-in sheet. We are supposed to keep track of who comes to these. There is a spot for emails. If I've already bothered you by email, you don't have to give me your email, but please give me your name. And you're in charge. Yep. All right. So the first thing we've got for the four of us is approval of minutes of December 5th. Any comments or questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I move we approve the minutes of December 6th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor of the minutes of, December 5th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Seeing none? Okay, first draft of scope.
I didn't hear more, but I didn't hear anything.
Emily, how do you want to handle first draft of scope?
Nuts.
Are you on speaker? Hold on, Emily.
Hold on.
There we
There.
go. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so we had talked about actually compiling all our different kind of research, and so I put that on the drive, but it might make sense actually to switch it to say like, review that a little bit and then hear from other people's proposals so we can create a scope of work.
Okay.
What do you think?
So are you thinking move on to external supports?
Well, I mean, otherwise the first draft of scope of work is, it's in the drive, so we can look at it. It's your thing. The superintendent search criteria.
It's the thing I wrote? Okay.
Yep. Because I think that was, other people had kind of contributed by contacting people to come to the meeting, but there was no other kind of bullet points. People had, you kind of did a good job.
Okay.
So do we want to use that and kind of go over it? Has everybody seen it?
Have you guys?
I have, yes.
Okay. David, you've looked at
Just
it?
trying to pull it up.
Okay.
Okay.
It's on my computer, but.
So what's the best way to, I can sort of read it out.
That might be nice, and then if we map on other things to it, or if we have questions or something, I guess.
Okay. So just so everyone's clear on what we're talking about, it is a document we'll get onto the website. It was basically me going out and Googling things such as executive search or superintendent search, and then being, as we call it, inspired by search criteria that we found elsewhere, and I just cut and pasted and put it all together in one big Word document, and then tried to see where things overlapped. I took the wording I liked best, and so we start with, the overall premise is how will we, meaning us, or they, a hired consultant, oh, thank you. Get on there too. Do the following, which is grab the cord. Okay.
Size
This
13,
is
you don't put
truly
things in front
musical
of it.
chairs. I love it.
Flexible there.
There we go. You can't have my, oh, you can't have my water. It's up there. Whose is that?
That's fine.
That's your student? Okay, so how will we or they review position requirements and interview, survey, and conduct focus groups to solicit opinions from various stakeholders with committee members, staff, parents, other elected or appointed community officials, and members of the community to help the superintendent search committee define the leadership needs of the school system, as well as the desirable characteristics of the future superintendent. Then I added a question, should we be looking 3 to 5 years out for our priorities in the SU? Emily, how do you want to discuss each point, or you want to discuss each part? Emily?
Sorry, I was talking on mute.
Oh, that's
I was just thinking, I mean, because nobody has it in front of them and you did do the work, it might make sense to read, and then if we wanted, if there was stuff we wanted to talk about, great. If not, then maybe we'd like to hear from the consultants and see how things match up.
Okay.
Items.
Okay. So any comments on that first point? Knowing that there's about 15 points.
I like that time frame.
You like that? Okay. The next point was advertise and possibly recruit. So that, again, how will we or they advertise and recruit to get the widest range of candidates? Do we want to recruit? Are they capable of that? Can they do national? And then as I was researching this, Education Week and School Administrators magazines were noted on some websites. So that was another point of, is this something we want to make sure we're covering? Next up is identify a pool of diverse candidates that are highly likely to be effective educational leaders in our community and have a demonstrated significant achievement in areas that we believe are priorities for our district in the next 3 to 5 years. Are we open to candidates who may not have pursued a traditional superintendent career track? During this phase, we need to establish appropriate timelines and create the application process. And again, either we or they. Assemble an approach that may include the identification of an interim superintendent and will include the identification of a permanent superintendent. Since we had discussed that last time, I thought I'd at least make a note of it, so it's part of it. Part 2, do we need promotional materials for the district and the area? We, and again, we or they will need to send out, receive, and catalog all application materials, keeping in mind we do have to keep the Agency of Education in the loop. They might help us to determine confidentiality issues. What is public and when? What is private and for how long? Part 3, read and evaluate all completed applicant files. Conduct complete reference check, verify credentials. Assist the board in selecting final candidates to be interviewed. Can they create a rubric for analyzing each candidate's qualifications in relationship to the criteria developed at the outset of the search? Variations of the rubric will be used in the candidate screening process to evaluate interviews and to assist in reaching the final decision. And part 4, prepare the board for the interview process. Is there another rubric? How many rounds of interviews, which are public? How is public feedback gathered? We will need a group representing a cross-section of the community and staff. Schedule and coordinate the interviews, keep all candidates informed of their status in the selection process, and then the final choice. So comments, thoughts, ways to move forward? While I plug in.
I like it a lot, Carrie. Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, would you say, so part 1, just if I'm categorizing it, because I know people are trying to hear a lot of information too, like part 1 is kind of like doing the groundwork so that we can actually have candidates apply. Part 2 is when people start applying a little bit, I mean, we said information on confidentiality, so I guess it's determining how we're going to deal with stuff when people apply, and then if we're going to present any promotional materials. I guess they fall in this category because we've been presenting them in the future, so we need to prep them. Part 3 is applicants, and part 4 is, part 3 is read and evaluate, conduct reference checks, assist board members. Okay.
I think 3 is narrowing it down.
And interviews below too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Just
Okay, so 3 and 4 interviewing and the whole processes that go around that. That can happen in tandem.
one just addition or change of focus. The describing the community and I can't remember exactly how it was phrased in the question, but I think that needs to be part of the groundwork to find candidates. We need to really sell the community as well to get people to want to come here, to understand what we're doing and why it's appealing and what we have to offer that's unusual or better than anything else they're going to find.
I think that's sort of, it's a wider scope what you're talking about, but promotional materials for the area, I think that kind of,
yes,
it's along those lines that we need to be thinking about how to market ourselves and our schools.
And review position requirements, that's the visioning process we had talked about, just to be clear, because I know the community had mentioned that before, being interested in that. So I think that's where that falls, right?
I think it can, so I can certainly adjust this document to better reflect visioning process. We're calling it a community visioning process.
Yeah, that's nice.
Okay.
So when I'm reading this, I feel like it's a single interview process versus, and maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse, but you know.
So part 4 did have the question, how many rounds of interviews?
Right.
And I guess I took that as a,
okay,
if we have a consultant, maybe they can give us feedback on that. Most of what I saw online was at least 2 rounds.
I like the concept of 2 rounds too, because just you get fresh eyes on something too. And I just think it's helpful with something as important as a superintendent to really do a little more do a lot of vetting of the person and make sure we're really comfortable.
But two rounds for the committee prior to the focus group?
These would be interviews, so are you talking the visioning process as being the focus group?
Oh, I was assuming that there would, often in principal searches, the committee does interviews, and the final candidates are meet with different focus groups to get feedback. And the query was 2 rounds of interviews with the search committee prior to, and assuming there is, or there are, focus groups after.
So that would almost be 3 rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Thoughts?
I don't know. I definitely think 2 rounds. I think an initial screening process and then final candidates come in and run through the gamut.
Let me ask this. Initial screening process, is it just on paper or are there interviews?
Oh no, there's usually
interviews.
Face-to-face interviews.
Okay. So there's round 1 interviews. I mean, talk me through it because that way I think we're all clear on.
Well, I'll talk you through what I envisioned, and then we can hear from other people about what they envisioned, but I envisioned some format of a search committee doing a first round of interviews with a wider range of candidates, coming through some criteria, coming up with maybe 6 to 9 good candidates. That would be wonderful. And then narrowing it down to somewhere between 2 and 4 that we would put focus groups together and really see what hear from all sorts of different parts of the community. And the search committee would be working to a rubric that had been determined, so it isn't, there is some criteria on who's making that final round.
Okay.
And the initial round, actually.
Okay.
So that's one way of looking at
So
it.
you start with, let's say we get lucky, we start with 25. Okay. We have a rubric to narrow it to 6 to 9.
Maximum, I'd say.
We interview, and then we narrow to 2 to 4, and that goes to focus groups. Is that where we're?
That makes sense. It's very similar to what we've done with principals, except for the review that was done in the district.
So, comments? It's really important that you visit the school district. Oh, very good point.
Yeah, I saw that in someone's, somebody I'm being inspired by had that. Thank you as well. It's not plagiarism, I'm just being inspired.
We're very inspired.
Also, when you're talking about the screening, oftentimes I think of the screening as phone, when you have especially if you have a lot of candidates, I wonder if you thought about having that, a search committee or some group of people who would, especially people on to travel and getting an initial sense of them, a briefer, perhaps a half hour or under an hour, and just get some very much more general questions to see who is still seriously interested in coming in for in-person interviews.
Peter, how many people did we interview by phone for the sustainable? Was it like 12?
15 or 16.
Yeah.
By phone, and then 6 face-to-face.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Okay.
But it was very effective too.
And about how long were they?
Half an hour.
Half hour?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And did they all get the same set of questions?
Yes.
Like, so
Yes.
it's
Yeah.
very,
And it was
okay.
really, and that was plenty of time too. Yeah. And the same person presenting everything and introducing everybody. So everything was the same for everyone.
Did they all get the questions in advance?
No.
No? Okay. This question?
I'm recording so I can take it later.
Oh, good, thank you, okay.
It's on TV too.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Other comments on this whole process? Robin?
Hi, could you just explain a little bit more what you were referencing about the rubric? I'm not totally sure what that means. To select from the applicants who would be the first round interviewees?
So a lot of these websites that I'm going on to get my inspiration have the concept of when you start, make sure you're creating a rubric that you can use to clearly identify what you're looking for, and then you can rank people and just say, I'm going to keep this really simple. We want someone who's 6 feet tall. And then you can just go through all the applicants and say, nope, he's 5'6". So if that's an attribute you want, you're going to be able to look and say, oh, they didn't need it. So in the end, you can kind of score and say, we've got to go with the candidate and stay focused on the attributes we were looking for at the outset. Does that help?
And how are you coming up with what those attributes are?
Well, so that is part of the part 1 to figure out exactly what we're looking for.
So that we would create that based on the visioning process. So if the vision is we want an experienced educational leader with 3 to 5 years experience either in principal or superintendency, then that's what everybody in the community really thinks is important for the superintendent, we would make that part of the rubric. So we wouldn't be interviewing somebody who had never had an educational leadership position, because this is really important to our community to have somebody with experience in the position. But we have not come up with a rubric yet because we haven't gone through the visioning process. So we're kind of laying out we're kind of visioning the visioning.
Curtis?
Right, and in the matrix, the attributes are weighted, so that educational leadership is your most important. Say out of 100, that might score 30. Experience, being multilingual might be, 15 points. If policy is something that you're really focused on, that might be another 15 points. But you assign points for each one of the rubric categories, and those are weighted. They're sort of relative to what you're looking for, what's most important.
Any other comments on this? Emily, anything?
No, I don't have anything more. I think this is a great start, and it kind of lays out things. And I guess I wonder, when we move on to the kind of consultants who've given us proposals, I think some of this will even be timelined a little bit, and we can kind of then talk further, if that's okay with everyone.
I think that's good.
I just want to say that I like the idea of maybe a first round being over the phone, as was done in Brattleboro, because it's less difficult and cumbersome to arrange, and then the second round could be a smaller group, which is just logistically hard to get that many people together and bring people in on one day, especially if people are coming from a place. So it seems like a good way to sort of,
for them to meet us and us to meet them.
Yes, and just see,
and doing their own.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like 2.5 rounds.
So phone round, search committee round, focus groups.
If we only have 6 candidates, then maybe it's not.
Right. Okay, Emily, how do you want to move on?
So I guess the next thing is it looks like one who exists that can help us with the process.
Okay.
So we can start exploring that. I know you put it together the VSB thing on, or at least on the drive, and then there are a few people there, right, who have given us proposals. Is that the case?
Yes.
Yep.
Do we want to, I guess, see what they've proposed?
Okay. Do we want someone to walk us through it? Do we want to walk through it? What's the... You have hard copies?
And there are copies of...
oh, is that the other one?
And there's also one from the executive search
you want these to get
Education.
handed out now?
I'll make sure everybody will hear us.
So how do we wanna, what's the best way?
You did a nice job reading, you want to, somebody do it?
Are people there to present their proposals though? Or do we hear from them perhaps of like the outline or what?
We could, it saves me from having to.
That's a great idea.
This is meeting number 3, I think it's gonna be forced at the end.
So we need to,
So these, I think there are maybe 25 of those. And these are, and people can come up and get these. These are 3 pages, not stapled because I broke the copier at this school district office. But there are 3 chunks, and there are 10 of those. This is from the New England School Development. I'm not sure what it is, but they basically, yeah. No, the DE is.
Oh, which is all of them, I just let my email just pass, someone has a visual there.
No, I should have printed that, or I did my left on my printer.
And just one request, if there are people who are going to be talking a little longer, if we could use the mic so I can hear them or come up or something.
Yeah, maybe sit in the first chair.
That would be great, somewhere closer, because it's hard for me to hear the community members.
If we go that way. Curtis, do you wanna start us off?
Emily, let's see if you can let us know if you can hear okay. Just talk to me.
Curtis is gonna sit in front of you. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. Jen did have a time. I apologize. I
I
forgot.
don't have a family commitment, in fact, he's sitting in the hallway waiting for me. I'm really sorry.
Sorry about that. I did space on her. Jen, can you come over here so Emily can better hear you?
And I'm sorry, it's part of
Having a kid.
having a family and a business. So does Emily have a visual of it?
Yep, I have it.
Okay, great. Well, you don't have, I have just a little graphic representation of our process too, which you all have. So my name is Jennifer Jacobs. I have a local business called Thrive that provides human resource services and other employee supports here in Brattleboro to businesses that typically do not have their own HR department. And, but sometimes businesses that even have that ask for our help with recruiting because it can be such a giant process. So what I sent you, once you have the whole outline here, is our process in a nutshell, but what I took from the last meeting to try and show you how we might tailor it to what I heard you say your needs were. But our process is essentially, you outlined very nicely there, Harry.
If you'd like to be inspired by it, we have it.
And that's what this visual here is to try and capture, that there are these different phases of this recruiting process, and we, taken the scope of the whole thing from the get-go and try and anticipate what all the different individual needs would be of the business we're working with. What is unique about your position, your organization. So like when we worked with the town of Brattleboro, it became really clear that we, especially round 2 of recruiting, that someone was likely coming from out of the area. And that's similar to here. You might be having someone come from out of the area, and this idea of how do you show them this is a great place, to live and to work. We have done this with a number of different types of businesses and never in education. So I'll be upfront with you, we have not done an educational leader search. But our process can be tailored to any kind of search. And I think one of the strengths, I actually brought one of my colleagues with me because I have to leave early, is that there's a team of us doing this, and we're really good at research. And so I sent, I think, is it in here, I just briefly, did a quick search of where would I go. What I like to think of is once the community, once the stakeholders have decided, what are the, like you said, the attributes of who we want, I think, where is this person? How are we going to get in front of this person? Where are they looking? If they're not looking, how are we going to get their attention? And so we do a lot of research about how to market and how to find that person and get in front of them. We've done it for other leadership positions. for nonprofits as well as then for the municipal one here. And it seems to be a process that works well in finding and attracting people, thinking out of the box. You know, we could still post and, you know, and do some of the traditional ways, but also thinking more creatively about how this person might be found. Also, just briefly, because I know that there's other folks who want to speak here about this, the part about soliciting the stakeholder input and what's unique here, you know, there's always a piece of that. We're saying, well, who is going to be impacted by the person in this position? And we want to hear from those people about what will make that person a strong leader, person in that role. And so that could happen, that has happened a number of different ways. And what I'm hearing here is, like I said, the surveys, the forum, and all that stuff that we also do in other capacities. We do employee surveys, we have focus groups for other reasons. So we're used to facilitating that. I guess I just think of that there's a lot of different skill sets to bring to this process that I've heard come up as needs that you have. So I don't know if you have, I don't, you know, if you all have questions. I don't really know how this works. Do you all have questions? Like, we are working through it ourselves. Do you have questions?
Not really questions, just that I mean, you know, you came up with those 4 categories that we seem to be included. Pretty much the same things, just in 7 steps that seem pretty thorough and identify the places where you can provide support. So it's very much in line with what we were finding.
Yeah, this would get more detailed. This is, you know, the rough sketch as we got more information. You know, if you wanted to work with us, the first step would be sitting, you know, getting more specific. And this is the timeline. I don't even want to look at that. That's so constricted. You know, I was working on the idea of trying to get, you know, not be hasty, but keep the ball rolling. And that does limit how many rounds of interviews you can do. Those are very time consuming. And so I have 2. So if you're talking about 3, that might push us right. So if we think even a month, another month, if it could be April 1st, you know. And I think that if you, my suggestion would be, whether you know you work with us or not, is to shoot for. We're looking for the person, and to have them accept the position by April 1st. And along the way, you'll discover, you know, you'll probably have some hints about, are we getting there? Do we have someone's? Or do we need to start thinking about the plan B? And I wouldn't say not to think about plan B and having an interim concurrently, but I think that, I guess I would not, given the importance of this position and the leadership that I've heard from educators in particular say, and educational leaders, an interim, we really hope not. So I think if you can try and extend your deadline a little bit, that gives you some room to have this really thorough process.
So I have a question. So is it typical, as I think you worked with the town first, that's my first question, correct?
Yes.
Am I correct in assuming that? Okay. So my question then is I noticed on the timeline it says like January 27th initial interview, and then you know, the offer isn't made till March 2nd. So it's typical that it's about a month of interviewing process. Is that like standard?
So the initial interview, the phone screenings, what we did, or what I often have done is we accept, you know, there's not a cutoff deadline, so we're just continuing to accept folks. I think we did phone interviews maybe twice, courtesy Peter, I'm looking at. So, you know, we kind of said, okay, here's batch 1, let's do the phone screenings with them while we continue to accept more. And then okay, here's batch 2. And then we started to also schedule in-person interviews. So it was all kind of happening on a rolling basis a bit.
Okay. But that's fairly easy. I mean, I guess because candidates might be coming from out of town, 1 month is probably, I mean, you need to schedule them a week or 2 in advance so they can make travel arrangements and stuff.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Other questions?
I also was curious about the timeline here, because unlike in a lot of other industries, this is the schedule is the same for every person who's looking for a new position and getting hired. And I know with principals, when we were hiring principals, there was a concern that the person would take another offer if we liked them and didn't make an offer. So to have the in-person interviews be in the beginning of February and then not make the offer until a month after that, I would really be concerned that we might lose out on the candidates that we wanted.
And this is very rough. So this is not like something I'd say would be set in stone about that. And I think that they also, like you said, they're also evaluating. And if you have, I think some of these details will be figured out as you go and see how big your candidate pool is and how much time you have to allocate for that. There are ways to stay engaged with people too, and I think that's important to keep in mind, is that there is, especially when there's a committee, that there is a point person who is keeping these people, you know, the candidates engaged every step of the way. And if they know what the timeline is, and they really want to come here, then they also can try and, you know, navigate that themselves. And that's part of everything else that we've talked about creating a really comprehensive, engaging process for them to be a part of.
Other questions? So I'm just going to add on to Robin that March 17th, half the seats are potentially up for change on the board. So if it's not going to happen, and then the board has to reorganize, and so if it's not going to happen by March 17th, and we should just have that in mind as an issue that it's going to impact if people are on a committee and then they're no longer here and positions change. That's somewhat
It's going to be disruptive.
It's not ideal.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Oh.
I have more of a process question, and clearly it's just me getting up to speed. How did you know to come with this, to this, I mean, it's a very well laid out proposal. I'm just, how did it come to be that you were so well prepared?
I was invited.
Okay.
I also came to the first meeting.
Right, I just wasn't clear that at this meeting, proposals would be presented.
We're looking for anything. I mean, we know we've got a short timeline, so this was everybody's talking to anybody they know saying what's out there. And so we've got a couple others that we found online, and it was, can you come?
Yeah, I got the notification for the first meeting, and I came to see, you know, what's going on, and then I came to David after. I said, I can help you with everything that you said you need to do. What do I do about that?
At the end of the meeting, we basically said we'll remove the Curtis and Jen off of these services, so asked me to contact them, and to we had some other proposals come from other people, but basically, and Carrie was going to do this work, and we were going to see what we could find out.
The VSBA has a
Yeah, actually, you did a pretty broad statewide search about that as well.
Yeah, I just, as I say, just trying to catch
come up with a proposal. We're just trying to be inspired
how
by
who
it.
gets chosen to present.
Other questions? Then we'll let you go. That's okay, thank you. Thank you, we got it.
If you have any other questions, I mean, put a list on the spot, but if you have any other questions.
There she
is.
There she is. There we go. There we go.
Stay. So, yeah.
Thank you. All right, Curtis, we're back on. Sorry about that. All right, Curtis is up now, Emily.
Emily, Howard.
Does somebody have his in digital form or no? I can just listen.
I can send it to you, in digital form if you want.
I think she'll have, yes, she'll have 10 seconds.
Okay.
Anyone know where he's going?
It's,
Was. I can't remember.
I'm going to write it down.
Thank you.
Says Emily what? That's 3 in there.
Curtis, do you have copies or no?
Yes, I do have a couple of spare copies here.
It's okay.
She said it can post it on the website. They're posting it in the minutes. Oh, yes, yes. Perfect.
So where are these getting?
People that want to look at it, maybe come up while we're emailing. And this is one.
And then we'll take everything electronically and get it on the website, on the SU website.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we'll do all these.
I guess I need to get online.
Oh.
I could,
I don't have my phone, so I can't.
Oh.
It's okay, guys. I can also just listen. I feel like I'm delaying.
Christina's going to take photos and send them to you.
Oh.
Okay, perfect.
There we go.
That's a great idea. You guys are innovative.
Christina is.
Great.
thank you.
So, our work really revolved around making Vermont the model of inclusive thought and practice in the United States. That's just our 30,000-foot mission and vision statement. But relative to the work that's relative to the school board, in terms of recruiting, we have been quite successful at making sure that candidate pools are diverse, both in terms of race and gender and LGBTQ. For example, Burlington Police Chief, 8 under 20 cutoffs were law enforcement executives of color. 3 of the final 4 were of color, and they showed the Cuban American to be chief. We totally retooled the recruiting process for Vermont State Police. Yesterday, I was doing training at the academy. 6 of the 10 new troopers are women. And for the last maybe 10 or 12 classes, upwards of 15% of the candidate pools of the troopers coming in were of color. In the town of Bennington, we helped identify a vendor who was multicultural in nature to do the audit for the police department. So we provide value added to your existing sort of operations. We work really well with Jen, with the town, and it's really going through promotional materials, through documents, through job descriptions, to fashion in a way that would be attractive to candidates of color. We also have an extensive outreach strategy in terms of where you register your ads that would attract your folks of color, for example. So I'll give you an example of, this isn't our example, but an example of there were 2 sort of engineering firms, one in Northeast Kingdom and one in South Burlington. And they both needed mechanical engineers. And Northeast Kingdom had more mechanical engineers than it needed. And the reason was because they were publicizing in mountain biking magazines. When we worked with state police, we said, we need to develop a long-term relationship with the HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities. You need to get your message out for outdoor recreationals of color, be they hikers or skiers or motorcyclists, or as well as your traditional sort of affinity groups that are in the education field. But it's really about getting your message out to a wider audience that would say, oh, you only picked up this job announcement off of a Facebook group dealing with blacks that love Jimi Hendrix. You know? So the outreach strategy is really going to places where we know and where we have agency to post about the job. Another thing that we do is we spend time with the board and the interview committees around understanding implicit bias and how implicit bias affects your decision making, how it pops up in interview questions, how it pops up in the hiring process. So in fact, that's where we would propose to start with that level of training for the board for this particular committee. So that as you go through the rest of this process, you can begin to think about, oh, I really hadn't thought about that, or gee, this decision I'm about to make is coming from a cultural perspective that may in fact inhibit candidates of color to assume this will be a desired destination. Another aspect is, which Jim sort of touched on, is most likely going to, certainly for candidates of color, moving outside the borders of the law. So how do we make this? I took some typhoid medication, which is having an effect on my breathing at the moment. But there is, so how do we make this an attractive destination? How do we pitch southeastern Vermont as a desirable destination for candidates of color? And that's another piece that we really worked quite diligently with state police. And the reason why their numbers are as high as they are is by virtue of the fact that they've learned how to sell Vermont. We've taught them how to sell Vermont in a way that's attractive to the athletes, because you need someone who's nice and fit and healthy, in line with 40 pounds of gear for a mile. Or those that are concerned with law enforcement or that just want to get out of the rat race of the city. How to make those pitches, both in terms of the written word, but also in terms of the presentation, that would bring together a diverse candidate pool. And we work with the interview committees. Again, every touch point where the candidate sort of meets the towns, we need to have some sort of training and orientation around our lives. We're often part of the triage. The triage in terms of the candidates coming in. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. In some cases, it's a check on the bias in the room. There's a hiring committee for a state position, and there are two equally sort of qualified candidates. One was white, one was black. But the conversation in the room was, well, what would the black candidate do in and we totally overlooked the fact that he was the chapter president for the National Brotherhood of Skiers in Buffalo. But because there are people on interview committee who didn't associate skiing with black people, that we had to pull that sort of out of the conversation.
Questions? So, what would you envision as a timeline for being able to, this approach would require a little more training, a little more investment, and worthwhile to be sure. Do you have a sense of doing it in the past about kind of the timeline this would
If everyone was available, we could get it done in 3 months. And we would work, and in fact, I would recommend a pairing with Jen, because we've worked together before. And all the sort of the technicalities of sort of the hiring process, we provide the value added in terms of making sure there's a diverse pool, making sure that the organization is prepared to work with that diverse pool in a way that is welcoming and feels as though they are totally welcome. This would be a preferred destination over someplace else.
So when you said 3 months, you meant for the entire process?
Right.
Yeah, not to train the board and
right.
Because
But start to finish
would come first. Yeah, and then
starting the committee, starting the board, training committee, through everyone.
We're here pretty much every day.
We're in another of these buildings.
Okay.
I've written it down, Curtis.
So Mondays, we're here in the morning.
So the next 2 weeks now, but any time at the beginning of the year. Yeah. But again, that is, because the training piece is so critical to the rest of it. It is like the first step in the journey.
Questions? Emily, any questions?
Not at the moment. I mean, I have, not at the moment.
Questions from the audience?
Or comments?
Or comments, that's right. It doesn't have to
So
be-
Curtis, I'm just curious, have you, I know you and Jen have collaborated before. Have you, have the two of you spoken about this potential collaboration?
No.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we work in a collaborative sort of fashion, and where she's, yeah. So.
No, I could see, I mean, the reason why I asked is I see some similar and varied skill sets between the two of you and your organization. So I could see that there could be a nice kind of pairing, because I think what Vermont Partnership brings is the equity diversity lens and this the history of having worked with organizations that are looking to really expand the pool and to really think about who they need to reach out to. And as I look at Jennifer's, is that her name?
Yeah.
I see some real strong supports around like an actual logistical plan and some details. So I was just thinking that would be an interesting pairing to bring those two skill sets together. Can I ask one more question? Or maybe it's more of a comment. I was at the first meeting, and I did hear at the end of that first meeting there was some conversation about the possibility of bringing in someone like Curtis or Jennifer to support the process. And it also occurs to me that I don't know if that was made sort of public, or I'm not sure exactly what I'm trying to say, except that I want to support the board in just really making sure that all of the efforts and actions that are taking place are very transparent, so that it doesn't appear that there were a few people who got the information about potentially submitting a proposal, and then some people didn't get that information. So I just in the spirit, I'm not sure if it wasn't transparent, but I just think in this small community, it's just important to make sure that every move you're taking is really transparent to the public. Does that make sense?
That's why we have the TV here.
Yeah, no, that's good, and that's great. I just, again, and it was only because I just thought, oh, I wasn't sure if I heard that, and if there were potentially other folks who had wanted to and maybe felt like they didn't get the information in a timely fashion. So that may not be the case at all, but I just wanted to notice that.
And I guess I'll follow up that one of my responsibilities, one of my things that I volunteered to do was to ask around the state to find out how other people had found superintendents, and I did that, and so
great.
Trying to contact anybody who's done it around here and talk to people who've had success. So
yeah, sure.
And that is really the proof in the pudding. Is the first people that were presented to us came as a success story from the town of Brattleboro.
Right.
And there's a case where I know the reference person is going to give me an honest reference.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
So that's very
Yeah,
helpful.
absolutely.
I've gotten some other recommendations of other.
Yeah. I say this because it feels to me that there is there's high stakes here. So I'm not saying anything people don't know. So I just want to support I just want to bring my observations forward to support from where I'm sitting as somebody who is, certainly invested in this, but is not directly involved in the school district, or I don't live in the community, but just sharing some observations. Yeah.
Did your research take you to Bennington, take you to Rutland and to
Bennington.
Burlington?
The Bennington-Rutland Supervisory Union, yes, I did.
But the town of Rutland, the city.
I was looking in among people that have done superintendent searches. So
There's a lot of school districts in Rutland, and there's one in Bennington.
Which one did I was going to say?
because I have the Bennington-Rutland, they're looking for a new superintendent.
Oh, maybe that was one. But this is just for the city of Rutland. I think there are 2 districts.
Oh, so maybe nobody gets to split anymore. So there's a couple different SUs that are going through the process right now and have done it pretty recently. Bennington-Rutland is using the VSBA. Washington Central.
Mark Andrews, search consultant.
Check with the city of Burlington, who has a black superintendent. He's been there for what, 3 years now?
He's just resigned.
He just resigned. So you just want to make the mind. But the question is to the board, how to go,
Yeah, that's a great idea.
and maybe they will keep the process to have more, to have diverse candidates. And then part of the challenge for here is, given that the Rutland and Burlington are in the mix, how do we make southeastern Vermont far more attractive than either of those 2 areas which have their certain advantages, particularly Burlington?
Yeah.
But we can compete with that.
I like your spirit. Yeah, Mark Andrews is a retired superintendent, and I could not contact him directly because he doesn't actually have a business yet. He's just he's done 2 superintendent searches, and I think both he's come recommended. He was a former superintendent in Essex. But he also has 2 superintendent searches going on right now, so I don't know. That might be a lot, but anyway, those are the options I found, the VSBA and this Mark Andrews. And then Wyndham Northeast found a superintendent pretty recently, but they're all trying to remember who they used and go through their notes. And so I contacted 3 people. So they've all referred me to someone else. So.
And we put this out on our network. And just off the top of mind, there are 3 individuals who would be really, I think, useful in promoting this within their network. One is a former Secretary of Education for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Another is educational analyst, who's a professor emeritus for Rutgers in education as well. And there's also a retired black superintendent already in the state that would not be coached out of what they're doing, but does have a network that we have access to. And again, we throw our net wide and see what turns out. But I can tell you the SBA doesn't have those resources.
Mark, did you have a question?
Oh, I was just gonna, those folks that you've identified, Christina, have they expressed some interest in a proposal?
I have not contacted him for a proposal yet because I couldn't get hold of Mark Andrews. He's just like a guy. He doesn't have a company at this point. So the former Essex superintendent, I think retired a year ago, so he's just kind of doing this. I know he turned down somebody else because he didn't have time, so I'm not sure if he would have time to do that. So it's on my list of things to do when I'm not at a meeting. And then I have not contacted the VSBA at this point to ask them. They're the next.
I think an educational leadership lens is really important as well as everything else we're talking about.
Yeah. Their proposals are actually boilerplate, like I can get it on the web and their price is set, so we already have their proposals, so it's like contacting them is a little, they're down a person right now, so the person who's doing their superintendent searches is now the executive director, so instead of 3 sort of directors there, they have 2 and they have not hired a position yet, so it's a little
Do most districts, Christina, in your research, do they usually use the VSBA, or because it doesn't sound like there are a lot of consultants out there from what you just said?
Most people have not been using the VSBA that I have spoken to.
Okay.
So I found 2 that, that isn't, there's no one that's, I found 2 that are using Mark Andrews, and this is all in the last couple of years, so there's not that many superintendents that are changing at any given time. I found 2 that are using Mark Andrews. I found 2 that are using VSBA. And then Wyndham Northeast is using, use somebody in Massachusetts. I think it might be.
Is it these guys?
I think it's these guys. And somebody else was using these guys, this NESDEC, whatever that company is. So.
Do we have more questions for Curtis, just so we keep moving things along? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So, Emily, do we want to walk through the VSBA?
I think that'd be nice just because you did the research on it, or at least you uploaded a little proposal, so
Yeah.
just to be even keeled.
So the VSBA does I'll read this. Successful education systems depend on exceptional leaders. Hiring of a superintendent is the most important decision of a board. The VSBA is pleased to provide comprehensive superintendent search services to assist boards in this all-important endeavor. The VSBA will work with the district to identify an experienced search consultant to guide the entire process. Throughout the process, the board sets criteria and retains control of key decisions, with the VSBA assuring that a healthy process is established and facilitated, and key details are completed in an effective and timely way. Their search services include, and I think I was inspired by this, facilitation of all essential tasks, working with the SUSD board to organize a projected timeline, budget, screening committee selection process, and screening committee charge, assisting with the development of a community needs assessment, assisting with advertising through various media resources, developing screening committee meeting agendas and interview schedules, assuring effective communication with all applicants, guiding the screening process, organizing the reference check process, manage semi-finalist and finalist visits to the community, coordinating the search process with the Secretary of Education, when requested, assisting the board with the development of a goal-setting evaluation session. So let's see. The VSBA knows Vermont education. We know the complexities of the Vermont system. They are often connected with the board through other supports and services and can quickly get up to speed in moving forward with an effective process. The VSBA has countless connections within the Vermont education community, which can help in assuring the best possible match between the needs of a district and the strengths of a particular candidate. So we've got that. But, oh, yeah.
Simple question here. Sean Murphy, the word board has been sort of bounced around a lot, and so because there are two boards, the WSESU and the WSESD, it hasn't been clear to me. I think that the WSESU is actually the board that will hire the superintendent.
That is correct.
Will the, I think I asked this the last time too. Does the WSESD have a role? Because Christina has just spoken about the election and how the complexion of the board might change. But does that only matter because that complexion might change the WSESU board?
I guess my answer would be yes, because the Vernon board could change. We've got seats up. The SD has seats up. So if those are the people sitting on the SD board, we've got a new board.
But it would reconstitute all the assignments anyway after the election. So,
but it is the SU board that is the body that hires. Although I would expect in our process, we would be inviting everybody on the Vernon board and everybody on the full SD board to be in the room. Which is why I think I invited you, because I just blasted everybody an email to anybody on any board, regardless of whether it was SU.
Maybe if there could be a clarification of what the role of the SD board will be in this whole process.
And the Vernon board. Okay, so that's something we could certainly look at. I would expect, and Emily, I don't want to answer for you, but I would expect we're all on that they should be a part of this as community should be, as staff should be. So they would be stakeholders.
I think maybe when people mention the board, they, just say WSESU to make clarity of that. Otherwise, there are too many boards. I mean, even the BSBA just mentions the board without specifying which board it is.
NASDAQ. How did that?
Andy Julie gave you that, gave you that, and then the website's on there. I call them up and send me a little description of the different layers of things that they do with the price range sheet.
Okay.
And I didn't have time to download it.
Okay.
But we're not that way.
Right. So we also have this NASDAQ. They are, I consider them local because they're in Marlborough, Mass. So they're not that far away. Do you want me to read a few things from this?
Yeah. Aren't y'all getting sick of me? Oh, there's paper.
Oh, there's paper, but I'll still read. Okay.
And chips and guacamole. I can't. Chips, guacamole. You're doing it for Pooja and her family.
So NASDAQ has been assisting school districts with executive searching since 1982. They offer 4 levels of executive search. Okay. Comprehensive search covers active recruiting and all essential tasks involved in a search. Includes the search services most often requested by school boards and committees. It includes an experienced search consultant, timeline development, advertising campaign planning,
active recruitment through NESDEC's exclusive regional and national network, community needs assessment, assistance in screening applications, assistance with initial interviews and finalists, management of all search details, ongoing communication with board committee, entry planning, governance retreat, or executive coaching. Another level that they do is a guided search, includes the use of an experienced search consultant and a choice of search components from the below list to complement your district's search activities. They do search outreach, which is to enhance the district's own search activities by publicizing the executive vacancy through NESDEC's exclusive regional and national networks. This is a good option, they say, for small districts and also building level administrative openings. They do strategic leadership search, which is a custom designed search which includes all the services in a comprehensive search, plus a team of experienced executive search consultants, extensive nationwide recruitment, options such as development of strategic targets for use in subsequent superintendent board committee planning, expanded national print media advertising campaign, internet promotion, polychromatic booklet style brochure, promotional CD or DVD, expanded on-site needs assessment, including focus groups with an electronic participation component, personal electronic stakeholder, interviews, web conferencing opportunity, community forum, internet survey, and intensive personal interviewing. So they have assisted school boards with executive searches for over 30 years. They've completed over 450 searches. They have a regional organization with strategic linkages to national groups. They've done research work with both the American Association of School Administrators and the National School Boards Association. They value a district's affiliation, so they are highly motivated to do the best search possible. And they have search staff assigned to each New England state. Okay. What else? Who else?
Do we have any notion of the cost on this one?
You said you had a cost. Did you have a cost on this?
Yeah, from $12,000 to $20,000.
12 to 20?
What was the BSBA's price? And I didn't see Thrive's price either. Does anybody know?
Yeah, Thrive is 15% of the offered salary, or $125 an hour if we don't want the whole package. And the SBA is, I think it's $10,000 dues and then $6,000 for the service.
$8,500.
$85 for the service on top of the 10,000 dues?
Yeah.
And then that's if you're a member. And then if you're not a member, it's, I think it was 12,000.
That was 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12 if you're not a member, yeah.
So it's either dues plus 8 or it's 12?
And can you repeat the price for NASDAQ?
12 to 20.
12, okay, 12. Okay, thank you.
So we've got Bratt, the SBA, NASDAQ, and then, I'm sorry, were both of these Mark Andrews, or who was Bennington Rutland?
The Bennington Rutland is the BSBA.
BSBA, okay.
OSSU and Washington Central are Mark Andrews. I think he was around $5,000 or $6,000.
Okay.
I did get the money.
You did get the money. Okay.
Sean Murphy, again, as long as we're talking about money, isn't there a process in this whole thing where you actually bring candidates from out of the area? I think sometimes in the political searches and so forth, there's actually transportation pay and then accommodation once individual comes. So just looking ahead, in terms of, we're talking about finance, as another thing.
Also, the advertisements are not included in these. If it's $500 for the reformer, that's
So
they don't pay.
maybe we ought to have a spreadsheet, maybe on all the numbers.
Not tonight.
You know, the offering amount, the transportation, all the various things. I'm going to do that for the cost of the district. And that would be on the budget that we looked at last night, WSCSU budget.
Well, we're deficit
For next
spending,
year.
we're deficit spending this year, so. But I don't think we have a choice in that matter, so.
No,
Right.
no, but it's just good.
Yeah.
to
No, to know what
you
we're
know,
doing.
to know what the outlay is, and, you know.
I would suspect that most of these people could also give us an idea of what to expect in terms of what the advertising is going to cost, so that they can help us put together a budget more formally, but once we commit to working with someone. So we might have to do it, so we might have to do this cost piecemeal, I think, as an SU, and say, okay, we're going to hire the search, and then we're going to come up with a budget for the search in addition to whoever's going to help us out for advertising and transportation and everything else. You know, showing them a great time in Brattleboro. Let's see, it'll be we'll have the ski jump, Harris Hill. That's what we can do.
Ooh, that timing could work out perfect. Emily, what do you think we move on to next?
I mean, we had the next step in timelines. Like, I mean, we got some of the timelines laid out, at least if we were working with consultants, but I guess I'd like to know from everybody, like, are we thinking we're going to explore more consultants? Are we thinking, like, I guess temperature check, like, what are we expecting? Because the timeline is so short. Like, like, for example, if we look at Jennifer's timeline, even if we didn't go with Thrive, but, like, let's just say the timeline. I mean, we essentially, starting on Monday, we'd have 2 weeks and a lot of holiday time to actually put a post up, which isn't a lot of time. So, I mean, I think it's good to, I mean, I guess I'm saying my opinion too, it's good to deliberate, but I wonder what is the reality for us to pick a consultant?
I think, well, I mean, there is a lot of urgency to it. We can spend, months doing all the analysis, but I think that we probably should have an SU meeting next week, and see if we can do it next week, so we can actually have some progress made during this year before January comes and we're into the year. Because even though the schools are closed, we're all around for the most part. And certainly these, these HR people are not on a school calendar all the time, so progress could be made.
Do we want to hear more from, see if we could conference in or get other people to come and, I mean, I feel like reading their stuff is helpful, but having the back and forth is.
I think it would be worthwhile. I mean, now that I have some names of people that have been used within the state and been successful, it's worth hearing from some other. I think it's worth doing our due diligence,
doing one
really
more
in a quick turnaround.
Right. I mean, I think this was, we did it last week and we were like, oh, our locals, yay. But if we've got time to, do we want to set another meeting?
No, yes, I think we do. I think
at least
and then
at least to try and see if we can arrange some conference calls and then plan to meet around those, the time of those.
Yeah.
It might be possible that we could do 3.5-hour calls right in a row.
I think that definitely sounds good. I wonder what the openness would be to doing a little bit of back mapping from like the time we want the application to go out until from now until then, and then saying like, okay, we can have these calls within a certain amount of time. If we are going to do, I just fear that the community visioning process, which requires community members who may go away with their families or may not be available at during the holidays, I just want to make sure that they're able to be included. In some of the timelines, it's going out like Jan 6th. So the further we push off, I think it's really important for us to get the information we need, but at the if we don't back map, I fear it's at the expense of something else.
Yeah, I think we need at least an additional week just because of the school.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking at the calendar feeling like this week, I've basically had enough of you people. Right, we can't warn a meeting.
We can't warn a meeting because Guilford's town office is
closed
open,
on
so we
Friday.
can't meet before Wednesday because we have an SD meeting Wednesday.
Yep.
So
I have a Vernon meeting Monday, we've got personnel Tuesday, and we've got Guilty up.
we could want a special meeting Monday for Tuesday. Yeah, it would be warned everywhere but Guilford.
We could warn a special for
For
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Okay. Emily, how does Tuesday look for you? You can't
No,
come
it's
Tuesday?
fine.
Tuesday, we have a PPEC meeting, but we can do it around, a different time besides PPEC.
What time is your meeting?
Let me just check here. David, do you know what time it is? Is it 7?
It's on my phone calendar. If I try to find it, I'll just connect with you, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm trying to look on my computer.
But I think it's 6.
You're at 6? Okay, so there's...
We don't have a space yet for it, I don't think. But we did.
But you're, okay. So
Oh, I'm sorry,
Emily...
that's on Monday, never mind. I can
Oh,
go
that's
Tuesday.
Monday.
Yep.
Okay. So Tuesday, there's a personnel committee.
No, Wednesday.
Oh, you're right, that's Wednesday. We don't have anything Tuesday. Yeah, so Tuesday is the SD meeting and then personnel first. You couldn't be there on Tuesday, though.
Oh, Wednesday's the SD.
Wednesday's the...
Wednesday is the school, the district.
The district. Yeah.
Those go too long, we can't put another.
No. Thursday? I know, it's getting late, because then I feel like the next week, we're not.
But then everybody has to meet afterwards in order.
I guess my goal would be, and Emily, I'm just gonna spitball this, tell me what you think. If there's any way that we as a committee could meet on Thursday, do another run through with anybody else we can find, and then make a decision and call an SU meeting that night, so that we can tell the SU.
How would we get the, I think that's the way to go, but how would we get the conference calls? Should we divide these vendors up and try and develop this through email, the questions for them and try and get information?
So
How would we do that?
We can't develop the questions out of open meeting. We can schedule out of open meeting, but any decision-making has to be done.
I think we're asking the same question we got,
Yeah,
which
well, we can
is,
do it right
can
now.
you come and we need a presentation. You've got your documents, but we want to talk to you, or we want to go back and forth based on what you say, which is what we've done.
Can we call you Thursday night?
Can we call you Thursday night, at this time? First of all, are you interested?
Can you do it, yeah.
Can you do it Thursday night? Would someone like to come here? I mean, they might send someone, they might send someone. We ask, and then if this...
We'll just kind of
Yeah.
Mark Anderson too.
Right. So we've got 3. Are there others?
I didn't come across
Any others?
unless Wyndham Northeast used somebody else in Massachusetts. I didn't come across it.
Okay.
But I will reach out. I'll try. I'll find out in Burlington if it's good advice.
Okay.
I was really only looking at superintendents that changed over the last year or two, but as people change in the companies.
Yeah.
But I'll
So-
reach out to Burlington.
Would it be possible to request RFP on these firms so that they could come back with a proposal? I mean, give a little overview of what needs to be done and then say, please provide us with an RFP by next week. And then we have everything in writing, all the financial implications, and we already have how they go about it, so this is a generic thing, and they focus it down to what they could actually think they could do for our district. It was a little confusing for me. I mean, I think Jen and Curtis were actually saying that they could be a part of the search, so, and they should be. So it's kind of like pulling everything together, but RFPs would give you a piece of paper in hand that you could make comparisons.
I guess I'm feeling like I've got no bandwidth to write an RFP right now.
Plus, we've got really, I mean, I don't know what more they can present except their costs, more specifically than what's on the sheets and what we get in the conference call. So
But I
think that's one step we don't really.
Yeah, but I do
need
think
or-
calling them and explaining, this is where we're at, this is what we're looking for, we need yeah. But I think also, I would literally send them the notes from our last meeting saying, here's what you're getting into. Because I think they were, pretty enlightening as to, here's what the community's looking for, here's what we're looking for, there's timeline information. But then I think just having the conversation with them and saying, what questions can I answer for you now, but can you come up with a proposal for us?
Yeah, something in written form.
Yeah. Right.
Much easier.
Right, or at least more tailored for us. This is a little boilerplate, so I'd like to have, hey, here we are, we're Southern Vermont, we're this big. So I'm happy to get these two, if you want to try to get Mark.
I'll get Mark. Okay.
And what time on Thursday? Emily, what are you thinking?
I can do actually most times, like anytime after like 10.
We're going to try and do a full SU
You
meeting
mean like
too.
10 F? No, not
10 a.m.
Well, we're going to try and do a try and do a committee meeting followed by a full SU meeting to just make a decision and move forward.
I feel like we should. I
Yeah,
guess
I think
I
we
feel
should
like.
do this and make a proposal and keep going.
And then we can contact people and say, okay, literally January 2nd, we gotta go.
Yep.
Yeah.
And yet we'll all be here between the 19th and January 2nd to answer questions and get the ball rolling.
Thursday isn't Christmas or anything, is it?
We got time. You can have a half hour off. You get, yeah.
5 more days. Oh, it'll be the 17th, 19th, because today's the 12th.
Yeah.
But if you
So-
run that meeting during the day, then no staff could attend.
Why don't I doubt we do it during the day.
Okay, she had said anytime after 10.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, how would we not? If we're gonna follow the SU meeting.
Well, the other problem is, most of these people will probably be able to, most of the people will probably be able to talk in the evening.
Right. I mean, I'm thinking, guys,
Make it work.
make it work. Let's make it work. What
Can we do
time?
5 and 6 then?
5 and 6 isn't going to be long enough, I don't think.
I think we're gonna
5 and
need,
7?
yeah, 5 and 7.
Yeah, well, 4:30, and can anybody do 4:30?
Yeah, maybe that might be a little kinder to the people that are staying late at work to answer the phone.
All right, so we're gonna aim for 4:30. Oh, sorry.
Right, I just want to dovetail a question onto Sean's preoccupation, which is sort of, what are the contracting procedures for the district? If over a certain amount, you're obligated to send out an RFP.
No, not anything like construction, but nothing like this, so. If it goes over $500,000, then yes, I think for anything, but if we go over $500,000 on this, then you don't know me.
The only constraint is we have to keep the agency of education that's informed of what we're doing. We don't need permission or anything, we just need to be updated.
Any building, proceed for building something, then you have a $15,000 capital expenditure like that, but not consulting.
I'll just interject this, I'm not sure how relevant this, but the town of Winooski, Vermont, has a reputation of being very successful in integrating a very diverse school system. So my son was up there, I just happened to pick up one of their brochures from their school district, and it was really impressive. And they got some accolades, I can't remember exactly who from them, but about success of this. And it
Yeah,
is a very diverse community.
There's a very strong refugee resettlement program in Burlington, and Winooski is where there's places to live. And there's a very robust resettlement community.
So it might be worth it just to touch bases with the superintendent there.
To
the superintendent and whatever the district is.
It's a single town.
Success and deployment of diversity.
Sean McMahon.
Right. Their diversity is in the student body.
Right.
58% of the students are students in college.
What was it?
That's like 58%. Somewhere there. But in terms of staff, I don't know what the staff. What that looks like staff-wise. Principals and teachers and paras, et cetera. But they have a student body.
All right, so next steps, Emily, tell me if you're good with this. We're thinking Thursday, the 19th of December at 4:30 for this group, the four of us, to meet and do hopefully more interviews that we will set up. We might want to stagger them, so I might want to tell these people 4:30 and these people 5 and something like that.
Right.
Where should we have this? Because we're going to need a place. Is that the best with, to be able to call? Where should we have it so that we can, who's got the best?
Oh, phone?
Phone.
The SU office probably does.
Yeah, but we can.
That's the smallest.
Conference room.
Well, yeah, I guess we have a big audience that wanted to hear the interviews.
Yeah.
Could a phone be set up in the career center?
Seems like it could be.
In the conference room?
In the career center?
Yes.
Okay. The CUSIC room? Okay.
If it's available, I mean.
Okay, so if I talk to Barb tomorrow, like with
Yeah.
technologically wise, would that be?
It's easy.
Okay.
Anywhere, high school career center is easy.
Okay, so why don't I talk to Barb tomorrow about getting us into the CUSIC room at 4:30. We'll warn a 4:30 meeting for the SSEC. We'll warn a 7 o'clock meeting for the SU.
4 o'clock or 4:30 for us?
I was doing 4:30.
4:30.
4:30 for us?
Yep.
And Emily, I'm happy to handle all that with Barb, and she'll get in touch with you about the agenda.
Okay, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Not a problem. All right, any other comments?
I was going one more. I was going to make this comment at the last meeting. One of the things I was thinking about, if we are going to look for outside organizations, would be to use the terminology that we want to stay at the helm, and what we need is a navigator. We want to hire a navigator. But we as a district, we want to stay at the helm of the district and the SU.
I like that.
Yeah.
And I'm be sure to ask questions around after for the others. Just plans in terms of developing the first career. That lens of equity in education.
I think it's important to ask the question. I would like to see what they offer before we ask them, just to see if they're aware of it, if it's something they feature or something. Oh yeah, we can do that too.
Okay. Anything else? Did everyone sign in? And you're in charge of the clipboard.
It's over
There's still time.
It's the last person here, so it's still.
So, and if you bring your email on that, I will blast you again with another email.
So before we, in case I hear of somebody else, because I had thrown everything to the wind,
I would.
It's okay if I,
Yes.
So like if I hear from 2 SUs, like, oh, we work with somebody great.
Find them.
And schedule them in.
Yep.
And we can coordinate.
We can coordinate on the, right.
I just don't want.
Maybe if we do like 15 minutes apart or something,
Yeah.
and then if it goes long, or if we just warn them, we're gonna call you.
Yeah.
between
Such and such a time, yeah.
6 and 7, 5:30, whatever. Okay.
That's acceptable to the committee?
Okay. Anything else? All right. I move we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Carrie, for leading it in.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is Listening Beyond the Soundbite. Ben Kinsley is here. Ben is a sponsor of our show. Thank you, Ben, so much.
Thank you, Pat.
He's the principal of Imperium Advisors in Burlington. Want to give a little PR about what it is you do?
We do a whole bunch of different stuff, everything from government relations to public policy development, media relations, a whole bunch of different things, mostly for nonprofits, kind of in the political space. So, yeah.
It's our policy wonk on this show.
Exactly, yeah.
And our guest tonight is a repeat guest, Josh Unroth, who is a select board chair from Vernon, Vermont. Welcome again. You're too far away to. And the topic tonight is the sale of Vermont Yankee is complete, and decommissioning has begun. And this has been of interest to a lot of Vermonters for many years.
Yes.
But before we start, maybe you could talk a little bit about yourself.
Sure. So as you mentioned, I'm the select board chair in Vernon. I'm also the assistant emergency management director in Vernon. I'm the president of the recreation department in Vernon. And a recent governor appointed member of the Vermont INDICAP, the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel.
Great. So that's what you get for volunteering. You start volunteering in a town and you're sucked in.
And eventually you start getting voluntold at a certain point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I got voluntold onto the solid waste committee actually at the last select board meeting. So.
Excellent. Well, good for you. That's great. That's great. So we are going to talk about Vermont Yankee, but I just thought maybe we could remind people about the timeline. I know it's quite extensive, but I think there's some people that really don't know the history. It's as it's gone on, you don't hear about it much anymore. And I know we were involved in the legislature.
Except in the context of decommissioning,
Except for the decommissioning and the fund.
Yep.
So can you give us a quick kind of review of how this all progressed and where we are now?
Yeah, so actually Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Corp started in 1966. It was formed by a couple of large utilities in the state of Vermont, the Vermont Public Service Corp and Green Mountain Power.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know Green Mountain Power was involved in this.
Yep.
I mean, in the start. Good. Oh.
They were
See,
the
you
original
always
group.
learn something. That's
Well,
interesting.
a fun fact, they almost put it in Charlotte.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. They
Moving
did some,
on.
Yeah.
Let's not get into that.
That's funny. So in 72 is actually when the construction was complete and they started generating power out of that facility. It had about 650 employees during its operating time. The average wage right when the power plant closed was just over $100,000. So that's from the maintenance guy all the way up to the nuclear engineers. The average wage was over $100,000 at that plant. So there was a lot of money coming through that plant on a regular basis, and a lot of good people that are no longer there.
Yeah, I was going to talk to you about that a little bit later, the impact of them leaving with the high salaries and
Absolutely.
talented people.
Yeah.
And was that, so you said 650, around 650 employees at its peak. That's not how many were there at the time of the time the plant closed, though, right?
No, they started cutting back on staff as they were getting closer to decommissioning through the decommissioning process. Right now, there's about 100 people that are involved in the decommissioning process currently.
Mhm.
About 30 or 40 of which were retained by North Star, who is the new owner of the Vermont Yankee, from Entergy.
Right.
So fortunately, there was, those handful of people that got to stay with the corporation and work through the decommissioning.
And I assume most of those jobs still probably have an expiration date, though.
Yes, at some point, when the facility is completely decommissioned and gone, there will be an expiration date. Probably about 10 years from now is our hope and guess at this point.
Mhm.
So.
So the plant was fully online in 1972,
Yep.
and then it was sold about 30 years later, right?
Yes, yeah, it was sold from to Entergy. So those two utilities sold it to the Entergy Corporation in 2002 for $180 million. So
it's pretty big by Vermont standards.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
really,
is.
big
Yes, it
bucks.
is. It was a big transaction, especially
And did
for
they
the
have
two
to go
utilities.
through the NRC, go through our public,
Yep.
I don't know what they called it back then, Public Utility Commission, they changed the
Yeah,
name
it wasn't
of
the
it somewhere.
Public Utility Commission
Yeah,
at the time.
Public Service.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was called. There was a different name to it.
Yeah.
It just changed like maybe 3 years ago
Right.
to the Public Utility
Yeah.
Commission.
So they had to go
So-
through that whole process,
Yes.
like,
Yep.
like they did with the new owners.
Yep.
Yeah, and Entergy owned it for about a decade, right?
Yes.
Before they really kind of started looking at the decommissioning process.
Yeah, they announced closure in 2013. So they had it for about a decade, and it was just due to the amount of tax that they were getting levied by the state, and
Right.
it was no longer a profitable business when you were paying that much to the state of Vermont.
And part of it also, I think, was competition from low-cost fossil fuels like natural
Correct.
gas, right?
Natural gas is a big player in the power scene right now, and
Yep.
very big competition to nuclear.
Yep. So, so that decommissioning plan was announced in 2013. What's kind of happened since then? Maybe just to catch people up, because I'm sure they've heard about it in the news, but it's kind of a little bit of a.
So they ended up closing the plant officially, all done, generating power in December of 2014. And that's when a lot of the layoffs started happening, and a lot of folks left town and went to other nuclear plants to work. Some started their own business. There was several people that were, close to retirement age, so they just took their retirement early, and it was a good group of people that the communities and the regions lost in one way or another out of the job circle.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big chunk of revenue for the community that's
absolutely
gone.
Yep. So since that time, in 2018 is when the actual sale was completed to North Star.
Mhm.
So North Star Group Services is a demolition company. They've been around for a long time. I believe they have around 3,000 employees across the country. They have different regional headquarters throughout the country as well. It's the one out of Boston that comes up to work at the Vernon plant. So they've been a really good corporate partner for us thus far. They've always kept us in the loop as far as what was going on. So if we had any questions in the community, we would be able to answer them. And they've been a really great partner for the community.
And they came with a plan that was much shorter in time than
Yes.
most anybody else, right?
Yes.
There was one that was 60 years, if I'm remembering
Yes.
correctly. I know way too
And that
much
was
about this.
Entergy
Yes.
had the 60-year plan.
Right.
Yes.
A lot of that had to do with this savings account, right?
Yes, correct.
That essentially is where the decommissioning funds are held. And Entergy didn't really have, my understanding of it anyway, Entergy didn't really have an incentive to decommission faster because
Correct.
they were gaining interest on that account, right?
Yep. Yep. And Entergy is obviously not a deconstruction, decommissioning company.
They don't have the expertise.
Their expertise is to, run power plants. So when they do a decommissioning, which they've done before, a lot of it's subcontracted. It's subcontracted to folks like North Star to do the actual work itself. And, getting pieces done at a time, it was a 60-year timeline. With North Star at the helm, we're looking at a 10-year timeline to be done.
That's amazing, isn't it, that they can do that?
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of questions here in our legislature, can't even say it anymore, I've been out of it too long. And I think the governor, up to a certain point, they were worried, but he finally came around to support it. But they were worried about the finances of North Star, right? I think that was a big issue for us.
That was one of the really big issues for a lot of people. They were just concerned if there was enough money there to do it, efficiently and quickly.
Right.
I didn't really, and I still don't understand that concern because there were so many regulations to set up that fund to begin with,
Right.
to make sure that you had enough money to decommission it at the end. So all the homework was done previously. Obviously, there's inflation and changes in doing business and things like that. But I would think that those things were taken into consideration
right.
when this trust fund was built. So North Star and Entergy worked together and provided some financial securities on top of what was already there to kind of help with those concerns.
And they said that, probably skipping ahead to questions I planned to ask, but they said they wouldn't touch the decommissioning fund if they went over their projected expenditure. Something that they said was like, at some point, if it got to be way above what they predicted, they would probably take it out of their own pockets, right?
Yeah, so in the way that the actual work is set up, it's not really possible for them to go overspending.
Yeah, that'd be a heck of a promise to make if I was them.
Yeah, it is a big promise to make, but I try to explain it to people this way. It's like having your house remodeled, and you only pay the contractor as they finish a project. So if they replace the cabinets, then you pay them for the cabinets. They do your bathroom, you pay them for the bathroom, which is how some contractors work. The same way happens with Vermont Yankee. There's about 900 steps to this decommissioning process that happen, and they get paid for each one of those steps out of that trust fund. So there really is no way for them to overspend because until a project's done, they don't get the payment, and the payment is already set up to exactly what it's supposed to be for that project.
So they must have had money coming into it to even get them to that phase where they could wait to get your money. And so they've got to have enough money on in their own books, right?
Yeah, North Star has, some financial securities to get themselves off the ground. And they've been here for at least 4 years, I believe.
They started doing site work even before the sale.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, they actually started doing work before the sale as a subcontractor for Entergy.
Can I ask you, I was in the legislature when all of this kind of hit the fan, there were guys that we worked with all the time from Vermont Yankee.
Mm-hmm.
Are some of them still there, or is it a whole new crew that came in? Because the guys that we worked with certainly knew their stuff and knew the history of Vermont and all the little quirks and things.
So most of the executive level is gone as of about a week ago.
Oh.
They retained about 3 executives for a while, and now those folks are gone. Now that the sale is completed and North Star, owns the facility, they're just not essential in the area anymore. As far as Vermont Yankee employees go, there's about 30 still on site for decommissioning. Corey Daniels is one of them. He's in charge of the ISFAC. Been with Vermont Yankee, I believe, 20 years.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar.
Yep. So he's one that they held on to, and they tried to hold on to as many as they possibly could.
'Cause they've got the background
they
and the
have
experience.
the institutional knowledge of that plant, and it was as I mentioned before, they're about a third of North Star staff at Vermont Yankee are previous Entergy employees.
Interesting.
So,
okay,
it's
sorry, I
cool.
didn't mean to interrupt the timeline here.
No,
but,
it's okay.
yeah.
So, what is, obviously the community is still kind of adjusting
Sure.
to this, right?
Yep.
And it seems like, certainly it's not the 650 employees, but at least there is some presence, and revenue being driven from that plant. You've
Yes.
got North Star people who are there.
Mhm.
You've got a few of these Entergy folks that have stuck around, whether
Sure.
they're retired or still working for
Yep.
North Star. So what is the impact to the community been, and what are you doing to kind of address that, that hole
Sure.
that's been left?
The biggest impact of the community, there's two big impacts in my opinion. One is financial, and one is community related. So when you have 650 people that work in your little town, they turn into baseball coaches, they turn into basketball
right.
coaches, they do, the volunteer work of the town here and there. Entergy actually paid their employees when they did volunteer work, like they were at work.
Oh, wow.
So they had some good incentive to help in the community in that respect, and many of them did. So we lost all those volunteers that used to do all the work. That's probably the most important thing in my mind.
Right.
The financial side kind of comes second. We lost millions of dollars in tax revenue. There's,
Right.
and with no way to replace it.
How many of them had to leave the community to find jobs? Were they able to find jobs that even compare to what they were making? Probably
The
not.
majority of them left to go to other plants in North
Yeah.
Carolina and various other places, Mississippi. There was a few that I know that have started their own business that took, stayed a little extra time, and Entergy gave them a little kicker for staying extra time, and then took that money and parlayed it into their own
Good for them.
businesses.
Right.
So that was really nice to see that, some of those people were able to stay within the community and start their own business and, provide jobs and that kind of thing through doing
What
that.
kind of jobs have spun off from Entergy program employees? Like what kind of businesses have spun up?
One that I know the most of, so I'll give him a little shout out, is Bird Dog Home Inspection, and he's based out of his house in Vernon. He's a home inspector, runs around all over the counties and inspects houses, which is a huge need for us. I think there was about one home inspector in the entire county.
Great.
So he filled that void as this gentleman's about to retire. So we're seeing that, a lot of these guys that worked in trades at Vermont Yankee are filling the holes of the guys that are retiring from the trades, because that's one of the biggest holes that we have right now in the economy in general, in all the United States, is filling those trade jobs.
And there's certainly no jobs in Vermont that would even compare to what they were doing. So there's no
Yes.
transferable skills, as we would say.
Yes.
Depends. I mean, if you're like a mechanic and you're working on
Well,
the
that's-
ventilation
you could be working on
system,
anything,
right? that
Yeah.
skill translates.
Yes.
It's just you're working on ventilation in
When I
a
had,
commercial building instead of a power plant.
Yes.
My first
Yep.
job here in Vermont was working for Simmons Precision.
Mhm.
I ran an outplacement service for they laid off about 50, mostly aerospace engineers.
Wow.
So they were gone.
Yeah,
Not too
they're not
many
coming
here
back.
in Vermont,
No.
so
You can go to
we helped
GE.
them find.
Well, actually, there's a fair amount today,
Maybe now, but not back
Not
then.
back then. I mean, you've got UTC, you've got GE, there's a
Right.
place up in St. Albans that's doing that.
Yeah, I think they would have been very glad to stay because your kids are here, they're in school, and
Yes.
you've got to bring them out and start all over again.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's sad. Anyway, so we're at stop at 2018.
Yeah.
This is a busy year. You got a whole bunch of things happening this year.
Yeah, so they got all the spent fuel onto the storage pad, which is called the ISFAC. If I could remember what that stands for, I would.
Oh, good. I was going to ask you to
Yes.
spell it because I have no idea what you said. What
But
are
that's
the-
a dry store cask.
Yes,
right?
it's a
Yeah.
dry store cask. There are, I believe, 62 casks, if I'm remembering off the top of my head, and there is one yet to be transferred out, and that would
Oh.
actually be the head of the reactor itself will go into a cask. So the rest of them just hold the fuel, but the head of the reactor is so contaminated that it needs to
It's
go into
sustainable.
dry cask storage as
Yeah.
well and not be transferred.
And that
anywhere.
Ispaces?
ISFSI.
So
I think it's ISFSI.
I'm just gonna
ISFSI.
look it
And
up.
these are basically like you put this in a huge concrete cylinder, pretty much. Is
Yes,
what these are.
it's a big metal cylinder that goes inside a concrete cylinder that sits on the largest concrete pad I've ever seen in my life.
And is
There we
this
go.
what someday the government's gonna come and take away?
That's
say
the
laughingly.
hope. That's
say
that's
laughingly.
the hope. That is that's the future supposedly. The Yucca Mountain project is
Right.
obviously one of the options for the federal government to send that stuff down the road.
Right.
Do I have hope of that happening in my lifetime? Probably
Yeah,
not. And
let's
probably
not-
not even in my kid's lifetime.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's a possibility, but you never know.
How many? So, because that was all the spent fuel was supposed to be the federal government's responsibility,
Correct.
right? And that hasn't, for one reason or another, panned out.
Yes.
Yucca Mountain being one of those
Yep.
stories. So all of this fuel is just sitting on location at these decommissioned plants, right?
Correct.
Do,
Yep.
do we know how much fuel that is? Like how much is sitting at these plants that have been decommissioned over the last 30 or 40 years?
I don't know what a total would be off the top of my head, but it's significant, and it's just going to get higher. There's 22 plants across the
Right.
country right now that are slated for decommissioning. So, if you figure and Vermont Yankee was actually a pretty small power plant
Right.
comparatively to some others.
Yeah.
If we have 60 some odd casks in our single boiler unit, and you talk about some of these larger ones that'll have over
yeah.
100 casks apiece, and you start multiplying that over 30 or 40 nuclear plants that are either decommissioning or in the process or scheduled for decommissioning, that's a lot of waste.
Now, Vermont Yankee had the approval for 2 plants on its facility, right, or in its facility, right? Weren't they, there was a room for 1 more, they said.
That's probably the case because
Yeah.
it's 125
Yeah.
acres there.
We talked about that on one of the shows, that they,
Yeah.
because that would happen, like, try building a nuclear power plant in Vermont.
Again?
Yeah, again. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
But anyway.
It's actually one of my goals.
Is it really?
Yes.
Good for you, because things have
It's-
changed. It's gotten better and better. And
Yeah, it's
safer
becoming
and safer.
more of a viable alternative
Yeah,
now. in a lot of
and
ways.
for me, it's one of those that's way out in left field, as you
Yes,
mentioned.
right,
It's
right.
Vermont,
Right.
but a reuse of that site. There's a new company based out of Washington State that just had their reactor approved by the NRC.
Really?
And it's a modular reactor, so it kind of acts like
New
a
technology,
Yeah, it's kind of works like egg cartons. However many you want, up to 12, you put, and depending on how many you have, is the production that it makes.
Wow.
So it's very new technology. The majority of the reactor is actually buried in the ground. So there's not,
Right.
that big reactor sticking up.
Yeah.
Right, you don't
So-
have all that concrete necessarily.
Maybe out of sight, out
so-
of mind. Right?
I don't know. I don't know. So it is definitely something that I would like to see happen.
Right, sure.
As part of our redevelopment in Vernon. Will it ever happen? I don't know. Like I said, it's my left field idea, and we're working on other.
You would have some of that
options as well.
infrastructure there too, though, because you have, whatever the connection is, the
Yes,
grid.
we have
right?
the Velco power station, which
Right.
can handle everything.
Well, it would
Yeah.
seem to me that people in Vernon and the surrounding areas certainly seemed accepting of the plant, so you've got that battle
Very much so.
already conquered, right? To
Yeah.
trying to talk to the community,
Mhm.
and they had such a good experience community-wise.
Yeah, the majority of the people that were against the plant were not anywhere near from Vermont
Oh,
or
yeah, right.
or surrounding communities.
Busload them in.
They really do. I mean, they are what I call professional stakeholders. Wherever there is money to be
They'll be
made, that's
there.
where they live for that amount of time
Wonderful.
or whatever they do.
Right.
So.
Yep. So, at least short term, what fills the void left by Vermont Yankee in terms of the power generation, right? Because that's a
Sure.
really big power generator that you can't just spin up somewhere else, right?
Yes.
So where is that, capacity, that grid capacity coming from in the short term?
So the majority of our power for Vermont now comes from Hydro-Quebec. So we're buying, hydro dam power from Canada to run Vermont. So the Yankees at one time supplied about a third of Vermont's power. They ended up cutting the agreement with him when Governor Shumlin was in office, because one of his big sticks when he ran for governor is that he would shut down Vermont Yankee, and by increasing taxes to them and reducing their contract with the state of Vermont, he was able to get it done. And it's affected our rates across New England, not just in Vermont, because Vermont Yankee sold to everybody, not just Vermont itself.
We have some information here about the rates.
Yeah.
Maybe we could
Yeah,
take a look at that. Because that was always a big concern of people when Yankee closed, is how much.
Yeah. And I will never say that, these stats that I have are just because of Vermont Yankee.
No, it's a lot of stuff.
There's so many factors that play into it. But it's kind of odd how it works, because the average bill for a Vermonter is actually ranks 33rd in the United States. So our bills are actually fairly low.
Right.
But that's because our usage is really low. So if you think about everywhere else that you travel outside of New England, most everybody has air conditioning. Regardless of whether they have winter months or not, they have a central AC unit outside. I'm originally from Indiana. My parents live in Indiana still. We have always had central AC in our homes that we lived in. And so that's a huge power draw. When you have one of those running, and that's the majority of the United States that does that.
And in Vermont, you may need it for like 6 weeks out of the year.
In the window of the bedroom you sleep in. That's
That's exactly right. That's
Yeah.
exactly right. So we actually use less energy. That's why our bills are less. But when you look at the actual rates themselves, we pay about 17 cents a kilowatt hour, which is the 5th highest in the nation. So we're just barely behind places like Hawaii and Alaska that have a hard time getting power because of their remote locations. We pay such a high rate. The average rate within the states is about $12. We pay over $17 a kilowatt hour in the state of Vermont.
Okay, I have to. Completely went over my head, and I don't mind appearing to my audience that I'm a little dense. Why did you say that? What happened? What's different about us?
The what's different about us is that we buy a lot of our power from Hydro-Quebec, and we use a lot of renewable energy.
Right. And it was cheaper from Yankee, obviously. So
yes.
Okay, I got it. Sorry.
Yeah, we're having to transmit power from Canada down to us versus having the power station in our backyard.
I see.
The Vermont average is about 17 cents a kilowatt versus the national average is about 12, right?
Correct.
So we're paying about 5 cents more per kilowatt than the national average.
Maine must be a little high up there too, because we were camping this summer, and for the month we got our electric bill for an RV. 1 bedroom. It was more than our electricity at home, which kind of threw us a little bit. And it was not exactly by cents; it was by dollars, and we were surprised at that. So if you come visit, you can't put on anything electric. We'll give you candles.
If you look at those rankings of who pays the highest electricity, outside of Alaska and Hawaii, it is New England states. So.
Yeah, and a lot of that is probably because there's not a whole lot of energy production here, right? We don't have an energy source necessarily, which is a little ironic because we used to have, a leading energy source in all of our streams and rivers and stuff. But that's not really the case anymore when we're talking about large-scale industrial power generation.
And if you look at especially the nuclear power plants that are being closed, the majority of the ones that are being closed right now are concentrated in this area of the country. Or previously closed, like Maine Yankee and Yankee Row.
Yeah, and a lot of the power generation for New England, baseload power anyway, is being piped in from like Pennsylvania and New York through natural gas pipelines.
That's correct. Yep.
So right now, in 2019, the sales been approved and completed.
Yes.
And it took them, what, 2 years to approve this?
Yes, it was a
We're
very,
just moving
very
right
long
along, weren't we?
process. It was a very long process.
Oh my gosh. Because we could have been a little ahead of the game if they had approved it faster.
Yes. Yep. And everybody did their due diligence. I'm not, upset that it took that long. Would it have been nice for it to take a year and a half? Yes.
Right.
But now we know from every single angle that we have the right person that's doing the
That's right.
decommissioning
That's
and is the owner of the plant.
Well, you had a lot of public hearings too, and you really included, whether one wanted to or not, I mean, that was probably part of the process to make sure the public, because we went down to one, I think you went more than one, I don't know. Did you?
Oh, yes, I went to, I don't know, probably 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, I was just impressed that the tone was respectful and they just said their thing, and then that was the night I was down there when the governor's letter arrived that he approved to approve what was going on in the sale.
Yeah, I had made a trip up here to Mount Pelier and knocked on his door and
Said,
had a meeting with him and said, please submit this letter. I know you support it, but I need, and he was very gracious in getting that done quickly prior to that meeting.
That was a good meeting. I actually learned some things there too. So that's
and that committee actually still exists.
Really?
That's the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel.
And they will oversee this whole decommissioning?
Throughout the whole
as the
decommissioning
NRC will too, I'm assuming.
Yes. Yeah, the NRC has people on site on a regular basis, actually, and the PUC does as well, and Public Service from the state of Vermont. They check in regularly on the plant.
So now I read, and I don't know how true this is, that there are 3 overarching stages of decommissioning. That's secure the long-term storage, carefully decontaminate and dismantle, and then the third is restore the land for future use. But you mentioned before that they've got 900 subsets of that in those different categories. So can you even explain? Each one comes with its own budget, which is probably true because they want the money for each of the steps. So how do you even explain what these steps do? I mean,
it very much
900
is.
is a lot.
Yeah, it very much is a very detailed process. And once this particular thing is done, for example, the cooling towers that were outside the Vermont Yankee property were just taken down about a month or 2 ago. Those buildings were 42 feet high, 42 feet wide, and over 400 feet long.
Ugh.
And they had to be mitigated before they came down for asbestos and anything else that was in there, which took several months to complete. And then I got to watch one of the cooling towers come down, and it was about 2.5 hours to put a 400-foot building on the ground, which I thought was amazing.
Now,
in the
where did the
efficiency
asbestos come from? Was that built into the tower itself from 100 years ago? Or?
Yeah, it was actually in the building materials of, because back then it was, started in '66 and, came online in '72. So a lot of the building materials that were used contained asbestos.
And they're not a danger unless they're messed with or cracked or opened.
Right, you have to very
and those little guys with the white come in and scare the heck out of you.
Yep.
Yeah. So one of the things that I find really interesting, that some numbers from ISO New England, which is the controller for pretty much all power in New England. It's kind of a product of some of the rolling blackouts that happened back around the middle of the century to try to stabilize the grid in New England, because it's all kind of interconnected. But some of the numbers that they put out, which is interesting, is it actually looks like Vermont Yankee, when it closed, increased carbon emissions by 2.9% because the grid didn't have a renewable or low carbon alternative to the power that was being generated. So it increased carbon emissions by almost 3%, which in relative terms is about 1,000 tons of carbon just in 2015, which is the year after Yankee closed.
Yeah, and that was the first increase that we'd seen in carbon emissions in the state of Vermont, I think, in 10 years. We were actually on a 10-year decline of our carbon emissions prior to Yankee closing down. The very next year it went up by 2%. But when you lose a base load power source like a nuclear power plant, it's the coal plants and all those that have to make that up so we don't have rolling brownouts and blackouts in New England again.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
ISO just met in Portland, which was why Meredith Angwin, who's been on the show before a couple times because of her knowledge of nuclear power.
Well, and Meredith is a
Nuclear physicist.
Yeah,
Can't even say the word.
Yeah, it's a mouthful.
Exactly.
But I think the point, which is interesting, is that nuclear is actually a low carbon a low carbon power source.
Yes.
During production, it uses virtually no carbon. It's the
Exactly.
It's the startup, it's the commissioning and decommissioning phase that create carbon.
Correct. Which was one of the arguments to keep it.
Right.
Right. The low carb, because we were so interested in that in Vermont.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, just a few years ago when it was closed, that wasn't even thought about. But as you mentioned earlier, it's now being rethought about. Within the last 12 months, there's been more and more studies of why nuclear power is beneficial, because we need a heavier baseload power. Renewables are great, solar's great, wind's great in their own category, but they can't provide a baseload power that the country needs.
I think wind's losing a little of its appeal. We haven't heard much lately about new wind farms starting up, and I think we've backed away from that.
Yeah. Well, there's, wind has its own issues in terms of runoff and
and people getting sick.
Yeah, sound pollution and and what's interesting I find is the numbers show that nuclear power, at least modern nuclear power, is actually has a lower life cycle carbon impact than solar does.
Correct.
Which is interesting because you wouldn't necessarily think that off the bat, but if you look at from the mining of the silica that goes into those, to the solar panels, to the production of them, to the shipping of them, to the installation, and then you maybe have like a 10 or 15 year life expectancy out of the panel before you have to replace it. It actually comes out that solar is actually has a higher carbon impact than nuclear does.
You are absolutely right. Yeah. And the amount of solar panels that you need to make up for, the baseload power of a nuclear plant is astronomical. So we mentioned the low carbon, non-carbon. Solar and wind have been getting tax credits for that for years.
Yeah.
Right.
A no carbon power emission. Nuclear has always been left out of that equation. Not sure why. That has started to change a little bit. There's a few states that have started allowing those tax credits for nuclear plants. I actually do quite a bit of traveling in that vein. I've been to Ohio and New Jersey, and probably will end up in Pennsylvania this year as their legislature considers giving those tax credits. Ohio just did it this last session, provided those tax credits to save 2 of their small power plants that are right along the Erie, Lake Erie. And we were talking about what does it take for a solar or wind to replace just those 2 power plants. And they're not big plants, they're very similar to Yankee. And you would have to cover the entire coast of Lake Erie a mile deep with wind turbines to replace the power of those 2 plants.
Wow.
Yep.
And you would have to cover the entire town of Akron, Ohio, which is, I think the population is somewhere around 100,000 people, so it's not a small town. You would have to cover the entire town with solar panels to replace the power of those 2 power plants.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, have you ever heard much about it's either Indian Point or Indian Head on the Hudson in Ossining?
Indian Point.
Indian Point. I lived in a condo that stuck out in the Hudson, and I had a direct view of the plant. They never, all the years I've lived there, never had any trouble. To this day, there's just no problem.
Indian Point, I believe, was just sold to Holtec, which is another decommissioning company.
Oh, so they're gonna close down too? It's gone its life cycle?
Indian Point is gone.
Yeah.
North Star, who owns Vermont Yankee, is purchasing Crystal River, which is in Florida. That one will be coming down under the North Star banner. So there's a lot of communities.
It's about 40 years. Is that about it for the plant?
Seems about what the life cycle has been.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree that that's the useful life cycle. Vermont Yankee, as an example, got relicensed.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. I remember that.
And when they it was shortly after they got relicensed that they announced the decommissioning. And I think it was I think it was more of a power play than anything
Right.
by Entergy to
Right.
just say, this is still okay,
Right.
regardless of what you think or not.
Right.
And they got the nod and then said, okay, we're
done.
gone. So.
Yeah.
Too bad.
A little bit of a mic drop there.
A little bit.
Little
I appreciated it at the time, and I still do from the nuclear community side.
So you think, how many years you're looking at before they hand you over the key to the land?
My guess is probably 10 years, as early as 8 years.
Oh, perfect. Because when you were on the show last, you brought a young woman with you who worked at the town offices.
Yep. That was actually 2 shows ago. I think that
Oh,
was the
two-
first
oh,
show
2
we did,
shows.
because we were with Brad Furlan that
That's right. I
show as well.
apologize. That's
Yeah.
right. So you guys were talking about Greenfield, using as Greenfield redevelopment, industrial center.
Yes.
Have you sort of honed in? You had some good news of getting some help.
Yes, yeah, we are actually working with Antioch University to do some like land studies and things like that, and they're going to, I think it's a 6-year study, and they're going to provide us some of the options that we have based on the land and what could be done there, the current infrastructure that sits there, as you mentioned, the Velco transfer
Right,
station, and so there's a lot of potential to do some sort of energy generation.
The site itself is beautiful. I mean, you're right on the river.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
On the
I mean, it's just gorgeous there.
It is.
It really is.
And one of our main focuses in Vernon as well is to provide recreational access to
Right,
the river, because
right.
we really don't have a good spot. We have, all this land along the river, but no real good way to get there as a Vernon resident, because we also have the hydro dam that sits in Vernon as well. So that kind of puts a stop to you going any further down the river or up the river.
Oh, right. You can't quite boat over it.
Yeah, not exactly. So that would provide us a access to the river above the dam.
Is there another dam on the well, that's the Connecticut, right? That
Correct.
runs up. Is there another dam on the Connecticut, or is that really the only one?
No,
in Vermont?
there's actually several.
Yeah, because I thought we had the opportunity to buy 3 of those dams. I don't know if it was that one in particular, but
Yes,
we,
it
of course, turned it down. I always thought that was a bad decision, but
Yeah.
what do I know?
Yeah, I believe, I'm trying to remember the company that owns the dams, it was TransCanada was either the previous owner or the current owner of the dam.
So is that energy, that power output realized by Vermont or New Hampshire? Because that's right on the border, right?
Yeah, the power, similar to Vermont Yankee, is just, it's sold to the highest bidder. So it kind of depends on where.
Yeah, so it just goes
where they're
back into
selling
the
to.
ISO grid.
Yes,
pretty
it
much.
does. Yeah. And that plant, that dam has actually been online since 1909, I believe, was the original date of that plant. So Vernon, for being a really small community of 2,200 people, has had a really big hand in energy production over the last 100 years.
Yeah. Of course, the dam probably doesn't have as many jobs that go along with it as a nuclear plant does, but...
Not at all, no.
Yeah.
I think they have somewhere around 10 to 12 employees at the dam at any given time.
Gotcha.
So the land, when they turn it over to you, it's buildable. You can dig up the earth and build a basement, and people feel comfortable that all is well.
Yeah, so there is, in the nuclear world, there is a really weird, I guess I would call it a parable on how to understand how well anything's cleaned up. And it has something to do with a baby and a cow. And if Bob Leach, who we hired to work with us to understand, the cleanup side of things and understand what level we want to bring it to as a town, is a long-term employee of Vermont Yankee, was there from 1972 for, I think, maybe 30 some odd years before he retired, told us all about this, if the baby can be next to the cow for a year and not see any radiation impact to either of them, then we're good. And it's some kind of weird old school nuclear standard
Probably
that's
wouldn't
out
follow
there.
that these days.
No.
No babies out on the land.
But it was very interesting when he was telling us about it, and I was like, Wow, okay, well, that makes sense. You know, if you'd have your kid and your farm animals out on the land, then you're in a
Right,
good
for sure,
place.
yeah. Well, because they're eating and they're giving milk and,
Yes.
you know, and who knows.
Exactly.
I worked for a company years ago, a chemical company. I very rarely say that in public because you get yelled at in Vermont. But in Toms River, New Jersey, we had a plant that had an effluent problem. And they used to bring in these mysid shrimp. You couldn't see them unless you were looking through a microscope, whatever. And they had to last in the water for 30 seconds. If they died, wasn't good. And I was in the legal department back then, so down I'd go for all of the mysid shrimp tests. And it was because people were pretty upset with the plant. You didn't really run around saying I work at the Toms River plant when you went out to dinner. Be a very short meal.
Yeah.
So anyway, it was very interesting that they use these, that's the test. Who knew that that's a test? These little mysid shrimp, which they're about this big, and you can't see them, so there you go.
Yep.
But it's good that you felt better when they lived.
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah. So it's the same idea. Cows and babies and shrimp.
Except we want them to live longer than 30 seconds. You know.
These are swimming in that water. Who knows? It's probably why I'm so tall. My father says.
Oh no. So the idea is to be able to return. Now there is still concrete in some structures in the ground itself, right?
The standard is 4 feet.
And some buildings are staying. They're not being knocked down, so you could use them, right?
We're kind of in negotiation in that it was part of the MOU to leave some of the infrastructure that was there if the town or developer wanted to have them.
So part of that probably depends on what you end up wanting to do with the site.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And there's been some interest in the site already by developers, and actually one local developer that lives right in Vernon.
Great.
As well. So the idea, I don't think right now is to have the town own the property. It's to find the right developer and be involved in the process of what's going to be there.
Now, even if a developer comes in and buys the property, North Star is probably still going to own the storage facility, right? That's there.
Yes.
And they have, and that storage facility is kind of closed off from the rest of the property.
Yeah, when the government comes in, they have to have access to it in 50, 60
Well, they have
years.
there's a train, there's a railroad that runs through, right, or a rail line?
Yes, so when North Star completed the sale, they opened up the rail spur that was used to actually build the plant.
Right.
So they're utilizing that to take the waste down to Texas, where they own a waste facility in Texas. There's the Texas-Vermont Compact to be able to send that stuff down there.
Which has been a little iffy, hasn't it been over the years? I'm remembering some conversations when I was working for state government about that compact and whether that was solid or not solid. And
it's working for us right now. We're sending stuff down there.
I really don't remember the details. I just remember maybe people in Texas weren't too thrilled to have all stuff coming down, plunk in their backyard.
It's mostly concrete, right?
It's mostly concrete, and the majority of it is very low contaminant or not contaminant at all. And actually, the science behind decommissioning is just mind-boggling. You would think you tear a building down that doesn't have any contamination, you throw it on the rail car and you ship it away. But that's not the case. They actually have job boxes, is what I call them. They have a fancy term for them, that are built to take an exact structure or an exact piece of a structure to size. So as they take it down, they put it in the specific box for it, put it on the rail car, and send it down the road.
And this is a self-contained...
it's almost more like Legos.
It is.
It's like a giant Lego structure.
It's very much like Legos.
They're not sure that even if they say it's decontaminated, it is.
Yes.
There's no nuclear...
Correct. There's a little low-level radiation that's going out, and that's why they go out in those boxes. Because they are made to withstand a lot.
Because there's certain, like, it's a little bit of radiation, but it's not like, a fuel rod level radiation.
Exactly. It's very, very low level, probably no more than you encounter in an airplane.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Another pleasant thought.
Yeah, well, or
it's
your
funny
cell phone or whatever.
Where you do get radiation and you don't realize it. I think cell phones is a perfect example because they were talking about people having little brain injuries here and there from
Exactly.
being on the cell phone.
Well, it's even watches. So everybody remembers the tritium leak that happened at Vermont Yankee, and that was a huge topic. And when the actual science came out about it outside of the media blitz on it, if you drank from that well that had a tritium leak for a year, you would get the same amount of radiation as if you flew coast to coast in the United States.
Excellent.
On an airplane.
There's something about the word tritium, though. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't sound good, though, does it? It's like tritium.
Unless you're talking about the Tritium Brewery, in which case
That's
that
good.
does sound good.
That's bad. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
And actually, tritium is what lights up your watch as well. If you have a watch that glows,
Oh, that's
when you push it so you can check the time at night, that's tritium lighting up your watch. So.
So
There you
we
go.
have
Learn something new every day.
A few minutes left. What else would you like to talk about? I think we've covered an awful lot here.
Yeah, we have.
And I'm surprised at how much I remember. It's like bing.
Yeah.
It's fun. You have to invite us down when you hit the land, or any time you
Absolutely.
think would be something our viewers would like to see. We'd like to go down and take a tour, take pictures. That'd be really cool.
Totally. Yeah.
Absolutely. North Star is very open to having tours go through. The media goes through quite often.
Really great. What, are we media? We're media.
Yeah,
Sure.
Why not?
Media.
We count.
You have cameras.
We do. We
You're
have
media.
we have 15 stations that cover us all over Vermont.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
that's good.
we'd love to have you down the
Great,
next
thank
time
you.
there is something that's, say, outdoor or
You've
something
learned a lot
like that
over
that
the
we can
years.
see. Yeah, it's really actually kind of scary. I've only been in this position as a selectman for 4 years. I spent the first, I think, year and a half as a member, and I've spent the last couple of years as the chair of the board. And to now be getting phone calls from other states and saying, can you come talk to us about the economic impact of losing a power plant? It's kind of surreal.
Yeah.
Different than ingress, egress problems.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
all the important stuff you deal with on the select board.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
I thought coming in, I was on the select board of a town of 2,200 people, no big deal. You deal with dog and cat issues here and there, and and then
here you are.
it happens.
World traveling.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you
So-
very much, Josh. It's really
Yeah.
been excellent. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to visiting.
Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely.
Go down there.
We'll
Thanks
have you
so
down
much.
soon.
Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you next week, and in the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
Let's call the meeting to order at whatever time that says, 6:33.
Thanks.
So do we have any additions, deletions to the agenda?
Yes, all business transportation.
Okay.
Was there an addition?
Yeah, transportation under old business. Under the oldie and moldy stuff there, mister. Okay, members of the public. And review and approve the minutes of the December 9, 2019 meeting. You guys don't have them. Oh, they didn't go out? Okay, we'll hold that one. Well, gosh, we're moving right along. Financials, capital reserve update. And then, so we actually also need to add, budget discussion too. Oh, that's down there, budget presentation. You know what else I don't see here, and I thought we put it in here, was, where's, annual meeting discussion, okay.
Did you want to add communications in as a regular thing on Dover? We always had that.
No, not really. Unless you want to communicate.
No, it just seemed to get there.
I have nothing for communication, but, okay, so capital reserve updated. So, according to our, so we didn't have time, there wasn't time enough to put together a written report for y'all's, which is mostly my fault because I asked for something that was too hard to do, plus the audits were really slow in Dover, but next year the audits will be a lot better because there'll be one audit instead of two in Trent. And the Dover, the people who've been doing the Dover audits don't seem to feel like it's a real priority to get it done. So on our capital, we have in total, from all the money moved over from Dover and from Wardsboro, there is roughly $894,143. 894,143. So that's the big number. Okay. Out of that number, there's approximately 30,000 that is committed through smaller grants like After School, Fiber, the Stratton Foundation, the Stars in Wardsboro. Plus, there's a memorial fund set up from a person from Dover set up for music, people that do music. So if you take 894 and you subtract 30, you're down to around 864. Out of that 864, last year we as a group committed 200 to buy down the tax rate last year. So that should leave you pretty darn close to 664, 143. Does everybody agree with that number?
Yes.
Okay, so if you all agree with that number, what we had talked about was we were talking about what do we want to establish for reserve funds. So I think there are 3 funds that we look at, that Lori looks at for us. One is called our general operating fund, or just a general fund. And that's what we, 1, 2, 3, 4, oh. We have no Rick tonight, but we do have a Laura, so. But we didn't put Rick's name tag out, so we could like.
An email.
No, man, right there. Oh. So anyways, so we're gonna have the general fund will be what we vote on every year for our operating money. And that's that $5 or $6 million that we vote to run the school. So that will be known as the general fund from henceforth on. Huh? So then we're gonna have some reserve fund, or I'm sorry, we're gonna call it the capital improvement fund. And under the capital improvement fund, it's suggested that we do, now this is kind of our decision, but I would suggest that we have in our capital improvement fund, we have 2 categories. We have one for transportation, because if we are gonna maintain our own buses, eventually they need to be replaced. They do run between $85,000 and $100,000 if you want to buy a new one, of good quality, like not just a man. And then the other fund should be building improvement fund. And this is where we were discussing last year, last meeting, we were discussing like taking the HVAC thing from Wardsboro, not using operational funds for that, but making that, you weren't there, were you? Were you at the last meeting? Yeah. Okay, but remember we talked about, there was money in, about $30,000 I think we moved for things that we felt were capital, that are long-term, not just like painting is more maintenance. So we should have, those would be the two big funds that we would have, that we would move money into and out of, each year. So if you folks are in agreement with that, that's what I think we should present to the voters, the annual meeting. And then there would be a third fund, which would just be your reserve fund. And that's kind of that liquid fund that in Dover every year, we would vote to, if there was any surplus at July 1st, then that money would just get transferred to that reserve fund, so that it's not floating out there wondering what's happening with it, that we know where it is, and then we can make determinations at for that next town meeting, to what we want to do with it. It's just one less thing we have to discuss. We can tell people, yeah, we ran a surplus, but it went right into the liquid reserve fund, and this is what we're going to recommend. We may recommend to move some of that money into the specific improvement funds, either the transportation of the building, or we might recommend it to use to offset taxes, or we may recommend that it just stay there. Does that make sense to everybody? Is everybody good with that? So knowing that we have about this $664,000 after we subtract everything else out that's committed, but 200 of it needs to stay in that general reserve to offset this year, so it really leaves us about 400 in,
64.
You're right. My suggestion is that we recommend to the voters that we put 164 into the building improvement portion of the capital improvement fund. And then that should take care of the 30 we want to spend this year and still leave us about 130, because we know we're gonna have to do a roof on this building in the next couple of years. And then we would have to fund, next year we'll have to decide to add some money too, because out of that, even though we're gonna fund it with 164 this year, we're already planning on spending next year at least 30 for stuff that we've kind of committed to, and then we'll have to keep moving forward. Pardon?
Yeah, 30, that was right.
Right, we have 29.
29.
Yeah, so I'm just rounding a little bit.
Right.
Because it's easier for me to try to do the math in my head.
So 164 to build it, right? Is that what
Well,
you're saying?
that's my suggestion, and that's what,
Okay.
we need to decide here as a group so that we can put it forth at the meeting, the annual meeting in February. And then 100 of it goes into the bus, transportation.
Price of a new bus.
Right, and then I think after that, every year, under the Dover, we used to fund about 10 to 12 in the transportation, and about the same amount, up to 20 into the building, depending what big projects we had coming down the road. And I think that's where we'll lean on Lori a little bit more once she's gotten less audits to deal with and less budgets and kind of get everything caught up. Then we'll really have to look at the study that was done and kind of really, I want to have a good plan so that we can justify why we have that money in there, not that we're just hiding money or putting money away. Because I've been saying it for years, and Lori said something earlier that kind of confirms it, is I really think eventually the state's gonna say, hey, that's our money, we gave it to you, if you're not using it, it comes back, you don't keep it in your savings account, so. So I think having it someplace is better, yes, no.
And the remainder?
The remainder of about 4 would go back into that liquid.
Actually, no,
No.
2.
2, I'm sorry, would go into that liquid.
Go to the operating?
No, it would go into the reserve fund.
Well, I think when you're saying 4, you're right, because there's already 200 that's committed.
Right.
So that's what he's talking about. Is in that reserve would.
Plus another.
No, well, hang on, because we started with 894, 143. 200 is in that reserve fund, has to be there because we committed that.
Right.
That brings us to 694. We take the 30 off for those other little.
Right.
So now we're down to 664.
Right.
We put 220,
So
264, 164,
and 100.
and 100. So that brings us down to 4.
Right.
So we put that 4 in, we'll have a total of 6, but 2 of it's committed. So it's 4, but 2, it's total 6, but 2's committed, so it's really only 4 that is going in there. And there'll be some change. I mean, it's not, there'll be, you know, it'll be, the total is like 600 and 894, 143. So we'll just, you know, we'll have to make it all even.
If the audit isn't complete, that number may still change?
Well, it doesn't matter, because what we do is any number, we're gonna look for specific numbers into the capital improvement, transportation and capital improvement building. Whatever's left over will go into the reserve fund.
I'm just curious whether that total number, that's not a final number.
Right, it's not an audited, it's not an exact audited number, but we don't know what that exact audited number is yet, but our suggestion is gonna be just whatever's left over, so. Right, so basically, it's gonna be really simple, because it's gonna just be, we're gonna take this kind of the already applied or already dedicated amounts, and those are gonna be in the 30,000 range. And then we're gonna put 164 into building and 100 into transportation.
What's a roof cost?
About 100-ish, give or take.
Okay, and we're looking at doing that
It may be in a couple of years, maybe. With the problem with the roof's still not bad, but we're gonna have to plan on doing it soon. And we also, in the capital study, I mean, you know, the furnaces are 25 years old in this building. We're doing a new heat system over there.
Wood floor in the gym.
In the gym, it's been replaced since I've been on the board. They've been saying, oh, we're only gonna get another year out of it, and it's
How many years up there?
20-something years. The NBA's not playing out there. But so I think this just gets us started, because next year then we'll have a little more time, we'll have these reserve fund kind of lined up, and then we really need to, as a group, look with Lori. And again, part of it is, you know, everybody's been maxed out trying to get, we're still trying to close up the old multiple districts, and we're trying to get the new districts up to speed. So I think next year will be a better year for us to be able to spend some good time looking at this, and also for Lori to get everything kind of settled in her office, so she can really spend some time looking at places that she can save us money, or things that, you know, we could be doing to conserve some funds, or put some money other ways. So, Lori, did I cover that right?
Yeah, everything sounded good.
I just gotta go through the numbers one more time,
Yep,
so
go
I'm
through the
clear.
numbers.
Because it was, so we had 894, then we took out 30 for the small grants, and then we came down 864. But then you said we took 200,000 out for the buy down?
We committed last year.
Because you committed last
buy-down.
year.
Right.
So that leaves us
694.
664.
Right.
Okay, so out of that.
664, 143.
Right, okay, I'm just rounding up.
Yep.
So that leaves us 54. So of that 664, you're saying 100 in transportation, 164 in buildings. So that means 400 in the reserve? Am I adding that up?
Plus the 200.
2 plus.
2 plus the 4, because you have 4
So that's
left.
600 in that. That'd be
Right,
6
but-
total, but 200 is committed. Gotcha.
Right, so there's really only 400 in there to play with.
4 buckets.
I got it. No, I got it.
No,
Just wanna
that's
make
what
sure
I'm
that-
thinking.
Okay, so it's 600, but we've committed 2, leaves us 4.
Right.
Got it.
And again, we don't know if that 2's all gonna be used or not, but
May not have to use it.
remember from the last month when Lori went through everything with us, you know, which was, I've never had before here, is she was showing projected out, and it really, I mean, we were pretty close. bottom line, maybe 20 one way or another. So one of the things is we need to look at, we're not sure if all the tuition is in yet.
Right, no, I understand.
So, that number could come up 50 bad. We could run a deficit of 50,000 next year, at the end of this year.
Sure.
Or we could run a surplus of 20, we don't know. So that 200 isn't exact, but that's what we need to make sure stays in there at a minimum. Because it's already been committed.
And if we commit any.
For the next year, we'll have to make sure that stays in there too. So is everybody good on that?
I have one
Yeah.
comment. I just have a comment.
Yeah, go.
So with regard to surplus funds, and I heard some discussion about, if that may not be allowed in the future or some such thing statewide. So,
Lori just came back from a meeting where there was the state this coming year is gonna look at
So the stat book, when they collect all the data in August, they've added a worksheet that is reporting on reserve funds.
yeah,
Which is new. It's new.
yes, I remember when that passed. I would just like to say, for myself, to be really clear with the board, I think the process that we have used in the past here in Dover has been incredibly responsible, which has allowed us to maintain stable rates for the voters. And I think that's the process we're undertaking here as well, and that requires, in rural areas with fluctuating population, that absolutely requires us to maintain some reserves, cash reserves. And I'll just tell you as a legislator, that is not happening until the state is taking over the actual education of our students. When they're responsible for making sure that all of our kids are getting equitable education, then we shall see.
My one fear though, because I brought this up several years ago in Dover, is I think we have a much better leg to stand on if we can show that it's not just kind of like we accumulated several $1 million and we're just sitting on it because we can.
Yeah, well, we
Right.
haven't.
Well, no, because we've also got some committed.
That's right.
And then, most of your time, you're trying to look for like a 3 to 4% reserve. And I do agree that the big headache we have is with the tuition. If we were part of a school district, if we were a K-12 district.
Secondary school choice.
Right, it's a lot easier because that budget's set, our budget's set, everything's set, so we're all good. The problem is when you do the tuition, students move out, move in. Even though we're halfway through kind of the fiscal year, we're more than halfway. We're halfway through the fiscal year, but we could have 12 new students move in right after Christmas break, and our numbers could be bad, or 12 students can say, wow, I didn't know winter was gonna be so bad, and move out. And that can really fluctuate, what our surplus is, or our deficit is. So is everybody okay with that?
Kind of like to see a little more in the buildings, in the 164, but, I know there's the other items, obviously the roof's a big number, and you've got the floor, Worthborough held off on doing the classroom expansion for 90 grand. Just having that in an account kind of might make it easier for those decisions down the line.
And the one thing is, remember, it's a 1-year funding. So the only reason I threw that out was it gives us, we used 200 last year. It gives us enough to use another 200 up to 200 if we want to. And then there's a little fluff in there in case, not a lot, because 200 is out of a $5 to $6 million budget is a small percentage. But we can relook at that next year too. And let's say that this year there's a surplus and it's 50,000.
Right.
We can next year say to the voters, let's take that whole 50 and put that in to the reserve for the building. And we're gonna have to, again, start putting money into the building reserve, into the capital improvement, building and transportation every year anyways.
Yeah.
I just don't know what that number should be. That's why I thought this 164 was good. It kind of it kind of balanced all the accounts out. So I think my suggestion would be let it go for this year, but definitely your point's well taken. And we do need to really look at a plan. And I think the other thing is we used to show up a 10-year plan. So like we would show, okay, right now, this year we have 100,000. Next year we fund 10, so we have 110. But oh, next year we're buying a bus. And the net cost to us with trade is gonna be 80. So the following year we only have 30.
Right.
We put 10 in, we have 40. But oh, look, 3 years after that, where we're only at 70, now we gotta buy a bus for 110, so we're gonna be short, so we either have to borrow or increase funding. And I think can do the same with the capital. We can project that, you know, hey, in 2 years we're gonna do the roof, and in 4 years we're gonna do the floor and the addition, and then we
Right.
just make sure the
No,
funds are
yeah,
there.
I understand that. I just thought it'd be better to have a larger number to start with, but I
So
think, your point's taken.
what do you wanna see for a number? What would you feel comfortable?
I would think add another 50 to it maybe, but just get out that 200 might be a nice number to get the starting point. That way it's there. It's maybe a tougher sell to move it if you've already got it. I understand you're saying you can move them around, but having a little bit higher number might make life easier for some of these bigger items. And who knows what else is gonna come down on us too. But I mean, I hear, if as long as it's easy to move between accounts, I don't have a problem. You're saying too.
Moving between accounts requires voters' approval.
Right.
But I think and that's yearly. So it's not like easy that we can just decide in July that we want to move money into those individual ones.
Right.
The movement into that big reserve is easy because we vote on that ahead of time.
Right.
So but it's a point well taken, but it's not just you and I, so.
No.
What do you guys think? So Dwight's looking to put maybe more than 164, he'd like to go to 200 for the first year's funding, because there is some, some big
There's some stuff out
expenses.
there that coming down that we may need to do in the following year. If we have a larger starting point, it might make life a little easier to move that around, and it won't dip too low if we do spend that money, because we're starting at a higher point. Does that make sense?
Whether we spend the money from the general reserve or the building improvement, it's still coming out of our reserve, so I'm not sure that.
I don't think we can, if it's
Well,
earmarked for general.
the building reserve, yes, that really can't just go to offset taxes.
Right, but something in the general reserve could go towards building improvements.
Correct.
Oh.
But that would be voted on by the public too. Because one of our articles will be to move to move X number of dollars from the reserve, from the general reserve into the capital improvement building fund. You can make it? Want some Kool-Aid?
That won't help.
Are we good with that?
Yes.
Okay, Laura. Your thoughts?
Yeah.
Move more? Leave it where it is? Adjust it later?
How much do we typically move to stabilize rates? What's the range?
Well, it can go,
In
it's
the
been
last
as
10
high
years,
as
what's the range?
300,
Yeah.
and it's been as low as 100, a little under 100. So you'll have 4 in there, so you can move, you have enough for a couple years' movements too. If we, move.
I would rather leave it there, because I think we would probably prioritize, well, I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
Right now,
I don't have a strong feeling,
On the
as long
warning,
as
we have
it's no
money.
more than 50,000.
Well, that was from last year's number. And that was just a placeholder, that was not, we need to have this discussion first to kind of fill in then we still have to have a discussion about moving funds.
I do not have a strong feeling.
I'm good with moving. I think putting a little more extra in the building would be, bump it up to 2. That still leaves 376 in the liquid reserve, which I don't think is that bad of a number for, and that way we get that little bit of buffer in case something major does happen, a blow furnace or if it's that hard, you can't just move reserves around like that without getting
Well,
major approval.
so the other thing is, let's say a furnace goes to, I had this big argument with Mary Lou years ago. So if we blow a furnace up in the day after the annual meeting, don't think we're gonna wait or have a special town meeting. The furnace is either gonna get repaired or get replaced, or whatever we need to do, we're gonna do what's best, and we're gonna explain it to the voters the following year. So we would spend the money, and then we would have the voters next year tell us where they want that money to come from. So we would probably just take it out of operational, we would run a deficit, we would have to cover it from the reserve, and then we would go to the voters and say, okay, we took it out of the reserve, do you want it to come out of the building reserve? Do you want to just raise taxes to cover the deficit? How do you want to do it? So again, we're planning, this is stuff that we can plan on.
Right.
So,
I mean, in the perfect world, if everything works out well, we're on budget, and then the following year, the principal tells us the floor has had it, that's it, enough's enough. But then we'll have that buffer because we'll have a little more in the account that we can budget for the following year, not have to worry about transfer.
and I think we're being more responsible because just because we, the capital budget said replace the roof in year 20, well, if we can go 3 more years out, you're gonna buy, and that, we do that 3 times over 60 years, we've actually bought a half a roof really, because, and it doesn't, probably not all of us it won't affect, but it'll affect our children or our grandchildren, and it'll affect them.
Yeah, I'm just looking to make decisions a little easier.
So I'm good with, we're gonna do 100 to transportation, 200 to, building. The balance goes into the liquid, regular reserve fund. So we're gonna have roughly in that,
560. Pull out the 30 from the existing smalls.
so 530.
560.
Oh, 560 is pulling the 30.
We already pulled.
We already pulled the 30.
And then out of that 560, 200 is pre-committed. So you're at 360. So really, you just moved $40,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody good with that?
Does that hamstring us for buy down for this coming year?
It would, yeah.
Your max would be 359,000.
But I would
Well,
not.
200 of that is.
So that's out of that 559.
That's already out.
It's already out, so it leaves us with
We have
359. We moved 359, we got some issues.
No, we haven't gotten there yet, so.
Right.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so for now, that's what we're gonna do.
Got it.
Okay, thank you, Lori. So that was the easy part of our budget tonight.
Oh,
Okay, so now Lori's got a great sheet for us. So the way you had it, or somebody, Barry asked, how much things are gonna hamstring us. So we had budget presentation and communication discussion. So we're gonna move that up because we got Nita here, and that way Lori can go home. So we approved the budget last week based on the needs of our administration and staff, which was $5 million and some odd dollars and some odd cents. $5,680,223. Oops, thank you. Hey, Bill, will you take a set of this for Rick and just get it to Wardsboro?
Okay, so the budget that you're looking at has revenues now. So I included that, and as you can see on line 20, that's where in fiscal year 20, the 200 that we've been talking about was budgeted. I haven't put anything in there right now. This is without adding anything for reserves.
Where do you want?
On the budget itself, on page 1, line 20.
Yeah.
I was just pointing out that in the revenues, that 200,000 is what you committed for this year, fiscal year 20, we were just talking about. And then it's blank in 21 because I haven't, you haven't made those decisions yet. And those decisions will be based on this second sheet that I gave you that has a projected tax rate on it. It's a little sketchy, it's pretty early in the process, but we do have equalized pupils, preliminary ones, but they came in actually higher than last year, so that's excellent news. Last year, you were at 269.16, and this year, 274.80.
I'm sorry, what was that number?
269.16, and then it's 274.80. If you all look at this page here, this estimated tax rate. So, however, you know, the budget is up, we know 6.25% in expenses, so, and revenues are down a little bit, so that leaves you actually over the threshold at this point in time with an ed spending number of $19,312. So that's right after the equalized pupil number. So if you want me to start at the top of that chart, would be easier.
Yeah.
Walk right down through it. Okay. So the first line that has the $5.6 million in it, that's the expenditures that you approved at the last meeting. And then we have our offsetting revenues, which is basically everything but the ed spending, because that's how we're trying to calculate what the ed spending is. So that calculation is it's very simply your expenses minus your offsetting revenue gives you your ed spending. So that's the amount of money you need to balance your budget. And then it's divided by the equalized pupils of 274.80, which gives you an equalized, or an ed spending per equalized pupil of $19,312. So the excess spending threshold, this is an estimate, but it's come in, it is for 21, it's 18,756, which means this is that cost containment measure where anything above that you are actually double taxed on. So you are $556 per equalized pupil above that threshold. So that is actually added to the per pupil cost. So you have your $19,312 plus the $556. Should be actually my calculation is off right there because I was changing it before. So it should actually be more, so it is a little higher than that, because it should be higher than the 19.3. So let me get that to you.
19,868.
Yeah, 19,868.
So we're $556 per pupil
Over the threshold, right.
What was the threshold last year?
It was lower than that.
I think, I want to say 18,308.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Wow.
Were we over it last year too?
No,
No.
we were not.
Oh, no, we brought it down last year too.
You go through 25 of these meetings. You memorize.
You memorized it.
I do not, however, because I can't keep that much stuff in my brain.
$53,000, $153,000.
Correct, yes, right. That's exactly right. So that's what you would need to cut, either in expenses or raise revenue to get under the threshold, $153,000. So, let me just pull up this.
152, 724, 84.
88.
What was
Did you
it?
just put it in your head?
Well, no, she's got it right here, 152, 724.84.
Oh, I see it, okay.
Yeah, I did in my head.
Yes.
Shh. I should never have told my secret.
He seems to do double, triple.
All right, so if you divide it by the yield, the proposed yield, which again is a fiscal year 21 number, but this is the number
Estimate.
that, it's definitely an estimate because it changed 4 times last year at least. It
And
went up,
remember,
it went down,
yeah.
it went up, but it was in the favor of the tax rate in the end. It was, it ended at 10,666 last year. I do remember that number. So the anticipated tax rate, the unified tax rate, just cross that 183 out, it's 1.88. Okay, and then you've got the incentive of 6 cents this year, because you're on year 2. Brings it down to 182. Okay. And then that 182, that unified tax rate, goes through each town's CLA. Now, let me talk about CLA because Wardsboro actually, unbeknownst to any of us at the time, went through a reappraisal. And you can see their estimated CLA for fiscal year 20 was 109.93. So when we were doing this last year, that's what we were working off of, 109.93. They were reappraised and their CLA dropped to 97.39. It's a huge impact on the tax rate. So their tax rate when we were projecting last year was $1.43, which was right in line with the year before, because the CLA was right in line with the year before. Their tax rate, however, was came back at $1.63. So you all from Wardsboro should have noticed that increase on your tax bill. You did, okay, good. So, yeah, so that had nothing to do with the budget you passed or anything, right? It had to do with the reappraisal.
Which just actually means though, you really, your actual tax dollars paid have to be pretty similar, because with the CLA being going up or down, I mean
that's what equalizes the tax
because I mean,
rates
you know,
across the
everybody
state.
wants to be at about at 100%.
At 100%, yes. It means that the properties in Wardsboro are selling at higher than market value. So it's good for sales, not so good for the education. That's the simple version of the CLA. So where does that leave you? So you take your unified tax rate and divide it by the CLA, and it brings Dover in at $1.77 versus $1.54 for a 23-cent increase. And Wardsboro, it brings in at $1.87 versus $1.63, so 24 cents. So 13%.
That's with the incentive.
That is with the 6 cent.
But that's with no buy down.
That's right.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Did we buy down and get out of the penalty box last year?
No, we weren't in the penalty box, but we bought down.
So last year, your goal was to basically level fund the tax rate. So you used enough to bring in, of course, not knowing what's going to happen in Wardsboro, but it would have been a level tax rate had the CLA stayed the same.
Again, you know, we don't know what's gonna happen. Last year, remember, we were all in panic mode in January because it looked like the yield went down and it was gonna be a huge increase to us, and then we, you know, then the yield went up, and then the governor found some one-time money, the legislature, whoever. So again, you know, here's another reason why at the end of the meeting, when talk about moving the annual meeting to a date more certain, like sometime in April, so that hopefully we can have a better feel. And that's why Dover a lot of times used to have their postpone indefinitely their annual or the town meeting on the school side until the legislature got out, so then we could actually vote on real numbers, not on, well, yeah, in some years. I read somewhere being a election year that most of the time they end early or on time because nobody wants going to campaigning after having hung out in Montpelier too long. But, I mean, who knows? Lee Frank has as many stats as he do for football and baseball now. And he just bats when it's 38 degrees out, he bats a .185 average against lefties, but he's a .4 average against righties. So. But if it goes up to 39 degrees, he doubles his batting average. They're going to start doing that for legislators. If it's really cold out, they vote yes on 12% of the bills. So what do you guys want to do? I'm
of what?
still not, well, on the tax rate, on a transfer, on, are we gonna get nervous yet and be Chicken Little and say the sky's falling, or are we gonna just wait and see what happens in a month? The one nice thing, and the one thing we were concerned about last year, remember, was there was no discussion on the budget. There was just a vote, it was just what we could put out ahead of time. That was another reason why we felt very strongly about trying to having a level tax rate. At least now we get to explain to the voters that, hey, you know what? This is the best we can do. If you don't like it, there's your article, make a motion. Give us some guidance. We'll do it, we'll do your bidding.
How much would we be required for buy down to keep the tax rate level?
Right now.
Oh, you don't wanna know.
Yeah, more than you have in reserves.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd still like to know.
All right, well, I think it was like 300,000.
Okay.
No, it was more than that, wasn't it?
No, 500.
It was 500,000
Yeah.
we were down to? Well, 300 gets you within 3 cents.
Well, did we change that?
I just added 300,000 to the offsetting revenues. Yeah, yes, I changed, somehow I did this up, actually.
The excesses.
8 cents, 8 cents.
How much?
If you add $300,000 of
That's
reserves, it will get you within 8 cents. Let's try 4. There's probably a calculation, but it's 4 and 5 cents. So it's getting closer.
I'm telling you.
Thank you.
2.8% increase. So the letter that came out from the commissioner was tax rates were going up somewhere between 5 and 6% right now. So it's 5 point something percent.
5.5.
Yeah.
So the first thing though I would argue, Mark, is that right off the bat, we're gonna be 2 cents higher because we went from 8-cent buy down to 6 cents. And
I was just curious what the
yeah,
number was.
no, but and we've always kind of said that, we don't want to buy it because it's more stabilization than it is equalization, because eventually the funds will run out if we try to keep the tax rate level. And then the other problem we get too is
that number shows that it's not even possible for us to do
yeah.
it, so.
And then the other part of it is a lot of people make the comment that I really don't care what the tax rate is because I pay by income anyways. But even though the percentage of income you pay goes up a percentage.
It does, it goes up. That letter also stated that 2/3 of the state of Vermont pays on income.
That's if you own a house and 2 acres, but to me, that's not Vermont, that's, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. Vermont's at least a house in 5 or 10 acres, and there's a lot of zoning that's 25 and 50 acre areas.
So what's the open question now?
What can we do?
What do you folks want to do? Do you want to go in with, an open-ended, have this discussion, let the voters tell us what to use for reserves, and we can just tell them this is how much is in there? Or a lot of times we can make a recommendation. But I would think we would want to at least put in enough to get us out of the penalty box.
Yeah.
Which was, how much was it, Lori, to get out of the penalty box? Why are you smiling, Lori? What did you just figure out?
No, he does math so quickly in his head, and I rely on the Excel, so I have to do it to verify.
Oh, so he was
him.
just saying that.
And he was right, It's our teamwork.
Well, no, I mean, it's because we moved 200,000 last year,
Right.
right? So we're already starting this budget 200,000 less. We're 2 cents less, so are we starting there? 2 cents is going to be around $26,000 to $28,000. So that gets us to about 256, and I just doubled it. That's 500,000.
Got it.
He did that in his head.
No, that was helpful to think about, right, because we bought it down.
You buy it down, so you have to
Before we buy it
immediately-
down, we're, yeah.
Right,
We don't
and
buy it
so,
down again,
so that's
right.
what's been happening every year, right? I mean, you've been buying it down, so you've been, you know, keeping your tax rate artificially low, really, by buying it down instead of, you know.
But it was artificially lower than it should have been. I mean, you know, there's, like you said before, Laura, time and time again, we really don't have a whole lot of places in the budget we can look at to make any type of real savings or reductions. And, you know, we're very heavy on tuition, so, and even doing away with the Burton number doesn't really do that much because the Leland and Gray number is so close.
Very close.
And the majority of the Wardsboro people do Leland and Gray. And, you know, unless, the only place you really save any kind of money is reductions in staff. And, you know, it's not like we get to tell the student, it's not like we get to pick students for the grades, you know, so it's really hard to, you know, we do have some low student teacher pupil ratios, but again, it's hard for us to make them bigger. It's not like we've got 3 second grade teachers and we can, you know, say, okay, well, instead of having 12 students each, 2 of you are gonna have, you know, 18 students each. You know, we don't have that option. And even really, you know, saying that we could close the Wardsboro building isn't really an option because you're not gonna wanna transport all those, you know, younger students around. So, I mean, you know, just having 2 buildings makes it a little bit more expensive. You know, and again, if you close a building, you gotta provide more transportation, and then, you know, is there really any savings anyways? It's not like we're paying a bond on the other building, on either building, you know, they're bond free. You know, you could say that, you know, if we had to pay a royalty to, you know, somebody because they own the land and it was, you know, $1 million a year, well, yeah, then it might be worthwhile looking at doing something different. But I mean, even, you know, one of the things we kind of bounced around in the beginning was, you know, build one building more central to both places. And you know, by the time you pay a bond, I don't know if you really save anything because, you know, nobody's going to buy an old school building. It's not real popular. There's no machine shops looking to move or big offices or, you know, corporations or IBM is. So, I mean, I don't know what else you do.
I would push back on the tuition because it's not like parents are gonna take their kids out of school and send them to a different grade. So,
Well, that's not true.
well, I mean, it would
Some
be,
may.
we would know unless it happened. It would be hard for me to imagine that Burton would let go of that tuition money. So, it'd be hard for me to believe. Neither here nor there. I just don't think we should assume that all of
But
these
even again,
students
I mean,
cost
the
us more.
difference of a couple $1,000s with 30 students going is $60,000. It
That
is
was
something.
100.
I don't remember what numbers.
I think it was 100,000.
How many?
That's if every single student chose the lowest priced option.
That's if we did not authorize an additional expenditure and all of those students remained where they were.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
that's right.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is, it is hard for me to imagine that all of those students, schools would let go of that tuition money and say, you know, well, you can't come anymore.
Sure.
That's tough for me to believe.
Don't forget, if you're no longer sending town, that the tuition rate increases, $2,000.
And it's also hard for
So-
me to believe that that will happen.
That's the case. It was the case prior to being a sending town of Wardsboro. So the tuition rate will raise 2,000, and you're lowering 2,000, so that increases somewhere between $4,000 and $5,000 a family to send a student. So I can see, definitely can see families not sending their kids with that kind of cash.
I would be, you know what, I would not want to see that happen. I can tell you that right now. I would
Right.
be stunned if Burton did that.
No, it would be us doing it,
No, it would be Burton doing it.
not accepting.
Yes.
Okay.
What Laura's saying is they could accept the statewide average tuition and fund the rest with, you know, like a grant or a scholarship.
As I've been told they've done in the past.
But again, it's still, even if we did that, it's still gonna be, there's still gonna be an
It's a crapshoot.
increase. Yeah.
It's a crapshoot.
It's a crapshoot,
Yeah,
it's an increase.
I want to push back on the notion that it would cost us more by getting those.
No, I never said it would cost us more, I said it
I
could.
don't think we know that.
No, I said it could, it's not gonna be as big a savings as
Might not.
saying there's 50 students going to Burton, and you save $14,000-$17,000 a student, which I was doing the other day at night. I just said, oh, well, we can save 200,000 right there, but it's not really. That would be if all the students just disappeared.
Yeah, I don't know how popular we'd be either, by making a decision like
Luckily, I'm
that.
not for that.
I guess it depends on which group we're talking about.
Well, I mean, it's been voted in every year in Dover and now Wardsboro. To change that would be a radical change.
And again, you know, to reduce staff would be radical because, you know, we have programs that are working pretty well. And, you know, students are performing well. Do we know that they wouldn't perform as well if we said, you know, reduce a staff member in each building?
Yeah.
I don't know, but again, is it, you know, I don't want to experiment with a grade of kids. You know, you don't, elementary, we don't want to lose a year, you know, especially in the younger grades. We've seen what happens, you know, when we lose a year.
Yeah.
So it's kind of really.
Getting back to the, so last year we bought it down to keep the tax rate level. Is that what we did last year?
That was because we couldn't have a discussion with the voters.
Right.
They were just gonna go stand in a booth and vote, so we felt it was important to.
So this year, I guess, I don't know if the expectation, but we know that we're not getting the 8 cents, we're getting the 6 cents. So I think there's maybe some expectation that the tax rate would go up slightly because we're not getting that 2 cents.
Right. But it's going up more than slightly.
But it's like, I know that's,
Yeah.
we know we're starting at that point where there's going to be an increase.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, we also get to talk to the voters before they vote.
Yeah.
You know, but the problem is when you go into the booth, you can just preconceive a year out that I'm gonna vote the budget down, or I'm gonna vote for the budget. And you don't even have to look at the budget or see what the budget is. At least you're gonna have to listen to us, maybe, even if you sit in the audience and fall asleep, maybe by osmosis, something will get in there. But I mean, you know, we at least get to hear people's concerns. And, you know, if an overwhelming majority of them say, hey, look, you know, we think this is way too high, you know, then we know that. If they say, you know, you've done a really good job for a few years, you know, this year it's a little tougher, we're good with that, but next year don't do this to us, you know, we can be given marching orders. And I don't know what people are gonna feel. I mean, like Laura said, you know, in both towns, because you folks in Wardsboro have done it for a few years, you've been buying the rate down. But we all knew that eventually the money wasn't gonna last forever. And we were very, in Dover, we were doing that because, you know, we said that we could level it, but yet you're gonna use, you know, 70% of your reserves, and people said, no, we don't wanna do that, let's, you know. That's why there was always, they gave us that maximum, and then they gave us a little leeway so we could spend up to this, with the idea of keeping the tax rate as stable as we could, and then we would see what happens after, you know, when we have to fill out the report in May. I mean, I don't think there's anybody on the board that is really happy with the increase. But I think we're all pretty comfortable with the budget. And, yes.
There is a tax rate comparison sheet on the back of your budget that just has
all the other towns, yeah.
All the other towns and what the tax rates are. Know that you're actually in good company. So these were fiscal year 20 CLAs and tax rates. So off of the state's website. And Margot's looking at a pretty significant increase from this too, so now.
Yeah.
It's, that was with the CLA. I mean, the,
Wow, some of those towns really got hit big with the reappraisal.
Are you expecting Dover CLA to go down a little bit, like it did 19 to 20?
No, I think she's got it as,
No, I have not got them yet, so those are all estimated.
yeah,
numbers. The
for
tax
Dover's got,
bills haven't come out.
Dover's probably got the best
It went down.
handle on,
Went down about 0.8%
yeah.
from 19
But
to
it
20.
doesn't, we've never had a huge shift. Because, they do a constant rolling reappraisal. Remember, a lot of other towns don't have the sales too. We have a lot more sales. Stratton, Dover, Wardsboro's probably got quite a few sales too, but your resort areas tend to have more market for them to look at. But they also usually have more full-time or people on staff doing it. Yes. You wanna say something?
Long-awaited meeting study.
Yeah,
It's hard for me, well,
if
it's.
if
we don't
there's
have
cost
something
savings
that
in
has to be
numbers,
used, yeah.
why isn't Burlington half the cost of the smaller schools like Leland and Gray and Twin Valley?
Because you want to charge us.
Yeah, well, who
No,
knows?
because you equalize education by equalizing per pupil spending. It doesn't scale.
Right, that's not actual cost.
Yeah, and so many have been investing in their pre-K programs, as both Dover and Wardsboro have. And, you need 2.45 pre-Ks to equal one outgoing 12th grader because of the weighting, right? So a pre-K student is weighted at 0.46 and a secondary student is weighted at a 1.13.
It used to be like 1.5.
So, people have been building up their pre-Ks, but first of all, it takes 2 years to catch up because of the 2-year average. And then for every 12th grader that's going out, you really need 2.5 pre-Ks.
Well, there's another big push to increase penalties on higher spenders. From Scott Beck, the teacher at one of the public schools. And it seems to be fairly coordinated. So he's been trying to pitch that for about 5 years, 4 years. But it does seem that there's a fair amount of coordination on that, so I don't know what's gonna happen this year, I really don't.
So my suggestion, folks, is that, we put in 200,000, buy the rate down by 200,000. And, that's our suggestion at town meeting. We'll have a little bit more updated not town meeting, for our school district meeting. We'll have a little bit more information by then because legislature will have been in session for 4 or 5 weeks, and I'm sure there'll be somebody who's, gonna grandstand on something. And, we can look at the numbers and we can make adjustments at the meeting. In Dover, we would, hand out different color sheets to people saying, here's what, I would always bother the administrator because they have to be here in the morning at town meeting to make copies in different colors. And so I think, we put that in the warning, and the voters get to tell us what they want to do. If they want to dump all the reserves in the 1 year, they can. And if they think 200 isn't enough, they can increase it. If they think it's too much, they can decrease it.
If all we do is buy ourselves out of the penalty box, how much does that reduce the tax rate?
So 150.30, right?
Well, you're right, it's
Yeah,
that plus the, oh yeah.
All right.
And on top of that, we also have 556 per pupil, right?
That is the penalty,
That's
so.
the penalty.
So you're
But we're
basically
taxing on
taking.
that also.
Yeah, that number times the equalized
The
pupils.
equalized.
Mhm. So that gets you to Dover at $1.67, 13 cents up, and Wardsboro $1.76, 13 cents up. 7.6 and 7.7.
The other thing is,
Percent.
we're gonna have to practice this before the meeting, because the other thing is, remember too, sometimes before the meeting, schools will have to announce their tuition rates. And if we see, we were counting on an X number of increase, if it's quite a bit less, we can actually go in and suggest that they reduce the budget by that amount. We can also, if it goes up, we then maybe want to say we should increase it. And then we will have a better feel for some of those numbers again. And we can, tell people at that meeting that, we were projecting a 13-cent increase by buying it down by 200,000, but now it's only going to be a 10-cent increase because of these numbers. But again, we don't know for sure what's going to happen until the guy gavels, the lady gavels the session over, and everybody goes home from Montpelier.
I think 200,000 is probably a good number to go in with.
Laura,
Right.
200 is a good number for you?
I mean, it's a crapshoot right now. I'm gonna go with whatever.
Take 2 years.
Just a little short. You had to really reach for it because that hurt. So you're good with it too?
I think we usually end up doing okay, figuring it out closer to town meeting meetings. The one thing I would rather, if it looks like this is what, if we end up looking at something like this going in, particularly if we're over.
In the penalty?
Yeah, if we're in the penalty, I would prefer that we come in with some options in our pocket that we can clearly explain.
Now,
The consequence, like if, people push and, we say, okay, here are things that, we would look at. First of all, we stand with the budget, which we all voted for. If the voters are gonna KO us, this is where we would start, and here's why we included it in the budget. And start from that place,
And, the one point I was gonna make is, remember that we've told the voters by our articles of agreement, we have to have a budget meeting within X number of days, 10 to 15 days before the meeting. So we decide to always have two, one in the town that we're not meeting in, and then the one that we're required to do in the town we're not meeting in, and then the other one in the town we're meeting in a little bit earlier. And we can also, so we can get some feel from the voters then on what they feel too, and have, we can discuss that with them. And, if overwhelmingly the voters are coming out saying there's no way we're gonna approve this budget, we can say, well, what do you want us to do? And, we can make adjustments based on what they tell us. And again, that's one of the benefits of having a floor vote versus an all or nothing ballot vote. Your thoughts, sir?
Obviously, we can wait. I like the idea of buying, obviously you have to go to the penalty box, no question about it, so that's our minimum, I think.
Which is 2.
Yeah.
No, just to get out, the penalty is 150.
That's our minimum, and whether or not the voters tell us either way, if they want more, then we'll go to 2. That's the way I look at it. I'm sure they want more.
I'm sure they will too. I'm fine with going to 153 as well. And if they
as a
decide-
strategy.
That's also, that's still an estimated number though.
And that's right.
So that's why I'd like up to 2.
Right, up to 2.
Enough with 2, yeah, I think 1's safe.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put 2 as well. I'm okay with that.
But wouldn't they expect you to put in 2 to get to that tax rate though, to see on their bill?
Well, we don't know because we tell them that, there's no guarantee that we do that's what that's gonna be, because we don't know until they leave Montpelier. And that's always been a crapshoot too. So if everybody's good with that, all that budgeting stuff that's gonna make your head blow up, I wanna do 2 other really quick things. This will be quick. So I would really like, before Lori leaves, I'd like to congratulate Lori Lori did some really hard work, and she's now a certified,
School business official.
Wow.
My
Thank you, Lori.
so Lori's worked for the district for
Does that mean she's leaving?
15 years? No.
It's probably 16 or so.
So, you know, she's worked really hard, and she's always said yes. They keep piling stuff on her. So, we really appreciate it. I really appreciate it, both as the chair of this board and also as the Wyndham Central chair. And Lori, congratulations, and it was a really nice little gift just before Christmas. I was worried when she was telling me about it, because they do this review, and you had to write some letters and stuff, and they didn't even call her and interview her, and I was really nervous about it for her, but she must have done really well, because it came out really quick. So really good work, and thank you. Before you leave, though, the second thing I want to ask, I really want us to consider asking the voters this year to move the annual meeting till maybe April sometime, so that we have a little more time to play with these numbers. We will also have more real numbers, because we'll know the insurance increase, not estimated. We'll know what the tuition rates are, because we are so tuition heavy. You know, it makes up such a big portion of our budget. And, you know, last year we had a pretty big snowstorm at the meeting, and we still had a really good turnout, even of Dover people in Wardsboro. But, you know, the weather, I know we can still have big storms in April, but, you know, you're less likely to. And I think it would give us a little bit more time. Plus, Lori, the West River group will probably continue to do theirs early anyways. So it'll also maybe give the business office a chance to concentrate on the West River one. And when that one's put to bed, then they can concentrate on ours a little bit more. Because we have been asking for more information out of Lori and her staff, you know, and I think the big thing is we just know more. We know more what's happening, and we're closer, you know, to the legislature. You know, we've been through at least halfway, so you kind of have a feel for where they're headed. Yeah. You think, yeah, because they always try to pass it before town meeting, right?
Well,
in March.
it's gonna pass the House and the Senate, so.
Yeah. So, what do people think of that?
What's the downside?
The downside is if you get turned down and you have to come up with another budget, you may not have a budget in time for the May 30th filing deadline, but then you get the previous year's budget until you vote a budget.
Right, 87%.
87%.
87 of the previous year's budget. So,
I'm trying to remember what our reasoning was for putting it in February in the beginning.
well, because it was, it had something to do with our articles of agreement, and, you know, that was a time like Leland and Gray, the union had always voted around that time. And I'm just wondering if it's just compacting it too much. Remember too, though, we didn't do the actual vote until town meeting day on the budget, so we've actually moved the budget vote up almost a month.
Yeah, it's early.
The only thing to consider is the second Tuesday in April may possibly fall on Passover. We don't have that problem. I took the liberty of taking a look. We don't have that problem through 2025, but after that, you may. So it's
Plus
just
it could be
just something to
there's a holiday
consider.
week in April too with schools, right?
Do it the first?
We can do it the first.
You're gonna run into the same problem. Passover can be anywhere from the end of March to the end of April.
Is it a
Because it's
certain day
lunar
of the week?
calendar, so.
Is it a certain day of the week?
No, and it's an 8-day holiday, but the first 2 nights are the only ones that really matter. But if it falls out,
Are people
if
in a
we
very
do this,
giving spirit, do you give gifts?
there's no gift giving.
Well, I was gonna say, maybe they'll give us a budget.
But if the problem comes up, we can ask a year or two in advance, you know, to ask the people to move it.
The third week of April is usually school vacation.
School vacation, the third week? Yeah.
Yeah. And then you're into see, if you do it at the beginning of April and you have to rewarn it, it gives you time to do one in the beginning of May. And that was the only reason I was thinking the beginning of April. I mean, I don't even care if we do it at the beginning of May, just with the understanding you're probably not gonna get a revote. Well, if you did it the last Tuesday of April, then you can warn something the following week and get your 30 days, and you can probably get a second vote by the end of May. But again, we're voting the budget from the floor,
it's likely to
so
get
there's,
turned down.
we're not gonna get turned down completely, we just will get a different budget than what we want. So, I mean, we could do the first week of May.
So in your contract, you guys give contracts to professional staff on April 15th. So that's the only thing that comes to my mind is.
So we'd be locked into those contracts before the
get the
budget was
money
passed.
Yeah, there you go.
Or we'd have to issue RIF notices to everybody and wait for the budget, and that's
Correct.
just a harder, that's just more work. So,
First week in
I like
April.
the idea of moving.
well,
I'm good with whatever.
is the last week of March, then it could be fall in that same period, right?
Yeah, I mean, with Passover, you're dealing with that whole.
Like a
I
3 week
think it's a
period?
month, it's
A
more
month.
like a 6 or 7 week period that it could fall in. Of the first 3 weeks in April, the second is probably gonna be your best. The first, there are already, I already see two conflicts in the next 5 years. But there are none for the,
I mean, if you did like
Second.
around April 10th, I mean, that's a month after crossover. You know what I mean? You're gonna know a ton.
I think the second one in April is probably a good time to do it.
Don't we usually try and pass the yield before town meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's never, it's the House passes it, not
I
the,
thought it went up after town meeting. It was
yeah.
just before the,
Actually, it was one of the last things.
No, it was up earlier than that, because we met and discussed it in Wardsboro before we had the
Oh,
meetings.
no, that's, yeah.
And we send it over.
I think it went down after that.
We gotta send that and then.
If it was before April 15th, I'd be happy.
Well, let's shoot for the second Tuesday in April, because there's no conflict in 2021, correct?
That's not,
Through 2025, there's no.
that's not vacation.
Okay, let's just start there.
Not vacation.
Okay.
It's always third week, not vacation.
We'll let
In 20
people know that that could be an issue in the future.
In 2020, which is not an issue, okay, never mind. It would have been the 14th, still would have been the day before the 15th.
Okay. Well, and we can have the contracts all set to go, and if the budget passes, and Bill can send them
They're all
out the
gonna be
next day.
prepped and ready to go, exactly.
Okay, so that's gonna be an article then to move it to the
Second Tuesday.
second Tuesday of April.
so it's the same for this year.
Okay, so Lori, that should help us quite a bit too, shouldn't it, with putting numbers together? Because then can you do me a favor, you and Bill, just for the next meeting in January? Just kind of send us what the flow chart would be, or, you know, the kind of the calendar. So we probably wouldn't start discussing budgets till the first meeting in January. Because if we're gonna have it in April, we really don't have to have it out till the 1st of March.
So a flow chart for FY '22 budget building.
Right. And just make sure there's nothing that's gonna slam you guys, you know, make sure.
Okay, yeah, we'll map it out.
But I'm hoping that would really lay a lot, that would save you guys some
Well-
headaches, because
Tax season, that'll be affects us, doesn't it? I was kidding.
you know, you're not gonna have a night that everybody's gonna make it, you know.
On April 9th, there was nothing
Yeah.
had changed for the yield. last
On
year.
April 9th, okay.
It was after April 9th that they changed.
It changed after April 9th. last
But it went
year.
down, right? Or
Um,
did it go up?
It went up, because the tax rate went down. A little bit.
Everybody good with that?
So a flow chart,
Well,
yes.
you guys.
Okay, so now, Lori, I think if you wanna skedaddle, you're good.
I can do the skedaddle.
Wow.
You guys are
Thank
awesome.
you. Thank you, Lori.
Yes.
Anita, how are you?
I'm good.
Anita?
We miss you at our meetings.
I miss you.
So, we want to now we have a budget, we have some dilemmas, we have some changes. So, we were going to, I think the idea was to, since we prepaid on some stuff, to have you help us with, again, like you did last year, to get the word out to people. So, I think the big words are gonna be, when is when is the meeting? The meeting is
February
February
11th.
February 11th. What's the meeting just before that in Wardsboro? What would be the first Monday in February?
February 3rd.
February 3rd? And what's the meeting in Dover would be the third Wednesday of January, which is January
3rd.
20th.
January 20th. Thank you.
Third
Did you do that in your head?
No, it's on the agenda.
Third Monday.
It's also MLK Day. Which I know.
Oh, yeah. Third
Maybe the
Monday.
27th,
We could move
because then
those.
the meetings would be a week apart in both towns.
Okay.
January 27th.
Yeah. So our deal has been, so since we have a regular meeting in January and in February, we'll use those to, the first part of the meeting will be present the budget to the voters. So we would want to let people know we're going to be presenting the budget at that time. So those would be some important dates, and that you get to vote on it on February 11th. I think it'd be important to have the agenda go out to people.
The annual meeting.
Right, the agenda of the annual meeting, and also the budget. And the with a big caveat that this is a best guess estimate and nothing set in stone until the legislature adjourns for where your taxes are gonna be. And if you have any questions, come to these meetings and come vote.
So essentially, you're gonna have 3 opportunities to have discussion.
Right.
One in each town, and then a live town meeting.
School district meeting.
Right.
By town meeting, it'll be all over but the crime.
Annual meeting.
What about early voting and absentee voting?
It's from the floor.
The only thing that gets voted
You
by
can't
person
absentee
is
the
my
ballot.
my
You can't
election.
absentee ballot from a floor vote.
So it's a floor vote, so there's no.
Right.
Got it. And that was what was amended at the last meeting. Everybody voted.
Right.
Okay. Time of the meetings?
7 o'clock.
And
For
are they at the
For the
school?
annual meeting, and then 6:30. No, the annual meeting's at the town halls.
Only the annual meetings at the town hall,
Yeah, Dover Town Hall this year.
Dover.
And then the other 2 meetings are at the schools. And not the office, the town hall on Holland Road,
Diamond,
across from Dorothy Johnson's house.
up at the library.
Yeah.
Um,
No, not at the library, but next door to the library.
Yeah, next door. So the February and January meeting are 6:30?
Yes. The February school board meeting starts at 6:30, so that's when we'll do the first hour we'll dedicate to town meeting discussion,
Okay,
or to
and-
school district meeting discussion.
And that's February 3rd and January what?
27th, because Laura doesn't want to meet on Martin Luther King Day.
27th. Okay, and there's no dates or on any of these meetings?
No, we run meetings, we're Vermonters, and we expect it to snow in Vermont.
Okay, so you want press releases, posters at the schools, email blurb to go out. We already missed the Bucketville
Yep.
for the January meeting in Dover, but I can get the 2 February meetings at least.
They're the more important ones and for the Bucketville anyway.
Right, well, that's the only thing people in Wardsboro read, I'm telling you.
Yep.
So the usual suspects, the Reformer, Deerfield Valley News, all that. Front Porch Forum. Are you throwing stuff on a website anywhere? Who's doing that?
Well, yes, where's Bill?
So you're still using the wyndhamcentral.org?
Yes.
So it'll be on there?
Yeah, budget should be on there, right? Somebody help me?
It has not been uploaded yet, but it will be.
Okay.
So there'll be a link available to you. And the schools, you want it sent to you to post on your
Sure.
sites?
That'd be
Okay. And, okay, you're not considering a mailing of any kind?
No, that's,
I think that's the,
I think we need to do a mailing. Does everybody agree that we should do a mailing? Mailing adds the cost increases the budget increases increased tax rates.
You spent a lot of money on it last year, but as you said, people showed up, so I don't know how you weigh those two things. I mean, it was a lot of money.
Do you remember how much it was?
Don't know the exact
Bill,
figure.
how much did we spend on mailings last year, do you know?
I do not know.
I wanna say it was somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000.
Yeah.
Because, well, we had that person print the, we had that thing printed.
It was nice.
Yeah. You know, there's no town report, so unfortunately, I think,
It's really important to do.
do you think it's, you
I
said
think-
it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and I think the $2,000 to $3,000 to at least make the effort to put something
everybody's-
comprehensive in everybody's hands. We can't make
You're
it read
talking
it.
about this?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
Did we mail that last year? Or
Yes.
just-
Yes,
Did mail it.
we mailed it, and then we
Wow.
had a few extras after.
We
Right.
mailed it to all the voters, but I spent a lot of time, and I know you spent a lot of
I spent
time
a lot of time.
going through, like, you know, if,
Duplicate.
yeah, you know, like I got 4, were gonna be sent to my house, because me, my wife, and the 2 kids are all voters, so.
Try and get rid of
You
it.
mailed
Trying to
2,759 of these last year, and you mailed them on January 24th, and they got there literally in the nick of time. The cost of the postage was $805.63, and the cost of the printing was somewhere in this book. I guess I don't have that. I wanna say it was like about 2,000 something.
I seem to remember a number of 3,300 total or 3,600.
I was gonna say 32, so, because I think I had to write him a check, and you guys had to reimburse me, because the guy wouldn't release the stuff without a check. Yeah.
It was a lot, that's all I remember.
Okay, so if we wanna do this, folks, then what we need to do is, for the next meeting that we have, Mark, is January.
The next meeting is
Yeah.
January 6th.
January 6th. If we have it all ready to go to press and vote on it on January 6th, we should call that guy up, the printer, and then just see if we get it to him January 7th, if he can have it out the following week.
So your deadline to him would be January 7th.
Right.
All right, but you have to.
Well, we meet January 7th, right, Mark, you said?
6th.
6th. So we would get it all to him on the 7th, because on the 6th, if you can make the meeting on the 6th, we can approve it as a board.
No, when would I make it? I need time, I need, like, if you
Between
give
now
me-
and the 7th, the 6th.
It takes me a couple of days to actually make the thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying we can do it can you do it between now and the 6th?
Yes, if I have everything, do I have everything?
Well, we'll get you the budget, we'll get you the warning,
I got the warning just now.
we can get you the
That's
financials.
just that's not a locked in one.
What else do I need?
What did we have last time? Did
And we
have
had a letter from the superintendent, and I think one from the principals,
Pics.
and one from Rick and
Now,
I.
they're gonna go on vacation, so I can't hustle them for pics.
Just send them an email, they'll send you some pics.
Yeah.
You can hustle them for pecs.
Actually, you don't even have to hustle them, because Bill, will you make sure that Anita has some pictures?
You just
I don't
contact,
need too many, only a few.
we'll make it work.
And then I'll get hold of Rick, and Rick and I'll get you a letter. Bill, can you get her a letter?
I have a letter.
Matt, can you and Tammy do a letter? If you want to do separate or joint, however you feel most appropriate, yeah.
I would love it if you could do that.
And then,
Talk about the buildings.
you wrote a letter, Rich, last
Yeah,
year?
Rick and I think, didn't we? Wasn't it
No,
the chair
it
and
was
coach?
you.
Okay, Bill, did you write that for me so it looked like I knew what I was talking
I
about?
did not actually, you did write it, and you wrote it really well. It was fantastic,
That was a nice show, though.
it was good reading.
Okay, and I'll write you a letter.
Okay, and then last year we had this timeline thing.
Yeah, I don't think we need a timeline.
You don't need a timeline. So is there any way?
I think we just want to announce that, we want to make sure people know that, bring this booklet with you on the 27th in Dover and the 3rd in Wardsboro, on the 11th at the Dover Town Hall. And please come, because this is, very important for you to find out what's going on.
Okay, so, as you know, this is printed in 4-page increments. So last year it ended up being this many pages. So if there's any way you could squish it down, it'd be one less, you could say.
It should be able to.
Gonna go up, we didn't have the budget in it last year.
Right.
We didn't put-
We did not have that, we had this
printed the
budget
budget.
summary.
All you had was this.
We printed the budget separately last year, well, we
Right.
didn't, you guys did.
Do we want to make the whole budget in there?
Yes.
I think so,
I think so.
yeah.
So how many pages is that going to be?
You could write a shorter
It's
letter.
5 pages.
It's fun
No,
page.
Bill, if we could maybe shorten up the letters to half a page.
I can,
I think that's gonna buy you
Email.
much.
did you really want a superintendent's letter?
Yes.
No, I think it's,
Everybody wants to hear from you, Bill.
I don't think it's so much the superintendent, but just Wyndham Central. And I think the reason, Bill, it's important is because last meeting, there was a lot of discussion on the superintendent's budget.
I don't know, I got a letter prepared, I did it the same as I did last year.
Okay.
It's general for every different.
No, that's fine.
Here's a recap of all the steps it was last year to complete it.
So there's 5 pages in the budget, and then do you still want the summary that I had
No,
done?
because you're giving them the budget, I don't think we need to
So don't-
summarize it.
5 pages.
So the print bill will come in more and the postage will be more.
Well, but again, there's no other way to get the budget.
All right, and,
I think you directed
we'll
to
have to
the
go
website.
through the lists again and sit,
Well,
I mean, I
Hang on, guys, I'm sorry, Nina. Dwight just said something. Say it again out
Well,
loud so
they
everybody
could,
hears
it
it.
could be directed to a website for the budget, not ideal.
What if we
not
did the
crazy on it,
budget
but
summary?
5 pages is a lot of numbers.
And if you want to look at the specific budget, here's where it's available.
I think we should make it easy. I don't think we should
5
make the word
pages.
for it.
That's a lot of budget, but I'm with you, I think it should be in there too, but
Yeah.
that's a lot of print.
What do you
How
think?
confident are you that all your people can get the?
Website, they can get it.
How
If they want it, they
confident
can
are
get
you
it.
that all your people can get the budget
I'm not.
online?
I'm not.
Okay.
I mean.
I mean, we'll certainly be handing it out at the meetings, obviously, the budget, so see if that.
No, but it would be good for maybe if people reviewed the budget ahead of time.
Yeah, no.
Anita, what do you think?
You really can't ask me, because if it was up to me, I'd mail them a postcard and say everything's online. If you can do Facebook, you can go on a blog page
Can we
or
put the
website.
budget on Facebook?
And, no, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean, like, it's just like going on Facebook, go on wyndhamcentral.org, there's a RSV UVD chapter, and just click on the big thing that says, here's our annual whatever, and read your little hearts out.
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean,
you can't ask me a question, because I'm not.
All
That
of
would
our
be one thing, but we don't.
We
It
do
would-
have a webpage.
No, we don't.
We got it through Wyndham Center.
The board has a page where
That's
our
next.
documents
That's next.
go.
Right,
But
if
we
it
don't, we
was-
don't have RVUSD no longer has a website.
We don't have that site anymore?
No,
Well,
the
I mean,
domain
it's
name
still,
was
Domain name is
expired.
redirected?
no, the domain,
Still have it.
I renewed the domain name, it's still there,
Yeah.
but it hasn't been updated since the last time.
Well, I
updated it.
archived it, and I made a new homepage that said all the previous material up to X date is
Right.
available as archival material, but there'll be no further updates.
Mm.
So I certainly can freshen all that up and really archive all that's there now and post the whole thing online, but, I mean, I'm just so not attached to paper. It's just sits there with a big notebook. but,
Yeah, even the bucket bill isn't
I
mailed
just
any
think
longer.
it's like people want to get to it fast and quick and look at only the parts they want to look at, and I don't know. I think having copies on paper for people who come to a meeting is useful. You know, not everybody's going to have their tablet. And it was fun to make, and it was pretty, and I think it made a good impression on people for your first year. But for me, I mean, I don't get paper anymore. Even, you know, everything I do is like online, everything.
I still get all my bills in paper.
I don't
mean,
do anything.
Yeah, I want to see the paper, it's easier for me to.
Wow.
I don't get any paper. Well, I would like to avoid this book being like 20 pages, because this is gonna cost a fortune to print and a fortune to mail.
And if your budget's 5 pages and a summary is a 6 page, and then you got a couple reports and some pictures, you're up to 8 or 12 8 or 10, 12
Right.
pages.
Take the pictures out.
No, if you're gonna be in 4-page increments.
You always
gotta
have to go up by 4 pages.
8, 12.
This was 12.
That was 12.
Front cover, back cover included.
So we can keep it to 12. So it's not gonna cost any more to mail. Did postage go up in the last
A little
year?
bit, yeah.
Yeah, it did.
I'm gonna bring in another issue here. So can we send it electronically or email it to all? We've been talking about this, getting email lists a long time ago.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah,
email.
we don't have one currently other than the school.
The only people that would get it was the school
Schools.
community.
Right.
And last year, I had the Wardsboro voter list, and I sat in front of the television and worked on it
I'm sorry.
to get rid of all the extra names. And Andy started on the Dover list, but then Rich went through it again to try to cut down the number of copies. Yeah, my goal was to get it under 2,000 copies, but we didn't succeed. That's why you got 4 of them.
And even with that, sometimes you gotta be careful because, multiple families may use the same PO box, so I get yelled at by somebody.
Yeah, or an apartment where they have the same street address with different names. I screwed up on some of those because I thought it was just like the husband and wife, they did different names, but it was actually 2 apartments.
I mean, I'm not a fan of paper, but I did enjoy that. I still like getting my annual report in paper, so.
Okay, so everybody, we're in agreement. Everybody wants to see a paper.
I'm happy to make it. I had fun doing it.
Okay, so please, we're
Yeah.
gonna make it. We're gonna include the whole budget. Everybody agreed to that. We'll have to see, pardon? The dates are important, but the dates and the dates and times and locations. I think, we can waste a couple pictures on the front cover. The back cover pretty much has to be the mailing portion, right?
Right, the only reason I put pictures there is because you can't put anything else there. You can only have,
So we really, out of the 12 pages, we lose 2 pages, the front and rear cover, because you don't want to put much on that. So that leaves you 10. 6 of it's a budget, so that leaves you 4. Locations take up half a page, 3.5.
the
Bills.
articles.
The articles are 2 pages. Well, the articles are actually a page and a half.
Right, and if I could make that smaller font, last year I did all this in 11-point font, I could go down to 10.
Yeah, I
But like
think they're
these
recommending
pages,
12 because people are getting older and can't see.
these pages could be like a column for the Wyndham Central letter, a column for the board letter, a column for the Dover letter.
If we're gonna kill a tree, let's make it so that the tree didn't die in vain.
Yeah.
That somebody can actually read it.
Just saying. This like, yeah, see, like, I made it extra spaces too, so.
Hey, you guys are the ones that are making this meeting go forever. You just let me do whatever I want to do.
All right. Well,
Okay.
let's leave it up to Anita.
Anita, yeah, so Anita, we're gonna get you something from the principal's bill, the board itself.
Yep,
We'll get you the dates, the agendas, and the budgets.
yep,
And then let's see where we stand, and you give me a call, and the board's gonna give me permission with Rick to approve whatever gets sent out, they don't care.
all right.
But we're gonna look at it at the 7th.
that might be too strongly worded.
But we're gonna look at it as a group on the meeting on the 6th.
Yeah, I can have a definite, like, if you and I talk about it once beforehand, I can have like a
Yeah,
final-ish
yeah,
thing at that time.
and Bill will write my letter, I'll write my letter tonight, tomorrow night. Can you contact a printer? I noticed that there's another guy doing printing over there on Canal Street. He prints banners and stuff. I wonder if he could do it.
I don't know, I'll make a couple phone calls.
There's a graphics guy where the motorcycle, where D&D.
Oh, it's been for a while. Lotus?
Lotus. Do they do
Oh, yeah,
these?
we've used Lotus a lot. I find that Minuteman is a little bit less complicated
Okay.
You know, you're talking to the owner himself all the time, and you get really fast answers.
No, it's
So-
under 2,000.
But, yeah, I like those. So you're gonna
You're
work on
okay,
the,
right? Phil?
you're gonna work on the mailing list again?
I'm not gonna work in the mailing list. I'm not gonna take responsibility for that.
How do we do that then?
I think we're just gonna have to plan on mailing a bunch more.
It'll end up being close to 5,000 pieces.
It's, you know what, it's not my right to take somebody off the mailing list.
Well, we weren't taking them off, really. We were trying not to take them
duplicates.
off. We were trying to.
Yeah.
One to an
Yeah.
address, one to an address, as opposed to one for you and Regina.
Okay,
But you don't
I'll give
need
you the
to
list and you
an
can
address
cross
doesn't
it.
No.
Because it's not just taking them off, it's adding the name. So, you know, if there's,
You can give we can give the list to.
where I got in trouble was I maybe sent it to Laura Sibilia. I didn't include Laura, TJ, and Junior for.
See, and when I did the Wardsboro list, I tried to like type in every
Right,
name
and
and all.
in Dover, that will take you forever.
Right, it took me forever in Wardsboro because I didn't know enough people.
And it took me forever, and I just don't have the time. If I have to write a letter.
Can we do postal patron?
I don't think you can with this kind of document, but I will find out.
I think that's a budget.
Because I think that Bucketville News looked into how to not have to put addresses on it, and it didn't work. So, and then in
And
that
I think you're
case,
actually gonna wind up with a whole bunch more, because there's so many people in West Dover that are, you know, so many, I go into West Dover post office with 15 keys. So I'll get 15 of them.
I am not going to agree that I should take on the deduplicate.
well, I can talk to Andy. I'll give Andy.
Andy's not gonna take it on either.
No,
because
no, no,
Andy-
I'll just ask him if there's some way that he can think of that we can make these lists clean.
Can we send it
and-
to, we can't send it to the tax one, so you can.
Again, and
Registered
it's,
voters, right? Registered voters.
right, but the problem is if there's, you know, a couple kids in the house, I mean, there were some houses that, like, I think there was 8 or 10 of them going to the house.
And I pulled dozens out of the trash in the Wardsboro post office. And I just crossed out the address and put them around where people could pick them up.
Okay.
Right,
It's not an easy task.
No.
Okay, so we'll talk on the 7th. You and I will email,
yes, we will.
okay, and then, and we'll have something for the 6th, the meeting on the 6th. But you'll at least get somebody lined up and let them know we're looking for 12
Yep, I'll
pages.
talk to a couple people.
And we're looking to get it out ASAP.
Okey dokey.
Okay, cool. We're having a blast. Okay, I know, that's why you guys are just enjoying the meeting.
All right, Matt.
Old business. Equity, calendar for discussion, it's just a placeholder. Website design, placeholder, we're gonna talk about tonight. Residency policy, F-13 action, so.
There are no changes to either the Wardsboro and Dover. It's just been reformatted to be under River Valley, so it's the exact same policy.
Thank you, Anita.
Wardsboro and Dover had a line there 3 years ago.
You're gonna hate me.
No, it's okay.
I've gotten lots and lots and lots of comments.
Yeah, me too.
Comment away,
I
man.
did homework.
That's good. That makes me feel
Bad
good.
last meeting.
Rich, can I open up the discussion with a question to
Guilt
Bill?
set in.
Would you like to ask Bill a question?
Go for
I
it.
would, yeah.
Ask Wild Willie a
Good,
question.
I'm glad you did.
It is,
Do you guys have one of these?
it is clear that F-13 and, I think the affidavit,
You go to the affidavit.
are written for, non-operating districts.
That is the model in which we
Have
used it
taken
from.
So we have some work to do there.
Okay, great.
I have, do you want small little, like,
No.
editorial
Yeah.
changes
Yeah.
in addition to content?
Where are you?
Okay, so hang on then. Are you serious when you say a lot? Like, do you have more than 5 or 6?
Oh, yeah.
How many do you have?
I had about that, 5 or 6.
Do we wanna maybe just, do you wanna type an email? Do you wanna go through and edit that and then get that to me, so we get it to Bill?
Sure.
And maybe that would be the better thing to do, just to save time. If
And then I can bring it back in January.
Right, because if everybody can send me your edits or send them to Bill, send your edits directly to Bill, let him edit it and bring it back to us.
I think mine weren't so much edits, I just had some questions.
Okay, go ahead. So, Mark, any questions you have other than
Looking to
edits?
see which, I want, go ahead with.
Okay.
That's great. Oh, first of all, thank you both very much.
Yeah, I mean,
Outstanding.
so for the Dover Wardsboro policy, 2 of the criteria, I guess, for being a resident are 5 and 6, a recent bank statement and a packing slip from like UPS or FedEx. I don't know if, first of all, a packing slip from FedEx, is that something that pretty much anyone that's being resident, if you could get something shipped to you?
Well, usually it's like an electrical bill or it's a.
Yeah.
Like 2 separate.
So I didn't think that was really a
That's
good.
fine.
The DMV does that also.
What's that?
The DMV uses that as one of their criteria.
Really?
Well, it's usually a
Just a
utility
packing
bill.
slip
In
from
addition,
UPS?
in addition to utility bill, they want some other piece of
Yeah, but-
semi-official mail.
Okay, but my only question is like a packing slip you could ship, you put your name on any address, I would think you ship it somewhere, so that was my question on that. Bank statement, I don't know if that tells you anything either, because you could set up a bank account with any address, I would think. So that, I don't know if those are good ways of.
Indicators, I think, of commitment.
Maybe,
to the region, to the
yeah,
region.
but if, well, what they're, maybe.
You have a bank in Connecticut, or do
But
you
these
have
are-
a bank?
These
you
are,
could possibly visit
they're,
here?
like, what they're saying is that this is the following, usually says proof of residency, but not just an indicator.
Yeah.
So they're so I don't think, my only concern is these don't prove residency, those 2 things. That's
Well,
my only
there's-
concern there.
Right, because it's subjective.
Yeah, so I don't, and I,
So it's just how many pieces can you produce?
right, the other ones are great, but those 2 I think are, like, maybe you'd be thrown out, or, I thought maybe a tax return would be better, but anyway.
Well, tax return that shows where you filed, because, part of it is you're claiming residency for your, so that you pay taxes.
Yeah.
You pay your school tax by income versus.
Yeah, I think, was it in the other one, was the declaration, was in the other,
And the affidavit.
affidavit, so I would think the declaration would be much better to be put in that.
You're gonna email me these.
Sure.
They're great.
A number of questions. One, the homestead. My house is owned by a trust.
Okay.
I don't fill out a homestead. I couldn't prove residency.
You don't fill out a homestead?
I did not fill out a homestead.
Okay.
My new house, I will, but where I live now, I wouldn't be able to. So that's just something to consider.
Yeah, that's
So
just one.
you're a tenant, then in your house, you really don't own it, because
No,
the trust owns it.
Trust owns it.
Right, so you pay rent on it? You don't reimburse the trust or anything? Okay. Because we had that one time, and that's what the person was able to do, was show that they wrote checks to the trust for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also the trustee, so I could write a letter saying that I'm the tenant. But, I mean, that doesn't, again, that doesn't prove. I'm just raising
Yeah.
possible issues. I know a number of people that live in homes and apartments, happens all the time in New York City, that are owned by trusts.
Yeah, that's
or
just-
other family members.
And that's just one example of, but I think a declaration is stronger than a UPS packing slip, that's my only point, is one option to prove residency.
Well, I wasn't disagreeing with
Yeah,
you
okay, all
on that. I personally couldn't present a bank statement for local bank because I bank in a
Right,
bank that
that's
doesn't
true
have a
too.
Vermont branch. But that's just me. I have no problem asking for those things because I think that it helps the people making the decisions as to whether or not you are a resident. I don't think they can be exclusionary.
Thank you.
Same thing with utilities. Somebody can live in a house and the utilities could not be in their name. So, I mean, I think those are things that just, they're good to ask for, I just don't think they can be exclusionary.
Short story, I share a well with my neighbor, he's getting older, so I decided it was in his name, I thought I'd have to go through hoops. I just called up the electric company and said, can I put it in my name? They said, sure. They didn't ask anything.
And I had to change the meters for Trails Edge out of the developer's names, and it took me a year.
Really?
It took me like about 100 phone calls and letters and emails.
They could care less. As long as you're gonna pay the bill, great. So, anyway.
Yes. Well, let Dwight, are you?
I have some others, but if anyone wants.
No, why don't we let Dwight finish? And then we'll go to.
So I guess that other than that, I thought that was great, the actual policy. So then the affidavit, just, some questions I just don't know. So question 7, is this a continuous, regular, and adequate residence? I'm not sure, what that really even means or in what, and I guess I understand the meaning or the reason behind it, what they're trying to get at, but I don't know what it's even, maybe I'm not quite sure. What is a continuous, regular, and adequate?
So I set up my my pickup camper in the backyard, and me and the 5 kids are living in it for the summer because we're kind of camping out.
Not adequate.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that means, but I don't know if that's necessary. And then the next one is it a primary nighttime residence? I'm not sure what that means either. And how many nights are spent in this? I get the intent. The questions seem kind of vague to me, and I'm not quite sure I understand that. And then number 10, what brings the guardian to this area of the town? Is that something we can ask? I guess we can ask it if it's on the.
You can ask anything.
You can ask anything. So you're asking why are they moving here?
Can I ask a question related to that? It was unclear to me whether, in number 9 says, if no, please skip next question. So, and the question is, do you own, rent, existing living arrangement with any properties other than the one listed above? So if they say no, then are they meant to skip question 10? Or are they
Trying to get to the point of, I own a home in New Jersey, and I purchase or rent a condo in Wardsboro. Am I staying there, or did I just purchase it?
If it's your only house.
I understand the question. I think it should just say skip question 10.
I pulled stuff out, so that could easily be edited. But please mark that.
Don't get me wrong either. I'm completely in favor of this. I'm just trying to figure
No,
out if
it's
it's
great.
fair and equitable
Yeah, yeah.
questions and necessary questions. So then on page 3, so it says, I certify that students resident within the RSU has not been established solely for the purpose of attending the schools thereof. What would be the harm if it was the primary reason that they came here? They came here because they wanted to go to school.
I think that goes to Mark's.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people that move to school districts because they like the school.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why that question is in there.
Well, the difference is.
Yeah,
if-
this is, we like the tuition that you pay to the private
Maybe.
schools.
Maybe, I'm just, that could be a valid reason for someone moving to an area and they.
No, we're not saying it's valid or invalid. We're asking them to attest that is correct or incorrect.
Yeah, so anyway, and this one, I certify that I have intent to maintain a principal dwelling place in the school district indefinitely.
That's directly from the law.
Yeah.
So what does that mean from the law, in terms of, you have to testify that you're planning on staying here indefinitely, right?
That is the quote from the law.
Okay, all right.
If you were to challenge.
Well, that's their intent,
residency,
so I guess.
You have to challenge that fact.
Yeah, so that their intention is to stay here and, okay. That's all I really had, I think.
That's really good. It's very.
Did my homework, see?
I appreciate it. All right, board.
All right, so in F13, Dwight pretty much brought up most of my questions.
Did you guys have like a party and stuff?
Yeah, that's right. That was crazy. That was a rager.
On page, what is page 3? Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
No, but
No, okay.
you're gonna send me the others.
There's a line in regards to if pupil resides in the Dover Wardsboro area as emancipated minor. Next sentence is the natural parent or legal guardian and the emancipated minor must complete an affidavit concerning pupil residence. Why would a natural parent or guardian need to require an affidavit for an emancipated?
Highlight that.
What's that?
Highlight that. You're right.
Okay.
Grammatically. Because if you're emancipated,
You are.
you're legally
own
making your own
guardian.
call.
Yeah. Kind of a stupid question, but there's a phone number in here, which I believe is probably the Dover School, 5386.
I brought that one up too. I called it to see if it was River Valley's, and it was answered Dover School.
Pretty sure the 464 it gives it away.
I called Lori on staff. She tell you?
Yeah.
Bill, we need to decide, when I call 464-5386, I don't care if that's a number, but it shouldn't be answered Dover School, it should be answered River Valley's Unified School District.
If it's in this policy. But in general, it should be answered the Dover School, because this is the Dover School, and that is the number from the Dover School. Until the board decides that this isn't the Dover School, that would be my recommendation, that you would answer the phone, this is the Dover School.
I mean, we can't have two places that are being answered the same.
Why not?
Two separate buildings that are being answered the same?
Well, they don't have to be exactly the same, it
So-
could be River Valley's Unified School District Dover,
Okay, well, that's not
but
exactly
it's
the
not
same.
Dover School, it's River Valley's Unified School.
Then I think there should be a separate RVU or some phone number. Parents are gonna wanna call the school. They're not, parents aren't calling the district.
On this one, they're calling for the district.
You're right. No, for here, that's, there probably should be a number for the school.
They already have a number.
I'm fine with it. We have to say Dover or Wordsworth, because you can't answer it the same for both buildings.
No.
I answer the same, no matter what building I'm in.
Hello?
What do you want? No, I'll start using hello, that's so much nicer.
No, but that's a good catch, because I would like to have two numbers, yes.
I'm assuming it was just a typo.
Bill's humoring me.
The actual, VSA law number was left out, the 3016.
Yeah.
I also would like to, I would like to see the actual laws included in this packet and not just the one
The
sentence,
citation.
not just the one, number 2 that starts with section 3, which is for the purposes of this title, resident. But right, but that's only the first line of the entire law, and I think there are other relevant parts to that law. So I think we should just have a page where the relevant laws are included.
You wouldn't cite it at the bottom.
I would not cite it at the bottom. I don't want them to have to go look it up. They're also not the easiest things to look up.
You all set?
I'm all set, yes.
You all good, Bill?
As long as the two of you.
I'm fine.
No,
You're sending me,
I know,
you're,
trust me, you're gonna get it.
No, okay. I mean, is Bill all set with what Mark? Okay, your turn.
So the citations
Yes.
can change, the law can change every year.
The citation law. Well, the laws
Well, the
have.
section
yeah, they have-
usually, the individual, usually the chapter will stay the same. Residency will always be under
I
that
mean,
chapter.
sometimes you just change a word,
Right.
sometimes you change a phrase, but the citation will likely remain the same.
Okay.
That's, otherwise you're gonna be,
You'd have to update it.
It'll be
You'd have to update it
stale,
every year. Okay.
it would be nicer to have the whole law there.
It's a great discussion.
Well, it's not that
Maybe
hard
it's
to
just
find
include
if you
include
go
a
into
link.
Vermont statutes, Title 16, VSA.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a hard time doing it.
If I can do it on my flip phone, almost anybody.
You can do it on your flip
No,
phone?
we can't, no, he's lying. No, we can't.
Yeah, I do. Hey, Bill, what's the law? Matt, can you do me a favor? You call me again? Are you all good, Lord? The only thing I had was the phone number, because I actually called the number figuring I was gonna talk to somebody at River Valley's Unified School District, and
You need to get that.
hey, I'm talking.
Something very important.
You need a gavel, Mr. Chair.
I want an oak gavel that I can wrap somebody in the knuckles with. Can I get a ruler? Okay.
Or your last meeting.
Annual meeting, discussion we covered. Mark, you want to bring up transportation? Under old business?
Yeah, we can discuss the warning, because I had a couple of comments on warning also.
Yeah.
Oh.
But do
But
the,
first,
do the transportation.
Okay. We got well, Bill and I got an email from Chris on his discussion with Mark at, deal with it, at DDA. The crux of it is that DDA wants us to pay for a bus.
That they're not gonna help.
That's what it looks like to me.
Well, they will organize it, they
right.
will arrange it, and they will invoice for it.
They will definitely invoice
So
for
pay
it.
for it.
There are, I believe Chris mentioned that there is one district where parents can pay like $800 a year to use a bus. Bill, am I
Yeah.
right?
They pick the bus up at the Stratton town offices.
Is there a welcome sign?
Yeah. I think it was
So
$800 or $900.
So, my only question for the board is that something we even want to consider allowing parents, giving parents that option? If not, I'm not even gonna convene another transportation committee meeting because.
Well, I think in Wardsboro, we're allowed to opt into that if we want to.
Right.
I don't know about, I don't know why
Guess you
Dover
could.
would be any different.
It just leaves so early
That
that
bus
hardly
is-
anyone takes
that
it.
bus
Leaves
is
like
full.
6
And
in
it
the
was,
morning.
it is full.
It was
yeah.
at capacity, yeah.
It was at capacity, right,
Right.
yeah.
Where was this bus coming to?
This particular one was going to Dots.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
and it was $32,000. And that only covers morning.
That's just a morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
I think if we hear clamor from the public demanding that we do this, then we should move forward. Other than that, we should just leave it.
Well, it's good to know,
Yeah.
right?
And
Yeah.
we now have.
Now we have a number.
You have a number,
Now we
you
have
have a distance, you have a number, you have.
And I think you should share with the committee.
I was gonna share, I just wasn't gonna call a meeting to discuss just the numbers. That was all.
Okay. Are you good then, sir?
I am good. yes.
Everybody on board good? Okay, so back to the annual meeting. So, Matt just passed around, the warning, so this is the latest and greatest from Andrew. So, legal voters, town of Dover, everything there was good. Article 14, that was my typo, to be voted by Australian ballot at town meeting Dover and from the floor at town meeting in Wardsboro on March 3rd. The polls will be open for Australian voting. And town meeting starts at blank in Wardsboro.
Here's a color copy coming.
Oh, you brought a color copies?
Wow. Well, Andy colored them, so I figured.
Okay, so
Reds
anyways,
and
what time
yellows
does the
and-
town meeting start in Wardsboro? Anybody?
Town meeting? 10 a.m.?
Is it 10 a.m.? Can you find out, Bill?
Yeah.
Dwight, you didn't sound real positive.
Thanks. 10 a.m.?
Are you sure?
You know, I think it does, yeah.
Okay. You want us to go with it? Huh? Okay, so anyways, Article 1, I don't think anybody has any problem with. Article 2, Article 3, Article 4, Article 5, Article 6, Article 7.
Article 7 looks a lot like Article 6.
Article 7 is Article 6.
I left those in.
Did you do that on
I
purpose?
noticed that.
Did we both get it? You got it?
You guys
So
both,
we both did
you
it.
both let me know. I was impressed.
Was that a test?
That was a test.
It's not a test.
I also have a question in regards to that. Who does that apply to?
That applies to anybody that gets mileage reimbursement.
Which is whom?
Well, the board can get mileage reimbursement if you go to training. The school personnel get mileage, I think they go make a deposit somewhere. Is anybody that's allowed to get mileage reimbursement? So Article 6 should be mileage reimbursement. Article 7 shall the voters authorize the school directors to withdraw money from the capital reserve fund, but not more than, and we're gonna change that to 200. Okay, so Andy's suggestion is swap Article 9 and 10 in case 10 needs to be adjusted if the voters amend 9.
Which was
Just the opposite of what Rick wanted.
Yeah.
So I think we can just go back and swap them again.
Yeah, I believe it.
Is that 17,850 and a final number, Bill?
We have not
Best guess.
received our letter. We'll get a letter.
So we're gonna put,
No, that's exactly what,
Very soon.
no,
that's exactly what Rick said.
Right,
Put the budget first and then do the tuition rate.
right, so we want, which is the opposite we have. We have the tuition rate first and the budget second.
I know, but that's not what he wanted.
I know, that's what I'm saying, that's what we said, we're gonna switch them. So Article 7 is gonna be the old Article 8. And Peter, I will send you this, so don't get too worked up. And then Article 8 will be the actual budget,
Okay, so Article 10, yeah.
and which I can also insert that, what was that number, 5?
5680223. It's already in there.
No, the per pupil.
Oh.
Lori
It's
just,
19868. That includes the penalty.
yeah,
That's what you have to.
right. Okay, and then Article 9 will be what he has for Article 9 now.
Ah, yeah, right.
And we'll leave that 17,850, because again, we can suggest that be amended from the floor.
Oh, it says 19 to 20 in there.
Oh, okay. Don't worry, there'll be some mistakes going forward. Article 10 will be, so the voters establish reserve accounts as set forth by the school directors and fund each account as follows. So it's going to be, we're gonna call the first one, no, it was, hang on.
The operational one, the general fund?
Okay, yeah, but we don't, because that they vote on for the budget. So, so it's gonna be reserve fund, and we're gonna fund that one at, that one's gonna be funded at, so it wasn't 400, because we moved that.
369, right?
No, 569, because we got the 200 from last year.
Right, but by the time these guys vote on it, I'm gonna go.
No, it isn't.
Oh, right, because you're gonna do it before. 569.
143. And then we're gonna have a capital improvement fund,
That's the 200,000.
improvement fund, buildings, and that's gonna be at 200.
Rich, that was 64, wasn't it? Not 69?
Transportation, hang on. Yeah, let's go back to that. Transportation's gonna be at 100. So there is. Jeez, crap. There's 300 right there. There's 30 in the miscellaneous one, and that's just gonna stay. And then we have, so that's 330. And we have a total of
564, 143.
94, 143. So it's gonna be 143, 2, 4, 6, 564, 143?
Yep.
Okay. 564, 143. And then dedicated, special revenues, I'm sorry. Revenue, and that's roughly 29, 424. And then what we'll do is we'll have a handout to give everybody for that. So they'll be able to see.
One sheeter.
Huh?
A one sheeter kind of
Right.
explains that.
So is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so the voters of the Riverside Unified School District move the district annual meeting to the second Tuesday in April, which would be actually Article 11. And then Article 12, any other business that may legally become. And then Article 13 to be voted at town meeting in Dover and wards, where Randy said to cross all the rest of that crap out. So we have to change on the front page 14 to 13. And then Article 13, and then Article 14, so the voters adjourn and reconvene at Dover and Wardsboro for election of officers on town meeting day. Everybody, yes?
So one issue is if you do this in April, town meeting will have already happened.
Well, that's next year. We have to-
Mid-year, okay.
Don't worry.
Don't worry about
Don't
that.
confuse things, right?
Got it.
So wait, the directors of Dover's town meeting is voted at town meeting as well? I thought you guys said
Right, we do it by ballot, you guys do it from the floor.
floor.
Right,
But
and
you
the
usually don't
ballot's
need
on
that.
town meeting.
Exactly, okay.
And he said he didn't, he just
Didn't
put
matter.
for election of officers.
Okay.
That was Andy, he's our clerk.
That's trusted in.
So you end on Article 14.
Right.
Okay.
Everybody good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you for everybody's help on that.
Everybody's name spelled on the last page.
Mark, I took Mark's off, I couldn't take it off the tax bills, I took his off his letter to me. Figured he knew how to spell his name, because I sure didn't have it spelled like that. I was close, I was really, really close, Mark.
Could have taken off one of Warren's articles.
And then you would have yelled at me if it was wrong, and I would have gone home and cried. Okay. So is everybody good? Dwight, you set?
Yeah, this is gonna be 3 pages in our,
No, it'll get down to
I think
2,
it's
because
2,
remember, I have to
right.
cross
Yeah.
something off on the first page.
okay.
And you have to publish the signature lines.
Signatures. And remember too, that's why we did the signatures on a whole separate page, so that he could start posting that, and then we could get the signatures later. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have that all prepared, so plan on signing at the next meeting. Lori, you'll be here at the next meeting, right? Because you don't go up till Tuesday.
Yeah, well, theoretically, I'll be done with that now.
After the meeting.
Yes.
Okay. How do you spell extraordinaire?
Why?
Just write it down on a piece of paper. Okay, so.
Extraordinaire?
Extraordinaire, yes. Okay. Because I don't have spell check on my flip phone.
You don't.
No. Any other old business? We're running a little late. So new business, FERPA report from the administration. This was something requested at the last meeting. Supervisory union ensures all employees are aware of the details covered by FERPA, Family Education Rights and Privacy Act 1970 law. Through an annual training procedure that includes a study guide and a quiz required by all employees. FERPA includes 3 major rights to students' records, to inspect records, to challenge the content, and to consent to the disclosure of educational records. Principals review the results of the quiz for each employee and reviews whether or not employees require further instruction. Supervising all employees. So that means even like people that don't have contact with students. Custodial staff. Interesting.
All employees.
If FERPA rights are not properly observed, the administration can pursue disciplinary action with an employee. In the event of a violation of your rights, the administration may also seek further education for all employees in an effort to avoid any future lack of clarity relating to the law. So we had to go to a driving class one time, and they said to me, "Why are you here?" And I pointed over to a fellow employee and said, "Because he couldn't keep his car on the road."
And how had to go to training.
So I have to go to training. It was not fair. So, is everybody okay with that?
I just got a quick question.
Go ahead.
If it's all employees and it includes janitorial staff, Wardsboro outsources that, do they have to go through this as well?
And if you're
I
not
don't
sure,
know, I'd have to ask.
yeah, just find out for us. And what about people like that do specials, you know, like, when I was doing Dare in the Building, or you have the winter sports program people, or you have people going to Kuwait as chauffeurs or chaperones. I can't spell that either. You had to go through the training?
No, I went to Kuwait.
So,
You know, when people say, how come you're such a bad with grammar and spelling and stuff, and I just say I'm a proud graduate of the university.
Yeah, they don't really have access to the records, there's confidentiality issues.
So this is all about just
But
mainly
this is
records.
FERPA. This is about this is a specific act.
Okay, which is specific to student records.
Correct.
Okay, well, a janitor who has keys to the principal's office could have access to student records.
Yes.
Are
Yeah.
student records kept locked up separately, like employee personnel files?
they are kept locked.
Just in the office or in a separate,
In
is there
my
a
office.
locked?
Is the cabinet itself locked? No, the door is locked.
So if I have a key to your door, I know I saw Peter, hang on a sec.
Yes, if you have a key to my door, you have access to the records.
Okay. Go ahead, boss.
Knowing the names of my passengers on the bus is access to student records, I think.
Names are considered directory information by FERPA, which is handled a little differently.
On the other hand, special needs kids on my bus are a case.
If you were informed of their case.
You're
Yeah,
aware of
I was
that.
instructed that that was the case.
Yeah.
Oh, so that was, you did do FERPA training then?
I don't know if I did FERPA training or not. I think I probably did, whatever they called it. But
Yeah,
because we had so many special needs kids on the bus, I was roped into FERPA whenever FERPA came up.
Okay, interesting.
Which was 1974.
At least since
That was when he was in middle school.
Year I was born.
Yeah, rub it in.
No, I think I was first married in 1974.
Okay, so that's something we asked Matt. So is there anything else we want Matt to bring back to us, or are we satisfied with Matt's response here? Is everybody okay? Okay. Matt, thank you. I think that covers that. IB Assessment Practices Report, which is the next. Reporting on IB attributes. Each grade includes information about IB learner profile, including a 3-point scale for the following learner attributes. 3 always demonstrates, 2 sometimes, 1 not. And you've got all those things that you've used at the last few graduations. I think, Bill, you used it at your last graduation here too, didn't you?
I never got the opportunity.
Oh. Students are rated on how often they demonstrate these characteristics through their work in and out of school. Always, sometimes, never. Okay, so is this put on a report card?
This is sent home on report cards.
Okay, but again, so this would be covered under the FERPA, so this would only go, okay. Anybody any questions on that? Is everybody okay with that? Now, do the parents get it? Do the parents get this? Has this been sent home?
Yeah, this goes home twice a year on report cards for all grades.
But, I mean, the summary here.
Yeah, this wording is exactly what parents see on the report card. Well, they get the attribute, they get a brief description of the attribute, and then they get a teacher's rating on a student's progress in that area.
Wow, okay. And the FERPA, does that go out to parents?
Parents each year have receive notice as part of our fall data collection. They receive various notices about FERPA and their protections under it.
So, I thought there was something a few years ago that we had an issue because there was a photograph from a photographer, or somebody like this gentleman back here. This happens to be videotaping, and students walk by, and then you have to blur out the student because unless the parents sign, but that wasn't part of FERPA, that must be a whole different thing.
No, I think it's still part of FERPA, jump in if I'm wrong,
No,
but
no.
it's a little gray on video versus photography.
Yeah.
But most schools observe video in the same way that they do photography. Video's not explicitly noted in the law, but it's treated the same way by most schools.
But that has nothing to do, because it's not a record, you're not.
Right.
We do an opt-out. So every guardian or parent gets an opportunity to opt their student out of photographic images. And we do our best to treat video exactly the same way.
We all good with that?
Yes.
Okay, moving right along, budget presentation, communication, discussion's all done. We already did that. Contractual review, contractual issue. I think I'm gonna ask that maybe we do that next meeting. If that's okay with everybody?
I got my packet, I keep bringing it.
Yeah. And I think just we can say that the letter from our last executive session has been mailed.
No.
Okay, make sure you mail that.
I just
Because
got,
we only
I
have
just
10
realized you
days
guys
to do that.
emailed me back with my answer to my questions, I saw that.
Okay, yeah, definitely get that out if you can, because that is somewhat time sensitive. Okay. Unless anybody really wants to stay and hang out with the audience, I would say that our next meeting's January 6th in Wardsboro, the 20th, 27th, again, down, when do you all wanna meet, the 20th or the 27th? Okay. So we'll meet on the 27th, then we have February 3rd, we'll be in Wardsboro again, and February 11th will be the annual meeting. So remember, the important thing is at the 6th, we have to sign the warning, and we also have to approve the packet to get mailed out. So can we make sure, Peter, that's in the minutes? Bill, can you make sure that's on the agenda? The packet to go out and sign the warning.
For the 27th and the 3rd, we're starting those meetings at the same time as normal?
6:30. And we'll, use at least dedicate at a minimum the first hour. If it goes a little longer, it goes a little longer.
The 11th is at 7.
The annual meeting's at 7.
That's in the school board box.
Agenda for the 6th?
Oh, well, we do have some correspondence really quick. I'm sorry, Peter.
On the agenda for the 6th, sign the warning.
Right.
Thanks.
And also, sign the warning and approve the communications for the budget in the annual meeting.
Got it.
Okay. Well, this has to go in executive session. This is 2 months old. Do we?
I just saw it.
We got a letter from a student saying the student council had their first meeting this year. I don't know when this is from. We thought of an ice cream social would be fun. On October 23rd, we're gonna sell ice cream at lunchtime. We're gonna have a bake sale at Morning Sing on November 14th for adults only. Each of us will bake.
How'd you guys?
Went well.
Yes,
Here, give them one.
Can't wait to hear it, that sounds like fun.
We just got a copy of the audit, if anybody wants to look at it. Okay.
The one that we've been waiting for?
No, this is 2 years ago.
So, that seems like a system that might need to change.
Yeah, there is no school board box in either building anymore. You need to send a letter out to all the staff
And the students.
that any correspondence to the River Valley's board needs to be, can be put in a sealed envelope if it's personal, confidential, and needs to get delivered to either the superintendent or the administrator in the appropriate, or either building.
Or they can mail it to us.
Mail it where? There's no River Valley's Unified School District building. There's no P.O. box, there's no address.
Or a phone number.
I should send it to the principal and to the attention of.
Yeah,
That's the best way to get it.
yeah.
And we just need, it's new, so we just need to communicate that.
Yes.
Right.
No more than 12, I guarantee it. Is everybody good?
That's it.
Can you imagine when I get old and crotchety?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
I love you guys, but I'm out of here. So somebody make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you, team. Dwight, you'll send it to me?
work on this, I mean, it's really groundbreaking, as we all know. I say that, with all the work that has been done, the work is really just going to be beginning to make this real and to understand the impact it's going to have on everybody involved in the system. I at some point in the later today, I will just remind the committee that in looking at how far we've come with this particular proposal, this approach to youthful offenders, we've got to remember that it still has to fit within the context of a juvenile system that is being impacted not only in the CHIN's docket with filings, but also the increase in youthful offender. And for as much success as we've had in bringing people together with this concept of 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds coming in, I think in a lot of respects the work is really just beginning to understand what we have, what we're doing and what we're trying to do. So I look forward to the challenge, but it certainly will be one.
Great. And again, my name's Lael Chester. I am the director of the Emerging Adult Justice Project at Columbia University Justice Lab. And I've been leading this sort of project now for a few years. And this is a burgeoning field. This is not something, I've been in this field for decades, and I didn't know emerging adult justice wasn't on anyone's radar. And so we work with jurisdictions from around the country, and we've been able to observe and help and do research on different approaches. And it's really all a matter of public safety, right? If you can increase positive outcomes for young people, we all benefit. There's certainly young people, their families and communities, but we all benefit, and we also can reduce costs. So it's really been a total pleasure to work with Vermont in the last year, a very, very thoughtful process. But I'm going to kick it off to Karen so she can describe what the actual focus of this research project was, and sort of the key components that went into the report.
Okay, so I think we'll go to the second slide, and this is just an overview of where we're going to go today, and just a reminder to kind of steep the committee in the work that's ahead, is that DCF is required to submit a report, and I believe we have some extra copies for anybody who needs one, but we were required to submit a report on November 1st to explain how we would implement Act 201, which is the legislation that raised the age of juvenile court jurisdiction to include 18-year-olds and then 19-year-olds starting on July 1st, 2020 and July 1st, 2022, respectively. So on the next slide, this is just to give you an idea of where we're going, and for those of you who've had a chance to read the executive summary or sections or all of the report, it's a long report, but what you'll see here on slide 3 is this is basically tracking almost exactly to the report. We'll walk you through the impact of Raise the Age. We'll talk about all of the strategies that we have dug into and the recommendations that ensued regarding diversion, maximizing court efficiencies, post-marriage options, physical custody, victims' rights. We'll talk about an operational plan, which I know was something that Representative Pugh, we spent a lot of time talking about this when the legislation was still being debated in the House, was thinking about how DCF would absorb the caseload and what plan would need to be in place to ensure that we are taking into account the dual roles of the Family Services Division with respect to child protection and supervising youth who've been adjudicated delinquent. We also have some statutory changes and data. So that's sort of an overview. And then just so you all have some background on the work that went into preparing this report on slide 4, what you'll see here is that we are so lucky to have retired Judge Davenport very much involved with the Children and Family Council for Prevention program, and that she's
still very active as an advocate for juvenile justice reform in our state. And we were able to contract with her last summer, fall, to start this process by diving into the court data. So Lael will walk you through some of the data that Judge Davenport helped us to put together and analyze. And that was really essential for us to get our hands around what juvenile delinquency numbers look like, as well as the number of 18-year-olds who were going through the adult division court. So we also had the benefit of being able to repurpose one of our district directors for a period of time to assist us in this project, and she conducted 12 community district meetings around the state. And this was to not only explain to people what was going on, but also to hear from our partners what their reactions were, and any recommendations that they wanted to make, and any gaps that they were concerned about. And so those all helped to inform the work of this project. And then last fall, we issued an RFP, and Columbia University Justice Labs was the organization that we selected to help us with mapping out strategies, and they obviously put in a very strong proposal, but we really appreciated a number of things that I think you will get a chance to hear about throughout the report, including their approach to working with states and jurisdictions using action research methodology, which I think we as Vermonters can really appreciate, that we want to include everybody in our decision making and recommendations. And I think that they did a nice job of being very inclusive and very transparent in our conversations and work. And then I think, Ken touched on this, but we couldn't have done this work or even have gotten this far if it weren't for the members of the Juvenile Justice Stakeholder Group, which includes the Judiciary, State's Attorney and Sheriff's Department, the Office of the Defender General, Attorney General's Office, Victim Advocates, the Department of Corrections, and of course, DCF. And this group has been great in that even though we don't always agree and we sometimes have some very energized and robust conversations, the goal with this group has always been to try to find common ground and to ensure that there are no statutory prohibitions or barriers from us being able to get this good work done that the legislature has set forth for us. So that's been great, and they were involved with the recommendations in this report that are system related. And so they supported the recommendations that we're going to walk you through that are related to the system. And then finally, DCF leadership, and with the help of the Justice Lab and some of our national partners, we've had a number of opportunities to do some off-site learning opportunities. And in late September, we actually had a conference at the law school that was sponsored in part by the law school and then also by the Children and Family Council for Prevention Programs. And at this conference included 24 judges, state attorneys, pretty much representatives across the entire spectrum of our stakeholders, as well as community providers for diversion programs in the field. And what's important to note about that conference is that we were able to get a lot of feedback and input that also helped to inform the report. So to the extent that we've been able to, the goal has always been to cast as wide a net as possible to both inform people about the work and then also to ensure that people's voices and concerns, as well as recommendations and hopes for this change, would be able to be incorporated in the report. So we've done our best to be as inclusive as we possibly could be. And so from here, I'll hand it to you, Lael, on background on emerging adults.
Sure. So it was interesting. It was in the about 2000s that there was a lot of money pumped into research on children. And the question was, are children different than adults And if they are, how is that relevant in the justice system? And this was after the 90s of sort of super predator era. Some of you may remember, you know, you do the crime, you do the time, and it was interesting because the research came out with yes, the answers were yes and yes. Yes, children are not mini adults, they're inherently different. And that is relevant in terms of the justice system. That's why we have a separate justice system. That's why you have a family court and a family division. That's why you have DCF that works with youth charged with crime. But one of the things that came out was that a lot of this research happened in universities. And they were trying to compare. They have a contrast group, right? They have children and then they have adults. And college students are sort of cheap for researchers, right? So they had children, then they had college students, and then they had, you know, people in 30 and beyond. And what they didn't realize when they started to analyze the data was, wait a minute, the 18 to 25-year-olds look a lot like the younger peers. And they're really quite inherently different from the 30-plus-year-olds. It turns out that 18 to 25-year-old is actually a distinct developmental group. And it was sort of interesting. I mean, I don't think they weren't looking for it, but they started to get the numbers, and they were somewhat shocked. And so that means that they're like their younger peers. They're risk takers. They're thrill seekers. They're impulsive. They're influenced by their peers. That's both the negative influence, but also positive influence. When kids go off to college and it's, you know, they're in a pro-social setting, they often flourish, right? That's being influenced by your peers. And that many of the things like not being able to think through the consequences of an action, which makes parents ask, what were you thinking, when you have a bright person who does a really dumb thing, can actually be very much more pronounced if you have a history of trauma or any kind of brain injury. And that's why you see so many youth who have been abused and neglected and had sort of traumatic histories end up in our juvenile justice systems, right? And it is going to take them longer to sort of develop the maturity. Now, that's the difference between what we call hot cognition and cold cognition. Young people are super bright, right? They can do extremely well in school. They can think through who they want to vote for, all those things in a kind of a nice, quiet setting. They're great. You know, they're all in. They're probably better than any of us as we get older. But their hot cognition takes a lot longer to mature. And that's what makes them impulsive and unable to sort of think through, especially when they're with their peers. What's interesting is while you have sort of developmental psychology and neurology research, you also have this body of sociology and of research. And what it turned out is that young people are taking longer to reach the developmental milestones of adulthood. That path to adulthood is become prolonged. And we know that in the sense that I have an emerging adult, right? You know, when will they truly be independent emotionally, financially, and practically? I'm not sure, but my 20-year-old is a long way off. You know, he's a great, able college student, but he is not an adult yet. And he relies on parents or other adults all the time. And so that is important implication for the juvenile justice system, right? Is to recognize that when people say, well, my grandfather was fully employed, had their own apartment, their own car, but that's simply not true today for many reasons. But I think we have to recognize that research as we talk about this. There's really good news. Almost all youth will grow up and out of crime. By the time they reach 25, which interesting is when that frontal sort of prefrontal lobe is fully developed, they will grow up. They will not see them in the justice system. And the other thing that's really good news is that this 18 to 25-year-old they're incredibly malleable, right? They're really susceptible for interventions, positive interventions, and rehabilitation. They are very responsive. They're not set in their ways yet. They don't know who they are, and they don't know what they want to be yet. And so there is a way in which you can take advantage of that moment in time to help steer them, right, the direction we all want them to go. The other thing I'll just mention, and you have a kind of a crazy chart that we hand out with like concentric circles like an onion, but it is worth sort of thinking about this, especially if you're a parent or responsible for someone this age. is that the youth justice system very much focuses on positive youth development, and that is a framework that many states have officially adopted within their justice system, and that is where you're focusing on building youth assets, right? They need to reach these developmental milestones, they need to desist from crime, and they need to develop into healthy and productive citizens. And so you have these, what they call these sort of 5 domains that you look to sort of create that pathway into healthy adulthood. And it's really important in that journey, right, that youth are making and the system is responding to, is that responses in the justice system are youth appropriate. I think we said youth led last time. I think I'd say youth co-led. You've got to get youth buy-in, and they need to be part of it. They need to see how this is going to affect their future. It needs to be very concrete, and it needs to be positively framed, right? These are their life goals. Where are they trying to get to? And if they're motivated and they see those goals, they will move towards those positive goals. The justice system traditionally in the adult side is punitive, and its focuses on the deficit. And I think that might be one of the many reasons why emerging adults right now in the adult system have the worst outcomes of any age group. They are overrepresented, and they have the highest recidivism rates. And they also have the highest mortality rate, especially for drugs. So I think it's just really important to note is that by shifting in Vermont the framework from to sort of lumping them in with 40, 50, 6-year-olds in the adult system, you are grabbing this opportunity to provide tailored, developmentally approached responses that does not mean it's a pass, does not mean you don't hold them accountable. Of course you do, but you're going to be doing it in a way that hopefully you're not going to then see them again cycling in and out of your justice system. So why is this so important? It is because of public safety. This is why we see this enormous activity across the country in this topic, is that when you look at the data, you have to think, could we do much worse with emerging adults? I'm not sure. So let's try something different. And Vermont is on the cusp. Vermont is the first state to pass raise the age, but you have states at your heels. You have Massachusetts, Illinois, and Connecticut, and now, as of last week, you have California in play. And I think you're going to have Utah and Washington State as well. So you guys are leaders, but this really is catching on because when you look at the data, it's sort of shocking. And I think it's because we've not recognized that they are in a distinct developmental stage, and we've not taken advantage of that. So you're increasing accountability and responsibility, you're improving outcomes, and ultimately you are reducing costs. Because if you can get them out of the system, otherwise, once they're in the system, you will see them probably for the rest of their lives in one shape or other. So I'm going to quickly go just at the data. I think it's important to know, okay, so we're raising the age. Who's coming into our youth system, and what's the impact going to be? And so we have this sort of quick just reminder that there is this language differences on the youth side of the fence in justice, but it's not just language. It actually has a really important significance, which is that at the end of the day, if the court has found you committed a delinquent act, you are adjudicated, you are not convicted. And that language is really specific to the juvenile system. We talk about dispositions, we don't talk about sentencing. Yes, you may lose your liberty. That is actually one of those dispositions you could have, but we're looking at it in terms of the youth lens. And we talk about, instead of a trial, we talk about merits. You have the flow chart, which is in the report, and maybe it was also a handout. And I think that the things that I want to point out is that when you raise the age, you still are using police, state's attorneys, and defenders in the same way, right? Kids are being arrested, they are being prosecuted, you are reaching, and they are receiving representation, hopefully zealous representation is constitutionally mandated. But one of the two biggest differences, of course, is that you're now in the family division, and DCF instead of DOC, the Department of Corrections, is the sort of, right, the state agency that has the oversight and the responsibility. I think one of the interesting things about this flow chart is that there are a lot of what we call off-ramps. There's opportunities for diversion that's embedded in the youth justice system in a really important way. And that is to be able to take the cases that could be appropriately served outside of the system and just keep those cases that actually really require the attention and the resources of the youth justice system. And the other thing I think is interesting is that when you look at your flow chart is that you have this, what they call YASI, this risk needs assessment instrument and tool that's used in the youth side, and that includes an assessment predisposition. So you're getting a lot of information that allows you to sort through your cases and again to become individually tailored. Case filings, this is important. This is the last fiscal year. Remember, when you raise the age in Vermont, you're only looking at the non-Big 12 cases. Unfortunately, most of your cases are non-Big 12 cases, especially with youth. That's kind of typical. But the more serious cases are peeled off and will be handled separately. But even within the non-Big 12, what you see is the vast majority are misdemeanors, right? You have 18-year-olds, you only have 47 who are not misdemeanors or felonies. So this is important just to keep in mind as you think about it. It also helps that you've staggered implementation, right? You're bringing in the 18-year-olds in July, you're giving yourself 2 years, and then you're bringing in the 19-year-olds. That's a very smart move and allows the state to sort of assess and adjust. This next chart shows you the different offense types. And what you're going to notice is that the darker blue is the under 18-year-olds, sort of the whole body of sort of delinquents, and then the yellow are 18, and then the kind of turquoisey kind of, I don't know, is 19. And what you notice is, right, the vast majority of these cases are public order offenses. That's like trespass and disorderly conduct. That's that kind of very typical youth-driven crime. And the things that really differentiate a little bit with the 18 and 19-year-olds is you're going to see an increase in motor vehicle offenses. They have more access to cars. And you're going to see a little bit more increase in drugs. And that is because this is a time of risk-taking, right? And they're experimenting. And it's also a time where some of the major mental health disorders can manifest themselves, and there's some self-medicating involved. And so that's where you're going to sort of see some differences, but otherwise, it's not like suddenly you have a different pot. I think the group is going to say, aha, we've seen this before, because they do look a lot like their younger peers. When we looked at sort of a 3-year look at the data, and this is a little confusing, the lighter green is sort of the fiscal year 17 and 18 combined with fiscal year 19. But what is really encouraging news for Vermont is that you're trending in absolutely the right directions. Your diversion numbers of completions have gone up, and the convictions have gone down. And that means that you're looking at your other resources in the state, and Karen will talk about this, where it's very impressive, the restorative justice, the diversion systems that you have in play, and you want to be accessing those so that you can, again, the court can focus on the cases they really have to focus on, and you can get good results. The other good piece of news for Vermont is just that when you look at the 18 and 19-year-olds who have been in the adult system and prosecuting the adult system, and they end up with a conviction, almost 50% of them will get a fine only. That's the disposition. That's it. And that tells you that then there are a lot of those cases could be very ripe for diversion, right? You don't want to go through the whole court process. If you don't have to, if you can hold them accountable, you can make them understand the impact they've had, you can help them, in some cases, restore the harm through a restorative justice project, and then have them hopefully healthily age out of the system. So I'm just going to say that when we looked at the court data, and again, retired Judge Amy Davenport was super helpful with this, not just collecting the data, but thinking through and analyzing it, is that we see that your numbers are going down as a state, which is great. This is particularly notable because you recently incorporated 16 and 17-year-olds in a new way in your youth side. And we have seen this in all the states who have raised the age, which is really fascinating. You know, there are these predictions that, ooh, numbers going to go, like New York just went from 16 to 18. Their numbers have gone way down. So this is just good news. That you're looking at a population that looks like very similar to your other population that you're used to in the juvenile system, the similar offenses, that a lot of them are low level and therefore should be ripe for diversion, and that a lot of them did not require any supervision in the adult side, right? And so that's, again, that especially as we think of like DCF and taking on this new cases, we need to think about how are they going to use their resources in the best way possible. I'm going to just touch very quickly on the fact that all states struggle with racial and ethnic disparities. That is a societal problem. There is not a justice system that does not. And Vermont also has the same issues, right? 3% of the population, youth population of Vermont are African American, but they are absolutely overrepresented in the delinquency system. And one of the sort of advantages of Vermont is that there's federal law, which the Federal Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Act, which really ties in federal funds with the provision that states will both monitor the racial and ethnic disparities in their youth system and address any disparities that they can find and try to figure out where would be the best places to kind of intervene and change that trajectory. Nationally, 18 and 19-year-olds have actually the highest rates of disparity of any age group. So African American males are 7 to 9 times more likely to be incarcerated. So even though the numbers are somewhat hard to sort of accept, right, as a justice system to have these disparities, I think when you bring the 18, 19-year-olds, the disparities will actually appear even higher. But the good news is because you're now including them in the justice system, they will now be part of that cadre of population that the state is looking at, that they're tracking and that they're trying to address. And so that's a really a very positive thing that would be happening in Vermont. So with that, I'm going to throw it over to Karen, who's going to walk us through one of the topic areas that we've spent a lot of time looking at, which is diversion.
Okay, thank you, Leo. And just take a little second to let you all know where I am right now is actually at the Coalition for Juvenile Justice. Every year puts on a conference on addressing racial and ethnic disparities in the juvenile justice system, and I'm very proud to report that I'm here with a strong cohort from Vermont, which includes a school official, a school resource officer, a number of community advocates and community members, as well as members of the Children and Family Council for Prevention Programs. And it's been an invigorating conference, and it's again, we're all now thinking about these strategies to address structural racism through the lens of also raising the age. So it's a really, really exciting moment in time. But to pick up where Leo left off, based on the data, what we realized that we needed to dig into fairly quickly as part of this work was the use of diversion. I think that, this committee was very aware of the Family Services Division and the workload. I'm sure would appreciate that we want to make sure that we're controlling the resources, or we're controlling the valve and the number of youth and emerging adults who hit our system, so that we're reserving the resources of DCF for those youth who are highest risk and highest need. And so without further ado, we're on slide 19, Lyle. With respect to diversion, I think it's just important to note that, throughout the country there is greater attention to increasing diversion opportunities and building a strong network of providers. And so, especially at conferences like where I am right now, I'm continually impressed with the fact that Vermont actually already has in place a very strong diversion network throughout the state with many off-ramps, which I think gets back to that handout that you all have in front of you on the youth justice flow chart. So just so that you all have this in your mind as we're going through this part of the discussion. We have strong diversion practices before a youth is ever even cited to court or charged. We also have diversion practices post-charge and then also post-adjudication. So then moving to the next slide, the current state of the community-based restorative justice programs, just wanted to make sure that we all know who these players are. We have the community justice centers, or the CJCs, that are funded through the Department of Corrections. We have the balanced and restorative justice programs, which are BART, which DCF is the funder for those programs. And then also we have court diversion through the Attorney General's office, and I should really call that the court diversion program as I'm talking about it. So, as I indicated, we have an incredibly robust network of these programs, and that restorative justice is a well-established and trusted approach to both victim support, which is important for us to note, as well as youth accountability. And in preparing for this report, we can share with you that, the programs have some similarities and key differences, and it is our observation, and the stakeholder group supported this observation, that the counties where the programs are housed under one organization, that it was our observation that the referrals and stakeholder communication is stronger in those places. And that also it's important to know that there is variability in how the programs are utilized. And that has a lot to do with, the players and school involvement and local practice, such as school referrals, can really make a difference in how these programs are used. As well as having a presence of a strong pre-charge program. And, I think it's also important to note, there is this prosecutorial discretion of using a community-based program in lieu of charging. I do need to say that while we did not do an in-depth analysis of all the differences and what was driving those, we do want you to have in mind that there are differences. So moving to the next slide, these are our recommendations, that we seek opportunities to collaborate with schools, and also doing outreach to members of law enforcement. And those two bullets actually really directly dovetail into the third bullet, which is this goal, and this is a goal that we want to strive for, is to increase the use of pre-charge diversion to 50 to 60% of cases, even from hitting any formal system involvement. And then, and with respect to the formal court diversion program, which would be the cases that are accepted post-charge, that we would like to increase. And in many counties, this is really a matter of maintaining 25 to 30% of cases. Sorry, lost my thought here. 25 to 30% of cases being referred to court diversion, and also. And this is, all of these were supported by the stakeholder group, but there's acknowledgement that we need to evaluate and address barriers for youth participation. And an easy one is that, when a youth has a meeting, knowing some of those, the realities that Lael already presented to you, that it's really important that we use different strategies to remind them of their meetings and to make it really possible and concrete for them to participate. And I think I just also want to acknowledge that over the last couple of years, we've seen some changes in our statute that has allowed for a really strong foundation in place to expand the commitment of, expanding diversion. And that already we're seeing that state attorneys are making more referrals. And I think that they've made, and I think this is worth noting for the group, that they've made considerable progress in making more referrals over the last couple of years. So we believe that the numbers are going in the right direction. And with that, I'd like to hand the floor to Judge Grierson regarding the Family Division of Superior Court.
Thanks, Karen. I guess I would start by reminding that the juvenile docket, if you will, encompasses CHINS cases, it encompasses abuse and neglect cases, the delinquency, youthful offender, and truancy. There is only one court in the state, Chittenden County, where a juvenile court has the docket every single day, and it has been like that for as long as certainly I've been on the bench. The other courts, over the time I've been on the bench, most of them were 1 day a week, sometimes 2. The increase in the CHINS filings, the abuse and neglect docket, as a result of the opiate epidemic. Courts that normally would be 1 day a week, when I last sat in Barrie, for example, before I took this position, it was 1 day a week. They're now have expanded to 2, and that's similar in most counties. And I will tell you that even now, before this influx of cases, judges are saying we need more time in the juvenile court. The juvenile cases, of course, have a priority over every other filing, criminal, civil, domestic. But the problem is that the courts, at least from my perspective, the juvenile docket has been expanded really to the extent that it can be without seriously impacting the other dockets. In other words, if I were to expand a juvenile court docket by even 1 day or a half day, that means another day or half day missing from another docket. And so the pressures are impacting all of the dockets. And I think what's important to remember as we go forward, as I said, this is a challenge. If you look at slide 11, that's the one that talked about the filings that we can anticipate with 18-year-olds. It would amount to, if you take all of the 18-year-olds that are now in criminal court filings and bring them into the juvenile docket, that would increase the caseload alone in the juvenile docket by about 1/3. And clearly the court, nor the parties, can absorb that kind of increase. So this, what Karen was just talking about, the need to divert cases, free charge, free merit, I think is key to making this workable. And the state's attorneys have done a good job in the last few years of increasing the number of cases they have diverted. But remember that they've always had the authority to divert. And it wasn't until the legislature gave them a nudge with a presumption on certain cases that these numbers have gone up. The number of cases, the other slide that I think is important, so we have a potential of a 1/3 increase in filings. The one that is also, I think, significant in terms of what we do with these cases is on slide 14, where we're talking about the cases that were disposed of in a criminal docket with fines only, because that was about 42% of the cases, if I'm reading this chart right. When those cases come into juvenile court, we have no ability to impose fines in a juvenile context. And as far as I know, no one involved in this discussion is urging the legislature to go in that direction, which means you've got a large number of cases coming in that we have to find another disposition that historically in the criminal docket did not involve any supervision by the Department of Corrections. It was simply pay a fine and you're done. And so we have to look at alternatives available in the juvenile docket to do that same thing and not involve people in services that they don't otherwise need. And so we have to be wary of that. I think, and I will say that, and I think most of the committee members have probably heard me make this argument before, for as much work and that the state's attorneys have done with respect to diversion, and they should be commended for their work. This project, as I said, it can't be viewed in isolation, and as another example, I was at a sentencing commission meeting the other day, and I think one of the recommendations coming out of the sentencing commission, although it deals with the criminal docket, is going to be for the legislature to consider giving the court, meaning the judge, the authority to divert cases over the objection of the state's attorneys. It's not one of the recommendations that's in front of you, but going forward, I think it's something that is at least worth considering. So moving ahead on the slide, and Karen or Leo did point out the time frame for a juvenile case on slide 23 is essentially 60 days from filing to disposition, meaning the case comes in, first appearance in court, and then the case is supposed to be resolved with a disposition in 60 days. I will be the first to say that those timelines are very rarely met. And we have to do, and I say we, I think the judiciary has to do a better job of making parties and attorneys adhere to those timelines, particularly with this influx of cases coming into the system. We have to be more conscious of those timelines and enforce them. These cases nobody benefits by these cases not being resolved, be it the individuals who are charged with the delinquency or facing delinquency or the victim. And so one of the things we have found in a number of dockets that oftentimes the attorneys don't get a chance to talk about cases and resolve them until they actually come to the court. And a court hearing, if you will, call it a status conference, the court hearing is not the best place for the parties to discuss the case. In other words, there has to be a discussion, an opportunity for the state and the defense to talk about these cases essentially outside of the courtroom. But sometimes they need the imprimatur of the court to make sure they do talk. And since they're not frequently talking outside of court, one of the proposals that I've made, and there are others involved in this discussion, would be to schedule essentially conferences on a regular court day, but do it in such a way that the attorneys don't have to come into the courtroom unless they have a resolution. In other words, it gives them an opportunity to discuss these cases and hopefully reach settlement. Right now, under the current system, 15 days after the initial appearance in court, the parties are required to come to court for what's called a pre-trial or status conference. I don't find that those conferences really accomplish much. So we would use that same time frame, but allow the attorneys to come to the courthouse that day and give them the opportunity to try to resolve these cases. If not, what we're going to try to do with this docket, with this influx of the 18-year-olds, is create a docket that says, okay, if you don't resolve it at the 15-day mark, you will get a final hearing date, and there will be no continuances from that date. And hold people's feet to those timelines. And it's going to be, it's not going to be easy from the judiciary's perspective or from the attorneys, but I think it's really a cultural change, if you will, because these cases need to be heard. And one way of doing it is to change the focus of the hearings when they come to court. And when I say cases can't be continued, obviously there are circumstances of which no one has control. unavailability of a witness, sickness, those types of issues. There may be some cases that are more complicated, but I think for a vast majority of the types of cases coming in, if they're not resolved through diversion, they would be the equivalent of misdemeanor offenses in the criminal docket, and they are generally speaking 1 or 2 witness cases. And there's no reason why those types of cases can't be put on a strict calendar, and it is up to the court to hold the parties to that calendar. And that's one of the recommendations that we're making. We talked about this briefly at the Vermont Law School conference that Karen mentioned, and I have heard comments since that time about folks involved in the process thinking that may be beneficial. In other words, they're willing to change their thinking. So what we hope to do between now and July is perhaps pilot this concept with the current cases in 1 or 2 counties to see if it can make a difference, so that when the cases start coming in July, maybe we have a frame of reference to see what's working and what isn't. I guess it's a long way of me saying that we're facing a significant increase in the caseload in both in diverting cases out of the system and the way we handle these cases in the system need to change because there's just no more hearing time available, and we have to maximize that hearing time or the opportunities for hearing time.
Okay. So I'm going to take on sort of the next topic, which is, after the court process is sort of complete, or most of it, merits have been found, the issue of probation. So it is the most common disposition nationally at the end of any case, both a juvenile case or an adult case, that there be some kind of probationary supervision. And this has become very much a hot topic nationally, and a lot more research is being devoted to it. I think in the past we sort of just let that slide and didn't think too much of it. And I think what's interesting is that turns out that there's, ironically, if you have sort of intense supervision for a low risk youth or an individual, you actually could increase recidivism rates. I mean, I guess we kind of know that as a, parenting or looking after young people, but turns out science has proven that's true. And so you want to really reserve, just like you want the court to focus on the cases that can't be resolved outside, right, getting the parties together. Similarly, you want DCF to be focusing on their sort of interventions and supervision for not the low-risk youth. I want the low-risk youth to have another option. And it's what research says is being shorter and more focused is good for kids. When you drag stuff on, they can't even remember sometimes. Life's changed so much in a year, right, in their life. For us, it's a blink of the eye. But, you want to hold them sort of accountable. You want to do it. And you want to do it, again, linked towards their personal goals, right? This is the positive youth development framework. What we have found is, looking into Vermont, is that, as Judge Gerson pointed out, we have this group of 18, 19-year-olds now. We're currently just getting a fine only and moving on. There's no equivalent, there's no fine in the family court, and for good reasons. That kind of contravenes the values and the goals of a juvenile court, and in fact, many states that do allow fines in a juvenile court are abolishing them. And there's also a question of really who pays the fine anyways, right? It's going to be a burden to the family. And so it's going to be important for Vermont to find alternatives, and those alternatives need to be immediate and short term, and not rely on increased supervision and that staff time from DCF. And one of the things that some states are really looking at is trying to find some targeted programs. So if your issue is shoplifting, or if your issue is whatever, that you can have a targeted program on that. And we don't have to always do such a deep dive. We can tailor it. The recommendations are to continue to not use fines, and I think that the the stakeholders group was certainly on board on that. To expand these immediate short-term targeted options. To increase some direct referrals to the community. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you don't want young people relying on the justice system for services that they need, right? You want them to be connected to the groups in their own towns and areas where they're going to, when the case is long gone, they're going to still have access to them. We're going to develop relationships and mentorships, etc. And so instead of just sort of the blanket sort of standard probationary period, you want to think about there's some cases that can go directly, not that there's some supervision, but they're going to be served by those community groups. So you want to end that sort of routine use of probation, just the default, whatever else does, you just do that. The other issue is proportionality, right? We looked at sort of the length in which young people are on that kind of the probation period. And again, short, sweet, and targeted is what you're looking for, right? So misdemeanor, really beyond 6 months, unless it's some extraordinary case, they need to have moved on. And similarly for a felony, 12 months is a long time in a youth's life. And of course, you want to incorporate positive youth development. You want youth involvement. Always do better if they feel like they're part of the process than just digging in their heels and resisting. And that's going to require some training and support for the Family Service Division, who are taking on a bigger group of youth, a somewhat older group of youth, some of course same issues, but they're at different stages of life. Just as Judge Gershon was saying, for the courts, they need to be able to sift through those cases well and focus on the cases that really need the intervention. Karen, I'm throwing it to you to cover physical custody.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to skip to slide 31. I think especially the folks in this room appreciate that when DCF has legal custody of a youth, that it means that we are their parents, and that we can make and do make decisions on their behalf. And that this is a puzzle for us to work through with respect to raising the age of juvenile court jurisdiction, because, as I'm sure everybody appreciates, that the age of majority is 18, and that that means that emerging adults are their own legal entity. And so we will need to define what this means for DCF, and that courts will actually need to grant physical custody to DCF in cases where that's appropriate, much in the same way that the adult courts grant that authority to the Department of Corrections. So DCF will need to consider where it will place youth, including secure and non-secure settings. DOC currently, I think it's worth noting, the DOC currently holds very few 18 and 19-year-olds in its physical custody. And at the time of drafting the report, the point-in-time count was 2 detained and 4 sentenced 18 and 19-year-olds. So going to the next slide, for our recommendations, that DCF should continue its aim of operating a continuum of care for residential treatment and out-of-home placements for all youth in the delinquency system. And that you'll see when we get to the statutory changes that we will actually need to modify our statute so that if DCF has custody of an 18 or 19-year-old, that we're being clear that we need physical custody and not legal custody, and that as sometimes happens in our world, that DCF is also working on a simultaneous report that is due to the legislature in January regarding the placement and treatment options that will actually delve into this a lot deeper. So moving along to victims' rights, I just want to note here that as we were preparing for all of the conversations and analysis that we would need to have, that the first big topic that we tackled was victims' rights. In part because I think that there can be confusion around this, and also in response to what we were hearing from victim advocates and others in the field, that this was a concern that they wanted to make sure that we gave priority to. So on page, on slide 34, Lael, I think it's a great place for us to start is just to note for the committee here that we have strong victim rights in place already. That we have an incredibly strong statutory scheme that supports their right to a victim advocate, the right to be informed. They also have the right for notification of release of juvenile delinquent from a secure setting, and so that applies to the youth who are in our legal custody now. And I also should note, it's interesting, in Title 33, we don't usually refer to listed crimes or non-listed crimes, but with respect to this piece around victims' rights, that victims of a listed crime, even though we don't usually use that language in the juvenile context, but a victim of a listed crime, if they request it, can receive notification of this release of the youth from a secure setting. And then finally, that victims have the right to both restitution and compensation. So in our findings, I will share with you that DCF rarely receives a request for notification from a victim. Also, that it's worth noting that DCF does have a domestic and sexual violence unit that can assist with juvenile cases involving those types of crimes. And that while there is a process in place for requesting restitution, it's frankly very confusing and goes underutilized. And then finally, as in all things, I think that we can always strengthen our communication, and especially in this area with respect to the communication between victim advocates, the family division, and DCF. So our recommendations are that we want to clarify that victim advocates should be provided in all cases and strive for a consistent dissemination of information. We're recommending evaluating the process for requesting and receiving restitution, and I'd like to note that the Center for Crime Victim Services is willing and will be taking a lead on that particular bullet point. And finally, that we need to formally create regular opportunities for strong coordination between DCF, family services workers, and victim advocates. And I'm really proud to report under Lindy Boudreaux's leadership that we are actually already making some significant headway with both the first and third bullet points.
I want to point out that she is in the room.
Yay. Yes, hi Lindy, you're doing a good job. So then moving right along to the operational plan for DCF. So just some background for you all. As we've already touched on, that we have this broad mandate in the Family Services Division of both child protection and supervision of youth adjudicated delinquent. I think we are really proud, and I'm sure Representative Pugh might have some comments about this as well, but we are really proud of the fact that we apply the principles of social work to our casework and really to how we run the division. So that means that whenever possible, we are looking at the whole family structure as well as the way that we communicate. I think is deeply undergirded by the values of social work, and we're very proud of that. The Family Services Division, as you all know, has seen significant caseload pressures from both child protection as well as, Judge Gerson noted this for you, as well as youth adjudicated as youthful offenders. And just as a sidebar, because I'm not sure that all of you live in the same realm that we do all the time and knowing and fully understanding the different statuses, but what we mean here is this status that allows for emerging adults to be supervised by both departments for Children and Families and the Department of Corrections. So it's a much more labor-intensive approach than just a straight juvenile delinquency. And then finally, and now that you all have met Lindy in the room, there's only one person in the Family Services Division Central Office who is in a dedicated role of supporting field staff as well as policy on juvenile delinquency, at-risk youth, and adolescents. So these things were all really important in terms of thinking through what are the important pieces that we needed to consider in our findings. It's worth noting that GCF staff work very closely with their local barge provider, which we talked about earlier on in this presentation. And the barge provider is key for supporting youth and successful completion of probation. And that's also where we are seeing restorative justice processes and outreach to victims and just additional support and case management for the youth. So we really work hand in glove with the local barge providers. There are many DCF staff who handle both juvenile cases as well as child protection cases. The Family Services Division Deputy Commissioner, Christine Johnson, does not have any direct reports focused on juvenile delinquent or juvenile justice. And so what I mean by that is there's nobody reporting to her in the leadership level who is exclusively focused on juvenile justice.
I'm sorry.
And, sorry?
Karen, I'm sorry, I'm breaking all my rules. Then who does Lindsay report to? Who's Lindsay report to? If it's not?
Lindy, you report to, as the director, she's a director of policy and planning.
For the record, it's Lindy Boudreau, DCF. I report to Suzanne Shipley, who's a policy and practice manager.
Okay.
And she reports to Christine.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, it gets a little bit confusing in terms of considering our system, but I think the main takeaway here is that the Family Services Division, in terms of how they have structured the support that goes out to the field staff, that understandably, because of our caseload percentages, it's more heavily weighted on child protection. And I think in sharing these findings with you, I think it really helps to illustrate that point for you. But I think it's also worth noting that we're seeing these increases already with the youthful offender caseload, and then also we will be anticipating some increases with the Raise the Age effort. So this is all to help kind of get us to where we ended up with the recommendations. I just wanted to note two more things, and that is that victim advocates have requested that DCF have a point or a points of contact to work through case questions and that sort of thing. And then finally, that currently we do have a staff person in the commissioner's office, a juvenile justice coordinator, whose role it is to staff the Children and Family Council for Prevention for prevention programs. And it's important to note this is actually a federally funded role, and also that this is a staff person who can support some of the system work with respect to implementation of Act 201. So here are our recommendations. We want to clearly differentiate the casework policy, training, and leadership structure within FSD between child protection and juvenile justice / at-risk youth. And I think here, when we talked about this in our internal conversations, some of the language that we were using is the way to protect both caseloads and the work that's required is to have this differentiation. And we are recommending at the writing of this report 2 phases to this. Phase 1 is to address central office infrastructure by allowing more than just Lindy to hold all of this for the entire field staff, that we need additional support to do all of this work. And that so what we've been thinking about is, a way to have better, more coordinated oversight of juvenile delinquency, and ensuring that we have all the systems that we need in place for staff. that needs a little more, we need more people to be working on that. And then finally, with phase 2, reassessing the needs of direct service staff. And as noted with, Barge being, a community provider who works hand in glove with us and is our very trusted partner, that we need to increase sources to community providers to support diversion from the system, as that is a role that they play. So if you look at slide 40, you can see here what we're thinking about. All of the yellow squares or rectangles are existing positions, and then the blue ones, and I need to note, this is actually, I should have changed this in the slide, but the first blue one, the Juvenile Justice Coordinator, that's Elizabeth Morris, who I was describing earlier, that her role is federally funded to support the work of the council. But part of our federal funds actually require, as Lael touched on earlier, not only are we monitoring racial and ethnic disparities, but we also have to monitor any place that holds youth to ensure that there is sight and sound separation from adults in the system. And so we actually have a compliance monitor. This is not a position, this is a contract, but it shouldn't appear as if it's actually a position, so that's an error on that slide. Apologies for that. And so what we're recommending here is that we repurpose positions so that we can actually have a Juvenile Justice Director of Operations who is at the same level of the Director of Operations that we have in place currently. Many of you may know Brenda Gooley. And so the idea here is that it would allow Brenda's position to be more focused on the child protection side of the house, and that this role would be more focused on juvenile justice. And then we're looking to add a juvenile justice victim liaison policy and practice specialist. And I just want to mention here that it may be that we add somebody to the existing victim advocate unit for domestic violence and sexual violence, or it may be that we actually have a dedicated person. We're still working through the details that will work best within the existing infrastructure, but we are looking to repurpose the position to be focused on that, and then of course the administrative piece as well. I'm going to keep going, not being able to read the room unless anybody has a question that I need to clarify.
You're good to go.
Okay, thank you. So the next slide is focused on the changes needed to implement Act 201. And so what we mean here is that, when we were, analyzing Act 201, when it was still being discussed in the legislature, there were a number of things that we just hadn't had a chance yet to imagine would need to be changed. And so this process of, which I think was really smart on the legislature's part, this process of giving us this time to plan ensured that we could also do this deep analysis to ensure that there would be no barriers in statute to successful implementation of the law. So there are 5 statutory changes that the Juvenile Justice Stakeholder Group has recommended. And as I understand it from the Joint Justice Oversight Committee meeting last week, Senator Sears shared with the group that he has already put in a drafting request with respect to these changes. So they include clarifying and setting the age of supervision for the Department for Children and Families. So we basically need to make sure that we're raising that age to ensure that we would have ample time to work with folks adjudicated in Manley Court. And so the idea there is that we would extend it a year and a half beyond the birthday of jurisdiction, which is what it is currently. We just have to raise that to be commensurate with 18 and 19-year-olds coming into the system. As I noted for you already, we need to clarify and adjust custody to include that physical custody piece for 18 and 19-year-olds. We also want to make sure that the Tamarack program, which is currently available for adults, would be available to 18 and 19-year-olds regardless of the court handling their case. And then we just put in a big bucket for poor Bryn that we're calling technical corrections to address any references to age. So we'll just have to do a deep dive to make sure that we haven't missed any other references to age that would need to be adjusted to make sure that the law goes, when the law goes into effect. And then finally, the citation of emerging adults by law enforcement to court. We'll need to clarify that as well.
Okay.
And then I think it's you, Lael.
It's me. Okay, data. A really sexy topic. But I'm going to dive right in and say that the report, which I know is long, but it also includes a pretty detailed analysis of data in Vermont and gives you a list of what is available, what relevant is readily available, what of relevant data sets are available but not readily available. That they're out there, but someone would have to bring them together to be able to monitor, and then potentially what pieces are missing. And the two key findings we bring to the table is that the data varies tremendously in terms of coverage and reliability. Again, nothing unique to Vermont. This is the case for all states. Just putting that out there. But good to recognize, and it's always good to know and to be working on that. And that a lot of the data points are not connected to those positive youth outcomes, right? So when you're studying this, you want to make sure that you're collecting the data to know if you're moving youth along to reaching these important milestones, because that's what's going to get them out of your justice system. So we have some recommendations, which is really important. You have data. You want to be compiling in an aggregate way, nothing personal, no confidentiality breaches or anything. And you want to be looking at that on a regular basis. You want to identify somebody in the state to look at that and generate an annual report. That somebody needs to sort of take on that responsibility. They can help identify again ongoing what's missing, so that can get filled in and fixed. And I think this is a really wonderful opportunity to actually do some research on outcomes. And it's not just, it'd be nice for the nation, right? Because this is where the country's moving. But you have 2 years before you're going to bring in another cadre of youth. You are going to want to know how it's going. So take advantage of that. One of the nice things about the way you've done it in such a thoughtful process in generating this report is you now have baselines. That was a lot of work, but it's been done. Take advantage of it, build on it, and keep planning out that. Those are my words of wisdom, if that's what it is. And that really comes to conclusion. I know we're going to have time for Q&A. But Karen, do you want to kick us off, and then Judge Gerson, and then if there's anything left, I'll say a word.
Yeah, last words by Lael.
Yeah.
Looking forward here, just a quick recap that the key to successful implementation will be Vermont's use of robust and effective diversion, streamlining the court process as Judge Gerson described, which also, I should note, had the full support immediately from the entire juvenile justice stakeholder group, just in terms of thinking that through for better outcomes for both victims and the juveniles. And I thought that was just something worth sharing with you all. And then also strengthening the interagency communication, and then ensuring a full continuum of dispositional options. So I think, in conclusion, the stakeholders have been given an opportunity to collectively examine the current system, identify critical areas to improve upon, and find ways to better serve all youth. We'll be able to tap into this incredible expertise that we have in our state. And it's just incredibly exciting. I know that we have work ahead of us, but it is still incredibly exciting to be a part of the state that's leading the nation in emerging adult justice reform.
Thank you. Thank you, Lael and Karen and Brian. I want to say, to be respectful of the person who's actually in the room, who I imagine is driving back to Manhattan tonight. She said, as long as I'm on the road by 1:30, she gave us legislative time. So we have about 15 minutes at this point to have questions and clarifications from folks. So take it away. I asked you to wait.
I'm waiting. No, go ahead.
No, before.
My question is for Judge Grierson to start off, so I want to wait until you've had a chance to talk with Leah. Well, and I will have other questions.
One, I want to say thank you. Thank you on behalf of the legislature for the part of the Justice Center, the emerging adult program, for doing this, and I want to say for your recommendations that we continue to evaluate, because if we do not put if we don't put resources into evaluation, then we won't know whether it makes sense to move on, or how to move on, or what changes that we need to make. I'm not quite sure who some of my questions are for, so go ahead.
Okay, well, let's go, go to data, and are there recommendations for how we might expand our data collection so that we know we're moving in the right direction based on what we've already done? So.
Yeah, there are, and there's some particular data sets that we identify in the report that would be helpful to know. And just remember that one of the reasons why it's tricky is that you had the 18 and 19-year-olds on the adult side, and you had the under 18 in the family division, and so they're being collected in different ways. There are different agencies. Each agency has their own way of collecting data, and so that just was a natural challenge. But now the 19-year-olds are coming too, and so trying to align and make sure you're collecting data on the 19-year-olds before they come in and get incorporated in your juvenile system would be really important. The stakeholder group has been marvelous, and some of the folks in that room, and Judge Chris can talk more about it, but the folks in the judiciary that have know about this data, and it's their job to call it and do all that, are part of that group. And so that's sort of an amazing resource for all of you. If that group continues in such a thoughtful way, I think that you can fill in the gaps and make sure it's all there. But it would take a conscious effort, right? And that's where I think the recommendation is to designate some entity to be the lead. Because I think it's easy to let, everyone's so busy, it'd be easy to let that slip. And I think it's worth making that really a prominent feature of your rollout of RAISE-EH.
So to ask the question, was there any discussion within the stakeholder group about who might take that lead? I'm thinking about the technology and the communication systems that might need to be in place for this all to happen. So
right.
Yes.
It's like Karen and Judge Gerson, who are members, say, I would say that I could see a couple of different opportunities within Vermont to do it. But I do think there is value to have sort of asking that question to the stakeholders, because you got everybody in a room. It may be a little bit of a hot potato. You take it. But I don't think so. This is a group that sort of wraps their arms around it. So I don't know if Judge Gerson and Karen, you want to forge ahead on that.
Yeah, I would, from my perspective, I would certainly need someone who's more technology savvy than I am to respond from the judiciary. Again, I'll remind the committee and folks that we're in the process now of going from our old system to a new system. The Wyndham, Windsor, and Orange region is just starting that process. So we've got a lot of technology issues already going forward. Mm-hmm. But I'm certainly willing to talk with folks about who should take the lead on that.
Yeah, okay. We have another question. Oh, sorry, Karen.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Senator Lyons, that I appreciate the question, and I think this requires some more discussion. But one thing I really, really appreciated is that we have very reliable court data, and that Dawn Sanborn, who is a member of the Juvenile Justice Stakeholder Group, has been working on creating a new dashboard that would allow us to get our hands around the data and understand it a little bit more easily. And she and Lindy Boudreau have been working very closely. So just to say it, I think we're making some good inroads, but to answer your question, this is a recommendation in the report that we will need to continue to work through.
Yeah, not the first thing that's gonna happen, obviously. But the other real quick question, I don't need a long answer, but the supervision piece obviously becomes interesting because there'd be some supervision based within DCF, within the restorative justice programs. How do we see the supervision being carried out and allocated? And seems like a huge job to me.
So I think the idea here is that we would overlay this on the existing structure for how we delineate our caseload. Okay. That said, per a number of the recommendations in the report, and Lael and I both touched on that we will continue to need to train our staff in actually, there are some differences for 18 and 19-year-olds, especially when looking at their community supports, and their goals are going to be changing. You may not be looking to support an 18 or 19-year-old with completing high school because they may have already done that. It's likely to be transitioning to thinking about employment and career readiness and those sorts of adjustments. And so, again, the division is already taking steps to bring in the training and to make more robust training available through both foundations as well as for the existing staff. So I would say that's an ongoing part of this, but this is what is nice. It's not that we have to build the system anew, that we have an existing system that we just need to make sure that can absorb these cases well.
Mary Beth.
And I'm wondering if there's, is there any way there's a look-see at those cases? I know that's a very challenging question, but now that kind of the light bulb has gone on and we realize this is kind of the trajectory of an emerging adult, is there any way we look at those cases again?
So,
you mean the cases that have already been adjudicated?
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Redmond, I want to make sure I understand your question. Is it about the types of supervision they currently have in the Department of Corrections, or was there something else I should address?
It's more of a question, an idealistic question of the fact, and that's usually where I come from. But
I like that.
Those individuals, it's a very small number, but there are 2 detained, 4 sentenced. And does any of this new approach inform those cases?
I see. Yes. So I did do a deep dive with Colin Bullard from the Department of Corrections, who is in charge of population management. I think is part of his title, but I'm sure I messed that up in some way. And so we did a deep dive on those 6 particular cases, and both of us agreed, and then in conferring with Lindy about this, that a few of those cases would be very appropriate for the type of supervision that DCF provides. But what's interesting, though, is that we were more focused, frankly, on the rest of the body of cases, not the ones that have ended up in physical custody, because I think that gives us an even better sense for who's going to be hitting our system. And the fact of the matter is that most of them are misdemeanors. As we've described, most of them are getting a very light touch, if anything, by the Department of Corrections. And so that's where, with respect to Lael's overview of our post-merits options, we were really talking through those because we really just have one option in juvenile delinquency, and that's probation. And so we want to expand the types of options that are available so that we also can have commensurate light touches similar to what you see in the Department of Corrections and still age appropriate.
Great, I appreciate that, thank you.
Sure.
Folks, this is Anne, and I will fully admit I'm coming from the perspective of human services more than the court system, and I may have misunderstood some things that were being said, so I'm trying to get some clarity. On one of the slides, it says convictions resulting in fines only for 18 and 19-year-olds. It looks like that number is, good. I mean, it's increasing. Then one of the recommendations is that that fines aren't a good thing. So how do we marry that? How do we? This is what is happening in the courts, and the recommendation that I thought I heard was that fines was not an effective strategy because who's paying them?